Chapter 1. Rebirth. Yuding, why must you treat me this way? Lin Chen's voice erupted in a desperate roar. His consciousness began to unravel, and he ultimately collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood, his vision blurring into obscurity. A notification echoed within his mind. Warning, you are on the brink of death. Please use a resurrection coin or await the healer's assistance, otherwise you shall perish in 5 minutes. Warning, you are on the brink of death. Please. The notification repeated incessantly in his mind. Lin Chen could do nothing but gaze helplessly at the indistinct figures in the distance. In his ears, he heard the mocking laughter of one of the men. Lin Chen, let me share another secret with you. The night before Yuding agreed to marry you, she was still with me. Enough, Tiange, stop talking. Let's leave. In this instance, in the only healer. If I go, no one will save him, he is doomed. A woman's voice spoke softly, devoid of any emotion. With that, the two figures gradually faded away. Lin Chen tilted his head towards the heavens, sensing something within him slipping away. Warning, you have 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have died. It was 6:30 in the evening. Employees of the gaming company began to leave in succession. Suddenly, Lin Chen jolted awake at his computer desk, causing his junior beside him to startle. Lin Ge, did you have a nightmare? This young man, appearing to be around 20, yawned as he settled next to Lin Chen. He glanced at him and then at the departing colleagues, muttering complaints. How wonderful it is. Everyone else is clocked out or stuck here, fixing bugs. It's so frustrating. The game launches tomorrow morning, and there are still 3 major bugs left unaddressed. I'm so overwhelmed. He tugged at his hair, his voice growing louder with each complaint. These past few days have been a series of misfortunes. Just yesterday morning, my girlfriend broke up with me. Then I discovered my favorite apocalyptic novel was suddenly removed from the shelves. And now, I have to work overtime fixing bugs. I'm utterly exhausted. Yet, no matter how frantic he became, Lin Chen remained as still as a statue. The only movement was in his eyes, which gradually widened. He surveyed the familiar yet strange scene around him. After a moment, Lin Chen's lips moved. Isn't this the game company where I used to work? What is happening? Didn't I die? I was betrayed by that vixen Zhao Yuding in the instance, ultimately perishing there. Why am I here now? Lin Chen turned to glance at the junior named Tang Yu, who continued to ramble on, oblivious to Lin Chen's peculiar demeanor. Lin Chen shifted his gaze back to the lower right corner of the computer screen. August 2nd, 20/4. I have been reborn, back to before the game's arrival. In a sudden frenzy, Lin Chen switched back to his desktop, almost madly launching an unfinished game, Domain of the God Hunter, while simultaneously opening programming software and rapidly typing code. At this moment, Tang Yu turned to him. Go, why are you suddenly so energetic? But Lin Chen didn't respond. He continued opening various software while asking, Xiao Tang, how many bugs do we still need to fix? Tang Yu paused. 3. Which 3? Lin Chen inquired swiftly. Go, you're the team leader of the architecture group. How could you forget the bugs after a nap? Hurry, Lin Chen said fiercely. Tang Yu jumped at the intensity in Lin Chen's voice. By now, most of their colleagues had left, with only a few remaining, packing up and glancing in their direction. Tang Yu quickly lowered his head, speaking softly. When we first entered the game, we received a starter pack that included an accessory called the Lucky Ring. One of its attributes was never modified. It stated that for every monster killed that was 3 levels below the wearer, there would be a 1 chance to permanently increase attack power by 1 point. However, during testing, we discovered that if the monster was killed while landing a critical hit, the chance of a permanent increase in attack power became 100. As Lin Chen listened, he recalled the bug's code. With Tang Yu's hints, memories began to resurface. And the other one? The other one is a mechanism-related bug. If a player opens a pocket jar, which can be purchased from NPCs, while their inventory is full, instead of receiving equipment, they receive a large amount of gold. A pocket jar only costs a few copper coins, yet it could yield hundreds of gold. Go on, the last one. The last one seems to be an achievement bug. The first player to die in the entire server would receive a reward. Typically, such achievement rewards are items, but upon completing this achievement, players would inexplicably receive a skill book that allows them to select any skill from any class, from level 1 to max level. I have no idea how the programming team managed that mess. And now we architecture guys have to pull overtime to fix it. Tang Yu was about to continue his complaints, but Lin Chen suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Tang, you can head home. I'll handle this by myself. Tang Yu was taken aback. Really, Ge? Can you manage it alone? Rest assured, if you don't leave soon, I might change my mind. Wow, Ge, you're truly my benefactor. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to chicken wings. With that, Tang Yu hurriedly tidied up his desk, shut down his computer, grabbed his phone, and dashed out. In the end, only Lin Chen remained in the company. On his computer screen, the codes for the 3 bugs had been laid out, but Lin Chen had no intention of fixing them. Instead, he sought to refine these bugs, to transform them into secrets known only to him. For the impending invasion of the game into reality was none other than the domain of the God Hunter, designed by their company. And coincidentally, he was the programmer responsible for fixing bugs in domain of the God Hunter. In his previous life, Lin Chen and his team diligently resolved all bugs. At midnight, domain of the God Hunter suddenly descended upon the world. Although he was a programmer and possessed some knowledge about the game, having been forced to play it repeatedly during bug testing. It wasn't long before Lin Chen became one of the first players to reach level 80 in domain of the God Hunter. However, during a raid, his designated healer, Zhao Yuding, conspired with a rival guild, abandoning him in the heat of battle and striking from behind, callously watching him perish in the instance. Along with the rare items, he dropped being claimed by her and her accomplice. Now reborn, Lin Chen vowed not to fix the bugs in domain of the God Hunter. Instead, he would exploit these bugs, turning them into secrets known only to him, Lin Chen. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, the codes appearing one by one on the screen. Accessory, lucky ring. Type, ring. Required level, 1. Class requirement, none. Special effect. Upon killing a monster at least 3 levels lower than the wearer, there's a 1 chance to permanently increase attack power by 1 point. An accessory that appeared to be quite lackluster. In both the game and the world after its arrival, the chance and domain of the God Hunter was linked to a property known as fortune. If the fortune value is low, such equipment would prove utterly useless. Everyone starts with a fortune value of 0, and some remain at 0 until their deaths. Few would waste precious attribute points on fortune, for domain of the God Hunter was no ordinary game, it intertwined with their very existence. True death meant irreversible demise. Strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, these were the truly valuable attributes. Even in his previous life, Lin Chen's final fortune value was merely 5 points. With such an accessory, it would likely take slaying 100 monsters to gain a mere 1 or 2 points of attack power. Consequently, this accessory was seldom used, and, as a level 1 item, its sole attribute provided no other benefits, leading players to discard it entirely once they outgrew the novice village. But now circumstances had changed. Lin Chen knew that with a critical hit, the effect would trigger 100. Without hesitation, he began typing furiously, preparing to create a new bug. After a while, another bug quietly emerged. Rusty Iron Sword. Required level, 1. Class requirement, none. Effect, none. New hidden effect. Each attack has a 50 chance to deal critical damage. Lin Chen sighed in relief as he observed this code functioning correctly. Originally, he intended to craft it with a perfect 100%, yet once he executed the code, the game immediately began to exhibit signs of crashing. He was unaware of the consequences that might arise from creating bugs that could potentially lead to the game's collapse. Would it affect the realm of the Hunt God after midnight? Time was not on his side. He needed to devise some functional bugs within a limited time frame, while also managing their severity. After all, a single misstep could result in a complete breakdown of the game. Thus, he reluctantly lowered the probabilities. He gazed at the in-game item, the rusty longsword, an equipment that few would deem usable. Its description remained blank, yet Lin Chen was aware that the newly added hidden attributes had taken effect. With these 2 items in hand during the early stages, he could accomplish numerous feats that had been unattainable in his previous life. If bugs can indeed function within the realm of the Hunt God, Lin Chen murmured to himself, wouldn't I be invincible? Subsequently, Lin Chen proceeded to debug and modify the effects of the other 2 bugs in succession. Upon completing these tasks, Lin Chen exhaled wearily and glanced at the time. It was 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes remained. Outside, the rain had begun to fall. It mirrored the events of his previous life, except that at that moment, he had been busy fixing bugs alongside Xiao Tang, and the two of them should have been exhausted and fast asleep by now. Lin Chen stood up and approached the window, pushing it open, allowing the cold wind to rush in. After a while, he checked his phone. Only a minute remained. The rain outside intensified, and Lin Chen suddenly felt a strange sensation. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, which had transformed from a pitch-black canvas into a scene reminiscent of daylight, while the descending curtain of rain morphed at that very moment. Raindrops were turning into code. Indeed, each droplet of rain was a series of intricate codes. Holy cow! The game was descending upon him. Even for the reborn Lin Chen, this marked the first time witnessing such a grand arrival. In no time, his vision was engulfed by an endless stream of code. The next moment, everything in sight, the sky, ground, buildings, streets, cars, vanished. After a while, amidst the boundless white void, only the computer remained suspended in the emptiness, its monitor displaying the codes running smoothly. It read, "Program has executed. You have activated a special event. Welcome to the realm of the Hunt God. Please create your character." Chapter 2. The Caregiver? A prompt sound echoed. In the next instant, Lin Chen found himself in the character creation hall. This world was a 1:10 replica of the game, featuring 13 classes, 8 fundamental classes, and 5 hidden classes. The foundational classes included warrior, hunter-archer, assassin, mage, healer, knight, beastmaster, and brawler. The hidden classes were exceptionally rare. Lin Chen had scarcely encountered a few. Each of these classes could undergo a first and second job change, each offering a different style of advancement. For instance, a warrior could first transition into a berserker and then into a war god, or first become a swordsman and later a sword saint. Meanwhile, a hunter-archer could first become a wind catcher and then an arrow god, or transition into a ranger and subsequently into a demon hunter. Lin Chen surveyed the available classes before him, hesitating for a moment. In his previous life, he had chosen the warrior class, which boasted balanced offense and defense with average mobility and all-around class that was quite prevalent in the realm of the Hunt God. However, the reborn Lin Chen swiftly shifted his gaze away from the warrior, scrutinizing the other classes one by one. Just as he was about to make a selection, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Detected as a second-round player, a random class is being selected for you. Please wait." Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment, he had actively chosen his class in his previous life. A second-round player, random class selection? Could it possibly grant me a rare hidden class? Lin Chen gazed ahead with excitement. Without further contemplation, a beam of light began to move back and forth across the ethereal images of the classes. And with the passage of 5 seconds, the beam finally illuminated one of the silhouettes. Upon seeing this class, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. Healer. Among the 8 primary classes, warriors were already ubiquitous. But this class was even more common than warriors, healers. Often referred to as milk maids or milk daddies. Although healers and tanks are indispensable in every party, in the realm of the god of hunting, healers are also the primary choice for most females. In his previous life, Lin Chen had witnessed a spectacle at the entrance of a dungeon where the party consisted solely of healers, with no other classes in sight. Healers have 2 distinct advancement paths, one focused on healing, where the first class change is Sage and the second is Universalist. The other emphasizes violent output, with the first class change being Crusader and the second being Arbiter. Zhao Muqing, who had schemed Lin Chen's demise in his previous life, was a healer. Class. Healer. Selection successful. Please enter your nickname. Lin Chen sighed. Since he had no choice in selecting a class, wouldn't he the lucky ring, a bug that permanently grants attack power when defeating monsters. Become useless? Surely, a healer character couldn't he simply strike enemies with a staff? Wait, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Why not? Indeed, who says a healer must solely focus on healing? Ding, class creation successful. Nickname, Programmer. You are about to enter Novice Village No. 9527, wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. As the notification faded, Lin Chen was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a novice village. Many others around him looked equally bewildered. Where is this? How did I suddenly end up here? Am I dreaming? This dream feels so real. Could we have crossed over? There are so many people here. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes filled with a plethora of miscellaneous classes. Lin Chen took a closer look. The distribution of classes in Novice Village number 9527 was predominantly warriors and healers. Among them, the warriors were mostly male, while the healers were nearly all female, unlike Lin Chen. Each of these individuals had chosen their classes independently. Most were still trying to comprehend their surroundings, whereas Lin Chen, in contrast, quickly called out, "A tribute panel." Instantly, a panel materialized before his eyes. Nickname: Programmer. Class: Healer. Health: 200 mana, 60 strength, 10 intelligence, 10 agility, 8 stamina, 20 luck, 0 attack power, 10 spell power, 30 physical defense, 5 magical defense. 7 The detailed attribute panel lay before him, and it was Lin Chen's first encounter with the healer's panel. He gazed in astonishment at the strength and attack power. Only a slight increase in strength yields a mere increase in attack power. He sighed. I remember that for warriors, each point of strength adds 3 points of attack power. However, each class specializes in different attributes. Healers, to put it simply, are intelligence-based classes. At least their spell power is commendable, with each point of intelligence contributing 3 points to spell power. After scrutinizing it a few times, Lin Chen called out again, "Backpack." Soon, an item inventory appeared. There were 20 available slots, and Lin Chen glanced at the sole item in his backpack, Novice Gift Pack. If it were identical to his previous life, opening the pack would yield a level 1 weapon, a potion that restores 100 health points, and a revival coin. Indeed, in the game, upon death, one has 5 minutes to wait for resurrection, but only 2 methods exist. First, the healer's level 10 skill, Heaven's Corridor, which can resurrect someone who has died within 5 minutes, but the initial cooldown is lengthy, allowing for almost daily use only once. Second, using a revival coin, which is non-tradable and acquired under strict conditions. Each player receives one at birth. In the realm of the god of hunting, there is no third method of resurrection. If the resurrection criteria are not met within 5 minutes, the character is permanently lost. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately opened the Novice Gift Pack. With a crisp sound echoing in his ears, the pack vanished, replaced by exactly what he had anticipated: Novice Staff, Inferior Healing Potion, Revival Coin. Examining these 3 items, he also checked the currency balance in the lower right corner of his backpack. 10 copper coins. Without a moment's pause, Lin Chen turned and approached an NPC in the Novice Village. While others remained in confusion, Lin Chen had already begun conversing with the NPC. "Blacksmith. Ah, welcome. How may I assist you?" Lin Chen replied coldly, "Don't get too familiar. I want to buy something." The blacksmith chuckled, his eyes gleaming. "Feel free to browse my wares." Lin Chen stated, "I would like to purchase a weapon, a rusty iron sword." Chapter 3, Critical Hit, Attack Power. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow. "A rusty iron sword? Dear Chosen One, is your class not a healer? I have staff-type weapons suitable for you. Would you consider them?" Lin Chen frowned. "I don't wish to repeat myself. In his previous life, Lin Chen had often been duped by these seemingly harmless NPCs. These characters were not mere automatons following scripts. They were lively and cunning, resembling the indigenous people of the god of hunting. Were it not for the fact that NPCs cannot be harmed by players, Lin Chen would have had no qualms about giving them a good thrashing. The blacksmith chuckled. "If you insist on a sword, so be it, but few would purchase this equipment. The new sword from your Novice Gift Pack surpasses its quality. How about I exchange it for you? This one is unopened, an iron sword with 5 attack power, priced at only 5 copper coins." Despite his words, the blacksmith handed over a battered iron sword. Lin Chen had no desire to continue the conversation. Seizing the rusty iron sword and turning to leave, the blacksmith's voice echoed behind him. "Honorable Chosen One, do visit again. I assure you, my dealings are fair." The blacksmith was correct. Even the equipment from the Novice Gift Pack was of higher quality than this rusty iron sword, which bore no inscriptions and only a lonely 2 attack power. Yet Lin Chen knew that this otherwise disregarded item possessed a hidden attribute he had personally enhanced: a 50 chance to deliver a critical hit with each attack, coupled with the bug from the ring. Lin Chen was eager to test whether these bugs truly worked. As time passed, more individuals began to flood into Novice Village number 9527, with nearly 10,000 people appearing in quick succession, their expressions filled with confusion and fear. Among them, a man pushed through the crowd, scratching his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief. "Isn't this the realm of the god of hunting?" The man was none other than Tang Yu, Lin Chen's junior. However, at that moment, Tang Yu suddenly spotted a familiar figure walking by not far from him. Examining the man wielding a rusty iron sword, he was clearly taken aback. Lin Ge, just as he prepared to rush over. A low hum resonated in the minds of everyone present, akin to an amplified infrasound. Subsequently, a screen obscuring their vision materialized before them, accompanied by a mechanical system voice. Welcome, esteemed chosen ones, to, however, Lin Chen directly uttered, close. In an instant, the system sound resonated in everyone's ears, accompanied by a video playing in their line of sight, yet it was conspicuously absent for Lin Chen. He had no time to squander on such matters. Within the realm of the hunter god, all information could be selectively ignored or dismissed. Upon their arrival, individuals were bombarded with prompts for a good 10 minutes, and in his previous life, Lin Chen had stood dumbfounded alongside everyone else. Absorbing every detail, however, for the current Lin Chen, such an endeavor was entirely unnecessary. The information merely outlined the present circumstances and the essence of this so-called hunter god's domain. By the time of his second journey, Lin Chen was already well versed in it all. Without uttering a word, he gripped a rusty iron sword, adorned himself with a lucky ring, and strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the novice village. To an outsider, Lin Chen appeared as a solitary sheep, starkly out of place. Standing still, he gazed ahead into the neutral zone, where he could already discern a multitude of low-level monsters meandering about. Level 0 monster, glowworm. This creature, crawling along the ground, was roughly the size of a domestic cat. However, these monsters were in a neutral phase and were close to the novice village. They exhibited no territorial instincts. If one refrained from attacking them, they would not retaliate. Lin Chen glanced back at the crowd in the novice village, standing still as if engrossed in some information. Without further hesitation, he brandished his iron sword and approached a glowworm. He donned the lucky ring from his backpack and, wielding the rusty iron sword, delivered a fierce slash at a crawling glowworm. -7. With that strike, he successfully caught the attention of the glowworm, which was just about to turn and attack when Lin Chen swung again. -8. After 2 strikes, the glowworm fell, ultimately dissipating into a flurry of light particles. With a mere 10 hit points and no armor, the glowworm ranked as the least dangerous monster in the entire game. A line of small text floated before Lin Chen. Experienced 3.2 strikes to slay 1, and yet no critical hit had been triggered. Lin Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the meticulously established bug had failed to activate? Contemplating this, he approached another glowworm, which had its back turned to him, and raised his iron sword to strike down. -7. Still no critical hit. Another strike. -6. What the hell? Lin Chen's expression darkened. Wasn't it supposed to be a 50% chance? He had just slain 2 glowworms consecutively, and yet 4 strikes had yielded not a single critical hit. Doubtful, he moved to another glowworm. As the creature brushed against his foot like a playful pet. The next moment, the blade fell. Clang. -12. A critical hit. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. According to the bug's description, as long as he was wearing the lucky ring, delivering a critical hit while slaying a monster would permanently increase his attack power by 1 point. A tribute panel, Lin Chen exclaimed in excitement. In the next moment, the panel materialized. Ignoring the other values, he fixated on the line that should have read 10 attack power, which was now gently fluctuating. Attack power, 11. 1. Lin Chen's hand, gripping the rusty iron sword, trembled uncontrollably. His throat felt parched. He had come to verify the bug, and now he had taken a significant step to prove it was not mere happenstance. He resolved to continue his attempts. With this thought, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and raised the slaughtering blade against the glowworms. -8, -9, -10, -16. A critical hit. Lin Chen mentally tallied the critical hits, yet his strikes did not cease. -8, -16, -18, -20. A consecutive 3 critical hits. Excitedly, Lin Chen opened the attribute panel once more. Altogether, he had achieved 4 critical hits. If his calculations were correct, he gazed at the attack power, which boldly displayed attack power, 15. 4. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen stood amidst the glowworms, laughing uproariously. His body shook with exhilaration, his laughter resonating like a famished wolf howling in the wilderness. After a good 10 seconds of laughter, Lin Chen gradually composed himself, his eyes growing cold and resolute. Excellent. Since the bug was functioning as intended, this time, I shall reclaim everything I lost in my previous life, one by one, armed with this knowledge known only to me. Lin Chen swung the rusty iron sword, and with each 5 or 6 strikes, there was a 2 or 3 chance of landing a critical hit, steadily increasing his attack power. Upon slaying the 30th glowworm, Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of warmth flooding into him from above. He recognized this sensation. He had leveled up. Ding, you have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Health, 25250. 50. Mana, 7070. 10. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 9. Stamina, 21. Luck, 0. Attack power, 21. 6. Spell attack, 33. 3. Physical defense, 7. 2. Magical defense, 10. 3. Free attribute points, 1. As the notification sounded, another followed. Congratulations. You were the first among all chosen ones to successfully reach level 2. Unlocking the achievement. Temporarily leading. Achievement rewards will be sent to your backpack. Please check. Note, your level is insufficient to access channel functionality. Achievements cannot be displayed in the world channel. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Achievement rewards? In his previous life, though he was a bug fixer in the Hunter God realm, he had little involvement with the game's achievement mechanics. He knew only that the achievement system in this game was remarkably well developed. With numerous achievements accompanied by rewards. One of the 3 bugs he had fixed yesterday was related to achievements. Since he had confirmed that the bugs were functioning correctly, there was no need for hesitation. Among the 3 bugs, 1 pertained to achievements. Upon completing a certain achievement, one would receive a gift package containing a skill book, allowing the selection of any skill from any class, regardless of level. With no class restrictions. In other words, even if Lin Chen were merely a level 1 healer, he could choose a max-level skill exclusive to warriors. The condition to trigger this bug was death, Lin Chen murmured. The first player to die would earn an achievement, and upon completing that achievement, the gift package would be awarded. Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the distant novice village, where throngs of players were beginning to stream out. It seemed they had finished watching the video and system prompts. I must hurry. In the novice village, death was impossible. Regardless of how many novice villages existed within the Hunter God realm, they should all just have completed the system video. And the fastest among them had yet to exit the novice village. To achieve the first death achievement, I need to accelerate my pace. While currently only Lin Chen was aware of these matters, he still needed to be cautious. If he delayed, some panicked novice might inadvertently cause his demise, and that would spell trouble. With a slight smile, Lin Chen gripped his iron sword and began to sprint further ahead. The area was teeming with harmless glowworms, which exhibited minimal aggression. Even if one provoked a group, they would not attack to the point of death. Lin Chen required a swift demise and aimed to provoke somewhat higher-level monsters. At last, level 2 monsters, scorpion-tailed rats. Ahead lay a small hillock, where a cluster of rat-like creatures gathered, and upon closer inspection, one could see a long, scorpion-like tail protruding from their hindquarters. Scorpion-tailed rat. Level 2. Health, 35. Attack power, 12. Lin Chen surveyed the scorpion-tailed rats and promptly initiated his plan. With an attack power of 15 points, even with a maximum damage critical hit, he could only inflict 30 points of damage. Insufficient to slay a scorpion-tailed rat. Thus, he only needed to provoke one of them. With that in mind, Lin Chen wasted no time and lunged at the nearest scorpion-tailed rat with his iron sword. The monster, incensed, immediately turned to retaliate. Swoosh! The scorpion tail struck Lin Chen. 4. Lin Chen frowned. Only 4 points of damage. Indeed, I nearly overlooked my armor. It is currently at level 2, possessing a mere 7 points of defense, yet my health stands robust at 250. Given the attack damage from the scorpion-tailed mice, it would take them several minutes to reduce me to critical health. No, I must attract more aggro. Lin Chen began to move slowly, drawing the ire of the original scorpion-tailed mice, while simultaneously stabbing other neutral scorpion-tailed mice with his iron sword. After a full minute, there were 8 scorpion-tailed mice attacking Lin Chen. 4, 5, 4, 3. Observing the gradual decrease in his health bar, Lin Chen felt it was still too slow. Thus, he decided to remove his novice clothing, causing his 7 points of defense to plummet to 2, 10, 9, 8, 10. His health began to diminish at a quicker pace, and Lin Chen could feel waves of pain coursing through his body. In the land of the Hunter God. As health dwindled, the pain experienced by players became increasingly tangible. Glancing at his health, Lin Chen noted he had only 30 points remaining. It was getting close. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he focused intently on his health bar as the pain intensified. At that moment, several individuals emerging from the novice village noticed Lin Chen. One woman immediately screamed, "Hurry! Someone is being attacked by monsters. We need help." Hearing her cry, Lin Chen's expression changed, and he shouted, "Don't come over." However, following the woman's outcry, a group of 7 or 8 people gathered at a distance. Upon seeing Lin Chen surrounded by scorpion-tailed mice, they gasped in shock. Quick, he is in dire straits. Look at his health bar. He only has 20 points left. Is there a healer among us? We need to heal him, a man shouted eagerly. Immediately, 3 women raised their hands. I am. Me too. And I. Yet, they seemed somewhat unsure of how to cast their skills. Healers start with 2 skills. One called Light Symbol, a single target attack skill that consumes mana to deal magical damage, and the other, Healing Hand, which, as the name suggests, restores health. The 3 healers exchanged glances. And one of them managed to cast a spell, but unfortunately it was directed at herself. A gentle white light descended from above, enveloping the woman. No, cast it on the person in front. Hurry, he is about to die. The crowd urged anxiously. Lin Chen's health bar read 15250. However, before long, one of the women among the 3, who had been fumbling for a while, suddenly stepped forward. She executed a rather clumsy set of gestures and muttered something under her breath. Soon, a radiant light began to gather at the center of her palm. Lin Chen, noticing the glow in the distance, felt a sense of dread. Please, don't do this, he thought, realizing that as they were all novices. Everyone's health was roughly around 200 points. The healer's initial healing hand could instantly restore 100 points of health, with a very short cooldown of about 2 seconds before another cast. If he were to receive her healing, survival would be assured. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted towards the distant woman, "Get away from me." He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His cry startled the woman casting the spell, interrupting her healing hand. The skill ultimately went uncast, and Lin Chen looked up at his health bar. 8250. Just then, the last scorpion-tailed mouse lunged forward to attack. Hiss. -9. The health bar emptied. Lin Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing helplessly to the ground as his vision gradually blurred. This sensation was familiar. It was not the first time. In his previous life, he had met his demise under similar circumstances. 5 minutes later. Without the healer's Paradise Corridor skill or a resurrection coin, Lin Chen would face certain death. Damn it. The spectators were taken aback. They had never expected to witness someone being killed by monsters immediately after leaving the novice village, especially one who seemed to be seeking death. What do we do? I remember the system video mentioned that after dying, a healer must cast a resurrection spell within 5 minutes to revive someone. Right? Who among us can resurrect him? The leading man turned to the 3 women. Yet, the woman who had almost successfully cast Healing Hand rolled her eyes. Paradise Corridor requires level 12 to learn. And we are only at level 1. With that, she cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, who lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The king of hell is hard to persuade. He asked the one who doesn't want to live. But soon, someone suddenly recalled something. Wait, shouldn't each of us have a resurrection coin? At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Chen's mind. You have died. Would you like to use a resurrection coin? Number of resurrection coins, 1. Note. If not used, you will die in 5 minutes. The system's voice repeated, you have died. Would you like to use a resurrection coin? Lin Chen calmly replied, use. You have successfully used a resurrection coin. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen's body began to blur, and a yellow coin floated out from him, subsequently exploding. Lin Chen's form vanished entirely. The nearby onlookers jolted in surprise. What just happened to him? They looked around, completely bewildered. Chapter 5. Skill Book. At the resurrection altar in the novice village, a beam of light descended from above, and in the next moment, Lin Chen's body materialized from the radiance. The bright light faded. He stood alone on the altar, awkwardly clutching a tattered long sword. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, you are the first among all the chosen ones to achieve death for the first time. The achievement is this: death has been activated, and the reward package has been sent to your backpack. Note, your level is insufficient to access the channel function. Achievements cannot be displayed in the world channel. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Chen could hardly suppress a smile. Within such a brief span, he had accomplished 2 achievements, something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Recalling his last life, Lin Chen had been just as perplexed as the terrified individuals around him, desperately searching for his fiancée, Zhao Yuding, which led to him falling behind and leveling in growth. But now, things were different. The crowd around him had yet to fully comprehend the events that had transpired, their faces etched with extreme fear and unease. As Lin Chen appeared on the altar, their expressions turned even paler. It's real. What the system says is real, they murmured among themselves. with some even sitting down in shock. They could hardly fathom that they, who should have been asleep in their beds, had suddenly awakened in this strange place. Where exactly is this? Can we go back? These questions swirled in their minds, with some individuals possessing weaker mental fortitude already beginning to weep. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen noted the sheer number of people in this novice village. The 9527 novice village was unlike the one he had been born into in his previous life. He recalled that he had originated from the 10086 novice village. Players participating in the Hunter God were referred to as the Chosen Ones by NPCs. Although he did not fully grasp the significance of that term, Lin Chen understood the vast number of so-called Chosen Ones. Too many. Just within the novice village, there were billions. Yes, billions. In such a populous novice village. Each village housed at least 10,000 individuals. Even Lin Chen from his previous life felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing this. The Chosen Ones were not solely Earthlings. In the realm of the Hunter God, otherworldly beings have also been chosen, and the game has just begun. As time progresses, the Chosen Ones in the novice village number 9527 gradually come to accept their reality. With more individuals venturing into the wild, equipped with novice gear obtained from their starter packs, within the system video they observe, a task prompt appears, main quest, reach level 5. As for how to level up, it is quite apparent. One must venture forth to slay monsters. However, in the land of the Hunter God, there exists a limitation. Defeating monsters that are 3 levels below one's own will yield no experience. Thus, this compels individuals to seek more formidable foes as they level up. The further one strays from the novice village, the higher the monster levels become, but consequently, the dangers increase. Once they attain level 5, they will receive a prompt for the next task. Lin Chen was not overly anxious. He found a desolate corner and crouched down. "Backpack," he called out, and in the next moment, the backpack interface appeared before his eyes. Lin Chen noticed 2 new gift packs within his inventory. One was obtained upon reaching level 2, and he first opened this achievement pack. You have received Luck Amulet 1, Low-level Life Potion 10, Low-level Mana Potion 10, Low-level Stamina Potion 10, Level 5 Class Equipment 1. The rewards were quite standard, considering this achievement was the easiest to attain. Thus, the items provided were not remarkable. However, when Lin Chen beheld the Luck Amulet, his eyebrows raised in intrigue. Luck Amulet. Equipment level requirement. None. Effect. Luck value 5. Apart from weapons, gear, accessories, and titles, the characters of the Chosen Ones also possess a category of equipment known as amulets, each type offering distinct effects. The Luck Amulet is quite common around level 30 in the Hunter God. Yet it is evidently less useful below level 10. Nevertheless, luck value holds significant importance in the Hunter God world, influencing one's fortune, critical rates, evasion rates, and hit rates, which can typically be enhanced by agility attributes, can also be augmented through luck. Most crucially, the Hunter God realm is filled with numerous dungeons and outdoor bosses, making luck value exceptionally vital for obtaining superior gear and items from monsters. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen equipped the Luck Amulet. The class weapon was a wooden staff specifically for healers, usable at level 5, but it held little relevance for Lin Chen, so he set it aside for now. Instead, he decided to examine the most important item. With a surge of excitement, Lin Chen opened the second gift pack, Bug Pack. Ding. You have received the following items: Low-level Life Potion 20, Low-level Mana Potion 20, Low-level Stamina Potion 20, Agility Necklace 1, Skill Book 1. At first glance, it appeared to be yet another mundane low-level achievement pack. However, Lin Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to the last item, the Skill Book. This is it. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to open the Skill Book. In an instant, Lin Chen's vision transformed as a colossal, all-encompassing screen materialized before him, requiring him to shake his head to fully bring the black curtain into view. Wow, Lin Chen swallowed hard. The immense screen was filled with countless skill icons. From level 1 warriors to level 1 healers, 8 conventional classes, 5 hidden classes, with each class having 2 job advancements, totaling 52 classes and over 1,000 skills displayed before him. Among them, Lin Chen recognized some while others were unfamiliar. Lin Chen felt parched, his eyes locked onto the screen as he stared in fascination, beads of sweat forming on his back. Can I really select the ultimate skill? Heavenly Fall from the warrior's second advancement. The War God. Is that the essential skill? Demon Moment for the hunter's second advancement, the Demon Hunter? And Feral Roar, an essential 85 skill for the Beast Master's second advancement, the Beast King? Wait, isn't that the Group Invulnerability skill of the Knight's second advancement? The judge. These skills were entirely new to him. Could they belong to those hidden classes? Lin Chen's mind swirled, but soon, His gaze narrowed and focused intently on a black skill icon. This skill belonged to one of the 5 hidden classes, the Necromancer. Specifically the second advancement, the Death Lord. This skill is the awakening skill of the Death Lord, Undead Rebirth. Lin Chen's eyes widened in excitement. In his previous life, just before his demise, Lin Chen's strength ranked him among the top 1,000 on the ladder board. He vaguely recalled that the foremost class at that time was indeed the Death Lord. He had even faced off against such classes before. The Death Lord could effortlessly summon a vast army of undead and a tide of zombies. Battling such a profession felt akin to confronting an entire army, and this Undead Rebirth skill was the key to it all. Without hesitation, Lin Chen clicked on the Undead Rebirth icon. In the next moment, the skill book began to dissolve, and simultaneously, an icon that should never have appeared abruptly manifested in his skill bar, a black icon. Skill description: Undead Rebirth. The souls of units you have slain will find no rest. You can awaken their restless spirits from the depths of hell to become your followers and warriors. The maximum number of souls you can store varies according to the user's level. You can currently store 1 soul. Chapter 6. The Novice Dungeon. Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet, weighing the rusted iron sword in his hand. Without further hesitation, he stepped out of the Novice Village once more. The closest monster gathering point to the Novice Village was predominantly occupied by glowing insects, which posed no threat compared to the level 1 scorpion-tailed mice. Lin Chen took a cursory glance at the individuals scattered around the glowing insects. Most were support classes, with a significant number being women who had opted for the healer role. Their courage was somewhat lacking compared to men, as they dared only to hunt glowing insects for experience. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the small hill about 1 to 2 kilometers away, where the scorpion-tailed mice were located. However, as time passed, more and more people began to take notice of the scorpion-tailed mice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately chose to remain near the level 0 glowing insects. He gripped his iron sword and struck downwards. 30. The glowing insect had merely 10 health points, and with a critical hit, it was slain on the spot. Attack power 1. Lin Chen reveled in the simplicity. As long as he could land critical hits, he could continuously enhance his attack power by slaying glowing insects before reaching level 5. 32, 17, 18, 34, 36. With nearly every 2 or 3 strikes, Lin Chen's attack power quietly increased. 0.5 minutes passed, and Lin Chen reached level 3, with his attack power now at 60 points. Say nothing of a level 3 healer. Even the highest damage-dealing assassins and warriors sporting novice gear would only possess around 25 attack points. Yet here was Lin Chen, a healer, often referred to as a milk dad, achieving damage levels typically reserved for high-explosive assassins after reaching level 5 and activating stealth skills while fully equipped. Lin Chen continued to slash at the freshly respawned glowing insects, drawing the curiosity of some onlookers. Look at this man. He's already level 3, yet he's still competing with us for level 0 monsters? His class seems to be a healer like ours. It feels a bit odd for a man to choose the healer class. That's not too strange. But can someone explain why a milk dad is wielding an iron sword to slay monsters? Around him, the healers wielding staves and casting luminous spells gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of confusion, their murmurs unreservedly reaching his ears. However, he remained oblivious to their scrutiny, tirelessly brandishing his iron sword. As time trickled by, the throngs of individuals near the glow bugs began to dwindle. Many had ascended to levels 2 and 3, with a few particularly adaptable souls even reaching level 4. These individuals commenced forming parties, setting their sights on more perilous territories. Yet, Lin Chen continued his relentless assault on the glow bugs, with no one paying heed to the numbers emerging beneath his sword. Tier -108, -110, -220, -222. At this moment, Lin Chen's attack power had soared to an impressive 115 points. After a while, he swung his sword once more, only to realize that his attack power had plateaued. Lin Chen glanced at his level 3. Opening his status panel, he was astonished to see his attack power listed as 152. The notion of a level 3 healer possessing 152 attack power was utterly preposterous, akin to statistics typical of a level 7 or 8 physical class. Even if Lin Chen were to strike someone barehanded, a critical hit would inflict around 300 damage. Having slain enough glowbugs to reach level 3, Lin Chen paused, noting the ring's description clearly stated that he must defeat monsters at least 3 levels higher to augment his attack power. Consequently, he resolved to seek out more formidable prey. As he lifted his gaze, Lin Chen noticed an influx of individuals surrounding him. Various groups, having emerged from their initial disbelief, began to converge near the glowbug area. "What should we do?" inquired a bewildered individual. "We should just kill them, right?" Another chimed in. "But why must we slay such adorable creatures?" The discussions around him grew increasingly animated, prompting Lin Chen to sigh. Just like in his previous life, whether it was Newbie Village 10086 or 9527, countless individuals struggled to accept this almost surreal reality. That he cast a dispassionate glance at the bewildered crowd before sheathing his rusty iron sword and gradually distancing himself from them. Moving in the opposite direction of the main throng, he found himself in a narrow alleyway to the northwest of Newbie Village, concealed by towering reeds. As he parted the foliage, a narrow path emerged ahead. However, he soon discovered that numerous individuals had already gathered there, most of whom were at level 5, having completed their initial quest and received new task notifications. Lin Chen was the 100th individual to tread this path in Newbie Village 9527. "Another has arrived," someone remarked. Ahead lay a dark cave, with people standing at its entrance as if awaiting something. "He seems to be a healer," one person exclaimed upon spotting Lin Chen, their eyes lighting up. "Finally, after such a long wait, a healer has come. We can finally enter the dungeon." "Wait? Why is he only level 3? As Lin Chen approached, the crowd realized something was amiss regarding his level. This path and cave should only be accessible to those informed by the system after reaching level 5. "How could a level 3 know about this place?" they whispered. "Level 3? He probably hasn't even learned new skills yet. If he enters, he'll likely be overwhelmed and unable to heal us. Let us just wait a bit longer. Perhaps another healer will show up soon." The crowd quickly lost interest in Lin Chen. Undeterred, Lin Chen strode to the cave's entrance under the watchful eyes of the multitude. He looked up to see a peculiar energy swirling around the cave's mouth, shrouded in darkness, a portal to the dungeon, according to the quest flow of the domain of the hunting god. The first dungeon encountered by players after reaching level 5 was this, the second main quest to leave Newbie Village. Upon reaching level 5, the system would implant a task within their minds, and completion would allow them to exit the village. This task involved clearing the dungeon before him, the spider cave. Yet, Lin Chen deemed it unnecessary to wait for level 5. He was already intimately familiar with this place. What did it matter if he was only level 3? Had it not been for his rapid leveling from slaying glowbugs, he likely would have arrived here at level 1. However, entering the dungeon solo was impossible, at least for now. Currently, during the newbie protection phase, the system mandated that a party be formed before entry was permitted. Among the 100 or so individuals surrounding him, aside from Lin Chen, all were warriors and mages. With not a single support class in sight, Lin Chen glanced back, realizing that those who chose to be healers were predominantly women, who tended to level up more slowly. This disparity left the aggressive classes hesitant to venture into the dungeon. Unlike Lin Chen, who had lived a second life, they were unwilling to gamble with their lives. Lin Chen sighed, extending his hand and addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pressed for time. Is anyone willing to join me in the dungeon?" The crowd turned to him, only to discover that he had already formed a party, with himself as the captain. A level 3 healer as the leader. Many rolled their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 7. Forming a party. The 100 or so individuals present largely chose to ignore Lin Chen's actions. Though they were newcomers, they were not akin to the larger group still engrossed in leveling up. Each individual standing there was at least somewhat elite. They were familiar with the mechanics of online games, aware of the necessity for a balanced party composition to succeed in a dungeon. Unlike wild monsters, dungeons posed a significant risk to their lives. Rarely had they heard of a party led by a healer, let alone a level 3 one. Yet, the next moment, Lin Chen continued, "Once we enter, you need not lift a finger. I shall handle all the monsters. We will share the experience, and we can roll for any loot." Laughter erupted around him. "Buddy, are you overly confident in your abilities? This is a dungeon. The system just warned us of its extreme danger. We need a well-balanced team to have any hope of clearing it. Tanks, damage dealers, healers, and support are all essential. You, a level 3 healer, perhaps you should focus on leveling up instead of causing chaos here." A level 5 warrior retorted, stepping forward. This warrior was tall, with a buzz cut and yellowed teeth, likely a formidable character before the game's arrival. As he spoke, the buzz-cut warrior scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe. "What's this? A man choosing to be a healer is one thing, but wielding a rusty iron sword. Is that what healers use to slay monsters?" The realization sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd. Lin Chen sighed. It appeared that being surrounded by elites was not an advantage. Just then, someone raised their hand. "I'll join." The crowd turned to see a young male mage stepping forward from the throng. silently positioning himself beside Lin Chen. As this mage emerged, the laughter abruptly ceased. Did they recognize him? Before Lin Chen's arrival, their discussions had revolved around this very mage, the first to reach the cave entrance. Ascending to level 5 faster than anyone else present, logically, he should be a seasoned player. Everyone wanted to team up with him, and many had previously extended invitations, all of which he had ignored. Why, then, did he now opt to join the level 3 healer's party? No way. Did this mage take leave of his senses? Someone murmured. In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, the mage flashed a smile at Lin Chen and whispered, "Lin, why are you only level 3? The mage before them was none other than Tang Yu, the junior of Lin Chen. Lin Chen himself gazed at Tang Yu in surprise, not expecting to encounter him in the novice village. No. 9527. In his previous life, Lin Chen had only seen Tang Yu's name on the leaderboard, ranked 8th in the ladder, with the title of Immortal Phoenix, and a nickname that seemed to be. Lin Chen raised his head to glance at the name hovering above Tang Yu, and his expression turned to one of resignation. Indeed, Tang Yu's nickname was Qian Xiao. In his last life, as a programmer for the game Hunting Goddess domain, Lin Chen should have also appeared in the top 10 of the leaderboard. But due to his commitment to care for and protect his fiancée, Zhao Yuding, he relinquished vast resources and barely managed to squeeze into the top 1,000. He hadn't even had the chance to meet Tang Yu before he met his demise. To his astonishment, this time entering the game, he encountered the so-called second cycle player directly in the novice village number 9527. You little rascal, have you already noticed me? Lin Chen muttered under his breath. Pretty much. I saw you walk out with that rusty iron sword and intended to find you. But there were too many people, and I couldn't push my way out. I thought, since Brother Lin would definitely come here, I would wait for you. Who knew I waited nearly 20 minutes before you finally arrived? Tang Yu replied softly. Also, why are you only level 3, bro? I was held up by some matters, Lin Chen explained. However, Tang Yu did not press the issue further. Instead, he leaned excitedly closer to Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin, speaking of which, this is so cool. We actually entered Hunting God, just like in a novel. Lin Chen looked at the exuberant Tang Yu and remarked quietly, Indeed, it's quite unbelievable. Tang Yu continued, What a pity it would be if we knew about the game's bugs. I remember there were 3 bugs that weren't fixed back then. If we knew the details of those bugs, we could soar right from the start. Lin Chen was taken aback and turned to look at Tang Yu once more. He noticed a hint of regret and chagrin on Tang Yu's face, which seemed genuine. Lin Chen felt puzzled and tentatively asked, You don't know which 3 bugs they are? No idea. Do you know, bro? Tang Yu replied almost instinctively, Tell me. Lin Chen licked his lips, puzzled. If there was anyone who should know the bugs, it would be Tang Yu. As a member of the architecture team responsible for testing bugs, how could he not know which 3 bugs they were? Moreover, it was Tang Yu who had informed him about the bugs before entering the game. How could he forget after entering? Bro, oh, it's nothing. Of course, I don't know either. Lin Chen sighed deliberately, feigning disappointment. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Tang Yu, trying to ascertain if the lad was concealing something. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu sighed as well. Ah, but it's alright. As we get to know this game better, we'll surely take off eventually. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Tang Yu and murmured, Let us hope so. Tang Yu likely wasn't lying. He was an honest fellow, the most straightforward person in the entire company. He tended to be careless, had low emotional intelligence, and was often taken advantage of by others, frequently working overtime. If he wasn't lying, did that mean Lin Chen was the only one aware of the bugs? What had gone wrong? The two were engrossed in their conversation, and it seemed the people around them had noticed something amiss. It appeared that these two had known each other prior to entering Hunting God, which explained why the mage would choose to join this healer's party. If that were the case, it made sense. Given that it was their first time in the game, having someone familiar from before was certainly preferable to going solo. Then I shall join as well, declared the buzzcut warrior who had mocked Lin Chen earlier, raising his hand. The others exchanged glances, and eventually, a few more raised their hands, reasoning that with a level 5 mage at the helm, tackling the dungeon would likely be simpler. Lin Chen observed the group, shrugging nonchalantly. In the next moment, the raised hands of a few individuals were suddenly met with a low chime in their minds, followed by the familiar system notification. The programmer has sent you a party invitation. Do you accept? The group was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this healer to genuinely assume the role of leader. After a brief hesitation, they steeled themselves and accepted the invitation, realizing that since they had already decided to join the party, it would be unwise to backtrack. Once everyone accepted the team invitation, Lin Chen's party was complete with the required 6 members. Lin Chen glanced at the composition of the party. Aside from himself and Tang Yu, who were the healer and mage, the remaining four consisted of 2 warriors, a hunter, and a knight. Logically speaking, this configuration was quite decent, yet the primary concern for everyone was Lin Chen being a mere level 3 healer. Nevertheless, Lin Chen paid little mind to this and promptly prepared to enter the cave. Hey, aren't you the captain? You haven't reached level 5 yet. It seems you haven't learned any new healing skills. Right? The buzzcut warrior, now known as Hushui Hong Yin, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Lin Chen turned to him and said, I told you, you don't need to lift a finger. Upon hearing this, the speaker cast a glance at the mage named Qian Xiao, who wore an amused expression and thus fell silent. The group approached the dark energy mass at the cave's entrance. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of all, they vanished from sight. Chapter 8. The Spider Cave when their vision restored. Lin Chen and his party found themselves in an exceptionally dark locale. The cave walls were pitch black, and an eerie silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their own breathing punctuated by the occasional faint drip of water, resembling the size of the netherworld, causing everyone's nerves to be on edge. What on earth smells so foul? Hushui Hong Yin exclaimed, covering his nose, his face contorted in disgust. They looked down at the ground, where damp, dark soil was scattered with ghastly white bones. Some skulls, seemingly disturbed by an unseen force, rolled ominously to their feet, and from within the hollow eye sockets and broken teeth emerged several spiders. In that instant, every member of the party instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Although these weapons were merely gear obtained from the novice pack, they were undoubtedly far superior to the rusty iron sword Lin Chen wielded. Captain, aren't you going to change your equipment? Asked the team member wielding a bow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lin Chen continued to clutch the rusty iron sword, showing no intention of replacing it. He did not respond, merely casting a glance at Tang Yu beside him. The next moment, they took the lead, and the other four hesitated for a moment before following closely behind as they advanced. The group felt an ominous chill emanating from all directions, as if something was lurking in the shadows. Watching them, I recall the system mentioning that if we enter a dungeon, even if we use a resurrection coin, we would only revive within the dungeon, right? Hushui Hong Yin remarked. Yes, to exit the dungeon, we must defeat the dungeon boss. There is no other way, came the reply. I can't shake the feeling that entering the dungeon like this is rather abrupt. If we had waited a few minutes, a level 5 healer would likely have arrived. They murmured among themselves. All were novices, and it was their first foray into a dungeon. No one was aware of the type or level of monsters within. However, there was no turning back. Having entered the dungeon, they had no choice but to confront whatever lay ahead with courage. Just as the group cautiously delved deeper into this foreboding realm, a horde of massive spiders suddenly emerged from the cave walls. Hiss! These spiders were as large as teddy bears, their 8 eyes gleaming with a sinister red glow, their sharp claws scratching against the walls and floor with a piercing sound. Be careful, the knight in the party shouted. Understanding his role as the tank, prepared to take damage for his team, he gripped his wooden shield tightly, ready to face the unexpected onslaught. The spiders, highly sensitive to the scent of the six, surged towards them. Their mandibles exuded sticky webs, attempting to ensnare the group. The 4 members standing behind Lin Chen and Tang Yu quickly retreated, while the 2 warriors swung their weapons in an effort to sever the spider's silk. Get back. Don't let them close in, the hunter yelled as he swiftly knocked an arrow. The tip of his arrow suddenly ignited in flames, activating his level 5 skill, Fiery Arrow. The flaming projectile soared towards the swarm of spiders, igniting the webs upon contact with a sizzling sound. Fall back. Don't let them near, the hunter continued, drawing another arrow. Let me handle this, the knight commanded. Healer. No, I mean Dad. Remember to heal me. I'll tank for you all. You focus on dealing damage. Having spoken, he spread his arms wide, activating the knight's 5th-tier skill, Indomitable. A translucent radiance emanated from his body, as if his skin were enveloped in a viscous protective shield. At that moment, a spider scurried rapidly towards him. Just as he prepared to strike, a sword emerged with uncanny swiftness, piercing the abdomen of the entirely grayish-white spider. 151. The creature succumbed instantly. The knight, momentarily taken aback, widened his pupils. Just like that. I will draw their attention. You all continue. However, before he could finish his thought, he realized that the sword was not the novice broadsword of the warriors, but a rusted iron sword. Before he could react, 2 larger spiders crawled up from the side, and the rusted sword that had been poised before him was swiftly grasped by Lin Chen. As the spider leaped forward, Lin Chen swung down decisively, -300, a critical hit, with significant overflow damage. Another spider, preparing to sneak around to Lin Chen's rear, was met with a warrior who suddenly raised his broadsword, delivering a fierce slash. The warrior's initial skill, Powerful Slash, activated. However, the blow only dealt 75 points of damage. The surrounding spiders were level 5 monsters. Although they bore no armor, their health reached a substantial 120. And the strike did not eliminate them. Just as he intended to follow up with a basic attack, Lin Chen shot him a fierce glare. "I told you. You need not intervene." The warrior was startled, and in the next moment, Lin Chen charged forward with his sword raised. The scene was utterly incongruous, as everyone watched in astonishment a level 3 healer wielding a rusted iron sword to pursue and slay level 5 monsters. Unprecedented. Within 2 minutes, the dozen or so monsters that had surged forth were all vanquished by Lin Chen alone. The onlookers fell silent, swallowing hard, their faces awash with disbelief. "Are you certain he is a healer?" "I find that hard to believe," said the charming disaster. "Are you sure he is only level 3? "I also find that hard to believe," she responded again. "It would be one thing for him to slay monsters beyond his level, but how could a healer wield an iron sword with such lethal force capable of instantaneously decimating the health of level 5 creatures?" At that moment, Lin Chen wiped the blood from his body and turned to regard the others behind him. Except for Tang Yu, everyone instinctively recoiled. Even Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen with confusion. He had never heard of a healer capable of such exaggerated attack power. Just as Tang Yu was about to inquire further, the charming disaster, who had previously mocked Lin Chen, suddenly pointed at him and exclaimed excitedly. Could he be a hidden class? At this revelation, all eyes widened in astonishment. A hidden class. Indeed, they had seen the silhouettes of various professions when selecting their classes, and they had also glimpsed 5 shadowy figures that could not be chosen. If their deductions were correct, Lin Chen was certainly not a mere healer. He must be a hidden class. Upon hearing this, even Tang Yu appeared to believe it, although the realm of the hunting gods closely resembled the modified game. Their understanding of classes was limited. They were only responsible for fixing bugs and refining the narrative, having primarily tested warrior classes and were entirely unfamiliar with the concept of hidden professions. As the crowd began to rationalize their thoughts, Lin Chen, disinterested in explanations, simply stated, "Let us continue." Chapter 9. Boss. The giant spider. As they ventured deeper, the 4 individuals at the rear gradually became accustomed to the situation. They frequently witnessed several spider monsters charging towards them, yet before they could react, Lin Chen's iron sword effortlessly cleaved them in 2, the blade glimmering, leaving them utterly lifeless, for a span of 5 or 6 minutes. They observed Lin Chen's relentless slaughter of monsters. How many has he slain? Approximately 40 or so, all with a single strike. Just killing monsters has elevated him to level 4. At what hidden class could he possibly be? It feels as though level 4 surpasses level 10. Is this truly so exhilarating? The term hidden class implies strength concealed from view. If we were to uncover it, could it still be deemed hidden? The 4 of them had since sheathed their weapons, trailing behind Lin Chen, occasionally reaching out to virtually roll the dice that appeared in their line of sight. This was the method for looting equipment. If a team member killed a monster that dropped items, all members could roll the dice to claim the loot. Lin Chen had dispatched 45 level 5 spider monsters, yielding 7 instances of equipment drops. Although the items were of mediocre quality, they far surpassed the level 1 starter gear they currently wore. "Oh dear, a green item drop," exclaimed one of the hunters excitedly. "A level 5 green ring." In the realm of the hunting gods, equipment quality is categorized into 7 tiers, differentiated by color, ranging from inferior to top tier: white, green, blue, pink, red, purple, and divine gear. Compared to the wilderness, the drop rates for corresponding level equipment from dungeon monsters were significantly higher, especially for colored items. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Chen, who led the group. He had single-handedly slain every monster, so this ring rightfully belonged to him. Everyone prepared to forego rolling for it. However, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You may roll. I forfeit." As he spoke, a faint notification echoed in everyone's minds. Programmer has forfeited the roll. The group paused for a moment, then quickly rolled their dice without hesitation. After the distribution, the knight emerged as the victor with the highest roll of 6, claiming the green ring. Haha, I shall not be polite. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his level 1 lucky ring onto the ground. Including Tang Yu, the others didn't even spare a glance at the lucky ring. Continuing onward, even Tang Yu, Lin Chen's junior, behaved similarly. Whenever a suitable ring appeared, he too would replace it, with a swift motion. Lin Chen retracted his iron sword, dispatching the final diminutive spider monster. At that moment, they arrived in a vast clearing, surrounded by jagged rocks. The cavern's depths revealed such a spacious area, the previous sense of suffocation gradually dissipating. However, the pervasive spider webs and egg sacs sent shivers down their spines. Looking up, everyone instinctively gasped. Above them hung a colossal spider, suspended in midair. Dungeon boss, giant spider. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. This novice dungeon boss was notoriously difficult to confront. In his previous life, their party had even lost 2 members to it. Had it not been for the tank in their group obtaining a shield while dispatching ordinary spiders, their survival rate would have plummeted even further. This marked his second encounter with this novice boss, and he glanced down at the rusted iron sword gripped tightly in his hand. Rusted iron sword. Attack power. 2. Durability. 16100. Every piece of equipment possesses durability. The wear on novice gear is accelerated, and it remains uncertain when the iron sword will become completely unusable. The giant spider dangled in the air, its 8 long legs resembling iron pillars supporting its massive form. Its body was encased in a thick shell that shimmered with light. Its eyes, akin to 2 rubies, glinted with a cunning and ruthless glimmer. Roar. The giant spider emitted a deafening roar, suddenly plummeting from above, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous noise, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The spider's 8 long legs stomped violently upon the ground, causing the entire clearing to quake. In the next moment, its body coiled tightly, springing forth towards Lin Chen and his companions with ferocious intent. What the? Are we engaging in battle right away? The crowd exclaimed in shock, and the knight, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward with his shield raised. This was no ordinary foe. It was the final dungeon boss, its attack and defense far superior to that of regular spiders. Should it strike Lin Chen, who was only level 4, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. Although his attack power was astonishing, his level 4 health and defense could not withstand such a blow. Dodge. The knight swiftly moved in front of Lin Chen, raising his shield as the knight's level 5 skill, Indomitable, activated once more. Soon, the spider collided with the knight's shield, the immense impact sending him flying backward. Ugh! The knight felt as if his entire body had been shattered. And at that moment, the health bar above his head began to fluctuate. Health. 300400. A single strike had depleted 100 health points from the most resilient knight, disregarding the block from armor and shield. He had activated a skill, which increased his dual resistances by 50% while in a state of unwavering determination. Although their resistances were currently quite low, a solid hit on a fragile class would be no trifling matter. Seeing this, Tang Yu urgently warned everyone to disperse. He took out the staff in his hand and walked directly to Lin Chen's side, preparing to confront the oncoming giant spider. However, in the next moment, as the sword light flickered, Lin Chen reached out to stop Tang Yu. Lingo? Tang Yu hesitated. Lin Chen turned his head, signaling him with his eyes not to intervene at that moment, while Tang Yu was momentarily distracted. The giant spider charged forward. Lin Chen exhaled deeply. He was unlike anyone else. He was a second cycle player, familiar with most of the internal rules and class mechanics of the hunting god's domain. He possessed the combat skills and experience of an 80-level warrior from his previous life, and even though he was currently a healer, he felt no fear in facing such a low-level boss. It was merely a spider. The spider's sharp forelegs lunged at him, and Lin Chen swiftly ducked, simultaneously thrusting his iron sword upward. Clang. 182. Chapter 10. Defeating the boss. Giant spider. Level 8. Health 800. Attack power 125. Skills. Spit silk can summon smaller spiders. Lin Chen's current attack power had accumulated to over 180 points, and the damage inflicted on the spider was substantial. Yet, despite this, the sensation made Lin Chen feel as though his strike had landed on an iron wall. The spider's raised leg came crashing down, but Lin Chen rolled sharply to the left. The immense force struck the ground, causing tremors. Lin Chen was within the attack radius and was naturally affected. 70. Even though Lin Chen had not been directly hit by the giant spider, he still lost 70 health points. If he were to take a direct hit, the consequences would be dire. However, Lin Chen had no time to dwell on this. He thrust his sword upward again. 256. A critical hit, but the damage did not reach its maximum potential. The giant spider recoiled several meters, its health bar dropping to half in mere moments. The combined damage of Lin Chen's 2 strikes amounting to over 400 health points, causing it to appear somewhat agitated. Just moments after encountering the player, it had transitioned into the second phase. Roar. The spider let out a deafening howl, sending shockwaves through the air. The surrounding spider eggs and cocoons shattered instantaneously, unleashing a swarm of smaller spiders that surged toward Lin Chen, mirroring the earlier assault. Observing this scene, Lin Chen glanced at his iron sword. Its durability had dwindled to merely 3 points. With a sigh, Lin Chen stowed the iron sword back into his backpack and retrieved the novice equipment, the novice staff. He crouched down, gripping the staff in reverse as if wielding a sword. The others behind him were momentarily taken aback by this staff. Is the captain really going to use the staff to strike the spider? One person asked, perplexed. It certainly looked that way. Just as everyone was left wondering what Lin Chen was planning, he sprang into action. There appeared to be over 20 spiders swarming around him. Lin Chen, wielding the novice staff, struck forcefully at the nearest spider. 184. The tremendous force instantly reduced that spider to ashes. Stepping back, another spider approached, ready to bite. But Lin Chen's second strike landed as expected. It was akin to hitting a golf ball. 360, a critical hit, and that spider vanished in an instant, with experience points 10 popping up above Lin Chen and his surrounding teammates. People were left dumbfounded. Lin Chen had truly wielded a staff meant for intelligence-based classes as if it were a blade, and just like before, with a single strike, the smaller spiders perished instantly. Is this person cheating? However, as time passed, Lin Chen was still subjected to numerous spider attacks. Unlike the iron sword, the staff was a two-handed weapon, compared to the rusty sword's attack speed of 1.0 per second. The staff only managed 0.7 per second. The longer attack intervals allowed the spiders to seize the opportunity to bite Lin Chen. 30, 28, 33. Seeing Lin Chen's health dwindling, the others prepared to step in for him. Yet, at that moment, a white light descended from above Lin Chen. 150. The healing hand of a level 4 healer instantly restored 150 of Lin Chen's health. The teammates behind him, ready to charge forward, were once again left stunned. What class is he exactly? Didn't you say he was a hidden class? That was definitely the healing hand. One person felt their CPU overheating. Not just him, everyone fell silent, especially Tang Yu, the mage, who was breathing heavily. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen would possess such extraordinary abilities. With his health restored, Lin Chen swung the staff once more, unleashing a wave of energy that kicked up a cloud of dust. Beneath it, 2 small spiders were struck dead by his blow. Experience 20. After a minute or so, all the smaller spiders summoned by the giant spider were eliminated by Lin Chen. However, he had not retrieved the rusty iron sword. Despite his luck value being at 5 points, he had failed to land a single critical hit. Lin Chen's attack power remained at 185 points. Yet, he felt somewhat fatigued. In the hunting goddess domain. At lower levels, due to the existence of stamina, novices could easily become exhausted. To replenish stamina. In addition to natural recovery, there was the option of consuming stamina potions. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his companions, Lin Chen took out a bottle of yellow potion from his backpack and drank it in one go. His stamina began to replenish at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Chen then cast the healing hand on himself once more. Aside from his mana being halved, both his health and stamina were now full. He was in peak condition. The giant spider ahead seemed to be enraged by Lin Chen's actions. Its speed and desire to attack heightened to unprecedented levels. It let out a more ferocious roar, and in the next moment, it lunged forward once again. However, this time, the giant spider's strength had escalated, and each attack felt increasingly pressuring to Lin Chen. Nonetheless, he did not falter. Using his exceptionally agile footwork, he dodged the giant spider's strikes time and again. When evasion proved impossible, Lin Chen would remain still, allowing the spider to attack. Thud, the spider's claw struck Lin Chen, and the damage shot up. 200. Currently, at level 4, Lin Chen had a total health capacity of 350 points, with the spider inflicting 200 damage in a single blow. Receiving another hit would undoubtedly mean his demise. However, the moment had come for Lin Chen to strike. He swung the staff with force, delivering a heavy blow to the spider's foreleg. Crack. Damage. 350, a significant critical hit. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He was not wielding the rusty iron sword, yet with merely 5 points of luck, he was able to deal a critical strike. The spider began to retreat rapidly, its health was critically low. And with Lin Chen's current attack power, another strike would surely seal its fate. However, Lin Chen pressed closely to it. Where do you think you're going? The spider's 8 eyes fixated on Lin Chen, only to realize that the staff in his hand had been replaced. The rusty iron sword was once again gripped tightly. The spider let out a roar and lunged toward Lin Chen. But he did not dodge. Hey, Captain, you're out of health. The others behind him shouted excitedly, with 2 warriors charging forward. swords drawn. Yet, only the hunter noticed Lin Chen's action. A life potion, indeed, at the critical moment. Lin Chen had consumed a low-grade life potion. His health was instantly restored. As the spider's claws descended, Lin Chen braced himself and absorbed the blow before retaliating with a strike. 360. Critical hit.at that moment. The rusted iron sword in Lin Chen's hand emitted a sharp cracking sound, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Durability. 0. The giant spider abruptly ceased its assault, its body convulsing as if it were enduring immense agony. Accompanied by a deafening shriek, the giant spider trembled even more violently, then swiftly shrank, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that vanished into the as the light dissipated. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. What is the current situation? Someone glanced around, uncertain of what to do next. However, it was not long before a peculiar glow illuminated the bodies of all present. Once, twice, thrice, a total of 3 flashes of light occurred, during which a series of system notifications echoed in their minds. All team members survived, gaining experience bonuses. Team score. S. Gaining experience bonuses. Completion time under 20 minutes, gaining experience bonuses. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The continuous notifications resonated in their minds, and afterward, all present except Lin Chen jumped from level 5 to level 8. This unexpected leap of 3 levels left everyone momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Lin Chen ascended to level 7, a natural progression given his prior disadvantage of 2 levels compared to the others. Soon, the once tranquil dungeon began to stir. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the group realized that a door had materialized in the previously dark cave. They stared at the shimmering white door in a state of astounded disbelief. This was the portal, their symbol of success. Accompanying the portal was a treasure chest that had suddenly emerged from the ground. A smirk crept across Lin Chen's face, the reward for defeating the boss. Chapter 11. Looting equipment. Lin Chen slowly approached the mysterious chest, and just before his fingers brushed its cold surface, he turned to cast an impassive glance at his teammates behind him. Understanding his unspoken message, the team members instantly raised their hands in agreement, demonstrating an unprecedented level of camaraderie. Captain, rest assured, whatever items emerge from the chest, I will automatically forfeit my points. I will not compete with you. Indeed, Captain, these are rightfully yours. I shall not contest. Same here. Lin Chen remained silent, turning back to the chest, and gently touched its icy exterior. At that moment, it seemed as if the chest had triggered some mechanism, exploding open with a dazzling light, causing an array of items to cascade to the ground like a gushing spring. Although the teammates had fervently vowed to relinquish their points, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the items tumbling forth from the chest. Wow, the hunter was the first to break the silence, his audible gulp echoing in the stillness. Following suit, other teammates began to exclaim in awe. Among the fallen items were not only a plethora of copper coins but also 3 pieces of equipment radiating a green glow. Green gear dropped. 3 pieces of green equipment, one of which was a weapon named the Wolf Fang dagger, its blade sharp and glimmering with icy brilliance, catching the eyes of the 2 warriors behind. Another piece was a tunic called the triangular armor, adorned with triangular metal plates, both aesthetically pleasing and sturdy, combining armor and magic resistance. The final piece was the copper gauntlets, crafted from red copper, durable and robust, enhancing strength and agility. These 3 pieces of equipment were all level 7 green gear, and since they were below level 10, there were no class restrictions, allowing nearly everyone present to utilize them. Of course, if one wielded a weapon not belonging to their class, they would be unable to employ the corresponding weapon skills. Lin Chen surveyed the equipment, remaining silent as he continued to wait. Soon, another item bounced out of the chest. A flash of blue light dazzled the crowd, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment. Blue gear, what excellent treasure has been unearthed. The crowd stepped forward. Lin Chen too regarded the equipment with keen interest. Blue belt, Azure Dragon's Bind effect, maximum health 10. Maximum stamina 10. Unlocks 3 additional backpack slots. Upon seeing this description, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. At present, he was not overly concerned with offensive capabilities, but his health was somewhat lacking. Naturally, if he could acquire equipment to remedy this shortcoming, he would not hesitate. After the blue light faded, several ordinary white items appeared on the ground, mostly mundane armor and weapons, which Lin Chen promptly ignored. Once the chest had dispensed all its contents, Lin Chen turned slowly, holding the blue gear aloft for all to see. I will take this blue belt. The rest is yours to distribute. Upon hearing this, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. astonished that they would receive green gear despite having done little. Consequently, the team members eagerly began to allocate the remaining equipment, while they divided the spoils. Lin Chen quietly opened his attribute panel. Nickname: Programmer. Level: 7. Health: 500500. 150. Mana: 120120. 30. Strength: 15. 3. Intelligence: 17. 3. Agility: 13. 3. Stamina: 35. 9. Luck: 5. Attack power: 185. 5. Spell attack: 42. Physical defense: 17. 6. Magical defense: 25. 9. Free attribute points: 10. Lin Chen equipped the belt from his inventory, and in the next moment, his health began to rise. 550500. 50. He then picked up a white tunic that had fallen to the ground. A level 6 white item, this armor piece, upon wearing, boosted his defense by an additional 10 points and magic resistance by 13. Compared to before, it was a slight improvement, though the low-level gear still felt insufficient, forcing Lin Chen to make do. Closing the attributes panel, he turned to find that the others were also busy enhancing their own gear, each experiencing varying degrees of improvement, their faces alight with joy. "Captain, what shall we do next?" inquired a warrior named Huishui Hong Yin with a grin. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Return to town. Oh right, return to town." Before the others could fully comprehend, they received a notification. "You have been removed from the team by the captain." For a moment, they paused, then smiles broke out as they stepped into the portal. "Captain, may we team up again in the future? Farewell, Captain." With that, everyone except Tang Yu exited in the vast dungeon. Only Lin Chen and Tang Yu remained. "Brother Lin," Tang Yu said, his confusion evident as he looked at Lin Chen. Up until now, he could not fathom how a healer could inflict such extraordinary damage. Even if all others joined forces, they might struggle to swiftly defeat the boss, yet Lin Chen had accomplished this single-handedly. Lin Chen regarded Tang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze once more. However, the younger man's eyes reflected only astonishment and confusion, devoid of any other emotion. After a few moments, Lin Chen finally spoke. "Xiao Tang, you should head out first. I will find you shortly." Tang Yu snapped back to reality, glancing at Lin Chen and nodding. "Brother, I will wait for you at the quest hall in the novice village." "Good." With that, Tang Yu stepped into the portal and promptly vanished. Once everyone had departed, Lin Chen slowly approached the spot where the giant spider had been slain, where a dark light flickered on the ground, swaying as if it were a plastic bag dancing in the wind. Yet, from the moment the battle concluded, no one besides Lin Chen had noticed this peculiar entity. Not even Tang Yu. Kneeling down, Lin Chen scrutinized the dark mass, when suddenly, a prompt appeared in his vision. "Would you like to awaken this soul?" Lin Chen was taken aback. He suddenly remembered he possessed a skill. In his skill panel, the level 60 awakened skill of the Undead Lord, Necromantic Resurrection, was now in effect. "The implication is that I can extract and preserve the souls of the monsters I have slain, transforming them into units akin to combat pets, correct?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen extended his hand towards the black orb. In the next instant, the orb suddenly expanded, revealing a silhouette that in less than 2 seconds. A colossal spider, entirely cloaked in darkness and surrounded by an eerie mist, materialized beside Lin Chen. Startled, Lin Chen gasped as he noticed detailed statistics hovering above the spider's head, indicating its health and attack power. Unit: Programmer's Summon. Health: 275. Attack power: 92. Ability: Summon spider minions. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The summon unit not only retained its previous skills, but also inherited 50% of his attributes. My goodness. If my attack power increases, will it grow stronger as well? Lin Chen mused aloud. Chapter 12. 20 rusty iron swords. Lin Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, the giant spider transformed into a wisp of black smoke that flowed into his body. The sensation was peculiar. Lin Chen could distinctly feel something penetrating his exterior, akin to a warm current. Meanwhile, atop the icon labeled Undead Resurrection in his skill bar, a 1 appeared, signifying the maximum number of souls he could summon simultaneously. At level 7, he could only summon 1 undead at a time. He wondered when he might be able to summon more. This was his first time utilizing this skill, causing Lin Chen to breathe a bit more rapidly. After all, this skill was the awakened ability of the hidden class, Necromancer, post-second transition, which typically required at least level 60 to acquire. Yet here he was, barely reaching level 7, already gaining such power. As his level increased and his strength grew, the terrifying potential of this ability would undoubtedly manifest. Before he could fully express his astonishment, A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System notification. Ding. You have reached level 5. It is recommended that you proceed to a new task location. Task description. Enter the dungeon. Note, it is advisable to form a team with a balanced class composition. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, and the system voice faded from his mind. Every player in the realm of the Hunter God received such a message upon reaching level 5. Otherwise, the entrance to the Spider Cave dungeon wouldn't be so crowded. However, Lin Chen had arrived here at level 3 and completed the dungeon, catching the system off guard. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he glanced up at the portal formed by the white light, which now displayed a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Should they fail to exit the portal before the countdown concluded, the system would automatically eject them. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen stepped into the portal without hesitation. 2 seconds later, his vision gradually cleared. He found himself once again at the entrance of the cave, where throngs of people had gathered, far more than before, with at least 4,000 individuals present. The open space in front of the cave was so congested that movement was nearly impossible. As Lin Chen emerged from the portal, the previously raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush. Many instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. The expressions of admiration on the faces of those gathered at the dungeon's entrance were evident. Their hesitation to enter stemmed from fear. No one knew what awaited within the dungeon or whether they might meet their demise, thus they waited. These thousands were anticipating the arrival of a team that had safely emerged from the dungeon. Lin Chen's team was precisely what they awaited. Everyone from his party had returned, not a single soul missing. Wonderful. It only took a little over 20 minutes. This dungeon doesn't seem overly perilous. Everyone, let's start forming teams. Strong DPS needed. Level 4 and above. Healers and tanks welcome. Level 5 DPS looking to group up. A party with healers and tanks, come join for damage output. In an instant, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement once more. Akin to a bustling marketplace as teams called out invitations and accepted requests, flashing back and forth at the cave's entrance. Navigating through the crowd, Lin Chen remained silent, expressionless, as he made his way towards the inner village. At that moment, a healer suddenly called out to him softly. "Excuse me, sir." Lin Chen paused slightly, turning to regard the young woman, who cradled a staff in her hands. A level 5 healer, colloquially referred to as a healer. Is the dungeon truly safe? The girl appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, her youthful innocence evident as she had already joined a party of just 4 members, and their leader was shouting with fervor. "We have healers. Join us." Lin Chen assessed the composition of the girl's party. Aside from her as the healer, the leader was a hunter, while the remaining 2 were an assassin and a beastmaster. Returning his gaze to the girl, Lin Chen shook his head. "I advise you to find a party with a more balanced composition. You're all quite fragile. You'll surely meet your end in there." With that, Lin Chen departed, leaving the girl standing in a daze. She wished to ask more, but when she regained her senses, Lin Chen had already vanished from sight. Subsequently, Lin Chen made his way back into the safety of the novice village, where the system notification chimed in his mind. "You have entered a safe zone." Rather than seeking out Tang Yu immediately, Lin Chen headed directly to the NPC blacksmith. The blacksmith paused momentarily, raising his hammer as he regarded Lin Chen with a raised eyebrow. "Ah, a familiar face. Dear chosen one, have you come to purchase something, or do you require assistance in repairing your equipment's durability?" Lin Chen cut to the chase. "I need 20 rusty iron swords." After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "No, make it 20. The blacksmith blinked in disbelief. 20 rusty iron swords? Yes, you can't be serious?" Lin Chen stared intently at the blacksmith, remaining silent. After a moment of hesitation, the blacksmith rummaged through his storeroom and emerged with a bundle of rust-covered blades. Placing them all on the table, "Here you go, 20 rusty iron swords, exactly as you requested. Please verify, customer." The blacksmith clapped his hands, sending rust particles flying. Without further ado, Lin Chen opened his backpack and collected the swords, nearly filling it to capacity. Simultaneously, the copper coins he had obtained from the dungeon were almost entirely depleted. The blacksmith smiled. "Do come again." Lin Chen did not leave just yet. "I wish to sell some items." The blacksmith's interest peaked. "Oh, what treasures do you have? Show me." Lin Chen did not hesitate, presenting all the unusable equipment he had collected in the cave. 5 pieces of white-level gear. Level 5. They're hardly worth much. How about 1 silver coin? The blacksmith pondered for a moment before replying. Agreed. Lin Chen was disinclined to haggle with NPCs, promptly responding, "All right then." With a clap of his hands, the blacksmith made the gear vanish. While Lin Chen's account balance reflected the change, 0 gold, 1 silver, and 5 copper in the realm of the hunter god. 1 copper coin equated to 1 monetary unit, with 100 copper coins equaling 1 silver coin. And similarly, 100 silver coins equating to 1 gold coin. Thus, 1 gold coin was comparable to 10,000 units. Having completed these transactions, Lin Chen finally exited the blacksmith shop. "Do come again?" echoed the blacksmith's voice behind him. Lin Chen strode directly to the task hall of the novice village, where he found his junior, Tang Yu, already waiting. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Tang Yu rushed over. "Brother." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The two surveyed the nearly empty hall. As only those who had completed the Spider Cave dungeon received the prompt to enter this task hall. Here, they would accept new quests to level up to 10. Only upon reaching level 10 could players leave the novice village. Tang Yu glanced at the NPCs within the hall. "Brother, let us take on some quests. I remember the next ones are mostly about gathering items. It will be much quicker if we team up." However, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and said, "I possess a swifter method to ascend to level 10. Tang Yu was taken aback. "What method?" "Let us clear the dungeon again," Lin Chen replied. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Newbie Village No. 89757, at the exit of the Spider Cave dungeon, beams of light flickered continuously as members of a team emerged one after another from the teleportation portal. The crowd gathered at the cave entrance gradually parted to make way, all present covering their mouths in astonishment at the sight of this battered group. The 6-member team was impeccably configured, a knight serving as the tank, a warrior as the physical damage dealer, a mage for magical output, a beast master providing support, and 2 healers. Yet, despite their intact numbers, each member bore wounds to varying degrees, their health bars showing signs of damage. Notably, the knight had lost a resurrection coin. At the rear of the team, a woman covered in dust was assisting a warrior as they stepped through the portal. "Yuding, I'm almost all right. You needn't worry too much," the warrior gasped, his injuries severe and health nearly depleted. The woman, a healer, wore a complex expression at that moment. "Tiango, I am increasingly suspicious that this peculiar world is indeed the game known as Hunting God's domain. Do you remember when I told you that Lin Chen is a programmer?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, the warrior's eyebrows raised slightly, seemingly invigorated. "You mean that guy who works overtime all day and doesn't he even realize he has a patch of grass above his head?" He scoffed, adding with a smirk, "Too bad he still doesn't he know that his fiancée is with me now." The woman beside him shot him an exasperated glare, and then said solemnly, "Tiango, if this world is indeed Hunting God's domain, we must find Lin Chen quickly. He is the bug fixer of that game, and must understand its rules." "That you're right. But what will you do once we find him?" "Don't worry, Tiango. Lin Chen is quite compliant with my requests. As long as we locate him, leveraging his knowledge of the game, we will surely ascend swiftly. When the time is right, we can simply kick him aside." "My Yuding is truly ruthless," the warrior said, intentionally pinching the woman's backside. She playfully scolded, "You scoundrel, do you like it?" "I like it immensely." Chapter 13. Hard Mode Dungeon Again. Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen, puzzled. "Yes, let's go again," Lin Chen said as he stepped outside. Tang Yu hurried after him, but the newbie dungeon is different from others. Once completed, you cannot read-enter. It's designed for players to familiarize themselves with the dungeon, not to be entered a second time. Lin Chen did not argue, he merely smiled. "Just follow me." Soon, the two arrived once more at the entrance of the Spider Cave. However, this time, the crowd had thinned significantly. Out of thousands, only a few hundred remained gathered at the entrance, as various teams had already ventured inside. Lin Chen glanced at his quest log. The level 5 quest for entering the dungeon was still active, indicating that he could indeed proceed. This effectively meant Lin Chen had discovered a new bug within the game. All players entering the dungeon were at level 5, as they had been informed by the system upon reaching that level. Except for Lin Chen and Tang Yu, who were already aware of the cave's location, no one else would have arrived prematurely. But Lin Chen was different, even at level 3. His attack power had accumulated to the point where he could eliminate ordinary monsters in a single blow, rendering his level a trivial matter. This led to Lin Chen having effectively cleared the dungeon without accepting the quest, allowing him to enter a second time once the quest appeared. He was eager to see what distinct differences this so-called second playthrough would present. Lin Chen stepped to the center of the crowd and raised his hand once more to "Is there anyone willing to enter the dungeon with me? No class restrictions, feel free to join." Unlike the first time, as people turned to look at Lin Chen, numerous players immediately sent requests to join. They had noticed Lin Chen and Tang Yu's levels, level 7 and level 8. Everyone present was at level 5. How could these two possess such high levels? They were unaware that Lin Chen and his companion had previously cleared the dungeon and thus were oblivious to the reason behind their elevated levels. However, upon Lin Chen's invitation, several players began to approach. "Hello," a soft voice, barely audible, reached them. Lin Chen and Tang Yu turned to see a young girl looking somewhat shyly at them. "May I join?" This girl was the healer who had previously inquired about the dangers within the dungeon. Her team was composed entirely of fragile characters, and had it not been for Lin Chen, she would have been doomed to join them. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, he then sent her a party invitation. "Qing Si Qing Shui has accepted your party invitation." After another half-minute, the remaining 3 members also joined the party. The 6-member team comprised solely healers. Aside from Tang Yu, "Goodness, I've stumbled into a healer's den," Tang Yu exclaimed, face-palming. Lin Chen approached the cave entrance, took a deep breath, and once more reached out to touch the swirling black portal. Instantly, a peculiar ripple spread before him, enveloping all 6 members of the party. A resounding chime echoed, causing everyone to instinctively take a step back, yet they soon realized that no matter how they tried to retreat, their bodies were immovable, as if they were trapped in a quagmire, completely isolated from the outside world. "What's happening?" all members of the team whispered in panic. Only Lin Chen's eyes widened. This scene was all too familiar to him. Such a ritualistic-like occurrence could only happen under one circumstance, that moment. A prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "You have cleared the dungeon. Would you like to activate hard mode?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils dilated in an instant, just as he had suspected. Even in a newbie dungeon, even one that could only be entered once, it was indeed possible to activate hard mode and enter again in this manner. Lin Chen's breath quickened. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes. "You have activated hard mode. Entering the dungeon now." In the next instant, the figures of the 6 vanished from sight. As they opened their eyes again, the 6 found themselves deep within a cave, dim light filtering from an unknown source, illuminating a sinister and mysterious space. The sound of skittering filled the air, sending chills down their spines. "Captain," the girl called out softly. In response, a fireball materialized. Bang! As the only mage in the group, casting a fireball was the most fundamental ability. At that moment, Tang Yu controlled the flames, illuminating the surroundings entirely. The cave's ceiling and walls were adorned with bizarre stalactites and stalagmites, glistening with a deep luster in the firelight. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, oppressive to the senses. Yet, Tang Yu's brow furrowed, because this place was utterly different from the previous spider cave. "Lin Gu, is this a newbie dungeon? Why does it feel so off?" Tang Yu was oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen had entered a hard mode dungeon. He only sensed something was amiss. Lin Chen retrieved a rusty iron sword from his inventory, nodding in response to Tang Yu's question before turning to the 4 girls behind him, signaling for them to remain still. "You 4 stay here and do not move if you wish to avoid death. Do not wander off," Lin Chen said sternly. The already tense girls trembled at his words. Nodding vigorously, without needing further elaboration from Lin Chen, they understood not to stray. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen added, "Do not spend any equipment points." "Understood, Captain," the 4 women spoke in unison. After completing their tasks, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Tang Yu before proceeding onward. The interior of the cave was adorned with an array of peculiar plants, each exhibiting a unique form. Some displayed vibrant colors while others remained dull and lifeless. These flora thrived despite the lack of sunlight, their roots delving deep into the soil, with twisted branches and leaves stretching out in search of space to expand. As they ventured deeper, they occasionally spotted glistening droplets of water clinging to the tips of leaves, only to be dislodged moments later by some unseen disturbance, splattering upon the ground. Enormous insect-like monstrosities roamed freely within the cave, some soaring through the air while others crawled along the ground, their massive and grotesque forms unmistakable. "Watch your head, bro," came Tang Yu's warning. Lin Chen instinctively looked up, the buzzing of insect wings filling the air as a menacing presence descended from above. Yet, rather than evade, Lin Chen thrust his rusted iron sword directly into the creature's body. 340. A critical hit, and the beast succumbed instantly. Even in the challenging mode of this dungeon, no ordinary creature could withstand Lin Chen's strike so easily. Tang Yu approached, holding a flickering flame in his hand, while Lin Chen gazed down at the lifeless body at his feet. What on earth is this? The creature possessed a human torso, yet its lower half resembled that of a spider, while its upper body bore resemblance to a centipede, and its face was marred by 8 eyes weeping dark green blood. Above the corpse, Its name ominously materialized. Cursed Spider. Level: 10. Health, 260. Attack power, 100. Upon seeing this information, both Lin Chen and Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Goodness, in a regular dungeon, the final boss, a giant spider, has a health pool of 800, but only boasts an attack power of 120. Yet here, a mere minion possesses 100 attack power? Truly, this is a difficult dungeon. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Now this is more like it. Suddenly, amidst Tang Yu's exclamation of surprise, a cloud of black smoke enveloped Lin Chen. And a massive spider materialized beside him. Special skill, Necromantic Resurrection activated. Chapter 14, Spider Queen Bro. What is this ability of yours? Tang Yu exclaimed, moving around the undead spider while his pupils constricted in disbelief. Isn't this the boss from the regular dungeon? In Tang Yu's eyes, Lin Chen now appeared shrouded in mystery, cloaked in an impenetrable haze. As a healer, his ability to eliminate monsters in one strike was already astonishing. But now he had summoned a creature akin to a beastmaster's pet, leaving Tang Yu utterly astounded. Lin Chen opened his mouth, intending to explain, but the words faltered on his lips. He decided against saying anything. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than excessive explanation. Noticing Lin Chen's reticence, though Tang Yu was intrigued, he refrained from pressing further, instead offering continuous admiration and poking the undead spider with his finger. Wow, it's cold. Tang Yu exclaimed with excitement. Let us go. Lin Chen waved his hand. And the next moment, the undead spider followed closely behind him, a mist swirling around its massive black form. Wow, that is so cool. Tang Yu continued to marvel. As the undead spider trailed Lin Chen, the pair advanced cautiously, with Tang Yu illuminating their path with fireball spells. After only a few steps, a cursed spider, entirely purple, lunged from the shadows. It emitted a bizarre, piercing scream as it charged, but before it could reach Lin Chen, the undead spider raised its sharp claws and struck the cursed spider. 90. The size of the undead minion dwarfed that of its opponent. Its attack causing the cursed spider to stagger. At that moment, Lin Chen stealthily approached from behind, thrusting his rusted sword forward with no embellishment. 370. Critical hit. Attack power 1. The duo executed their attacks with seamless coordination. Whenever a cursed spider appeared, Lin Chen and the undead spider would work together, allowing the undead spider to inflict initial damage before Lin Chen delivered the finishing blow, ensuring they wouldn't fail to slay their foes. Thus, they gradually made their way deeper into the dungeon. The scenery within this challenging dungeon was even grander than that of the ordinary ones. With more branching paths as time passed, they arrived at a fork in the cave. Bro, we still have plenty of time. Let us pick a path at random. If luck is on our side, we might encounter the boss directly, Tang Yu suggested. However, Lin Chen chuckled, that would be far too dull. I intend to eliminate every monster in this dungeon, leaving not a single one behind. With that, Lin Chen boldly entered the left passage, leaving not a single one behind. Tang Yu clearly didn't grasp Lin Chen's intent. Yet at that moment, Lin Chen had already ventured ahead, prompting Tang Yu to hastily follow. 376, 380, 420, 444. After a while, Lin Chen had eradicated all the monsters within the other two passages. Now he and Tang Yu returned to the fork. The chambers on either side had been thoroughly cleared by Lin Chen, and even without any weapons, his attack power using the rusted sword had risen to 222 points. Moreover, throughout the encounters, he had acquired several pieces of equipment. Though still wielding the rusted sword, he and Tang Yu were now fully equipped. Helmet, level 7, white, cloth cap gauntlets, level 6, white, coarse cloth gauntlets. Upper body, level 7, green, cotton silk robe. Lower body, level 7, green. Leather satin leggings. Belt, level 5, blue, rune belt. Boots, level 7, green, swift cloth boots. Accessory, level 1, white, lucky ring. Amulet, level 5, white, fortune amulet. Weapon, level 1, rusted iron sword. Lin Chen's equipment was a haphazard assortment, yet compared to others of the same level, it could be deemed lavish. He glanced at his primary attributes. His attack power had reached 222 points, and with the aid of his other equipment, his health stood at a remarkable 600 points. His armor and magic resistance were 30 and 35, respectively. Such statistics would seem fantastical to any other physical class. After all, a fellow level 7 warrior, equipped with level 7 gear, would likely have an attack power ranging from 80 to 100 at best. If they wielded a rusted sword like Lin Chen, Their attack power might only reach around 45. Lin Chen looked down at his summoned undead minion. As Lin Chen's stats increased, the spider's capabilities also grew incrementally. Now, the undead spider could deal 100 points of damage with a standard attack. With everything in place, Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the passage ahead. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a gust of wind rushed by, carrying with it the sharp tones of a woman's song, and the surroundings gradually brightened. The pair halted momentarily, their expressions betraying a hint of wariness. Looking up, they beheld a radiant scene within the cave. Light cascading from above to illuminate the entire space. As their vision adjusted, they spotted at the end of the cavern, atop a massive stone platform, a figure singing with abandon. This figure appeared to be a woman. Her long hair flowing in the breeze, her dress billowing as she sang with fervor, her voice vibrant and powerful, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. Yet, as Lin Chen's gaze descended, he was struck by revulsion. For the lower half of this woman's body was that of a spider, her abdomen adorned with 8 sharp legs. As if sensing Lin Chen and Tang Yu's presence, her soaring melody abruptly ceased. She scrutinized the two newcomers carefully before speaking. "Who are you?" "A monster that can speak." Tang Yu maintained a semblance of composure, but Lin Chen felt a surge of unease, with the memories of his past life still vivid. He was entirely certain that wild monsters, whether in the wilderness or dungeons, even various bosses, would never possess the ability to articulate human speech before reaching level 10, particularly within the confines of a novice village. Yet here, in this beginner dungeon, why was there a monster capable of conversing? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be related to his so-called status as a second-chance player? However, before he could utter a word, Tang Yu, standing behind, leaned forward and addressed the monstrous entity before them. "We have come to slay you." Upon hearing Tang Yu's declaration, the spider woman appeared momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, her massive arachnid form began to shift, her 8 limbs lifting her body with synchronized grace, as she slowly moved laterally across the platform, resembling a vigilant feline. Chapter 15, Confrontation with the Boss. The spider woman's voice bore an air of confusion. "Why do you wish to kill me?" Tang Yu paused, incredulous. What manner of dialogue was this? A dungeon boss questioning the players about her impending demise. He was about to respond, but was halted by Lin Chen's outstretched hand, words caught in his throat. Tang Yu reluctantly swallowed them back. Lin Chen, lifting his gaze to the creature, sensed an unusual aura emanating from her. This spider-bodied woman was evidently unlike many of the monsters he had previously encountered. She possessed a distinct way of thinking that no longer merely a mindless creature executing attack orders. She bore a semblance of humanity. Yet, Lin Chen felt a disconcerting dissonance. He struggled to articulate his feelings. The creature before him resembled a prisoner ensnared in this place, her manner of speech and the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes imbued with profound melancholy. Lin Chen spoke. "If we do not slay you, how shall we escape?" The spider woman seemed to ponder this, and after a few moments, she suddenly chuckled. "Then do not leave. How delightful it would be to remain here with me. I could even adorn you, making you appear more pleasing." With that, the spider woman's slender arms began to rise, her nails elongating into razor-sharp blades. At that moment, words appeared above her head. "Boss, curse Spider Queen. Health, 1500. Attack power, 300. Ability, curse aura. Immune to critical damage, immune to frost damage, fire damage taken 2. Chance to inflict curse damage upon attack." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Immune to critical damage. Did that mean his rusted iron sword would yield no critical hits? At this instant, the expression on the spider woman's face was peculiar. It appeared as a smile, yet her eyes were filled with a sorrowful essence that suggested she was weeping, a glaring contradiction. "After all this, must we still fight?" Tang Yu sighed in resignation. The spider woman's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, her colossal form materialized beside Lin Chen and Tang Yu, and she swung her arms with ferocious intent. The air crackled with energy, her claws slicing through the atmosphere. Lin Chen instinctively recoiled a step. Fortunately, he was unharmed, as his undead spider minion appeared before him, absorbing the brunt of the onslaught. The health of the undead minion plummeted by more than half. Such tremendous damage. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. The spider woman gazed at the newly summoned undead spider, letting out a wistful sigh. "Have you betrayed me as well?" In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen's rusted iron sword vanished, replaced by a level 7 green weapon, the sharp broadsword. This was the equipment he had recently acquired from defeating a monster. Though weapons below level 10 had no class restrictions, this particular weapon was evidently intended for warriors. It felt incongruous in the hands of Lin Chen, a healer, yet he could not afford to dwell on that. Sharp broadsword. Attack power 50. Chance to inflict bleeding status upon attack, coupled with his own attack power of 220. Lin Chen strike would yield a staggering 270 points. What a pity. Had I been able to land a critical hit, I would not have opted for this weapon, Lin Chen muttered. He then advanced, leaping over the undead spider, and thrust fiercely at the spider-woman's abdomen. 250. The damage fell short of expectation. Evidently, the spider-woman possessed some form of armor, and the bleeding effect from the sharp broadsword did not trigger. The sensation of his sword piercing was exceedingly strange, akin to stabbing into a quagmire. The spider-woman shrieked, retracting her hand, and swinging violently at Lin Chen. He swiftly evaded, unwilling to be struck by the spider-woman, whose every attack inflicted a curse buff, diminishing his own attack power. However, although Lin Chen managed to evade the first strike, he could not escape the rapid succession of her second assault. The spider-woman's speed was overwhelming, and he was forced to endure the blow. Swoosh! Lin Chen's health instantly decreased by 270 points. The spider-woman launched a third attack, cursing under his breath. Lin Chen hastily cast Healing Hand upon himself while simultaneously unleashing the healing spell. Light Talisman. A white talisman floated to the spider-woman's forehead, erupting with a burst of energy, causing the spider-woman's flailing limbs to momentarily pause. Little Tang, Lin Chen shouted, seizing the opportunity, ignite the flames. The spider-woman's status bar clearly indicated her immunity to critical and frost damage, yet she was vulnerable to fire. Before level 10, the mage had 2 fire-based spells. Tang Yu snapped back to reality, chanting an incantation, and a fireball was hurled forth. Boom! The fireball struck the spider-woman squarely in the face. 50. Despite her vulnerability to fire, Tang Yu could only inflict a paltry 50 points of damage. Why only 50 points? Tang Yu was bewildered, watching Lin Chen deal hundreds with each strike, while his spells barely scratched the surface. Brother, I have a level 5 spell ready to go. It takes 5 seconds to cast. Cover me for that duration, Tang Yu shouted from behind. However, Lin Chen no longer needed assistance. The previous fireball had forced the spider-woman to retreat, and flames began to flicker on her form, dealing ongoing damage. 5, 5, 5. Though the damage was minimal, the spider-woman emitted a piercing wail. Why? Why must you treat me this way? The spider-woman howled, thrashing wildly in place. Seizing this chance, Lin Chen swiftly consumed a basic health potion and advanced once more. Accompanying him was his loyal undead minion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a mere 5 seconds, Lin Chen and the undead spider combined dealt over 1,000 points of damage. The spider-woman's health was now critically low, and the flames enveloping her finally extinguished. Get away! The spider-woman frantically swung her 8 sharp limbs, rapidly retreating until she clung to the ceiling of the cavern, hanging upside down. It appeared she was attempting to recover health. However, the bleeding effect from the sharp broadsword was still in effect, and with each moment she regained health, the bleeding continued to sap her strength. Simultaneously, a swarm of tiny spiders emerged from all directions. Upon seeing these minuscule creatures, Lin Chen's eyes lit up with glee. I've been waiting for you. With that, he switched back to the rusted iron sword, which reappeared in his hand. 520, 272, 522, 520, 524. A flurry of critical strikes rained down upon the approaching small spiders. Their attacks were not particularly fierce. They seemed merely a distraction to aid the spider-woman in recovering health. As long as the spider-woman remained below full health, these tiny spiders appeared endless. Brother, my spell is ready. I will incinerate these little spiders, Tang Yu shouted. But Lin Chen abruptly turned. Do you dare? His sharp rebuke interrupted Tang Yu's spellcasting. One touches my small spiders. Tang Yu allowed the diminutive spiders to land upon him. Yet the damage inflicted by them paled in comparison to the healing provided by Lin Chen's restorative hand. A full 3 minutes passed, during which Lin Chen dispatched over 60 of the little arachnids with a rusty iron sword. In the process, one of his swords even shattered from exhaustion. Among 60 strikes, he triggered 45 critical hits, elevating his attack power to 265. Upon switching to a sharp broadsword, his attack power surged to 315. At that moment, the Spider Queen descended from above. Her health had not fully replenished. Due to a bleeding effect, she had only regained 2/3 of her vitality. It would take but a few strikes to finish her off. Chapter 16. Farming little spiders. However, Lin Chen did not rush to eliminate the boss. Observing the multitude of spider carcasses strewn about his feet, he harbored alternative intentions. Just then, the Spider Queen launched another attack. Lin Chen employed the same tactics and, after exchanging blows with her several times, soon reduced her health to a mere sliver. With a piercing scream, the Spider Queen unleashed a sonic wave that rippled outward, pushing Lin Chen back as she swiftly retreated. Her 8 legs scuttled rapidly, allowing her to ascend to the far-off stone platform above, where she clung to the ceiling, beginning her second health regeneration. 30.30.30. Witnessing this development, not only Lin Chen but also Tang Yu behind him exhibited signs of agitation. He immediately called out, "Brother, this is bad. She is healing again. Let me take her down." Flames flickered as Tang Yu completed his spell for Fireball, poised to launch it. Yet, to his bewilderment, Lin Chen once more raised a hand to halt him. "No, no, no. Hold on. Wait for my signal." As soon as Lin Chen uttered these words, a swarm of little spiders emerged from unknown corners, rushing forth to prevent Lin Chen and his companion from disrupting the Spider Queen's recovery. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Concealing his sharp broadsword, he drew forth the rusty iron sword once more. One small spider lunged at him first. Without hesitation, Lin Chen delivered a swift strike. 702, 700, 353. With unrelenting enthusiasm, Lin Chen swung the rusty iron sword, his body enveloped in the continuous effect of the healing spell, ensuring that the persistent damage from the spiders posed no threat. Each of his strikes resulted in the immediate demise of the spiders clinging to him. Attack power 1. Attack power 1. Attack power 1. 10 minutes later, another wave of spider monsters surged forth, each wave comprising between 60 to 70 creatures. Though small in size, they swarmed densely, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds that could send shivers down one's spine. Yet, to Lin Chen, they appeared as exquisite buds ready to bloom, their sounds reminiscent of cheerful silver bells. In a similar fashion, Lin Chen repeated this process 3 times. Each time he brought the boss Spider Queen to the brink of death. She would retreat to the ceiling to recover, during which she summoned a multitude of little spiders to harass the players and facilitate her healing. This was precisely the scenario Lin Chen awaited. One by one, the little spiders fell beneath the strikes of Lin Chen's rusty iron sword. He had already shattered 3 swords, and the durability of the one he wielded was now nearly depleted. His attack power had accumulated to 370 points. 720. A critical hit landed, and Lin Chen noted that his attack power no longer increased. Lin Chen opened his status page, only to discover that he had leveled up to level 8 solely from slaying the little spiders. As they were summoned creatures, their level was only 5, preventing Lin Chen from gaining further attack power enhancements through defeating creatures of level 3 or below. Nevertheless, it sufficed. His attack power had risen from 270 to 370. An increase of 100 points, which filled Lin Chen with satisfaction. As the last little spider fell to his blade, Lin Chen finally turned to Tang Yu and called, "Xiao Tang." Tang Yu, who had been rendered somewhat idle by Lin Chen's peculiar actions, had missed several opportunities to use Fireball while the Spider Queen clung to the ceiling for healing, all of which Lin Chen had declined. Had it not been for Lin Chen's insistence on exterminating these small monsters, they could have completed the dungeon 10 minutes prior. What's up? Tang Yu wiped drool from the corner of his mouth and quickly responded. Lin Chen pointed at the Spider Queen hanging from the ceiling and said, "Now you can bring her down." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu finally perked up. He had awaited this moment for 10 long minutes. All right. With that, a sphere of fire gathered in his hands. After a brief aim, he hurled the fireball towards the Spider Queen. The boss's health had barely recovered to 1/3 when it struck her, causing her to plummet from the ceiling. "No!" The Spider Queen screeched, charging at Lin Chen and Tang Yu with frenzied intent to tear them apart. However, Lin Chen switched from the iron sword to the sharp broadsword. Attack power. For 20. Before the Spider Queen could reach him, Lin Chen surged forward. With a swift motion, the broadsword gleamed as it struck the Spider Queen's form. 412. Though it was not a critical hit, the 412 points of damage eradicated her health. The momentum of her charge abruptly halted. She attempted to pounce but could not advance an inch. Her body grew increasingly rigid, and a sound emerged from her throat, a low murmur that straddled the line between agony and release. Gurgling, a strange black ichor spilled from the Spider Queen's mouth, and her massive form slumped lifelessly to the ground, her human upper body exuding thick, gray-black mists. Amidst the fog, the boss retracted her claws. "Thank you." Lin Chen seemed to hear the Spider Queen's voice, echoing through the mist. Glancing around, Lin Chen noticed the dense fog obscured much of his vision, isolating Tang Yu, who stood beside him. In that moment, Lin Chen faced the Spider Queen, as if they were long-lost friends reunited after years apart. that you're thanking me. Lin Chen was taken aback, even at level 80 in his previous life. Having nearly reached the top 1,000 on the leaderboard before his demise, he had never encountered such a situation. It felt as though he were confronting not just a dungeon boss, but a living person. A woman. Yet, at that moment, the black mist enveloping the Spider Queen thickened, her form dissipating rapidly. Sensing her time was short, she urgently addressed Lin Chen. It's futile, chosen one, and no matter how hard you strive, the world will ultimately face destruction. No one can prevent it. Give up. Lin Chen was left in a daze, yearning to inquire further, but the Spider Queen's form had become translucent, resembling mere wisps of vapor. With the wind blowing through the cavern from an unknown source, she gradually faded away. Thank you, chosen one, echoed the Spider Queen's final whisper in his ear. Chapter 17. Powdered Armor. Moonlit bow. As the mist gradually dissipated, Lin Chen finally heard Tang Yu's voice beside him. Brother? What's wrong? The voice grew clearer and louder, bringing Lin Chen back to the present, where he found Tang Yu gazing at him anxiously. Brother, what happened? After the boss died, you just stood there motionless. I thought something was wrong. Tang Yu exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Lin Chen looked down at the spot where the Spider Queen's body had vanished, where a shadowy black form swayed slowly. Soon, a line of small text appeared above the shadow. Would you like to awaken this soul? Skill. Undead Resurrection. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, and he immediately selected yes. However, unlike previous instances of storing the undead, nothing transpired upon his selection. Instead, 2 seconds later, a new line of text appeared before him. Sorry, you cannot awaken or store a cursed soul. Lin Chen paused. What did that mean? He could not awaken a cursed soul. What manner of expression is this? What is this cursed soul? Even if given the chance to relive his life, Lin Chen had never encountered such bizarre terminology. Could it possibly be related to his so-called status as a second-round player? He repeated cursed soul several times in his mind, yet remained utterly perplexed, just as Lin Chen began to feel vexed. A beam of light suddenly descended from above, and in the instant the light dissipated, an enormous treasure chest materialized before Lin Chen and Tang Yu. The rewards for clearing the level were now being dispensed. The chest, entirely black and of colossal proportions, was at least twice the size of the ordinary treasure chests encountered previously in the standard dungeons. As he approached, Lin Chen could even sense a peculiar heaviness emanating from it. Brother, it's the treasure chest, Tang Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together, though he refrained from rushing forward, understanding that Lin Chen was the key to clearing the dungeon and waiting for him to make the first move. Lin Chen, still preoccupied with the notion of a cursed soul, snapped back to reality at Tang Yu's reminder. Upon reaching the chest, he hesitated momentarily before cautiously placing his hand upon its black surface. In the next instant, the chest erupted open, releasing a multitude of radiant lights from within. The sound of chimes rang out, 7 or 8 distinct, crisp notes resonating, causing Lin Chen and Tang Yu's pupils to dilate in surprise. 2 beams of green light, 4 beams of blue light, and 2 beams of pink light. Wow! Tang Yu nearly shrieked. Brother, it's pink gear. We struck gold. His exhilaration was entirely justified. After all, in the realm of the hunter gods, acquiring pink gear typically required one to leave the novice village, and even then, it was rare for common monsters and bosses to drop such items. Pink gear was far more luxurious in both stats and attributes compared to blue and green equipment. As a game tester prior to the game's launch, Tang Yu had a solid understanding of such drop rates. Lin Chen initially overlooked the 2 green items, instead focusing on the blue gear. Among the 4 blue items, 2 were level 10 defensive pieces, while the other 2 were level 10 weapons. The defensive gear included a pair of pants called Azure Silk Pants and a pair of boots named Gale Boots. The weapons were a warrior's red ribbon blade and a mage's spirit staff. After a brief inspection, Lin Chen tossed all the blue items, including the blade and staff, to Tang Yu before turning his gaze to the pink gear on the ground. There were 2 pink items, a top and a weapon. The top, named for Spirit's Armor, granted an additional 300 health points, along with 50 armor and 40 magic resistance, with only a meager dual defense of a little over 10 points. This item would significantly enhance Lin Chen's defenses. Brother, the pink gear is all yours. I don't want it, Tang Yu stated, having swiftly donned the blue gear, despite his evident interest in the pink items. He would not lay claim to Lin Chen's hard-earned spoils. Lin Chen nodded, then shifted his focus to the other pink item. The other was a level 10 pink weapon, the Moonshadow Bow. Moonshadow Bow equipment type, bow two-handed. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, none. Physical attack power, 150. Fire attribute attack damage, 5. Additional ability, 15 chance to blind the target upon hit, rendering them unable to attack while blinded. Upon seeing these two pieces of equipment, Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment and promptly tapped the small die in front of the two pink items. Programmer's roll. For Programmer's roll, 2. Upon witnessing Lin Chen roll, the other members of the team quickly forfeited their chances. Within 2 seconds, Lin Chen secured the 4 spirits armor and Moonshadow Bow. Brother, what about the others? Tang Yu inquired tentatively. I have no need for the others. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Understood, Tang Yu exclaimed softly. However, as time progressed, the chest continued to spew forth rewards in an unceasing stream, the sheer volume catching Lin Chen off guard. A plethora of copper coins, white gear, and the occasional green and blue items fell continuously, each producing a crisp sound upon landing. Simultaneously, a series of system notification chimes echoed in Lin Chen's mind. You have cleared the hidden dungeon and received an experience bonus. Your entire team has survived. Earning an experience bonus. You are the first player to clear the hidden dungeon, achieving the title Well Hidden indeed. The achievement reward will be delivered to your inventory upon exiting the dungeon. Detected that you are a second-round player. Special rewards have been unlocked for you, which will be delivered to your inventory upon exiting the dungeon. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The system notifications rang out in rapid succession, and Lin Chen had yet to fully process the information when he, alongside Tang Yu and the other 4 healers in the team, suddenly found himself at level 10. However, Lin Chen was more intrigued by the mention of special rewards than his newfound level. Aside from the achievement reward, what could this so-called special reward for second-round players possibly entail? Attribute panel level 10. Health. Wearing 4 spirits armor 1300 mana. 25250. Strength 17 3. Intelligence 23. Agility 16 3. Stamina 44 9. Luck 5. Attack power. Holding rusty iron sword 370 185. Holding Moonshadow Bow 520. Spell attack 60. Physical defense. Wearing 4 spirits armor 73 50. Magic defense 74 40. Free attribute points 20. Chapter 18. Attribute conversion potion. As Lin Chen stepped out of the dungeon, his mind erupted with activity. Yes, a cacophony of notification sounds surged simultaneously within his consciousness, despite having experienced this once before. Lin Chen instinctively covered his head. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. You may now proceed to the Novice Village Task Hall to accept the quest to leave the Novice Village. You have activated the store. You may now open the store to purchase items. You have activated the equipment forging function. You may now forge equipment in the main city. You have activated the World Channel function. You may now spend currency to speak in the World Channel. You have activated the Friend Edition function. You have activated the State Switching function. After entering the neutral zone, you may switch your state, but beware, you may be attacked by other players. You have unlocked the trading post. You may buy and sell items at any time within the trading post. You have opened the ladder leaderboard. You have activated the guild function. You may now establish or join a guild. The system notifications played like a relentless barrage, with each message barely finishing before the next arrived. Lin Chen stood rooted in place for a full 2 minutes before the cacophony began to fade. However, he still felt a buzzing in his mind that it was not just him. Tang Yu behind him was similarly affected. They both shook their heads, only to discover a throng of people surrounding them, all gazing at them with a mix of awe and trepidation. The glowing level 10 above Lin Chen's head was exceedingly conspicuous, while the crowd gathered at the cave entrance consisted entirely of level 5 players, most of whom had yet to enter the dungeon and had never before encountered a level 10 player. Why is he level 10? Murmured one onlooker. Not just him. Look at that mage behind him. They seem to be level 10 as well. Those 4 healers behind him are also at level 9. But I just saw some players exiting the dungeon, and they were only level 8. What is going on? I have no idea. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Yet as Lin Chen and Tang Yu prepared to leave, the vast assembly parted to create a pathway. Lin Chen did not hasten his exit. Instead, he hurriedly opened his inventory. Upon seeing 2 gift-like items suddenly appear within, his breath quickened. One was an achievement reward, and the other a special reward. Setting aside the achievement reward, he had never heard of this so-called special reward for second-round players. However, before he could open the gift, Tang Yu approached from behind. Brother, should we accept the quest to leave the Novice Village? Lin Chen paused briefly before nodding. You go ahead. I'll rest for a moment. After speaking, Lin Chen patted Tang Yu on the shoulder and walked away into the distance. Tang Yu stood there in a daze, and in the next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. The captain has disbanded the team. Lin Chen squatted on a stone, surrounded by a tranquil hillside, where a group of level 0 monsters, the luminescent insects, resided nearby. Most of the people had already adapted to the current environment, having generally reached level 5. And there were hardly any individuals near the luminescent insects. Lin Chen opened his backpack and clicked on the achievement reward. This gift pack was a reward obtained for being the first to clear a hidden dungeon. In his past life, he had never accomplished such a feat, and thus had no idea what treasures lay within. After a brief moment of anticipation, the package vanished, replaced by 2 small vials. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was that all he received? Just 2 vials. Nevertheless, he scrutinized the 2 potions carefully. Bone Cleansing Liquid, non-tradable. 1. Bone Cleansing Liquid. Can reset 1's attribute points. Resetting potion? Lin Chen blinked in astonishment. It was indeed a resetting potion. This item could entirely reset the attribute points allocated across various attributes, returning them to new free attribute points. The higher the level, the greater the value of such an item. However, Lin Chen was currently only at level 10. And he still had a full 20 free attribute points left to allocate, so he had no immediate need for it. Attribute Transfer Potion, non-tradable. 1. Attribute Transfer Potion. Can transfer all attributes and bonuses from one piece of equipment to another of the same type without losing the original attributes of the equipment being enhanced. Provided the levels of the 2 pieces do not exceed a 10-level difference. Lin Chen suddenly sprang to his feet. He read the description of the Attribute Transfer Potion repeatedly, even softly reciting it twice. To transfer all attributes and bonuses from one piece of equipment to another of the same type. Lin Chen's breath quickened. Could it be that he could transfer the bug attribute of the rusty iron sword to another piece of equipment? For instance, the moon-chasing bow. Wait. Lin Chen quickly forced himself to calm down. The special attribute of the rusty iron sword was a bug that he had added himself and was in a hidden state. Even he could not see it. This was not a default attribute from the game. Could such a bug attribute even be transferred? Yet, according to the potion's description, it seemed he could indeed transfer the bug attribute from the rusty iron sword to the moon-chasing bow. Lin Chen paced back and forth, contemplating what would happen if it failed. However, he soon made up his mind. If it failed, it would merely waste a potion, and he had plenty of rusty iron swords in his backpack. If he succeeded, he could not only continue using the rusty iron sword to deal 50% critical damage, but the moon-chasing bow would also benefit. With that thought, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and immediately took out a rusty iron sword and the moon-chasing bow. He then opened the attribute transfer potion in the next moment. A unique glow enveloped both pieces of equipment in less than 2 seconds. A line of text appeared in his field of vision. Do you wish to transfer all attributes from the rusty iron sword to the moon-chasing bow? Lin Chen cautiously selected yes. Subsequently, both pieces of equipment began to levitate, and a brilliant light erupted, causing Lin Chen to shield his eyes with both hands. Ding. Sorry, operation failed. The rusty iron sword has no transferable attributes. You have lost 1 attribute transfer potion. The light faded, and both the rusty iron sword and the moon-chasing bow fell to the ground. Lin Chen stood there, stunned. What was that? He was lost in thought for half a minute. Failed? Was it a case of losing more than he gained? Lin Chen immediately exploded in curses. You. He held his forehead, wearing an expression akin to having ingested something indescribable. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen's gaze passed through his fingertips to the moon-chasing bow. However, he felt something was amiss because the last line of the bow's attributes seemed to have been obscured. Lin Chen picked up the moon-chasing bow and carefully scrutinized its description. Moon-chasing bow equipment type. Bow, 2-handed. Level requirement. Level 10. Class requirement. None. Physical attack power. 150. Fire attribute attack damage. 5. Additional ability. Has a 15 chance to blind the target upon hit, rendering them unable to attack while blinded. The last line of attributes seemed to have been blurred. Could it be that he had succeeded? Lin Chen stood up straight, caressing the moon-chasing bow in his hands. To verify his suspicion, he aimed at a luminescent insect moving back and forth in the distance. He pulled the bowstring. An energy arrow materialized on the bowstring. Whoosh! Lin Chen released his grip, and the arrow whistled through the air, striking the luminescent insect. 520 no critical hit. Currently, Lin Chen, without wielding any weapon, already had an attack power of 370. And the moon-chasing bow directly added 150 attack power, meaning even without a critical hit, he could deal over 500 damage with a single shot. Without hesitation, Lin Chen continued to draw the bow. Whoosh! 520 still no critical hit. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two more arrows flew forth, both dealing 520 points of damage. Lin Chen sighed. It seemed that the transfer had indeed not succeeded. He casually released another arrow. 1040. A line of blood-red numbers suddenly appeared above the luminescent insect's head. Lin Chen was taken aback. He doubted his own eyes and tried shooting again. 1040. Critical hit. Whoosh. 1040. If a single critical hit was merely a stroke of luck thanks to his 5 points of fortune, then what about 3 critical hits? Lin Chen swallowed hard. Damn, this is incredible. Then, Lin Chen glanced at the second gift pack in his backpack. Second round special reward. He instinctively clicked on it. Sorry, your level is insufficient. Please reach level 20. Chapter 19. Hunter got a few minutes later. Lin Chen found himself in the central area of the novice village, inside the quest hall. The spacious hall currently housed only Tang Yu, who stood idly, gazing around. The walls were adorned with intricate murals and runes, but they were obscure and indecipherable to Tang Yu. In the center of the hall stood an elderly man, who had a yellow question mark hovering above his head. The old man was the village chief of the novice village, and upon reaching a specific level, players would receive and submit quests to him. Upon completing the quests and leveling up to level 10, they could depart from the novice village and officially step into the realm of the hunter. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and a second person entered the hall. Tang Yu was momentarily startled, then turned to see Lin Chen approaching and hurriedly went to greet him. Bro, how have you been? Lin Chen replied, It's nothing much. What about you? Have you received a quest yet? Tang Yu glanced at the NPC and shook his head. Not yet. I am waiting for you to join me. With that, the two approached the old man. Upon noticing their approach, the village chief's face brightened with a smile. Greetings, esteemed chosen one. I have a commission for you. If you can assist me by gathering 30 portions of phoenix butterfly flower pollen from the back mountain, I will reward you handsomely, which will aid you in successfully leveling up to 10. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Chen and Tang Yu remained silent, staring at him. The atmosphere turned awkward. The old man blinked, and only then did he notice that both of them had already reached level 10. He took a step back in disbelief. According to the established rules of the Hunter God realm, the chosen ones appearing here should have just emerged from the Spider Cave dungeon, with a level of only 8. To reach level 10, they would need to accept 2 quests from him. 1 quest involved killing 30 monsters known as phoenix butterfly bees and collecting 30 portions of phoenix butterfly flower pollen from them. The other quest required helping the village chief find his lost dentures, which necessitated traversing the entire novice village and conversing with a total of 12 NPCs, ultimately leading to the discovery of the golden dentures in a certain stinky ditch based on hints. Both quests would take at least an hour to complete. Yet, how could these two have directly reached level 10? After a few seconds of hesitation, the question mark above the old man's head disappeared, replaced by an exclamation mark. The NPC's expression began to darken, and his tone grew grave. Since the esteemed chosen ones have reached level 10, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Please look at the wall behind me. As he spoke, the elderly man shifted his body on the wall behind him, adorned with murals. The peculiar patterns suddenly came to life, resembling a projection screen displaying grandiose scenes. This was not Lin Chen's first encounter with such a spectacle. However, in contrast to his previous life, he was now intently focused on the wall. He understood that the elder was narrating the tale of the hunting god's realm. In his past life, Lin Chen had dismissed the so-called game narrative, hardly paying attention to the unfolding storyline. Like others, upon entering the hunting gods, they had all considered their predicament as a bizarre dream. Many believed that by completing certain tasks or leaving the novice village, they would awaken and return to the real world. Yet they were mistaken. All were mistaken. The moment they stepped out of the novice village, the game known as the hunting gods had merely begun. After countless ages, the deities seemed weary of their creations and abandoned them. As the elder narrated, the images on the mural shifted in tandem with his words, a multitude of distinct silhouettes hovering high upon the wall, while beneath them knelt countless mortals and beings. However, with a sigh from the elder, the so-called deities suddenly unleashed their unending divine punishment. The gods descended in fury, and countless lives gradually vanished from the world. Plunging it into despair, the elder's tone grew increasingly grave, and as time passed, he finally looked at Lin Chen, speaking each word with solemnity. Thus, chosen one, please save this world beneath the wrath of the gods. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could only feel a sense of absurdity. Players, those referred to as chosen ones, were expected to survive and grow stronger in the hunting god's realm against such an exaggerated backdrop. As they leveled up, They would ultimately confront the deities. The gods spoken of by the elder would become their adversaries. At this moment, Lin Chen let out a sudden laugh. What nonsense, chosen ones. The narrative sounded so grand. Hunting gods. Upon closer examination, it was utterly thrilling. It was as if he could truly be the savior of the world in the hands of the deities, while the title of Chosen One left others speechless during their first encounter with such a storyline. However, Lin Chen, as a second-time player, knew it was merely a melodramatic plot devised by the game designers for the sake of narrative coherence. He cared not how the so-called game storyline would unfold. Nor did he wish to know what the deities he was to hunt were. He only understood that behind this game lay a far more terrifying crisis. Everything seemed orchestrated to confront some impending disaster. The training ground, the so-called Chosen Ones in the hunting gods realm were, in essence, the game designers' precaution against a crisis, strengthening and training these mere mortals who would otherwise be defenseless. Minutes later, as the narrative concluded, the village chief once again positioned himself before the wall. A brief atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the surroundings. Similarly, Tang Yu, having also witnessed the narrative, turned to Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Brother, what did that old man say? We are to save the world in the hands of what gods? At this point, Lin Chen had already settled into a corner, nodding in response. What's wrong? Have you, as a tester, forgotten the storyline? Tang Yu shook his head. I only remember some general aspects of the plot. But regardless, this is too absurd. What ability do we possess to combat these so-called deities? As he spoke, Tang Yu moved closer to Lin Chen, opening his backpack to don his equipment piece by piece. Observing the entries and meager stats of these low-level items, he was utterly clueless as to what level he needed to reach, or how much he needed to grow to challenge these so-called gods. Lin Chen sighed softly. Do you recall the first world boss we fought at level 30? Of course, during testing, our entire structure team utilized GM privileges to defeat it. Do you remember what that boss was called? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Yu paused, his eyes widening gradually. The goddess of the moon, Anna. Before Tang Yu could fully digest this, Lin Chen continued. What about the level 40 world boss? And the level 50, the 60? Lin Chen enumerated, and Tang Yu was already drenched in cold sweat by his side. Lin Chen chuckled softly. The title of the level 40 world boss is the god of blazing fire. The level 50 world boss is the god of raging winds, and the level 60 world boss is the guardian of the earth. Lin Chen's tone remained calm, as if casually discussing a friend. Only after naming the level 80 world boss did Lin Chen turn to look at Tang Yu. Do you remember now? In the hunting gods realm, the so-called gods have always been the enemies of the players. Chapter 20, The Portal. The game begins. Tang Yu was stunned for several minutes before slowly regaining his composure, swallowing hard, momentarily at a loss for words to express his feelings. After a brief hesitation, he murmured, Are the gods in the hunting gods realm all malevolent? It matters not whether they are good or evil. What is paramount is to strive to grow stronger in this cursed place. Lin Chen replied softly. That's true. Tang Yu nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, the two fell into a contemplative silence, observing their surroundings. The hall remained deserted, and to pass the time, Tang Yu stood and began to pace back and forth within the expansive chamber. Meanwhile, Lin Chen reclined on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. They were waiting for others. To exit the novice village, there was a requirement for a specific number of players. Each novice village could accommodate precisely 10,000 players. And for the portal to the next area to open, 500 players needed to be present simultaneously in the quest hall. If the required number was not met, the portal would automatically open 10 hours after the game commenced. Their rapid leveling had resulted in no one reaching level 10 even after 20 minutes had elapsed in the hall. After a few more minutes, individuals finally entered the hall. The first to arrive was a warrior. Disaster Beauty. Haha. It seems our leveling speed is commendable. Aside from these two deities, we are the first to reach level 10. As he spoke, a group of 6 entered, led by a buzz-cut man who carried the moniker Disaster Beauty. Upon spotting Lin Chen and Tang Yu, he hurried over. Deities, do you remember me? Lin Chen remained silent, keeping his eyes closed. Tang Yu offered a perfunctory smile to the warrior. Disaster Beauty glanced at Tang Yu, then at Lin Chen, and with confusion asked, Deities, what should we do now? Clearly, they were newcomers, unaware of their next steps. Tang Yu recalled something, pointing to the village chief in the center of the hall. Oh, first go over to the NPC and watch the narrative. The group turned to look at the elder. After some time had passed, the number of individuals in the hall began to increase, with various professions gradually reaching level 10. The bustling crowd within the hall comprised mostly players who had completed the NPC's narrative, their expressions generally somber, confronting the absurdity of hunting deities. No one could easily accept such a notion. What nonsense. This is hilarious. Battling gods. I would choose instant death over that. Forget the gods. Those little spiders in the dungeons nearly took my life. Enough. I'm still shaken from that. As the voices of the crowd grew louder. The number of newcomers entering the hall steadily increased. After approximately 10 minutes, the number of players approached 500. The atmosphere became increasingly mysterious and solemn, with players conversing in small groups, occasionally glancing at the NPC village chief at the center. The chief maintained a dignified posture, as if awaiting a significant moment. Once the 500th player successfully completed the narrative, the village chief suddenly moved. The elder slightly knelt, raising his hands high above his head. As if paying homage to an invisible force, his lips quivered slightly as he commenced reciting an ancient and peculiar incantation. The sound of the spell resonated in a deep and enigmatic tone. Seemingly imbued with an irresistible magic, the clamor within the hall gradually faded, replaced by a palpable silence as the players held their breath. They instinctively formed a circle, providing ample space for the village chief. Not only the chief, but also the surrounding NPCs began to engage in this strange ritualistic motion, seemingly partaking in a mystifying dance, with each movement steeped in ceremonial significance. Subsequently, the walls of the hall emanated waves of colorful light, casting shadows that flickered and danced, enhancing the bizarre atmosphere. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp chimes echoed, resonating in the air and touching the very depths of the soul. Immediately thereafter, the system's voice reverberated in everyone's minds. Attention. The portal is opening. People instinctively recoiled, aware that the moment had finally arrived. They were on the brink of embarking on a new adventure. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him, the enormous tapestry adorned with intricate patterns began to shift, and countless beams of light converged upon the wall, coalescing into a colossal vortex of radiance within mere seconds. The portal, someone in the crowd exclaimed, causing a ripple of startled reactions among those present. The ritual concluded as the village chief slowly straightened his posture and bowed slightly to the players gathered before him. Chosen ones, step through this portal, and you shall officially commence your journey. I wish you safe travels. With that, he stepped aside. However, rather than a scene of eager players rushing into the portal, many hesitated, glancing at one another, clearly reluctant to be the first to take the plunge. Tang Yu turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Brother, what do you think will happen if we choose not to enter the portal?" Not only Tang Yu, but many others shared this sentiment. No one knew what awaited them on the other side of the portal. They were uncertain of the number of monsters or players in the Godslayer's domain, nor did they know if there would be a chance to return to the novice village after stepping through. The fear of being killed by a monster immediately upon exiting was a daunting thought. Among the crowd, the female players exhibited the most reluctance. They shrank back, and many even began to withdraw from the hall. Lin Chen replied calmly, "Not entering is tantamount to seeking death." Tang Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? The novice village would automatically close 5 days after the game commenced if one did not enter the portal within that time frame. The system would deem them unqualified to play, resulting in the demise of all remaining players. I asked that true. How do you know this, brother? Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he prepared himself and stepped forward. Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before quickly following suit. As they walked, Lin Chen spoke softly to Tang Yu. "Xiao Tang, this portal is random. Each person will arrive at a different location, so remember the following points. First, do not rush to seek the main city based on the hints in your mind. Level up to 20 as quickly as possible. After reaching level 20, then seek the main city. There are countless main cities in the Godslayer's domain. But remember, the optimal choice is to find Qingmu City. Second, upon arriving at Qingmu City, do not concern yourself with anything else. The first task is to locate the class change NPC. Third, Lin Chen turned to glance at Tang Yu, who wore a look of bewilderment. Third, strive to survive. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen stood before the portal, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, his body vanishing completely within it. The game begins. Chapter 21. The Forgotten Coast as beams of light descended. Lin Chen's figure materialized in a certain locale. The white glow gradually receded from view, and with the sound of a system notification, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Ding! You have entered the landing point, the Forgotten Coast. The main quest has been updated. Task requirement: find the main city. Ding! You have acquired a quest item, a tattered sheepskin map, which details the routes to various main cities. Lin Chen paid little heed to the system notifications echoing in his mind. He rubbed his eyes, adjusting to the brightness before him. Once his vision cleared, the word chaos surged forth. At that moment, the boundary between reality and fantasy blurred, and within the boundless vista, it seemed as if multiple worlds were forcibly overlapped by a mysterious force. The sky above was no longer a singular blue but interwoven with countless suns of varying hues, each radiating its distinct light. The beams of these suns intertwined, as if vying for dominion over the heavens. Lin Chen turned to glance behind him. At the other end of the sky, more moons hung, each differing in size, shape, and brightness, some pure white as jade, others dark red as blood. The stars moved slowly across the sky, their trajectories intricate and silent, resembling a dance. I have returned to the Godslayer's domain, Lin Chen remarked softly. He recognized the sky above. Familiar with the absurd and nauseating scent in the air. He had lived in this world with his fiancée, Zhao Yuding, for 3 years. The Forgotten Coast, you say? I recall the landing point in my previous life was called the Phantom Desolate Path. In the Godslayer's domain, countless novice villages existed, and players would randomly arrive in areas corresponding to their levels. Unlike his previous life, Lin Chen now stood at a landing point known as the Forgotten Coast, surrounded by numerous monsters around level 10, but before he could make a move, beams of light cascaded from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One player after another was teleported in. All these individuals were at level 10, and the IDs above their heads bore additional numbers, such as 10,000, 1314520, 5201-314. Lin Chen glanced at his own ID, programmer, which displayed 9,527 before it. This was the code for their respective novice villages. Every player would carry this code until they entered the main city. What is this place? As more beams of light appeared, those players, teleported from various novice villages, were evidently astonished by the scene before them. Under this chaotic sky, the entire world appeared eerie and mysterious. Not only was the sky bewildering, but the ground itself was a kaleidoscope of peculiar buildings, trees, and terrains, all merging in extraordinary ways. The scent here is quite strange, a healer remarked, covering her nose while waving her arms amidst the crowd to disperse the odor. Indeed, a perplexing aroma pervaded the surroundings, a blend of fresh greenery and decaying matter, eliciting both excitement and trepidation. As the crowd swelled, their perceptions seemed distorted. They could no longer distinctly discern the real from the illusory. Everywhere they looked, apart from the throngs of heads bobbing in the crowd, everything appeared to meld together under the influence of an enigmatic force, creating an unprecedented visual spectacle. Within a mere 5 minutes, thousands had gathered along the coast. These were the players who, like Lin Chen, had been among the first to enter the portal from their respective novice villages, their capabilities and mental fortitude far surpassing the average, despite the harsh environment. Many quickly regained their composure. Is there anyone interested in forming a team? Someone eagerly raised their hand and called out. The quest states we must find the main city, but none of us know how far it is or the danger posed by the monsters along the way. Going solo is undoubtedly unwise. Let us form a team for mutual support. With the proposal put forth by this individual, the surrounding players immediately echoed their sentiments, and before long, these previously unfamiliar gamers began to form impromptu teams along the coastline. Lin Chen paid them no heed. The person's assertion was indeed accurate. Navigating the main city by following the routes on the map would take at least a week, during which he would frequently encounter monsters ranging from level 10 to 20, and might even inadvertently stumble upon hidden dungeons. Venturing alone would be tantamount to courting death. In his previous life, such a scene had also unfolded. In order to locate Zhao Yuding more efficiently, Lin Chen, as a warrior, had naturally joined a team. However, that was in the past. At present, Lin Chen had no such intentions. Partnering with these individuals would only detract from his own experience. With this thought, Lin Chen was the first to take out the parchment map from his backpack, scrutinizing it closely. His brows furrowed in contemplation. Was there no record of Qingmu City? Lin Chen sighed, realizing that this so-called lost coast was too distant from Qingmu City. As the coordinates were conspicuously absent from the map, the nearest main cities numbered 6 in total. Lin Chen traced his finger across the map, eventually resting it upon an icon labeled Baiwei City. Baiwei City. I recall that in my previous life, the guild ranked 5th on the ladder. The Floating Pagoda Guild had its headquarters there. Lin Chen mused. Yet, just as he hesitated, a voice inquired beside him. Hello. Would you be interested in forming a party? Lin Chen lifted his gaze to see 5 individuals standing beside him. The speaker was a woman, a level 10 hunter, flanked by 2 warriors, a knight, and a mage, with both tank and damage output present. Adding a healer would indeed make for a very viable choice. Don't misunderstand. I seldom see men opting for healers. You must be quite the dependable nurse. So let us team up. Many in our group possess green gear. The female hunter remarked. She was striking, tall, with long, fair legs that boasted elegant contours, drawing the attention of many nearby. It was nearly impossible for anyone to decline an invitation from such a beauty. Following her words, she naturally sent Lin Chen a party invitation. Zhangxi has sent you a party invitation. However, Lin Chen chose to disregard the offer. Subsequently, under the incredulous gaze of the long-legged woman, he bypassed the group and proceeded alone in a particular direction. The hunter named Zhangxi seemed momentarily taken aback, and it was only when Lin Chen brushed past her that she let out an incredulous, hollow laugh. The expressions of her companions darkened noticeably. A healer, and yet so arrogant? Forget it, Captain. There are plenty of healers around. It's not worth our time to deal with someone seeking death. This is hilarious. Just look at that healer's expression, playing dead, thinking he's cool. What an impolite fellow. There are level 10 monsters everywhere ahead. Even if we formed a party, we could still be endangered. T.S. just asking for trouble on his own. Let him be. The team members cast cold glances at Lin Chen's retreating figure, laughing amongst themselves. The long-legged woman then turned to glance back at Lin Chen, and his username caught her eye, perhaps spurred by her pride. Her expression darkened. Programmer, let's follow him and see how he meets his demise. Chapter 22. The bandit Lin Chen traversed through a desolate ruin, and from this moment on, he could clearly see numerous monsters prowling the vicinity. Unlike those in the novice village, the names hovering above these creatures were red, indicating that they would attack upon entering their range. Even without provocation, that he glanced back, observing beams of light cascading down from the sky. As more players began to appear along the coast, it was evident that this location would eventually host hundreds of thousands, if not more. Most of the crowd remained in place, regrouping and forming parties. With hardly anyone straying as he had, yet, Lin Chen noticed that the group who had earlier invited him was slowly trailing behind him from a distance of about 100 meters. Are they here to watch me make a fool of myself? Lin Chen chuckled helplessly, choosing to ignore them and quickening his pace. Soon, his presence caught the attention of a horde of wandering monsters. Warning, bandit has detected you. A prompt echoed in his mind as a throng of humanoid monsters, each adorned with red names, let out a roar and charged towards him. Halt. This road is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to plant, if you wish to pass. In an instant, the 20 bandits charged forward, weapons drawn, each one a level 10 threat. As they drew nearer, their health bars illuminated. Bandit, level 10. Health, 600. Attack power, 150. Physical defense, 10. Magical defense, 1. Upon seeing this information, the 5 individuals following Lin Chen came to an immediate halt, the lead woman's expression shifting dramatically. Don't approach. Good grief. These monsters are humanoid. Look at their stat panel, 150 attack power. Their health is substantial, a full 600.20 of them at once. This is impossible to fight. Indeed. The 5-person team quickly concluded that even their strongest warrior, wielding his weapon, could only muster around 120 attack power, and even with skills, he could barely inflict less than 200 damage. While they might hold an advantage in one-on-one scenarios, facing 20 bandits charging at once would surely spell doom for them. Unless they could find a healer and swap one of their physical attackers for a mage to coordinate their efforts, allowing the mage to unleash spells, given that these bandits possessed a mere 1 point of magic resistance. If they could eliminate them one by one, there might still be hope. In that moment, the 5 stared at Lin Chen, a glimmer of schadenfreude evident in their eyes. They were eager to witness his downfall. Just then, Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. In an instant, the emptiness of his hands was replaced by a flash of pink light, and he found himself wielding a bow, without a moment's hesitation. Lin Chen drew the powder-pink bow, conjuring an energy arrow in an instant. Whoosh! The arrow struck the foremost bandit squarely in the forehead. 1040. The bandit collapsed instantly. That moment, the watching party gasped in shock. One of the warriors had to rub his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? It was not just him. Everyone in the group gaped, unable to comprehend, though they were not in the same party and could not see the critical hit damage of 1040 above the bandit's head. They knew how much health and armor the bandit possessed. 600 health, 10 armor. Lin Chen would need to inflict over 610 damage to slay the bandit in one shot. But was he a healer? No, the issue was not his class, who could deal over 600 damage with a single strike, and that was just a casual shot. Yet Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping. He stepped back and fired another arrow. Whoosh! 500. The second arrow struck the bandit in the shoulder, reducing its health significantly, but failing to finish it off, prompting it to close the distance rapidly. Lin Chen continued to retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the monsters, allowing him to unleash 2 more arrows. 501, the second bandit fell. Whoosh. 1042. Though it did not strike the head, another critical hit sent the third bandit tumbling down. The 5-person team was rendered speechless, their minds racing with disbelief. Is this guy cheating? Isn't he a healer? His attack power is so high that just a few arrows could take me out. Could he possibly be a hidden class? Such strength in a hidden class. That's utterly outrageous. As they debated, the long-legged woman, Zhongxi, suddenly made an observation. Her gaze fixated on the bow in Lin Chen's hands. That bow. It must be blue gear, or perhaps even pink gear. As a hunter specialized in archery, she immediately recognized the implications. It must be the bow he's wielding. As the moment unfolded, the tomato, still somewhat uncertain, pondered the situation. Even if it were powdered, it remained merely a level 10 piece of equipment. It was inconceivable for a healer to deliver a critical strike that could instantly eliminate a creature with 600 health points. Nevertheless, from that instant onward, the gaze of the leggy woman, Tomato, revealed a glimmer of longing. At that moment, the bandit had rushed forward, and Lin Chen found himself devoid of the necessity to continue wielding his bow. The bandit closed in, and with an attack speed of 0.48 seconds per shot. He was no hunter, unable to maximize the bow's potential. Lin Chen swiftly stowed away the crescent moon bow, revealing a rusty iron sword in his hand. The rusty sword boasted an attack speed of 1.0 per second. Lin Chen gripped the rusted blade and thrust it toward the advancing bandit. 360. There was no critical hit, and the bandit retaliated with a strike. Lin Chen did not evade, enduring the blow. Swoosh. 77. The damage was displayed, and Lin Chen glanced at his health bar. With 1,300 hit points and donning the 4 spirit soft armor, which provided over 70 points of defense. A blow that should have inflicted 150 points of damage only resulted in a loss of a little over 70 points. As if his skin had merely been grazed, Lin Chen countered with another thrust, though it too was not a critical hit. Yet the bandit collapsed on the spot. In the next moment, the bandits surrounded Lin Chen completely. Swish, swish, swish. They rained blows upon him, and his health bar dwindled rapidly. 77, 75, 77, 76. With 15 bandits encircling Lin Chen, only 7 were able to inflict damage. Yet even so, they unleashed nearly 500 points of damage in total, causing Lin Chen's health to plummet visibly. The 5 spectators found amusement in the spectacle. Let us see how long you can survive now. It was peculiar. Just moments ago, 7 or 8 bandits had struck him simultaneously. Yet he had not fallen. How could that be? How much health could he possibly possess? Each bandit dealt 150 damage, and at level 10, he might have a maximum of 900 health. Meanwhile, Tomato, the woman, fixated intently ahead, muttering, "Die quickly, die quickly. If Lin Chen perishes, there's a great chance his gear will drop." But then, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the center of the bandits. Was that the healer's healing hand? No way, he truly is a healer. At this moment, the crowd was utterly bewildered. Chapter 23, Undead Unit, Bandit Healing Hand Level. 2. Instantly restores 400 health points to the target unit, Intelligence 20. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's health had dropped over 500 points, and now it surged back by 400. Furthermore, as a melodious tone resonated, green starlight began to emanate around Lin Chen. The healer's level 10 skill, Wind of Revival. Activated. Wind of Revival level 10. Recovers 50 of the target's maximum health over 10 seconds. With both healing skills exhausted, Lin Chen did not pause. The rusty iron sword in his hand swiftly pierced the surrounding bandits. 375, 752, 754. The bandits made no attempt to evade, and neither did Lin Chen. They stood their ground, trading blows with their weapons, damage values swirling above their heads like rising steam. This absurd scene persisted for over a minute. During the fray, Lin Chen even consumed a basic health potion. After a minute had elapsed, the surrounding bandits had fallen in droves. Swoosh, the last bandit staggered backward before collapsing silently to the ground. Lin Chen's body suddenly radiated with light. Simultaneously, his health, mana, and stamina almost instantaneously returned to full. You have leveled up. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had gained a level by slaying bandits. However, shortly thereafter, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have activated the ladder ranking. Congratulations on making the list. Before him appeared a leaderboard resembling a ranking list. Yet, currently, it bore but a single solitary name. Rank 1. Programmer. Novice Village Code. 9527. Class. Healer. Level. 11. Lin Chen chuckled softly. I never expected to be the first to reach level 11. Simultaneously. It was not just Lin Chen. All players across the realm of the Hunter God received this notification. Someone has ascended the ladder ranking. I always thought this so-called ranking was merely decorative. I never imagined someone would truly make it.at another landing point in the realm of the Hunter God. Blood Moon Wilderness. A woman grasping a blue staff was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that the first-ranked class on the ladder ranking was, like herself, a healer. Programmer? That name is rather intriguing. Beside her, a warrior wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Smirking, don't worry, Yu Ting. Even if we don't pursue Lin Chen, with you healing me, I will surely make it onto that ladder ranking one day. Zhai Yu Ting glanced up at the man beside her. Nodding in agreement, Brother Tian, I believe in you. Yet, as her gaze lingered on the name programmer, she appeared momentarily lost in thought, uncertain of what to make of it. On the Lost Coast, Lin Chen was crouched down, beginning to loot the corpses. Unlike in dungeons, in the wild, one needed to personally gather equipment from the slain foes. After some rummaging, he procured 2 silver coins, a green shield, an earring-like accessory, and a level 10 warrior's broadsword. Aside from these, there were no other notable treasures. 2 skill books. After a bit more searching, Lin Chen discovered a level 12 skill book for the warrior, shield breaker, and another for the beast master, forest wolf summon. After reaching level 10, players could learn new skills only by acquiring them from specific shops or through drops from monsters. However, Lin Chen was more intrigued by the black souls floating above the corpses than the equipment and skill books. Would you like to awaken this soul? Maximum number of undead you can store. 2. Seeing this description, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. As his level increased, so too did the number of undead he could store. Above the 20 bandit corpses lay these black souls. Yet, before making a choice, Lin Chen glanced up at the distance. Near a rock, the leggy beauty, Tomato, leading a group of 5, suddenly felt a shiver run down their spines. Under Lin Chen's cold gaze, the 5 quickly retreated. Quick, let us leave. How on earth did he notice us? At that moment, the leggy beauty had no other thoughts. Unlike in the novice village, they could switch their status. If they provoked Lin Chen, he could switch to a red name, entering a state of slaughter, where he would be able to attack players. The fact that 20 level 10 monsters couldn't take down Lin Chen left them with little confidence in their ability to survive against him. Within mere seconds, they had fled. Thus, only Lin Chen remained in that place, turning back to examine the souls of the corpses. After some contemplation, he approached the largest body, that of the bandit who wielded a hammer and possessed the most health. Lin Chen had only managed to slay him after 3 strikes. Lin Chen beckoned toward the corpse, choosing to awaken the soul. In response, a shadowy figure began to rise from the ground. Undead unit. Bandit. Health points. 750. Attack power. 190. Physical defense. 36. Magical defense. 37. Seeing these stats, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Now, along with his spider minion, he could summon a warrior-like undead with an attack power equivalent to that of a level 10 green gear-wielding fighter. His combat strength had surged. Subsequently, Lin Chen continued to cast the undead resurrection skill, summoning the spider minion as well. In an instant, 2 undead creatures stood beside him. Let us go find some monsters. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to seek out the so-called main city. His primary focus at this moment was to enhance his attack power while conveniently leveling up. 2 undead units trailed behind him. Delving deeper into the area, the monsters roaming this vicinity were primarily level 10 bandits. Although any wild monsters killed in each small region would respawn after half an hour, Lin Chen did not need to linger in place. As time passed, players on the coastline behind him would gradually complete their teams to hunt monsters, and he wished to avoid any interruptions. The deeper he ventured, the more numerous the monsters became. Halt! This mountain is mine. Another wave of bandits was drawn to Lin Chen, charging toward him with fierce determination. However, in the next moment, an energy arrow whistled through the air, striking the foremost bandit squarely in the head. The bandit fell lifeless, yet the others behind him remained undeterred, continuing their assault. Lin Chen stood firm, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, while the 2 undead behind him rushed forward. Chapter 24. Slaughter and Plunder. Naming the minions after some time, the long-legged beauty, Zhangxi, released an arrow from her bow, hitting a severely weakened bandit. Damage displayed. -105. The health bar above the bandit's head vanished, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The six-member team instantly resembled deflated balloons, sprawled inelegantly on the ground, while the knight responsible for tanking damage incessantly called for the newly joined healer to restore his health. "Heal me, doctor." The new healer was a timid young girl, her nickname being Qingxi Qingxiwei, with the ID number 9527 preceding it. She moved back and forth among the 5 members of the team, striving to bestow her healing touch upon each of them. "I'm sorry, my mana is insufficient. I'm currently replenishing it," the healer replied, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. During this time, one team member approached Zhangxi, disbelief etched across his face. "Captain, it took us 6 of us 10 minutes to wear down this group of monsters. How did that healer manage to do it alone?" He fell silent, and everyone pondered this question. No need to voice their thoughts too fully. Zhangxi, now slumped on the ground, had her long legs together. The level 8 green, well-crafted vine bow in her hands had dropped from the spider dungeon in the novice village, adding 40 points to her attack power and featuring a 5-point armor penetration effect. Among hunters of the same level, her attributes were commendable, with free attribute points mainly allocated to strength and agility, ensuring accuracy and attack speed, while also focusing on enhancing her attack power. Yet, she needed to fire 6 or 7 arrows to slay a single bandit, all the while ensuring she did not suffer hits from them. Taking a few strikes could be disastrous, that programmer fellow. Despite being an intelligence-based class, why could he slay a bandit with a single arrow? "Stop talking. That guy must have epic gear. Captain, should we consider plundering him?" A warrior in the team approached, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the knight who had been clamoring for healing immediately changed his expression. "Murder? Are you insane?" "Insane? This world is already so mad. Why not embrace the madness fully?" The warrior whispered. "This world is not merely a game. We must do whatever it takes to empower ourselves. If one does not care for oneself, the heavens will bring ruin." But that healer single-handedly wiped out a band of bandits. What chance do we have against him? The knight remained skeptical. However, the warrior quickly countered. "That's the crux of the issue, consider it. Even when 7 or 8 bandits attacked him, they failed to kill him, which indicates that he must possess more than one piece of epic gear." "What do you mean? You dimwit, we're all level 10. Even you as a knight would be on the brink of death after a few continuous slashes from the bandits, even if that guy can heal. Enduring the onslaught of 7 or 8 bandits is no small feat. Don't you think it's possible that the gear he's wearing is also epic?" As the statement hung in the air, the surrounding individuals collectively gasped. Could a level 10 character truly possess 2 pieces of epic gear? Yet, if that weren't the case, the recent events were inexplicable. The knight remained hesitant. "If we take him down, the epic bow goes to the captain, and any epic armor he has goes to you." The warrior raised an eyebrow at the knight. "I agree." The knight, who had been wavering, suddenly changed his tune. Thumping his chest, "Let's take him down." The warrior turned, casting a menacing glance at Zhangxi. He must be recuperating somewhere after that intense battle. "We need to find him." He gestured to his throat with a hand. Everyone felt that the warrior's reasoning was sound, and they all turned to their captain, the long-legged beauty named Zhangxi. After hearing this, Zhangxi nodded. "Let us go find him." Lin Chen narrowly evaded a bandit's swing, quickly rising to his feet, his rusty iron sword tracing an arc before striking the bandit fiercely in the chest. 399. The bandit's health dropped by more than half, and he hesitated for a moment before raising his weapon anew. However, just as his blade was mere centimeters from Lin Chen's body, it suddenly halted, a black hammer crashing down upon his head, while the spider's claws pierced through his abdomen. 190. 192. The bandit's body trembled before collapsing like a rag doll. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of relief, standing tall as he discarded the iron sword whose durability had reached 0, then drank a low-grade mana potion. His mana was instantly replenished. Lin Chen flexed his shins. This was the 3rd wave of bandits he had dispatched, yet he felt somewhat dissatisfied with his luck. In his bare state, his attack power had only risen to 410. If only each monster slain guaranteed a boost in attack power. He still found the increase in attack power somewhat sluggish, but he glanced back at his 2 undead minions. As his attack power grew, their attributes soared alongside it. Truly a testament to the necromancer's divine skill. Just as Lin Chen scrutinized the 2 undead, a series of prompts suddenly appeared above their heads. "Please name your minions. Please name your minions." Lin Chen paused, surprised at the prospect of naming them. In his recollection, necromancers had never bestowed names upon their summoned undead. Could it be that this skill was inherently a bug, causing yet another glitch? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen extended his hand and whimsically inscribed a few characters above the spider's head. "You shall be called Xiaochang.as for the bandit." Lin Chen glanced at the hammer he wielded. You shall be named Huang Dachui. After completing this, Lin Chen clicked confirm. Suddenly, he felt something amiss after naming the two undead. They appeared to have gained something emotion. Indeed, the undead minions, typically devoid of feelings, now exhibited a human-like gesture of reverence towards Lin Chen. Xiao Qiong was relatively composed, but Huang Dachui, being a humanoid creature, presented himself with impeccable formality. He knelt on one knee, wielding his hammer upright with one hand while the other crossed over his chest, exuding an air reminiscent of an ancient Western knight's homage. Lin Chen stood before the two undead. Momentarily bewildered, is this even possible? After a brief hesitation, he raised his hand towards Xiao Qiong and Huang Dachui. Rise, please. Subsequently, the two undead immediately rose, and within the once pitch-black eye sockets of Huang Dachui, it seemed as though something had stirred to life. Chapter 25. The Speaking Hammer. The bait delivered to the door. Lin Chen momentarily paid no heed to the events transpiring with the undead. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to continue his journey. Not far ahead lay what appeared to be an abandoned village. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, Lin Chen could already discern the crumbling walls and the rising ashes. You have entered a pillaged village. Gripping the Zhuyu Bao, Lin Chen cautiously traversed the desolate village, for each spawn point was unique, and this was his first encounter with such a locale. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of a forgotten graveyard. Upon entering this area, a glimmer of the setting sun suddenly appeared in his line of sight, casting a soft glow upon the dilapidated houses. Their mottled walls stained with dark red blood. As he ventured deeper, Lin Chen could make out the silhouettes of several bandits. It seemed this was the stronghold of the robbers. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Perhaps I might even encounter the bandit leader. Not far ahead, a bandit sat with his back to Lin Chen. Dozing off, Lin Chen fully drew his bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow whizzed through the air, striking the bandit squarely in the back of his head. 1110. After accounting for the bandit's 10 armor points, this shot had indeed dealt a devastating critical blow, and the struck bandit fell to the ground without uttering a sound, aside from instance dungeons. The wild monsters in the land of the hunter god possessed remarkably human-like characteristics. As long as one executed a stealthy assassination without being observed by other creatures, the rest would remain undisturbed. Lin Chen's raw attack power had already reached 410 points, and with the Zhuyu Bao, even his non-critical damage amounted to 560 points. With a bit more stacking, he could effortlessly take down foes without needing a critical hit. Moving forward with utmost caution, Lin Chen, not being an assassin and lacking skills for stealth, needed to tread carefully. As he navigated through the ruined village, he skillfully used the Zhuyu Bao in conjunction with his undead minions to eliminate 5 bandits. If a single arrow did not claim a life, Huang Dachui and Xiao Qiong would swiftly deliver the finishing blow, leaving the bandits no time to react before meeting their demise. At this moment, pressed against a wall, he could hear the raucous chatter of the bandits not far off. Upon closer inspection, most of the dialogue consisted of phrases like "Ha, let's drink, and let's have a fight," which were likely pre-programmed lines by the system. From these sounds, Lin Chen deduced that at least 4 or 5 dozen bandits had gathered. Should he reveal himself and confront them directly, he would surely be overwhelmed. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced back at Huang Dachui, who, to Lin Chen's surprise, mirrored his actions by pressing against the wall. It seems I must put you to use and have you divert their attention. Lin Chen muttered. However, in the next instant, Huang Dachui suddenly nodded. As you command. With that, the undead prepared to step forward. Yet, as he moved, Lin Chen grasped Huang Dacui's wrist, turning to face him. Lin Chen's expression was nothing short of astonishment. You can speak. It was beyond belief. An undead minion summoned by a skill. How could it possess the ability to converse with its master? Lin Chen had sensed something amiss since naming them. But now, as Huang Dachui articulated human speech, it left Lin Chen momentarily speechless. Upon hearing the inquiry, Huang Dachui paused momentarily, then knelt on one knee and replied softly, "Yes, my lord, Dachui can speak." Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. This entity not only possessed the ability to speak, but even referred to itself as Dachui. Not even the Necromancer class, let alone the Beastmaster's advanced class, the Beast Soul Priest, known for having the most powerful summons in the land of the hunter god, was said to be capable of conversing with their summons. Yet here stood an undead minion, blinking expectantly and awaiting Lin Chen's response. Causing him to swallow hard, Lin Chen spent a full half-minute organizing his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Huang Dacui's expression turned serious as he gazed in another direction. My lord. Someone approaches. Lin Chen paused, suppressing his thoughts. and followed Huang Dezue's gaze. Indeed, at the periphery of the pillaged village, 12 figures emerged. 2 full teams of players were slowly advancing, and among them, Lin Chen immediately recognized the huntress known as Zhangxi. Distinguished by her notably long legs, Lin Chen smirked. They might be coming for me. Well then, I was just lamenting the lack of bait. Several hundred meters away, the two teams began to decelerate, standing at the edge of the pillaged village. Peering cautiously into its depths, "Beauty, we've searched high and low nearby, but haven't found the healer you mentioned. However, according to your account, he can't have gone too far. He must be hiding in this place." Leading the other team alongside the long-legged Beauty was a level 10 assassin, the captain of this group, and also there to commit murder and plunder. "This place feels a bit odd. We might encounter more bandits," the assassin remarked, glancing at the long-legged Beauty. "Captain Zhangxi, if what you say is true, that kid possesses 2 pink items. Once we succeed, the pink bow and arrow in his possession will be yours. But as for everything else, we'll have to rely on our own abilities." Zhangxi nodded indifferently. "Rest assured, if we succeed in killing him, you will not be shortchanged." The assassin captain suddenly chuckled. "Ah, there's no need for such formalities. After it's done, shall we add each other as friends?" Ignoring him, the long-legged Beauty signaled to her teammates and then stepped into the village area. A glimmer of amusement crossed the assassin's face before he too advanced. "You have entered a pillaged village." A notification echoed in the minds of everyone present. "Damn, you startled me," exclaimed a healer, trembling in fright. Yet the assassin captain remained unfazed. "What's there to fear? With our two teams working together, how could a mere healer escape us?" As they spoke, a rustling sound suddenly caught everyone's attention. The previously contemptuous expression of the assassin captain turned serious as he halted, raising a hand to stop his teammates from advancing. "Captain, what's wrong?" a teammate inquired, puzzled. The assassin scanned the surroundings, then whispered, "Something feels off. I have an ominous premonition." At that moment, a figure emerged directly ahead of them. The 12 individuals were taken aback simultaneously. Before them stood a bandit wielding a hammer, yet unlike other monsters, this bandit was shrouded in a black mist, as if he had just crawled out from the depths of hell. "Goodness, you gave me a fright." A mage from the assassin captain's team conjured a fireball in hand and hurled it at the bandit. However, the bandit suddenly sidestepped just as the fireball struck, causing it to collide with a stack of barrels behind him. Crash! A tremendous noise reverberated through the silent village. Moments later, chaos erupted within the village. Chapter 26. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Both Zhangxi and the assassin captain's expressions changed drastically. They had not anticipated the presence of so many bandits lurking within this village. At that moment, due to the shattering of the barrels, dozens of bandits surged forth from all directions, brandishing their weapons and shouting, "Who's there? Brothers, grab your weapons. This tree was planted by me." A cursory glance revealed nearly 50 bandits rushing toward them. Everyone stood frozen in shock before recovering and bolting in the opposite direction. However, just a few steps later, they were forced to halt once more. Their escape route had been blocked. What the hell? So many spiders. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, a multitude of small spiders had appeared behind them. Reminiscent of those encountered in the novice village's spider cave, these tiny spiders were pitch black and significantly larger than those within the cave. Wolves in front, tigers behind. They found themselves in a dire predicament. "Why are there spiders in this place? We're done for. Captain, what do we do?" "Cease your weeping and retreat behind me." Amidst the chaos, 2 knights from opposing factions stood resolutely at the forefront of their respective teams, synchronously brandishing their shields and striking them forcefully against the ground. Knight's level 10 skill, Bronze Sacred Shield. In an instant, 2 azure auras emanated simultaneously from the knights' bodies and their shields, causing them to grow several centimeters taller in that fleeting moment. Upon witnessing the knights assume their defensive stances, the captains of both teams regained their composure. The statuesque Beauty, known as Zhangxi, swiftly drew her bow and nocked an arrow, commanding, "Healers, remain vigilant regarding the knight's health." Understood. Although the 2 healers appeared somewhat pale, they acknowledged her with a unified response. Among them, the girl named King Sichengshu clutched her staff with palpable anxiety. At that moment, the bandits surged forward. "Kill them." The leading bandit brandished a pitchfork, aiming it menacingly at one of the knights. Yet, the knight bellowed, "You scoundrel, behold, knight's initial skill. Provocation." As the provocation took effect, the bandit wielding the pitchfork turned without hesitation, lunging towards the knight. "Unleash your attacks." Zhangxi shouted. In the next instant, an array of skills erupted from both teams. Warriors level 5 skill, Ghost Slash. Hunters level 10 skill, Rapid Fire. Beastmaster's initial skill, Summon Goblin. Summon Goblin Catapult. Fighters level 5 skill, Skull Splitter. Assassins level 5 skill, Backstab. A cacophony of skills was unleashed almost simultaneously, and the bandits at the forefront were swiftly overwhelmed by the initial barrage of attacks, collapsing one after another. However, a few bandits managed to breach the knight's defensive perimeter, striking down other players with their crude weapons. 140, 135, 132, 141. Healers, heal, heal now. A chorus of frantic cries erupted around them. Meanwhile, concealed behind a fractured wall a dozen meters away, Lin Chen observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze. Remaining silent and motionless, nonetheless, his eyes inadvertently flickered towards the healer known as King Sichengshu. He remembered her. She had been part of the team when he and Tang Yu entered the second chapter's special dungeon. To his surprise, she had also arrived at the Lost Coast landing point. Beside Lin Chen, Huang Dachui lay low, gripping his hammer. After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Chen and whispered, "My lord, shall we intervene?" Lin Chen hesitated, still unaccustomed to conversing with a summoned entity. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Not yet. The bandit leader has yet to make an appearance. Let's wait a bit longer." The chaos persisted for a full 5 minutes. When the last small spider and bandit fell, a total of 12 players had experienced casualties, with 4 unfortunate souls laid low among the fallen, in addition to 3 fragile classes. There was also a knight who had absorbed far too much damage. Despite the presence of 1 healer on each side, his health had plummeted too rapidly for the healer's skills to keep pace. The area was strewn with debris, and the bodies were surrounded by the equipment they had dropped. Yet, no one dared to collect them. The surviving players wore grim expressions, their bodies battered and bruised. Even the healers lacked sufficient mana to restore health to their comrades. The assassin captain slumped to the ground, spitting in frustration. "Damn it, Zhangxi, are you betraying us?" A few meters away, Zhangxi herself was half kneeling on the ground. Exhaustion evident on her face, a bloody gash on her thigh from a spider's claw, still oozing blood. Her complexion was ashen. Unlike the novice village, injuries here did not inflict excessive pain, yet it seemed the wounds could persist. And as her blood continued to flow, her health bar plummeted. If the healer did not restore her health, her vitality would soon dwindle. At that moment, she truly realized that dying in the realm of the hunter meant death was indeed final. "You chose to come along. I did not force you." She fumed. "That accursed healer is to blame. When I find him, I will personally end his life." Glancing into her backpack, she saw that the potions from her beginner's gift had been completely consumed, leaving her health at only 1/3. Without waiting for the assassin's response, she pointed an accusatory finger at the healer among the group. "Have you restored your mana? Hurry up and heal me." However, King Sichengshu was currently casting Healing Hand on another warrior in the team. Startled by Zhangxi's shout, she trembled. "But if I don't save him, he will die. I said come here and heal me." Zhangxi repeated each word with emphasis. Now, in a fit of rage, Zhangxi aimed her bow at the girl, declaring, "If you don't heal me, I will kick you out of the team and kill you myself." In that moment, she was utterly ruthless, nearly hysterical in her demands. King Sichengshu's face turned pale. She dared not entertain any other thoughts and hurried to Zhangxi's side. Casting Healing Hand, her health no longer dwindled. Instead, it began to recover as Zhangxi's expression shifted to one of relief as she dropped her bow, gasping for breath. However, soon after, the remaining 8 players sensed an ominous presence drawing near. They turned abruptly. A towering figure, a massive brute wielding a cleaver and standing at least 2.5 meters tall, slowly approached from the rubble ahead. "Who dares to disturb my afternoon nap? Seeking death, are we?" His deep, resonant voice echoed, and above him, a health bar materialized. "Boss. Bandit leader. Health. 5,000. Attack power. 300. Physical defense. 20. Magical defense. 20. Skills. Durability aura. Effect. Increases the health recovery rate of units within range. Furious Howl. Effect. Emits a roar that instills fear in nearby enemies, dealing 200 magic damage and inflicting a 1.5-second stun effect." Chapter 27. Boss. Bandit leader. The boss has arrived. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, meticulously assessing the attributes of the bandit leader. Quite a hefty health bar, boasting 5,000 points. Let's see. The armor and magic resistance aren't particularly impressive, but those 2 skills are decent for a level 10 outdoor boss. It's rather average. Lin Chen glanced at the remaining 8 players, who could now only be described as remnants of a defeated force. Faced with such a high damage, high health boss, they would struggle to cope. Even against a few ordinary bandits, their fate was sealed. Death. Meanwhile, the players had yet to fully recover from their near brush with death, and the imposing figure of the boss loomed before them. Their eyes wide and pupils dilated. Except for Zhangxi, the remaining 2 female healers had even forgotten to breathe. Damn it. The assassin captain wasted no time. Scrambling to his feet and summoning his last vestiges of mana to activate the assassin's level 10 skill. Shadow escaped. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Shadow escape was a unique stealth ability of the assassin class. The assassin had no time for other thoughts. Survival was paramount. Such a creature was beyond his capacity to confront. Even if both teams were at full strength, they might not emerge victorious against this boss. As long as there's life, there's hope. To hell with that healer. I'm not playing this game anymore. The assassin swiftly retreated, almost disappearing in an instant. Upon witnessing the assassin's retreat, the bandit leader did not pursue, but instead brandished his cleaver toward the few remaining players. Please, don't kill me. As the boss approached, the beastmaster closest to him was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to his knees and bowing before the bandit leader. You fool, get up and run. Do you think these creatures will show you mercy? At this moment, the others had scrambled to their feet, preparing to flee. As long as they could escape the boss's targeting, they might still have a chance to survive. Zhangxi cast a cold glance at the beastmaster, who had lost all sense of reason, and urged, forget him. We must leave now. The boss had now reached their immediate vicinity. The beast tamer continued to bow fervently before the boss, each thud of his head against the ground resonating with a dull thump. Yet, unbeknownst to the tamer, a creature stood beside him. A goblin to be precise. It was the tamer's level 5 skill, the goblin archer. The goblin, diminutive in stature, bore skin that appeared to have been stained by sewage for years, exhibiting an unhealthy dark green hue. However, when confronted by the boss, it exhibited no fear. Its luminous black eyes, akin to 2 cold stars, fixated intently on the boss. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, the goblin drew a bow crafted from a tree branch. Whoosh, -35 that the branch arrow struck the boss's body, displaying a damage value of 35. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Even Lin Chen, who hid in the shadows, momentarily paused. What a predicament. They could have made an escape. Lin Chen sighed, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Indeed, after being attacked, the boss, the bandit leader, sprang into action. The blood bar atop this colossal creature's head turned crimson, and it let out a fearsome howl. Kill. A tremendous wave of oppressive force swept through the area, causing those present to feel dizzy. Some even vomited on the spot. -200, -200, -200. The boss's skill, Furious Howl, was unleashed. Simultaneously, a series of alerts echoed in everyone's minds. Your party has actively attacked a wild boss. The boss's aggro has been updated. Subsequently, the boss raised a massive blade, bringing it down with ferocity. Boom! The ground trembled violently, causing the disoriented onlookers to topple over. When they opened their eyes, they found that the tamer's health bar had been entirely depleted. The tamer had no resurrection coins and lay lifeless on the ground. A message appearing above his corpse. Attention, you are on the brink of death. Please use. Among the healers present, the highest level was only 10, while the resurrection skill, Heaven's Corridor, required level 12. They were left with no options. After dispatching the beast tamer, the boss swiftly turned his gaze toward the others that were done for. The boss is coming for us. Run. In that moment, all thoughts of strategy fled their minds, and they fled like wild horses, galloping away. However, the boss was swifter. Whoosh! The blade gleamed as it struck the ground. The sound akin to a dragon's roar. A frantic warrior felt a chilling sensation on his back, and the next moment, his vision faded to black. The ominous alert rang out. Attention! You are on the brink of death. Please use a resurrection coin or await a healer's aid. Otherwise, you will perish in 5 minutes. They had already possessed minimal health, and with the boss's staggering attack power of 300, a single blow was tantamount to a death sentence. The boss moved like a specter, his massive frame covering ground faster than anyone else. After slaying the warrior, he pivoted sharply, swinging his blade toward another panicked fighter. The hoarse cry had barely escaped the fighter's lips when he too fell lifeless. For the next half-minute, the boss became a nightmarish phantom. Weaving and turning, each swing of his blade felled teammates like wheat before the scythe. With their health already low, their will to fight evaporated, leaving only the instinct to flee, slicing through the air. The blade struck a mage, who collapsed in a heap. Ultimately, from the 12 members of the two parties, only Shi Hongshi and a healer named Qing Si Cheng Shui remained at that moment. The boss towered over the long-legged beauty, casting a malevolent gaze upon the pale-faced woman, his weapon raised high. Whoosh, the blade descended, and Shi Hongshi recoiled as a hunter. She possessed remarkable agility, and at that critical moment, she deftly dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the blade's arc. After rolling to regain her balance, she swiftly nocked an arrow and released it with force. The hunter's level 5 skill, Scorpion Tail, the dark green arrow struck the boss squarely in the forehead, inflicting 100 points of damage. The Scorpion Tail was a toxic skill, inflicting continued poison damage over the next 30 seconds. However, the boss's magic resistance was high, resulting in a mere 5 health points lost per second. In that instant, the boss raised his colossal blade once more, and Shi Hongshi cursed under her breath, preparing to flee again. However, at that moment, as she turned, she caught sight of a figure standing behind her. A man, a healer armed with the moonlight bow, was drawing his arrow. You? Shi Hongshi exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, an energy arrow streaked past her cheek and struck the boss squarely. 1120. Critical hit. Chapter 28. First kill of the wild boss. The long-legged beauty, Shi Hongshi, felt an odd sound emanating from behind her. Instinctively, she glanced back at the boss, only to find that the bandit leader, who had been poised to strike, had now staggered back 2 steps. His health bar, once boasting over 5,000 points, had suddenly diminished by a fifth in that instant. The strange sound had come from the boss, whose massive form quivered as he swung his blade wildly. Clearly incensed, "I will kill you." With that, the giant swung his blade once more. Shi Hongshi's face paled again, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. In her panic, she brushed past Lin Chen. However, she failed to notice that the name above Lin Chen's head was in red. A red name indicates that a player can attack. Shi Hongshi had sprinted nearly 10 meters when the boss, now distracted by the healer known as the programmer, seemed to lose interest in her. She felt a surge of relief, convinced she had escaped with her life. Gasping for breath, she dared not hesitate, fearing that a moment's pause would allow the boss to catch up. That healer was doomed, but I must escape. Aside from that assassin, I alone know the whereabouts of the pink bow. Once the boss's aggro resets, I shall return to claim what is rightfully mine. With that thought, Shi Hongshi quickened her pace. Roar. The boss's skill, furious howl, was unleashed, the deafening sound echoing through the air. Even though she had already left the skill's range, Shi Hongshi felt the shockwave ripple through her, lifting her hair. What is happening? According to her expectations, the healer with the pink bow should have perished at the boss's hands. Why was the boss still using skills? For reasons unknown, she abruptly halted, glancing back in confusion. Yet, to her astonishment, the healer she thought dead was still actively engaged near the boss, while the boss's health bar had plummeted to 2/5. 25,000. Shi Hongshi was taken aback. How could this be? Her gaze dropped, and she realized that the healer seemed to have an intimate understanding of the boss's attack patterns, moving like a specter, evading each of the boss's strikes with uncanny precision. Moreover, the healer wielded not a bow, but a rusty iron sword. This healer, brandishing the iron sword, was timing his strikes perfectly between the boss's attacks, landing a blow that reduced the boss's health by approximately 800 points. Shi Hongshi covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. What is happening? She had completely forgotten to flee. Even as a dark figure wielding a hammer appeared beside her, unnoticed. Even more alarming was the fact that as the healer attacked, a massive black spider rushed forward to assist, diverting the boss's attention. Each time the boss swung at the healer, he would opt instead to strike at the spider. With every blow, the spider's health halved. However, the healer merely raised a hand, and a radiant light enveloped the spider, restoring its health as if it were whole once more. One man and one spider coordinated their efforts, gradually whittling away at the boss's health bar under Shi Hongshi's astonished gaze. Whoosh! With a rusted iron sword, the final thrust was delivered, and the boss let out a sudden howl to the heavens. Thereafter, he began to retreat step by step, his enormous cleaver driven forcefully into the ground. The boss knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the hilt of his weapon, while his other hand clutched at his chest, seemingly expelling a copious amount of blood. No. No. The bandit leader roared, before collapsing. Level 10 outdoor boss. The bandit leader was slain. Simultaneously, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Chen. You have leveled up the AT this moment. Lin Chen ascended from level 11 to level 12. Tomato gazed vacantly at the man named Programmer, who stood beside the corpse of the boss, his expression calm, with a chilling glint emanating from the eye that was visible in profile. Lin Chen raised his hand towards Tomato, then slowly let it fall. The long-legged woman froze, finally sensing the presence of something at her side. She abruptly turned her head, only to discover a black specter wielding a hammer, raising its weapon high above her head. At that moment, Tomato understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's gesture. It was an invitation for the specter to slay her. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than the intricate patterns of the hammer came into focus. Crack! The woman's vision blurred, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground, the system's notification ringing in her ears. Attention, you are on the brink of death. Please use a resurrection coin, or await treatment from a healer. Otherwise, you will perish in 5 minutes. However, shortly after, a voice echoed within Tomato's mind. You have died. Would you like to use a resurrection coin? Number of resurrection coins, 1. Note, if not used, you will die in 5 minutes. With a fierce nod, Tomato confirmed the use, and a yellow coin floated from her body before exploding. In the next moment, the long-legged woman vanished without a trace. Lin Chen observed the scene at the side of the yellow hammer with indifference. Only after the figure of the huntress named Tomato disappeared did he shift his gaze back to the area before him. Upon defeating an outdoor boss, loot chests would also drop. Now, the boss's body had vanished, revealing a chest that differed in appearance from the usual dungeon chests. Lin Chen placed both hands on the surface of the chest, and in an instant, it burst open. 4 beams of shimmering light descended from above, 1 pink, 2 green, and 1 blue. Upon seeing the 4 pieces of equipment, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Another pink drop, pink shield, wall of storms, level 12. Class requirement, Knight, physical defense, 50. Magic defense, for 5.10.0, 15.0 block rate. Additional attribute, damage taken from melee attacks reduced by 25. Special ability, increases the effect of the Knight skill, unyielding, by 35. Lin Chen regarded the shield. Its attributes and base stats were quite decent. But being a level 12 item, he could not equip it. Unlike gear below level 10, from level 11 onward, all equipment began to possess specific class requirements, and this shield could only be wielded by the Knight class. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen stowed it away in his backpack. He also took a careful glance at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. The others held no further value. While placing them into his backpack, Lin Chen murmured, "Once I reach the safe zone, I'll auction them all at the trading post." After collecting all the loot, a series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Chen's ears. You are the first player to slay an outdoor boss and have achieved the title, First Slayer of an Outdoor Boss. Achievement rewards will be sent to your backpack. You have completed the first kill of an outdoor boss. First kill rewards will be sent to your backpack. Ding. You have activated the World Channel feature. Would you like to enable the World Announcement? Setting aside the achievement and first kill rewards, Lin Chen focused his attention on the World Announcement. In his previous life, he often heard various world announcements in his mind. Who was the first to reach level 20? Who completed their job change quest first? Who conquered a hidden dungeon first? And so forth. However, not a single announcement had pertained to him, but this time was different. A smile played on Lin Chen's lips. Confirmed. Chapter 29. Achievement. First kill reward. This moment, within the minds of all players who had reached level 10 in the realm of the God of Hunting, a notification resounded. Congratulations to Programmer for becoming the first chosen one to slay an outdoor boss. First kill rewards have been dispatched. Wishing all chosen ones continued success. In that instant, players who had just reached level 10 at various spawn points wore expressions of bewilderment. Most had been contemplating whether or not to engage the level 10 monsters in the distance, only to hear that someone had already slain the outdoor boss. So soon? I haven't even figured out how to play yet. Hey, did you notice that Programmer is the top ranker on the leaderboard? Right, now that you mention it, I seem to recall that it really is him. Wait, isn't he a healer? A violent support? That can't be right. I'm a healer too, and as a level 10 support, I only have 4 skills. One of which, the light symbol, can deal a bit of damage. There is no way he could have defeated the boss with just that. The crowd murmured. Their curiosity about the healer named Programmer piqued. Lin Chen did not mind becoming more famous. What mattered to him were the various rewards, while everything else held little significance. After claiming all the rewards and collecting the equipment and coins, Lin Chen seated himself on a nearby stone, opening his backpack for a glance. Apart from a few miscellaneous items, his backpack contained 3 gift packs. One was the second round reward for completing the Spider-S special dungeon, which required level 20 to open. Another was the achievement reward obtained from recently defeating the outdoor boss. And the last was the first kill gift pack. Without hesitation, Lin Chen opened the achievement reward first. Ding! The gift pack opened, adding several items to his backpack. Lin Chen was taken aback, scrutinizing the small objects closely, and as he examined them, his eyes suddenly lit up. Holy smokes, they're gems. These items were indeed 2 gems that could be embedded in weapons. Along with a socket opener. Inferior red gem 2. Category. Gem. Item use level. 10. Effect. Can be embedded in equipment with sockets. If embedded in armor. Effect. Health 200. Health regeneration speed 5. If embedded in weapons. Effect. Weapon attack power 10. 50 chance to set the target ablaze. 30 additional burn damage. If embedded in other equipment. Effect. 5 strength. The second item was the socket opener. Socket opener 2. Category. Consumable. Item level. None. Can create a socket on an equipment item. Wow, the achievement reward is so enticing. Gems at level 12 already. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. It was no wonder Lin Chen was astonished. Having lived through a second chance, he understood better than anyone the absurdity and unreasonableness of acquiring gems at low levels. Who would have thought he would obtain such items by level 12? Players typically first encountered gems and socket openers only after reaching level 25, and among gems, red and purple gems were the hardest to acquire. Red gems primarily enhanced strength and attack power, while purple gems increased intelligence and spell attack. Even an inferior red gem held immense value in the trading post. With this in mind, Lin Chen wasted no time. He swiftly retrieved the rusted iron sword and the crescent moon bow, embedding 1 socket in each. Initially, he contemplated creating a socket on his 4 spirits armor as well, but he decided against it, realizing that in the early stages, he needed the rusted iron sword and the crescent moon bow to boost his critical hit chances and, consequently, his attack power. Both pieces of equipment were essential, while the armor would be frequently changed. After a few moments, a socket appeared on both the sword and the bow. Clang! Inferior red gemstones were embedded into the crevices, emitting 2 dull sounds. The rusty iron sword, possessing a mere attack power of 2, exhibited no noticeable change. However, the moonlit bow was a different matter. This bow, which already boasted an attack power of 150, surged by an additional 15 points, while also granting a 50 chance to ignite targets, inflicting an extra 30 points of burn damage. The burn damage is true damage. It completely disregards armor and magic resistance, representing the most authentic damage in the realm of monster hunting. Having accomplished this, Lin Chen gazed contentedly at the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands. I am currently at level 12. With 21 points in strength, 24 in intelligence, 20 in agility, and a health pool of 1,600, along with a substantial 24 unallocated attribute points. Lin Chen perused his attribute panel. He pondered for a moment before deciding to allocate the majority of his points to intelligence and agility. His attack power could now stack infinitely, yet his survivability lacked adequate assurance. Should he encounter a high-damage adversary, his situation could become perilous. He allocated 8 points to intelligence, 8 to agility, and after a brief hesitation, distributed the remaining 6 points to luck. This moment, his naked attack power reached 425, and with the modified moonlit bow in hand, it escalated to 590. Coupled with a 50 critical hit chance, Lin Chen could potentially deal close to 1,200 points of damage among opponents of the same level. Aside from certain bosses, no creature could withstand the might of Lin Chen's arrow. Let me take a look at what this first kill reward entails. Lin Chen sheathed his weapon and turned his attention to the second gift box. Ding! This box vanished. Another object materialized. Only 1 item? Lin Chen paused, taken aback by the frugality of the first kill reward. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up once more, and he whispered, "Very well. I apologize." In Lin Chen's backpack, a new item had appeared. Title: Champion of the Week. Type: Title. Effect: Attacks and skills will deal an additional 10 damage to human units. Lin Chen regarded this title with a gulp. With memory spanning 2 lifetimes, he had certainly encountered this title in his previous life. The so-called human units included players. Indeed, this meant that once he donned this title, engaging in combat with players would trigger the effect of championing the weak. Without hesitation, Lin Chen equipped the title, his spirits lifted by the bountiful rewards from the 2 gift boxes, further igniting his curiosity about the rewards that awaited in the second cycle box. Accessible only at level 20. Chapter 30. Roaring Brother. Just as Lin Chen reveled in these rewards, a timid female voice unexpectedly reached his ears. Excuse me, are you? Lin Chen was taken aback. He stowed his backpack and closed the attribute panel, turning to discover a somewhat familiar face gazing at him in terror. Upon meeting his gaze, the girl retreated several steps. She was a young healer, adorned with the nickname Qing Si Qing Shui, and bore the same identification number as Lin Chen, 9527. Lin Chen recognized her, and she too recognized him. Oh my God, you are a deity, the girl stammered, her voice as soft as a whisper. However, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to ignore her. In his previous life, he had squandered too much time on women, leading to a tragic fate of life and death. Now, in this new life, he had no desire to deal with such burdens. Nevertheless, considering that this girl had emerged from the same novice village and that Lin Chen had once guided her through dungeons, he sighed and pointed to the surrounding corpses. There are only a few minutes left. These fellows without revival coins will perish directly. At that point, their equipment will drop, and it will all belong to you. As he spoke, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something that he opened his backpack and glanced inside, spotting some equipment he could not utilize, including a staff suitable for healers that he casually tossed it to the ground. You have discarded this item. It is now in a state of being unclaimed and can be picked up by other players. A level 10 blue staff is far superior to the white gear you possess, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. He then turned his attention away from the girl. Qing Si Qing Shui stood frozen for a moment, then cautiously approached to grasp the blue staff from the ground. Thank you. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she dashed away. Yet, she had not ventured far when Lin Chen's voice called out from behind her. Take a different path. There are more monsters on the route you chose. Head to the right. The creatures in that direction should not have respawned yet. The girl abruptly halted, then promptly followed Lin Chen's advice and sprinted down the right path. Thank you, deity, she exclaimed before her figure gradually receded. Lin Chen watched her depart, shifting his gaze to the area where the boss had fallen. As anticipated, a black soul materialized at the side of the boss's demise. Would you like to awaken this soul? Lin Chen smiled. While every awakened undead retained only 50 of their base attributes, they preserved their previous skills and passive auras. Thus, this boss would be significantly more formidable than ordinary undead. Note: you can store a maximum of 2 undead at a time. It has been detected that you have reached the maximum limit. Would you like to discard your current undead? Please select the soul to be discarded. Xiaochong. Please select the soul to be discarded. Huang de Chue. As these two panels appeared, Lin Chen paused briefly, contemplating. He turned to observe Huang de Chue and Xiaochang beside him, lost in thought. However, Huang de Chue seemed to perceive something. He placed his hammer on the ground and knelt on one knee. My lord, there is no need for choice. De Chue is willing to relinquish his precious spot. This humanoid undead displayed self-awareness. He was merely an elite monster, lacking significant abilities or special skills, particularly when compared to Xiaochang's ability to summon small spiders. In the event of a new undead joining, it was evident that he would have no role to play. Lin Chen gazed down at the prostrate undead minion, remaining silent for a moment before making his decision. You have discarded Xiaochang. Huang de Chue, kneeling, was taken aback as he watched Xiaochang's form gradually dissipate. My lord, you. Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he gestured toward the boss's corpse. Arise. However, this action prompted Huang de Chue to lower his head even further, his demeanor becoming even more reverent. In the next moment, a flash of black light accompanied by smoke flickered, and the dark soul began to sway and transform, a massive body emerging from the ground. Undead minion, bandit leader, health, 800. Attack power, 213. Physical defense, 41. Magic defense, 43. Skills, endurance aura, effect, increases the health regeneration rate of units within range. Furious howl, effect, emits a roar that instills fear in surrounding enemies, dealing 50 points of magical damage, while additionally inflicting a 1.5-second stun effect. The bandit leader materialized and knelt before him. Lin Chen's lips nearly curled into a smile. Good heavens, this skill is nothing short of divine. Truly, it is the awakening skill of the second-tier undead lord, befitting Lin Chen's infinitely stacking attack power, a veritable game-changer. Please name your undead minion. Lin Chen regarded the towering bandit leader, standing at approximately 2.5 meters tall. And, taking into account the creature's skills, he already had a name in mind. You have named this unit Roaring Brother. Upon bestowing the name upon Roaring Brother, much like Huang de Chue, The undead's body inexplicably underwent a surge of emotional fluctuation. In the next moment, the previously silent and bowed roaring brother suddenly spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Greetings, my lord." Beside him, Huang de Chue imitated the gesture, echoing, "Greetings, my lord." Lin Chen was unaware of why his undead minions seemed to come to life upon receiving names. He could not explain it, nor did he find it necessary to do so. Arise. After completing these tasks, Lin Chen slowly stood up. He cast a cold glance at the 8 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. At this moment, the deadline for their demise was drawing near. These unfortunate souls were the unlucky ones devoid of resurrection coins, leaving them with no choice but death. Lin Chen paid them no mind. Tidied up briefly, and turned to leave. "Let us move forward. It's time to stack our attack power." Less than half a minute after Lin Chen departed, the 8 players present met their ultimate demise. However, unbeknownst to Lin Chen, as he left, wisps of white souls began to emerge from the spots where the players had fallen. Akin to the aftermath of slain monsters. A line of small text appeared above them. "Would you like to awaken this soul?" Chapter 31. Exceedingly luxurious time passed gradually. According to the parchment map in hand, various players began to converge towards the nearest main city, forming large teams to fend off the monsters along the way while advancing towards the city's checkpoint. Since the players had logged into the hunting god realm from the novice village, 7 to 8 hours had already elapsed. During this period, some had successfully leveled up to 1-7. It wouldn't be long before others began to enter the main city in succession. Simultaneously, the leaderboard was filling up with names. However, what caught the attention of many was the alteration in rankings. The healer programmer who had initially topped the leaderboard had vanished without a trace. And the current leading level belonged to a warrior of level 17, nicknamed Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet, as time flowed, a new leaderboard emerged alongside the existing level ranking. Indeed, in addition to the level rankings, a fresh list appeared, the combat power ranking. Just as players were trying to comprehend how this new list was organized, a lone name materialized upon the combat power leaderboard. Combat power ranking 1, programmer. Novice village code, 9527. Profession, healer. This revelation left everyone stunned. The healer had been ousted from the level ranking yet ascended to the pinnacle of combat power. The conundrum lay in the fact that, as a supportive healing class, how could they possibly claim the title of combat power number 1? This leaderboard must be flawed. How absurd, a healer at the top of the combat power ranking. Did that mean Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had painstakingly reached level 17, had become a mere joke? Who is this individual? If fate allows, I shall seek them out and embrace their leg, hoping they are a great beauty. After all, healers are predominantly women. Perhaps she truly is a captivating lady. Who says we women cannot bear the standard? At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. This peculiar world possessed an extraordinarily complex day-night cycle. If one were to gaze upward, the myriad stars would slowly become discernible. Concurrently, within a region inhabited by level 15 monsters, a luminous orb flickered subtly in a concealed location. Upon closer inspection, the orb revealed an entrance to a ruin. The wilderness of the hunting god realm was dotted with various ruins and caves, unlike dungeons, which, despite containing monsters, primarily served purposes of puzzle solving and treasure hunting, thus lacking any bosses. Within this forsaken temple, an ancient and mysterious aura permeated the air, as dim light filtered through the windows, casting mottled shadows upon the weathered stone walls, which were even adorned with moss. Inside the temple, a mummy stood beside a stone sarcophagus, its body wrapped in bandages, revealing only its withered arms and face. Its eyes flickered with a haunting light, yet beneath that radiance lay a reflection of a massive hammer. .80. The yellow hammer struck down, and the words -350 emerged above the mummy's head. However, before the mummy could retaliate, an arrow suddenly flew from the side of the yellow hammer, piercing the mummy's chest directly. 1730, with a critical hit. The mummy fell lifelessly. My lord, this is the last monster, the yellow hammer said as he withdrew the hammer from the mummy's body and turned to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen stood behind the yellow hammer, with roaring brother guarding his side. Did anything drop? Lin Chen inquired. The yellow hammer rummaged through the mummy's remains, 20 copper coins, and a level 15 warrior skill book titled Piercing Thrust. Keep it. Lin Chen replied. He stepped closer to the yellow hammer and accepted the skill book from him. At that moment, he wielded the crescent moon bow, and his equipment was nothing short of luxurious. Lin Chen's helmet was the blue-grade illusionist crown, primarily enhancing magical defense, while additionally increasing the wearer's maximum health by 10. His gloves were the blue-grade Wasteland gauntlets, providing an 8 critical hit chance. Coupled with the Crescent Moon Bow and the Rusty Iron Sword, which granted a 50 critical hit chance with each attack, Lin Chen had amassed approximately a 60 chance to deliver a critical strike. His upper body was clad in the pink grade 4 spirit armor. Although it was a level 10 piece, its base attributes far surpassed those of blue-grade level 15 equipment. His belt had been upgraded to the blue-grade Guardian's binding at level 15, significantly increasing his health. Under his full armor, Lin Chen's health bar had reached 2,500 points. It was worth noting that even among knights of the same level, those equipped decently might only possess around 1,800 health. His pants were of lower quality, the green-grade Serpent Spirit leggings at level 15, offering armor and magic resistance. However, his boots were distinct, crafted from pink-grade material. The level 15 pink-grade Mage-S greaves provided 50 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 10 agility, and 10 stamina, with a 12 chance to automatically evade incoming physical damage. Lin Chen stowed his bow. He had been grinding monsters for 7 straight hours after defeating the level 10 bandits. He moved on to the level 12 Stormwolves and subsequently tackled levels 14 and 15, spending over half an hour eradicating every monster within this ruin without leaving a single one behind. He now opened his attribute panel, level 15, with a bear attack power stack to 700 AT present. Wielding the Crescent Moon Bow, his attack power reached 865, that a critical hit from a single arrow could unleash over 1,700 damage. And if combined with the burning effect from the red gem on the Crescent Moon Bow, Lin Chen could potentially eliminate a knight of the same level with one shot. Nevertheless, Lin Chen still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He could no longer continue slaying monsters. His stamina had depleted entirely, and further combat would yield no experience points. Furthermore, the durability of the Crescent Moon Bow was nearly exhausted, necessitating careful usage before entering the main city. Having tirelessly grinded, Lin Chen had consumed all the stamina potions in his backpack, leaving him with merely 1 point of stamina. Without stamina potions, he had effectively entered a state of fatigue. He glanced at his backpack. The wear on the Crescent Moon Bow stood at 23,500. While he still had 2 rusty iron swords left, as they were only level 1 equipment, which suffered wear rapidly when defeating such high-level monsters. "Let us go. It's time to exit," he declared, retracting the Crescent Moon Bow into his backpack and replacing it with a blue-grade weapon. The level 10 broadsword, the Blackwood Broadsword, had dropped from defeating the bandit leader boss, and equipped it granted an additional 100 attack power. Although it paled in comparison to the Crescent Moon Bow, it was certainly more painful than the Rusty Iron Sword. As Lin Chen turned to leave the ruin, a series of notification sounds suddenly echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the Chosen One, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, for being the first to enter Qingshu City. Ding! Congratulations to the Chosen One, I Wish to Become Immortal's team, for being the first to enter Hanswang City. Ding! Congratulations to the Chosen One, Duxing Tian and Yinyu Hanting, for entering Baiwest City. Ding! Lin Chen halted in his tracks. Duxing Tian, Yinyu Hanting, a chill coursed through his veins. He vividly remembered those names. His fiancée, Zhao Yuding, used the gamertag Yinyu Hanting, and the one who had betrayed him in his previous life was none other than Duxing Tian, who was also his closest brother, Li Tianhua. That I never expected to learn of your whereabouts so soon. And coincidentally, you both are heading to Baiwest City as well. Lin Chen's gaze gradually darkened. Chapter 32. The Obelisk, Special Event. Upon exiting the ruins, Lin Chen was met with a throng of players. As time progressed, a myriad of players finally stepped into the hunting god's domain. After all, in his previous life, the first day of logging into the ghostly wilds saw hundreds of thousands of players joining in succession. Lin Chen glanced up at the sky. 7 to 8 hours had already passed, making this period the peak time for foot traffic. Observing the players scattered around, he noted that most of them were between levels 13 and 16. Forming teams or wandering in small groups in search of monsters. That a greater number, however, were hastily moving in a specific direction, their expressions revealing urgency and panic as they sought the main city. Lin Chen had no intention of joining them. Instead, he clapped his hands behind him. In an instant, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, who stood beside him, transformed into 2 streams of black smoke and surged into his body. Lin Chen, wielding his black wooden broadsword, walked forward with an indifferent demeanor. "Hey, would you like to join my team? We're in need of a healer," Someone called out. Given the overwhelming crowd, it was inevitable that Lin Chen would receive numerous team invitations during his journey. Yet, he declined each one. Of course, some individuals recognized him. Oh my. Isn't he the programmer ranked first on the ladder leaderboard? What? A programmer deity? Deity, please take me with you. Deity, are you recruiting ladies? I can be cute and charming. As Lin Chen was recognized, more and more players gathered around him, ultimately rendering him unable to move. The programmer deity is a man. I thought he was a beautiful big sister. Can we be friends? Deity, I have a sister who's currently logging in somewhere. How about I introduce you after we add each other? She's a lovely girl, simply stunning. Deity, what about considering Xiaonan? With each remark, Lin Chen found himself utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation before, standing in place without knowing how to react. The crowd buzzed with excitement, voices overlapping, and as the commotion grew, the number of spectators swelled, akin to a celebrity meet and greet. Just as Lin Chen prepared to say something, a sudden uproar erupted from a distance. Almost in unison, the crowd turned their heads in that direction. Less than 100 meters away, a gathering of level 15 ghouls had been disrupted by players. After a group of ghouls was vanquished, 3 stone obelisks resembling triangular shapes emerged, with a treasure chest positioned at the center of the triangle. A treasure chest? But there's no boss here. Where did that come from? I heard the chest is dark and bound with iron chains. Is that so? Let's go take a look. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Chen followed suit. Upon seeing the peculiar obelisks in the chained black treasure chest, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He almost exclaimed, a special event. Beside him, a player who had been incessantly urging Lin Chen to add him as a friend paused, confused. What does a special event mean? Lin Chen replied softly, special events randomly occur in the hunting god's domain's wilderness. They issue a quest, and if completed, one can unlock the treasure chest. A quest. The player inquired further. I've never heard of such a thing. What treasures are inside the chest? Do we really need a special event for that? I once opened one of these chests and found worthless trash, but I also obtained a relic level item. Its appearance is completely random, hence the rewards are also unpredictable. Lin Chen explained as he moved closer. The player stood bewildered. A relic? What is that? Have you opened such a chest before? Wait, shouldn't this be the first time for the deity? As he spoke, Lin Chen had already pushed his way to the front. At this moment, the area around the obelisk was teeming with people, and even a couple of fully equipped teams stood around the treasure chest. Encouraged by the onlookers, they were deliberating on how to open it. Hey, have you figured out how to unlock it? Shouted a bystander. I can't understand this chain. It feels peculiar to the touch, and it's freezing. We can't cut it or pull it off. It seems utterly unyielding. A warrior attempted to pry open the chest with his broadsword. However, no matter their efforts, the chest remained impervious, not even a crack appearing. Damn it, forget it. What a useless thing. The warrior spat in frustration and stormed away. That moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, occupying the space left by the warrior. The crowd fell silent upon seeing him. It's that programmer deity. Does he have a way to open the chest? Under the gaze of the spectators, Lin Chen quietly approached the chest, surveying the crowd gathered around him. There were at least 1,000 individuals, bustling and jostling in the vicinity. Lin Chen then called out, "Is anyone planning to leave?" As he spoke, he retrieved a copper coin from his backpack. The people around exchanged glances, utterly baffled by Lin Chen's intentions. Some even chuckled, not recognizing his identity. What's with the theatrics? I bet you're just planning to hoard the treasure for yourself. Exactly. If you can open the chest, then do it. Why should we care if we leave or not? The crowd erupted in chatter. However, no one stepped away. Lin Chen smirked, refraining from further comment. He tossed the copper coin towards the chest as if making a wish at a fountain. Upon contact, the 3 obelisks suddenly radiated with light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This sudden change startled many onlookers, causing some to instinctively take a step back. What's happening? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a luminous circle began to expand outward from the obelisks, growing larger until it reached a diameter comparable to a small soccer field. Within this radiant circle stood nearly 1,000 people, exchanging bewildered glances, completely unaware of what was about to unfold. Then, a deep bell tolled. Dong. Atop the 3 obelisks, beams of light shot forth simultaneously, converging to form a massive curtain. The curtain descended, resembling an invisible veil falling from the sky. No, it resembled a birdcage. What the hell? This place is seriously creepy. I'm out of here. One individual looked up as the white light curtain spread downward, ultimately merging with the glowing circle on the ground, creating a colossal Semi-elliptical birdcage that could accommodate 1,000 people. That person tried to escape the light curtain, but the moment he touched it, his body was inexplicably rebounded. Bang! He fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, while his health bar inexplicably dropped by more than half. The crowd stood frozen in shock, panic setting in as many attempted to touch the edge of the light curtain, yet their efforts were in vain. Any contact with the luminous boundary sent them flying back. And their health bars dwindled significantly. Don't touch the light. We're trapped. What is going to happen? There are so many people here. What is there to fear? As the bell faded, a prompt resonated in the minds of all within the light curtain. Special event initiated. You have entered the domain of the Zombie King. Please survive within the designated time. The event will commence after the countdown ends. 15, 14, 13. Chapter 33, Zombies. The domain of the Zombie King? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, utterly unaware of the significance of the ominous alert. Over 1,000 individuals scanned their surroundings, their hearts pounding with trepidation. In contrast, Lin Chen maintained a remarkable composure. He silently recited the name of the so-called Zombie King's domain in his mind. While each special event is inherently random, Lin Chen, drawing from his memories across 2 lifetimes, had never encountered this particular event title. Nevertheless, he surmised he understood the underlying rules of this occurrence. Survival, survival, he murmured softly. This moment, a countdown had commenced in his mind. Once it reached 0, monsters would surge forth from the 3 edges of the triangular light curtain. Every individual present was required to endure the onslaught of these creatures within the stipulated time frame. It was a well-worn scenario, one he was intimately familiar with. Lin Chen glanced at his attributes. Upon the initiation of the special event, the status of all participants within the circle would be fully restored. His previously depleted stamina was now quite abundant. He eyed the moonlit bow in his inventory, regretting that the durability of equipped items would not recover automatically. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The alert ceased, and an abrupt chill enveloped the air, causing a noticeable drop in temperature. As they breathed, a biting cold crept upon them. Simultaneously, a thick fog descended, through which the players could discern the echoing roars of some unseen creature. With a collective shudder, the 1,000 players snapped back to reality, adopting defensive stances. Stay calm, gather together, and let the healers shield the central position. Shouted 1. Knights, where are you? Step forward to absorb the damage. Mages and hunters, don't hesitate upon spotting the monsters. Call them in. Although the players' levels lagged behind the usual 17 on the ladder, averaging around 14, they exhibited commendable unity. Despite the fear evident on their faces, they swiftly organized themselves according to their respective roles. They braced themselves. 1,000 voices hushed. Suddenly, the fog parted as a silhouette charged forth. The crowd finally discerned the nature of the incoming monstrosity, a decaying zombie with retinas hanging from its sunken eyes. Zombies erupted from the thick mist, their speed alarming, their guttural growls sending shivers down spines. As they advanced, health bars illuminated above their heads. Ordinary zombie, level 10. Health, 500. Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 10. Magical defense, 10. In an instant, faced with the oncoming horde, the players erupted in furious shouts. Attention! The knights stepped forward, raising their shields in unison, activating their level 5 skill, unyielding stance, and level 10 skill, bronze shield. Brilliant lights emanated from the knights as the zombies charged in, forming a small tide of the undead. Their collective roars blending into a cacophony. The sound of claws scraping against shields filled the air, yet the knights stood resolute. These ordinary zombies, among the weaker tier of level 10 creatures, failed to inflict significant damage against the knights' fortified defenses. 5, 8, 6, 7, 5. This revelation buoyed the knights' morale. Laughter erupted among them, as if the sheer number of zombies were inconsequential. These zombies are merely tickling me. I was expecting something far more formidable. Leave the damage to us. With the knights' hearty laughter resonating, the ranged attackers unleashed their fury, and a multitude of dazzling skills erupted like fireworks. Fireballs, arrows laced with flames and poison, and various spells surged forth from behind the knights. Boom! The explosive sounds triggered waves of shock and wind, sending the zombies hurtling back before they could even emerge fully from the fog. Then, warriors, brawlers, and assassins, those who thrived in close combat, surged forth from the knights' protective formation, engaging the zombies directly in fierce melee. Accustomed to the bizarre challenges of the hunting god's domain, Their spirits soared. No longer daunted by the undead, they were emboldened, ready to confront any divine adversary. Unlike the throng, Lin Chen stood alone in a corner, inevitably drawing the attention of the zombies. However, before they could close in, a massive black hammer whistled through the air. Point 80. With a single strike, the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Chen, wielding the enormous hammer, surveyed the chaos around him coldly. As time passed, the tide of zombies began to diminish gradually. Within a minute, the advancing horde was entirely eradicated. Not a single casualty had befallen the player's side. Lin Chen glanced at the timer. Only 5 minutes had elapsed. Slaying them too swiftly may not bode well. It seems stronger zombies are on the horizon, he remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, mere seconds after Lin Chen's words, a new series of chilling howls erupted from within the fog. This time, however, the cries were even more unsettling, accompanied by a throatier, rasping growl that heightened the palpable sense of danger. The surrounding mist thickened once more. Yet, emboldened by their recent triumph, the players exhibited no fear. They rolled up their sleeves, with the leading knights eagerly anticipating the monster's arrival. Sure enough, the fog yielded yet another wave of zombies. These new creatures, in stark contrast to the previous ordinary zombies, were noticeably larger and swifter, some moving with a speed rivaling that of skill-enhanced assassins. By the heavens, they're fast. Everyone, be alert. At the player's warning, they finally noticed the new designation hovering above the heads of the advancing zombies. Adapter Zombie, level 12. Health, 800. Attack power, 150. Physical defense, 30. Magical defense, 30. The health and defenses of these adapter zombies had significantly surpassed those of the ordinary variety, and their attack power had increased by a staggering 50 points, enough to breach the knight's defenses. Lin Chen muttered under his breath. Roaring Brother. Beside him, a colossal figure emerged, the notorious bandit leader, Roaring Brother, making his appearance. Chapter 34. Adapters, Hunters. As the adapter zombies multiplied, their formidable strength began to overpower the shield-bearing knights. Many zombies managed to breach the knights' defenses, infiltrating the ranks of the players. The fragile classes, though high in damage, could not withstand the knights' resilience, and several mages and hunters found themselves grievously wounded as they were clawed by the undead. In mere moments, the health bars of the fragile classes plummeted dramatically. Simultaneously, the knights' health bars also began to dwindle. Heal, heal, the knights cried out. In response, beams of light streamed forth from the healer's hands, rejuvenating the wounded players. Their health was swiftly restored. Stay calm. Engage, a level 16 warrior bellowed, his enthusiasm unmatched among the 1,000 players. Though not a knight, he had consistently stood shoulder to shoulder with them. His level was among the highest, and the broadsword he wielded emanated a unique luminescence. With merely 3 swift strikes, he could fell an ordinary zombie, and with a skillful release, he could dispatch an adapter zombie in just 2 strikes. Lin Chen noted this warrior, whose moniker was Windswept Wine, but his attention was drawn to the weapon he wielded. My lord, he observed, the weapon in his grasp is a level 15 pink equipment, the artisan's fiery broadsword, boasting an attack power increase of 200 points, along with an armor-piercing capability of 20. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen suddenly realized that a level 15 warrior's bare attributes already boasted an attack power of over 100. If all free attribute points were allocated to strength, the maximum attack power could reach nearly 200. Wielding a pink weapon, it was indeed possible to slay an 800 HP zombie in just 2 or 3 strikes. Truly, as a physical class, the increase in attack power was remarkably smooth. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, yet suddenly, something occurred to him, and he turned back, looking at Huang Dachui with a puzzled expression. How do you know? Lin Chen could not discern what kind of equipment the warrior held, so how could Huang Dachui, as a necromancer unit, so directly name the equipment? However, Huang Dachui scratched his head and replied, My lord, can't you see? Just then, a zombie shrieked and charged forward. Lin Chen swung his broadsword casually, and the zombie was instantly bisected, meeting its demise on the spot. I remember that one can only view an enemy's equipment upon reaching level 20. And only while in a non-combat state, Lin Chen remarked. Yet Huang Dachui, somewhat puzzled, turned to look at the person standing beside Lin Chen. Roaring Brother, can you see? Roaring Brother hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his voice deep and resonant. I can see as well. The warrior is wearing a level 15 blue-quality blacksmith's exquisite chestplate. At this revelation, Lin Chen lost his composure. Not only Huang Dachui, but even Roaring Brother could see. He was certain that a typical necromancer's skills could not possibly yield such effects. Truly, It was an interesting skill obtained through a bug. Yes, just like that. Maintain the rhythm. Healer, conserve your mana. Do not waste healing. Fengchen Zhujiu continued, serving as the stabilizing force for the group's morale. Indeed, despite the overwhelming number of zombies, as long as they coordinated well, they could still achieve a flawless victory. Each player possessed unique skills and roles, and as long as they fully exploited their advantages and collaborated, they could potentially achieve 0 casualties, just like against the ordinary zombies they had previously faced. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the last zombie fell. Lin Chen looked up at the time prompt. 20 minutes had passed. Typically, special events of this nature required around half an hour, which suggested another wave of undead might be forthcoming. The surroundings fell eerily silent for a few seconds, as everyone glanced around, puzzled as to why the surrounding barrier had yet to dissipate at this moment. The warrior, named Fengchen Zhujiu, stepped forward, closely inspecting the fog ahead. Strange, the mist seems to have thickened, he remarked, waving his hand, causing the mist to sway, revealing a bizarre dark green hue within. Dark green mist. As the warrior pondered this, a pitch-black arm suddenly extended from the depths of the fog. Gah! The sudden turn of events caused the warrior's pupils to constrict, and he recoiled sharply as the arm grasped at empty air. Yet in that moment, he clearly saw that this was an arm covered in peculiar scales. Remarkably tough, with 5 claws resembling long blades, and black, bony spikes protruding from various points along the arm, as if it were a shape-shifting entity. Instinctively, Fengchen Zhujiu began to step back, ultimately retreating to the side of the knights. Quick, prepare yourselves. He urgently patted the shoulder of a nearby knight, his tone laced with fear. The others, unaware of his ordeal, nonetheless adopted a battle stance. Soon, everyone heard a low, ghastly murmur. Gah! Zombies of varying shapes and sizes began to emerge from the fog. In that instant, not only the 1,000-strong crowd but even Lin Chen could not help but narrow his eyes. What are these things? People gasped in astonishment. The creatures before them were indeed zombies. Yet unlike the previous 2 waves, these appeared distinctly unusual. Their bodies were oddly shaped, with surfaces adorned with skeletal-like structures. Their claws and talons were sharper, and most had scales covering their skin. With each step they took closer. An unsettling fear pierced the souls of the onlookers. Hunter Zombie. Level. 15. Health. 1200. Attack power. 200. Physical defense. 50. Magical defense. 50. Passive ability. Exoskeleton, which weakens physical attacks by 1-2. In that moment, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. The basic attributes of these so-called hunter zombies were already on par with some of the players present at the same level. If these zombies charged, they would be utterly defenseless. My goodness. Even Fengchen Zhujiu felt a chill run down his spine. His hands trembled slightly around the broadsword. With so many zombies, each boasting an attack power of 200, this was no trivial matter. At this moment, the zombies prepared to charge. The players immediately descended into chaos. It was then that Lin Chen sheathed his level 10 blue broadsword, opting instead for his rusty iron sword. He stepped to the front of the team, even advancing directly into the fog. Chapter 35, The Tragic Situation. It's the Programmer God. As Lin Chen's figure emerged, a gasp echoed among the crowd. Yet before they could utter a second word, the howls from the hunter zombies erupted like a war cry, signaling the start of the charge. These evolved zombies moved with the speed of leopards. Soon, more and more zombies surged forth from the thick mist. Despite the gathering of over 1,000 individuals, they resembled sheep awaiting slaughter in the face of a wolf pack. Just moments ago, they had felt a glimmer of comfort at the appearance of Lin Chen, the top-ranked powerhouse, but now all thoughts of reassurance were cast aside, leaving only panic. Lin Chen gripped his rusty iron sword tightly. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, charged headlong into the horde of zombies. God, behind him, Lin Chen could still hear people frantically calling out to him. However, as he plunged into the mist, those behind lost sight of him entirely. Alongside Lin Chen's bold advance, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother followed closely. I don't need to elaborate further. Lin Chen called out "At your command." Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother responded in unison. In the next moment, they clashed with the zombies. Roaring Brother plunged into the throng, utilizing Lin Chen's level 10 skill, Rebirth Wind. The zombies clawed at him, but he remained unperturbed. As Rebirth Wind gradually restored his health, he suddenly lifted his head and let out a mighty roar toward the sky. Roar. Roaring Brother activated his special skill, Furious Howl. Furious Howl effect emits a roar that instills fear in surrounding enemies, dealing 200 magical damage and applying a 1.5-second stun effect. A massive sound wave swept through the area, causing at least 30 zombies to tremble violently. In that instant, Huang Dachui swung his hammer and charged into the throng of still-stunned zombies, with an attack power of 350 inherited from Lin Chen. Huang Dachui's strikes were devastating, and with just 2 swings, he managed to reach the entire group of zombies. Coupled with the 200 magical damage from Roaring Brothers' howl, each zombie was left with less than 700 health. Coincidentally, Lin Chen's rusty iron sword had an attack power precisely matching that figure. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Chen swiftly swung his rusty iron sword, the blade flashing as it danced across the bodies of the hunter zombies. As the durability of the iron sword rapidly diminished, damage values floated above the zombies' heads. -700, -1402, -701, -702, -703, -1408. Whether critical hits or not, with each slash Lin Chen delivered, supported by Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, a zombie would collapse entirely, and Lin Chen's attack power steadily increased. As the zombies multiplied, Lin Chen occasionally needed to dodge, coordinating with Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother to ensure his survival, though his health and dual defenses remained relatively optimistic. The sheer number of zombies posed a significant threat. If encircled, Lin Chen would find himself in dire straits. Rip! 2 zombies launched a simultaneous attack, viciously clawing at Lin Chen. One even landed a critical hit. Lin Chen recoiled sharply, while Huang Dachui swung his hammer in response. 80. Lin Chen was quick-witted and agile, swiftly delivering 2 lethal strikes that dispatched their foes. However, 2 more zombies charged at him from behind. Before Lin Chen could react, the towering figure of Roaring Brother swung a massive cleaver, easily as tall as a person, creating a fierce gust of wind. Lin Chen, not to be outdone, raised his hand and delivered 2 more precise slashes. Yet, in no time, he found himself ambushed again from behind. With a sudden turn, he swung his sword, delivering a critical blow that sent the zombie crumpling to the ground. There was no time to heal himself. A zombie had breached the defenses set by Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, sinking its teeth into Lin Chen's shoulder. He recoiled sharply, bringing his rusted sword down in retaliation. 1440. After 2 minutes, Lin Chen's health bar had already halved. Yet the horde of zombies showed no signs of dwindling. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. The low level of his character was indeed a nuisance, gazing at the mass of zombies before him. Lin Chen found himself reminiscing about his past life as an 80-level warrior, when he could effortlessly clear the battlefield with a mere flick of his weapon, let alone casting skills. Now, he had to meticulously calculate his moves to avoid being overwhelmed. The healing hands and reviving winds danced between him and the 2 undead allies, making Lin Chen resemble a monkey leaping through the trees. The zombies continued to pour in, and Lin Chen relied on his combat experience and agility to maneuver around them. Whenever a gap in their assault appeared, he would seize the moment to thrust his sword. After a while, he had managed to take down over 80 zombies. Anyone witnessing Lin Chen's prowess would likely be left in awe. These so-called hunter zombies boasted attributes comparable to level 15 players, yet Lin Chen, in concert with his 2 undead companions, felled them with almost a single blow each. Simultaneously, his defenses were extraordinarily resilient. Even knights, who would struggle to withstand a few hits, found their attacks ineffective against him. Despite this, Lin Chen felt his efficiency was still lacking. He had nearly drained all the health and mana potions in his inventory. With a boost to his critical hit rate, his attack had increased from 700 to 754. Raising his gaze, he noticed that time had seemingly come to a standstill. The number of zombies began to dwindle, and the cacophony of explosions and cries from the misty horizon gradually faded. The dense fog obscured his view of the players on the other side. After all, he was alone here, and the zombies targeting him remained few. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's blade fell upon the last zombie charging toward him, extinguishing its life force. He took a shallow breath. His stamina and mana were utterly depleted, and his health had dwindled to a mere third. Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother had long been forced back into their own realms. If the monsters continued their relentless advance, Lin Chen feared dire consequences awaited him. The surrounding fog began to lift, revealing a scene reminiscent of hell. Of the over 1,000 players who had once stood their ground, fewer than 200 remained. Countless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Some, with revival tokens in their backpacks, began to vanish one by one, while those without could do nothing but await the healer's revival. However, despite being a level 12 skill, the means to acquire the heavenly corridor was exceedingly stringent. Even in his past life, this low-level skill was an indispensable divine ability in the hunting goddess realm. A single skill book for the heavenly corridor could fetch a price greater than some advanced awakening skills at the trading post. Among the 1,000 players present, Not a single one had learned this skill. A lamenting atmosphere enveloped the area. Many, even if not on the verge of death, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Lin Chen's gaze swept over these individuals before settling on the base of 3 obelisks. There, a black chest slowly detached from its chains. Moments later, the chest opened automatically. Chapter 36. Dusty Wine. At that moment, a notification echoed in the minds of Lin Chen and all surviving players present. You have completed a special event. Received event rewards. Rewards have been distributed to your inventory. However, shortly after, Lin Chen heard a voice that only he could perceive. You are the most active player in this special event, receiving an additional experience bonus. You have the highest kill count in this special event, gaining the favor of the Zombie King. Additional rewards have been distributed to your inventory. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. A series of notifications flooded in, prompting Lin Chen to hastily check his inventory. He first examined the primary reward from the event. What is this? Not only Lin Chen, but everyone present was taken aback. They stared in disbelief at their inventories, which now inexplicably contained AKEY.no way. Is this the reward for the special event? Just a damn key. Are they serious? Indeed, the event reward was a key called the Invitation of the King. There was no elaborate description, not even a proper entry, only the solitary phrase consumable item and a usage level requirement of 30. Confused as he was, Lin Chen nonetheless decided to stow the key away for future use upon reaching level 30 and ignoring the primary reward. He glanced at what was deemed the additional reward. Oh, an equipment piece. To his surprise, the additional reward proved more reliable than the primary one. Lin Chen examined the amulet known as the Blessing of the Zombie King. Blessing of the Zombie King. Unique. Type, amulet level requirement. None luck. 10 strength, 10 intelligence, 10 skill, domain of the king. Creating an area shrouded in mist. Within this area, your attack speed increases by 100, health recovery speed by 100, while enemies' attack speed and movement speed decrease by 10 each. Manual activation required. Growth type equipment. Each time the wearer kills a unit, they gain 1 point of evolution value. Current evolution level, 1. Evolution value, 0-100. Lin Chen let out a low gasp of astonishment. His surprise stemmed not from the skill called Domain of the King, but rather that this equipment was a growth-type item. He had seen similar growth-type gear before, rumored to enhance attributes as the wearer's level increased, but he had never encountered one with such a growth trajectory. Evolution? Lin Chen pondered, wondering if it related to the name of this special event. The Zombie King was an entirely unfamiliar event name. Astonishingly, it was a unique item, meaning there was only one in the entire hunting goddess realm. Perfect. I can increase my attack power with kills, and this amulet offers dual benefits. Without a second thought, Lin Chen equipped the amulet. After completing this, he opened his attribute panel. He had now reached level 17. And combined with the Blessing of the Zombie King, his attributes had visibly improved compared to when he was at level 15. Nickname. Programmer level. 17 health points. With all equipment equipped 2,400 mana points. 600 strength. 41 10 intelligence. 55 10 agility. 42 stamina. 61 luck. 10 attack power. With rusted iron sword 766 moonlight bow. 165 930 spell attack. 165 physical defense. Wearing 4 spirit soft armor 108 magical defense. 113 free attribute points. For Lin Chen took a quick glance at his basic attributes, closed the panel, and surveyed his surroundings. As time passed, players with revival tokens began to choose resurrection, leaving behind a group of unfortunate souls awaiting their fate. He dusted himself off and stood up. Just then, a figure approached, seemingly hesitant, but as Lin Chen prepared to leave, the individual called out, "Great God, please wait a moment." Lin Chen turned his head and discovered that the warrior named Feng Chenjuejio was gazing at him. Lin Chen scrutinized this battle-worn warrior, whose robust physique suggested considerable strength. Although he had yet to reach level 20 and could not ascertain the equipment the warrior was wearing, according to Huang De Chui and Roar Ge, this individual wielded at least a pink broadsword. Moreover, following a completed event, this warrior had attained level 18 in the rankings. Feng Chenjuejio was among the top contenders, and as more individuals began to appear on the strength leaderboard, he too found himself within the top 100. For the top spot, it remained occupied by Lin Chen. There's something you need? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. Feng Chenjuejio scratched his head awkwardly. glancing back occasionally before speaking. Great one. Would you be interested in joining our fixed team? You could be the captain. Lin Chen had anticipated this outcome, and he waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. With that, he turned away. However, Feng Chunjue hastily added, Great one. I mean no offense that I merely believe that forming a fixed team would be quite convenient for newcomers like us. The distribution of classes within our team is exceptionally balanced. And I assure you that no one will cause you any trouble. I am a seasoned gamer. Though I may not fully grasp the peculiarities of this world, my understanding of games is profound. As he spoke, he cautiously followed in Lin Chen's footsteps. At that moment, Lin Chen halted, and Feng Chunjue immediately came to a stop. He could not discern what this healer was contemplating. But he was correct in his assessment. Lin Chen possessed an extraordinary understanding of the game, and it was evident that he was not an ordinary player. There was a fundamental distinction between him and others like Feng Chunjue. To be blunt, in Feng Chunjue's eyes, Lin Chen's prowess inspired thoughts of two terms, hacker and whale. It was remarkable that a healer, a purely supportive role, could ascend to the pinnacle of the strength leaderboard in the early stages of the God-Slayer realm. Such an absurdity would be inconceivable in any game. Including God-Slayer, Lin Chen appeared to be in contemplation, and Feng Chunjue fell silent, awaiting further dialogue. After a few moments, Lin Chen turned back. All right. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Feng Chunjue's eyes lit up. However, Lin Chen suddenly raised a finger. I have a question and some conditions. Feng Chunjue paused, and quickly nodded. Please, go ahead. Does every member of your team possess equipment like yours? Lin Chen pointed at the broadsword in Feng Chunjue's hand. Upon hearing this, Feng Chunjue instinctively tightened his grip on the weapon, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He was astonished at how Lin Chen knew that his weapon was pink. Nevertheless, he soon shook his head. I am the only one with pink equipment. Lin Chen lowered his finger and said coolly, in that case, I have conditions to propose. If you wish for me to join your fixed team, I will need to recruit new members. Feng Chunjue was taken aback and glanced behind him, where several individuals were watching him, evidently members of his existing team. What do you mean? Great one. I do not require any of your current teammates aside from you. As for the members of the fixed team, I have my own plans. As he spoke, Lin Chen fixed a cold gaze on the warrior. Consider this carefully. Feng Chunjue found himself in deep thought. As the captain of a fixed team, he had personally recruited each of his teammates, and although they had known each other for less than 10 hours, abandoning them was not a decision to be made lightly. Moreover, the team members awaited his good news with eager anticipation. The man's brow furrowed and relaxed repeatedly, while joining forces with this healer might yield countless benefits. The cost would be a betrayal of his comrades, a notion he was reluctant to entertain. After a moment, Feng Chunjue quietly asked, Great one, are you asking me to betray my teammates? If I were to do so, would you not fear that one day I might betray you as well? He endeavored to convey the gravity of his words while cautiously scrutinizing Lin Chen's expression, hoping to detect any emotional shift. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, responding coolly, If you encounter a better option later, you are free to leave at any time. Likewise, should I find you lacking in value, I will not hesitate to discard you. Therefore, I hope you will consider this matter carefully. With that, Lin Chen proceeded to send a friend request to Feng Chunjue without further hesitation. If Feng Chunjue accepted, he could proceed with the friendship. If he declined, he could simply refuse Lin Chen's proposition. After completing these actions, Lin Chen turned away from Feng Chunjue and sought a secluded spot to recuperate and organize his backpack. His bag was cluttered and required some tidying up. As for the fixed team, it held no substantial advantages for him. In his previous life, he had joined a fixed team with Zhao Yuting. But as time passed, intrigue and self-interest had marred the experience, ultimately consuming his time and energy. Reluctant to repeat that experience, Lin Chen deliberately proposed a seemingly insurmountable condition to dissuade Feng Chunjue. As Lin Chen pondered this, he finished organizing his belongings and prepared to depart. Just then, Feng Chunjue approached. Captain, when shall we set out? Lin Chen paused, instinctively glancing at his friend list, and was surprised to find a new friend. Feng Chunjue. You accepted? Lin Chen remarked in astonishment, noticing that the 5 individuals who had been watching from a distance were nowhere to be seen. It appeared that this warrior genuinely intended to join him. I understand the balance of risk and reward, Feng Chunjue replied with a smile. Observing the warrior, Lin Chen felt momentarily perplexed. After a brief silence, he sighed. Very well, but I must clarify in advance that my team composition may differ from your expectations regarding new member recruitment. I hope you will not interfere. Rest assured, I won't utter a single unnecessary word. Feng Chunjuejiu affirmed with a nod. Furthermore, regardless of what extraordinary abilities I may display, do not inquire further. Understood, I will not pry. Lin Chen wished to convey more, but upon meeting the warrior's determined gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally said, "Join the team." The system announced, "The programmer has created a team. The programmer has sent you a team invitation. You have joined the team." Lin Chen turned and walked away, with Feng Chunjuejiu promptly following. "What should I call you, Captain?" "My surname is Lin." "And you?" "My surname is Feng. You may call me Feng Chun. So, you are called Feng Chunjuejiu?" Lin Chen inquired. "Indeed, I've always used this name in games. What about you, Lin Go? Does your name have any special meaning?" Lin Chen shook his head. "It was chosen at random." With that, the two gradually departed from their previous location. As the crowd swelled around them, many players gathered to observe the aftermath of the recently concluded event. However, upon witnessing the significant losses among over 1,000 players, many faces displayed expressions of fear. Minutes later, Lin Chen and Feng Chunjuejiu had distanced themselves from the area. They continued along a main road. And as dusk fell, the number of passers-by began to dwindle. Occasionally, wild creatures would appear, but before Lin Chen could engage, Feng Chunjuejiu would swiftly confront them with his pink broadsword. After walking for about an hour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. They unfurled their sheepskin map, realizing that the delay from leveling and completing the special event had set them back, leaving them still some distance from the nearest main city. Bayou City to at their current pace, it would likely take 2 hours to arrive. Suddenly, Lin Chen stopped. "Lin Go, shall we take a break?" Feng Chen polished the broadsword in his hand and spoke. Lin Chen glanced at his level. Unlike Feng Chen, who was at level 18, his own level was one rank lower at 17, as he had been continuously slaying lower-level monsters to accumulate attack power. However, he planned to reach level 20 before entering the main city, and at this pace, he estimated he would arrive at level 18, but he needed to find a place to level up to 20 first. After all, only he knew that entering the main city at level 20 came with a hidden reward. "Follow me," Lin Chen said, turning sharply to the right. Feng Chen, standing still, glanced at the sheepskin map in his hand. Puzzled by Lin Chen's retreating figure, yet he said nothing more and promptly followed with his sword drawn. The two walked for a few minutes, gradually slowing their pace. However, they did not encounter a horde of wild monsters but rather a group of dying players. Along their path, they had come across several players sprawled on the ground, motionless. At that moment, 3 more dying individuals lay ahead, their heads displaying the need for resurrection. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" Feng Chen asked. Noticing that there were no particularly threatening monsters nearby, making the sight of these solitary figures quite strange. Yet, as Feng Chen pondered this, Lin Chen beside him let out a cold laugh. He whispered to Feng Chen, "It's not the monsters, it's man-made. Man-made." Feng Chen shivered slightly, his disbelief prompting him to ask, "What do you mean by man-made?" Lin Chen chuckled softly. "Since you've played many online games, you must have encountered such types before. Their names are always displayed in red, and they take pleasure in killing players." As he spoke, 6 individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows ahead. These 6 bore sinister smiles on their faces. Chapter 38, The Red-Named Players. Their class composition was impeccable, featuring a knight as the leader, accompanied by a healer, a hunter, a mage, an assassin, and a beast master. They were versatile, capable of both offense and defense. Their average level was 17, and their equipment appeared commendable, primarily consisting of level 15 gear, with most being blue items, and the least being green. In this fully staffed team, all but the seemingly timid healer had blood-red names over their heads, standing before Lin Chen and Feng Chen. Under the dim night sky, these 6 resembled grim reapers, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, even in silence. Instinctively, Feng Chen positioned himself in front of Lin Chen, even nudging him to stand behind him. However, after some thought, he realized that although Lin Chen was a healer, he was also the top-ranked player in combat power, making his actions somewhat unnecessary. Yet, despite having decent equipment and a powerful ally by his side, Feng Chen perceived no possibility of victory against a fully equipped band of red-named players. "Everyone, what do you want?" Feng Chen called out softly to the 6 ahead, while meticulously observing their every move. Ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. However, when he caught sight of the assassin among them, a sense of dread washed over him. In the presence of such a stealthy class, even an attempt to escape seemed futile. "This is BAD that moment. The leading knight smiled faintly, raising his hand with a short-handled axe pointed at the 2. We just want to see what nice equipment you have on you. If it suits us, how about lending it to us? As he spoke, the six stepped forward. Faced with such an atmosphere, Feng Chen naturally recalled encounters with players who took pleasure in slaughtering low-level characters. He had not anticipated encountering such scum in the land of hunting gods. No wonder these individuals appeared on this desolate road. It facilitated their ambush of unsuspecting players. Not a chance. Feng Chen retorted sharply. If you don't want to lend it, that's fine, the knight chuckled. After all, when players die, their equipment drops that we can just guard the corpses. By the way, you don't have any resurrection coins, do you? He then raised an eyebrow at the hunter behind him. In the next moment, the hunter swiftly drew his bow, releasing a toxic arrow that whistled through the air. You are under threat from other players. Please be cautious. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen and Feng Chen's minds. Just as the arrow struck Feng Chen's shoulder, dealing minus 226 damage. Had Feng Chen's armor not been adequate, the damage would have been even greater. The arrow was poisoned, a level 5 skill of the hunters, causing lingering damage over time. Seconds passed, and Feng Chen's health, already at 1,900 points, visibly diminished. Damn, these bastards. Feng Chen no longer hesitated. Brandishing his broadsword, he executed the warrior's level 5 skill, Ghost Slash, but the knight charged forward, raising his shield to block the attack. Clang. 256. The low-level shield failed to block effectively, but the Ghost Slash only dealt minimal damage. The knight's eyes lit up. Wow, that sword you have must be a pink item. It hurts so much. After a brief exchange, both parties began to retreat, in the absence of others intervening. Even the robust knight was no match for Feng Chen, who wielded a pink weapon. This only intensified their hostility towards him. How delightful. We've encountered a pink item. The six laughed in unison. Cover him, assassin. Move in with me. The rest stay put, the knight commanded, swinging his short axe in the air. Finish them off quickly to avoid any other fools getting in the way. Understood, Captain. The assassin swiftly drew a dagger and activated stealth. Feng Chen hurriedly retreated, gripping his broadsword tightly, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. The enemy's overconfidence was advantageous. Their reluctance to strike all at once provided him with some leeway. However, even with a sturdy knight and an unseen assassin, Feng Chen felt utterly constrained. Most critically, he had to remain vigilant against the arrows that might rain down from afar. Damn it, if only I had learned the level 15 skill. Piercing strike. I could easily break through this knight's defenses. Just as he cursed internally and his mind raced, he suddenly sensed a chill at his side. The assassin had activated his initial skill. Throat slit. Feng Chen quickly turned, preparing to use his sword to parry the incoming strike. However, just as he assumed the defensive stance, the assassin's dagger inexplicably remained poised, not yet striking. Feng Chen glanced at his side. Puzzled. To his shock, he saw the assassin sprawled on the ground, in a dying state. What's going on? Not only Feng Chen but even the other 5 opponents were wide-eyed in disbelief. In the next moment, all eyes were drawn to Lin Chen, who stood off to the side, now holding a drawn bow. Lin Chen had just completed the motion of shooting, and his target was none other than the assassin. From a distance, the hunter in the opposing team instinctively took a step back. Having just witnessed Lin Chen's arrow strike the assassin, it dealt a staggering 1760 critical damage. Was this truly the damage output of a healer? One must remember that an assassin, a class characterized by high attack and low defense, typically boasted less than 1,700 health. Most assassins prioritize strength and agility, neglecting defense. Yet, even so, a level 17 assassin was taken down in one shot? Chapter 39. Breaking the shield. At this moment, the remaining 5 individuals across from him finally realized that something was amiss. The knight, whose initial focus was on Feng Chen Zhuojiu, suddenly shifted his aim directly towards Lin Chen. What kind of damage is this? The knight bellowed, instinctively taking 2 or 3 steps back, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Lin Chen. This instant, Lin Chen once again drew his moon bow. Assuming a stance to aim, points of starlight coalesced into energy arrows, startling the knight. Whoosh! The arrow suddenly whistled through the air. The knight was taken aback, although he could hardly believe that a mere level 17 healer could eliminate an assassin in one shot with a level 10 bow. He dared not take the risk. If this healer truly possessed some extraordinary item that could instantly kill, he could not afford to endure that arrow. The arrow was already hurtling towards him, and the knight swiftly dodged, the arrow grazing the armor on his body. Swoosh! The energy arrow embedded itself into the ground. A miss. Lin Chen couldn't help but grimace. After all, he was not a hunter specializing in archery. And if his accuracy was not high, It was indeed possible to misfire when under scrutiny. Just as Lin Chen prepared to draw the bow once more, he glanced at the dwindling durability of the moon bow and slowly lowered it. This action caught the attention of the knight and his companions, and they almost simultaneously raised their eyebrows. The captain likely had some special item that allowed him to kill an assassin in one shot. But judging by his current demeanor, that item could probably be used only once. A hunter murmured softly behind them. He should pose no threat now. Are you certain? Not entirely sure, but at this level, there shouldn't exist any items capable of inflicting instant kill effects repeatedly within a short time frame. That would be utterly imbalanced. That makes sense. Being part of the same team, their conversation was conducted through the internal voice chat, and Lin Chen and Feng Chen could not hear their exchange. However, although the knight found the hunter's words reasonable, he dared not advance recklessly. He cast a wary glance at the assassin lying on the ground, near death. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to his teammates and commanded, "You two, attack from a distance and finish him off." The knight declared fiercely, "If he and that warrior come close, I will hold them off." Since he was reluctant to gamble with his life, they would resort to a ranged assault. As soon as the knight finished speaking, the hunters and mages behind him exchanged glances, then without hesitation, the hunter unleashed his scorpion tail while the mage cast his level 10 skill, Ice Spike. Simultaneously, facing the incoming green arrows and colossal ice hammer, Lin Chen made no effort to evade. He merely stowed his bow back into his backpack and switched to a rusty iron sword. He had no intention of using the level 10 Blackwood broadsword, as he had discovered that when he had shot the assassin to the brink of death, his attack power had actually increased by 1 point. This was intriguing. He could not only enhance his attack power by slaying monsters, but could also accumulate it by defeating players. At this moment, Feng Chen had just regained his senses after witnessing Lin Chen's earlier feat. He saw the ranged attacks arriving in succession and hastily shouted a warning to the motionless Lin Chen. "Master, be careful." However, Lin Chen remained oblivious, allowing the poisoned arrow and ice spike to strike him. Thud. Unlike the fiery scorpion tail from the hunter, the mage's ice spike was an area of effect attack. Upon hitting Lin Chen, it exploded into a shower of white ice blossoms that spread outward. As Feng Chen rushed to Lin Chen's side, he was forced to retreat a step, overwhelmed by the chilling aura. Had Lin Chen possessed a low magic resistance, this blow combined with the scorpion tail's continuous damage would have been quite detrimental. After all, a healer's ability to mend wounds would be suppressed by such bleed effects. However, the floating numbers above Lin Chen and the small amount of health he lost left everyone aghast. 112. This was the damage from the scorpion tail striking Lin Chen. 70. This was the damage caused by the explosion of the ice spike. 2. 2. 2. This was the continuous damage inflicted by the scorpion tail's poison. In a matter of seconds, the total damage amounted to less than 200 points, and when they looked at Lin Chen's status, he had only lost a fraction of his health. Not only was he unfazed by the prospect of using his healing skills, but he lacked even the desire to glance upward. Emerging from the icy blossoms, Lin Chen brandished his rusty iron sword, advancing step by step. The warrior Feng Chen, who had just been worried about Lin Chen's safety, now found himself at a loss for words. During their previous encounter with zombies, the thick fog had obscured their view of Lin Chen's actions, and they only knew that a healer had somehow ascended to the top of the power rankings, which seemed absurd, leading them to believe that Lin Chen must possess something extraordinary. But now, Feng Chen felt he had been gravely mistaken. This was not about possessing something extraordinary. He realized that abandoning his original team to ally with Lin Chen was an immensely wise and correct decision. At this moment, Lin Chen strode forward, and the five felt as though they were not facing a healer, but a harbinger of doom. "Damn it! If you have the ability, come and kill me," the knight shouted, lifting his shield, activating both his level 5 and level 10 skills, while simultaneously shouting to his comrades behind him, "Hold nothing back. Unleash your skills upon him," before his teammates could react. Lin Chen had already reached the knight's front. He lifted the rusty iron sword slightly and struck down upon the knight's shield. Thud. Blocked. The strike failed to inflict damage. Without hesitation, Lin Chen swung again. Thud. Still no damage registered. The blow was blocked once more. The knight was momentarily taken aback. His luck seemed to be holding. As he had not anticipated consecutive successful blocks from his shield, he burst into laughter. "Kid, this shield of mine is a level 15 blue item. If I'm not mistaken, that weapon in your hand should be a rusty iron sword, right?" No one has used this thing since it was unboxed in the newbie village. And you dare to wield it against me? He laughed heartily. Just as he was about to raise his short axe, Lin Chen thrust out a third strike. Crack. This time, although no damage was dealt. It was not due to the shield's blocking ability. The knight stared in disbelief at his shattered iron shield, sensing something was amiss. Wait, my shield is a level 15 exquisite magical iron shield, providing 50 points of armor and an additional 200 points of magical health. Furthermore, I haven't used it much, so its durability should be nearly full. Yet now, a notification popped up in his mind. Your exquisite magical iron shield's durability is 0. It has been destroyed. The knight was completely bewildered. Chapter 40. The monarch's domain. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he seized the knight's wrist, yanking him forward with great force. In that instant, Lin Chen thrust his iron sword forward. Clang. The next moment, numbers that would shatter the knight's worldview exploded into his vision. 1340. Yes, there was an exclamation mark following the number. It was a critical hit. But that was not the main point. The crucial aspect was that this strike had nearly pierced his carotid artery. His shield had been destroyed. Currently, the gear he was wearing granted him an extra 80 points of armor. And as a knight, his base attributes provided a higher armor bonus compared to other classes. Altogether, he should have around 130 points of armor, coupled with the activation of 2 early-game shield skills. Unyielding and Bronze Shield. He had effectively added 70 points of armor and 50 points of magic resistance. Even without the shield, this knight had previously boasted nearly 200 points of physical defense. Yet, this healer had dealt over 1,300 points of damage. Even accounting for the critical hit, that was extraordinarily bizarre. If it weren't for his armor absorbing some damage, that blow would have dealt nearly 1,540 points. Damn it! Are you cheating? He had no other thoughts. Currently, he had only 2,000 health points remaining. Lin Chen, wielding a rusty iron sword, had nearly incapacitated him with a single strike that he stood there, utterly dazed. However, as the knight broke free from Lin Chen's grasp and began to retreat, Lin Chen made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he simply stood there calmly. Big hammer, roaring bro, Lin Chen said indifferently. He seemed to be calling out to someone. The remaining team members, witnessing their captain, a knight, nearly being defeated in an instant, felt their fighting spirit wane entirely. If this healer truly possessed some extraordinary item that rendered him high in attack but low in defense, it might be understandable. Yet, this individual appeared even more resilient than the knight. Furthermore, he was a healer. Even if they managed to strike him down to half his health, it was likely that Lin Chen could restore it entirely with a single healing touch. There was no point in fighting. They decided to retreat. These so-called red-named players were not desperate outlaws. While they looked down upon the lives of others, they were acutely aware of their own mortality. However, before they could flee very far, a sudden fog enveloped the area. Dark green mist surged violently from Lin Chen's location, spreading outward with the swiftness of a beam of light. The temperature in the surrounding 10-meter radius plummeted. Even Feng Chen, a teammate of Lin Chen, could sense an unseen force gripping the very throat of warmth. Feng Chen glanced around, feeling an unsettling familiarity with this dense fog. Wasn't this the very mist that appeared during zombie encounters? Soon, a peculiar phrase echoed in everyone's minds. You have entered the King's domain. Feng Chen, perplexed, instinctively assumed a battle stance, vigilant for any threats. He was bewildered. Had they not completed the special event? They had even obtained a mysterious key from their backpack, yet now they found themselves ensnared in this bizarre King's domain. Would zombies emerge from the fog? Lin Chen, however, wore a subtle smile. Indeed, he had activated the blessing of the Zombie King, a protective skill. Within this domain, his attack speed increased by 100, and his health regeneration rate surged by 100, while his enemy's attack and movement speeds were diminished by 10. As expected, once the domain was established, the 5 knights felt as though their feet had been ensnared by an unseen force, akin to treading through thick mud, rendering them unable to move swiftly. What is happening? I feel exhausted. I can't run. Is it that healer's doing? Damn it. Don't look back. Run. They no longer cared whether this ominous situation was orchestrated by the healer. They felt as if they had struck an iron wall. How unfortunate. They had scarcely begun to relish the thrill of killing and looting when they encountered such formidable resistance. The fog thickened, and the knight at the forefront of the group, despite his injuries, unleashed a fierce will to survive that he pushed through the dense mist, gasping for breath as he spotted a glimmer of light ahead. If he could just escape, if he could just leave this place. But in the next moment, a piercing howl erupted. 80. A black two-handed hammer came hurtling through the mist, creating a tempest that shattered the surrounding fog and struck the knight, who was solely focused on his escape. The immense force made him feel as if his very insides had been pulverized. His remaining health of 700 points plummeted by 350 in an instant. He let out a muffled groan as he flew backward. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a furious roar erupted from the thick fog. Roar. The knight's health bar diminished by another 200 points. Not only that, but he also felt dizzy, his head throbbing painfully. He instinctively pressed his hands against his swelling head, yet the throbbing subsided almost as quickly as it had begun. Within mere seconds, he regained his senses, but his health was reduced to a pitifully low 100 points. 80. 80. A rhythmic chant echoed from ahead, reminiscent of classic lines from a skit. He lifted his gaze toward the fog. And at that moment, he saw his other teammates being hurled backward from the mist, similarly struck down by the hammer. Subsequently, to the astonishment of everyone present, a robber wielding a two-handed hammer and a hulking man over 2 meters tall, brandishing a massive sword, emerged from the fog. Both figures were clad in dark attire, surrounded by a flowing, liquid-like black mist. Were it not for their bandit-like appearance and piercing eyes, they could easily be mistaken for undead or ghostly entities. Are we facing a boss? The 4 red-named players huddled together, utterly devoid of any intention to resist. Each crouched silently on the ground, too frightened to make a sound. However, the knight was different. He suddenly turned. Kneeling before Lin Chen, his forehead touching the ground in a deep bow. It was evident to him that these creatures were not mere wilderness bosses. They were undoubtedly summoned by Lin Chen. Great One. Great One. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have targeted you. Please don't kill me. He was down to just over 100 health points. Lin Chen merely needed to exhale, and he would meet his end. He did not wish to die. Chapter 41. Slaying the red-named players. Feng Chen followed Lin Chen forward. Before them, the 5 individuals were huddled, heads cradled in their arms. As the knight repeatedly knelt, his forehead striking the ground, imploring for mercy, as Feng Chen approached, he glanced at Huang Dash and Roaring Brother, who stood on the opposite side. That he swallowed hard, bewildered by the sight of these 2 undead figures. As Lin Chen drew nearer, the 2 undead immediately displayed extreme respect. Had Lin Chen not gestured for them to refrain from such excessive deference, they likely would have fallen to their knees. But why? Why would a healer summon such formidable servitors? In his recollection of the hunting goddess domain, only beast tamers could summon lesser magical creatures, like goblins. Yet, these 2 towering humanoid figures resembled some kind of undead entities. Could it be that this so-called programmer healer was not merely a healer, but a mysterious hidden class? Necromancer. The thought flashed through Feng Chen's mind, but he wisely refrained from asking. Instead, he stood aside, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen's next move. Lin Chen, wielding an iron sword, approached the 5 with unwavering resolve, and without hesitation, he struck the knight down. The knight, who had been pleading moments before, suddenly silenced, collapsing to the ground as he entered a near-death state. Lin Gu, Feng Chen instinctively murmured, taken aback by Lin Chen's decisive action. Lin Chen offered no reply. He focused on the fallen knight, stating coolly, "If I am not mistaken, this fellow likely possesses an unused resurrection coin." Generally, red-name players who take pleasure in killing would not act recklessly without a means of survival. As Lin Chen spoke, he moved to the side, where the mage, upon seeing Lin Chen approach, began to retreat. Yet, he barely took a few steps before colliding with Roaring Brother. A chill washed over him. Before he could react, Roaring Brother swung his blade, and with a reduction in health points, the force of the blow sent the mage crashing toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's rusted iron sword swung down, and the mage too fell into a near-death state. Feng Chen stood aside, utterly stunned. Lin Chen approached the hunter next. "Rest assured, killing red-named players will not increase my sin value. So I shall not become a red-named. On the contrary, I may even receive rewards. Indeed, in the hunting goddess domain, slaying red-named players could yield opportunities for system rewards." Yet, regrettably, as he swung at the hunter, and with the previous strike against the assassin, Lin Chen had reduced all 4 individuals to the brink of death without receiving a single reward. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his attention to the healer, who had been relatively inconspicuous within the group. Unlike the others, her name was not red but rather green. In the realm of the hunter god, every player's name is adorned with one of 3 distinct colors. The first is blue, a hue representing the majority of players, symbolizing safety and peace. The second is red. This color emerges when a player activates their personal status and successfully slays another in the wild, marking their name with a stain of malevolence. The third is green, indicating players who possess a certain degree of malevolence, although their offenses remain insufficient to warrant a red designation. The healer before them belongs to this latter group. She has not taken a life herself, but merely stands among those with red names, distinguishing her as an accomplice rather than the instigator. A rusted iron sword swayed before her, causing the healer to drop her staff to the ground. Sitting abruptly, her bosom trembling with emotion that I was forced into this. They threatened me if I did not participate. Lin Chen sheathed the rusted sword, casting a cold glance at the healer before turning away. He approached the last beast tamer, delivering another swift strike as a result. All but the healer fell into a state of near death. Having completed this grim task, Lin Chen waved his hand, retracting his skill. The king's domain, and in the next moment, the dense fog began to dissipate, until it vanished entirely. Along with the emerald mist, Huang Dezue and Roaring Brother also faded from sight, after slaying 5 red-named players without gaining any benefit. Lin Chen's expression clearly reflected his displeasure. However, he instinctively glanced at his talisman, the Zombie King's Blessing, noticing that its evolution value had inexplicably increased by 5 points. 5100. Much like the stacking attack power, this piece of equipment could also accrue evolution points through player kills. As Lin Chen assessed his attributes, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed around him. He did not turn, knowing this was the sound of resurrection coins shattering. As expected, each of the 5 players had been carrying resurrection coins. Soon, only Lin Chen, Feng Chen, and the healer remained in this area. Feng Chen hurried to Lin Chen's side, opening his mouth to inquire about the extraordinary methods Lin Chen had just employed. Brother Lin. Yet, the words caught in his throat, as he recalled Lin Chen's earlier admonition that no matter how unreasonable his abilities appeared, he should refrain from asking too many questions. Let us go, Lin Chen stated, offering no further words, leading the way ahead. Without hesitation, Feng Chen followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Feng Chen had cleared all the monsters from the surrounding 3 areas. At this moment, Feng Chen glanced at his level, noting he was at level 19, just a short experience away from reaching level 20. When he looked at Lin Chen, he saw that this formidable player had also reached level 19. Though his experience points were likely less than Feng Chen's, with no monsters expected to respawn in the vicinity anytime soon, Lin Chen began to sift through the spoils dropped by the defeated monsters. Just then, Feng Chen approached him. Brother Lin. Lin Chen looked up. What is it? Feng Chen pointed to a spot not far behind them. Brother Lin. Look. Following Feng Chen's gesture, Lin Chen saw the healer, who had not been slain, cautiously lingering about 20 meters away. Upon noticing that Lin Chen and Feng Chen were observing her, she quickly sidled away to the side. She has been following us for half an hour, Feng Chen remarked. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. Yes, I am aware. In truth, Lin Chen did not spare her life merely because she was a woman or because her name was green. Rather, this healer named GZ had once been a formidable force, ranking among the top 20 in strength on the ladder in a previous life. Indeed, a healer who had achieved a position among the top 20 combatants in the entire realm of the Hunter God. She had once been renowned as a brutal healer in this domain. Although surprised to encounter her in this place, Lin Chen was even more perplexed by her initial demeanor. How intriguing. Chapter 42. GZ Brother Lin. Should we drive her away? Feng Chen inquired as he spoke. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. The girl behind them appeared barely of age, likely not yet 20, her features exquisite and her figure undeniably curvaceous. Even from a distance, Feng Chen could discern the subtle movements as she walked out. A girl with such looks and physique was unlikely to travel alone safely, should she encounter a group of red-named players. Her fate was all too predictable. Yet, upon reflection, this girl had previously been part of a red-named player's team. Although she had not attacked, she was, in strict terms, an accomplice. After much deliberation, Feng Chen continued. Brother Lin, what if I talk to her and persuade her to leave? Just as he prepared to approach the healer with words of caution, Lin Chen intervened. Call her over. Feng Chen was taken aback. Uncertain of Lin Chen's intentions, after hesitating for a couple of seconds, he nodded quickly. Oh, all right. Feng Chen waved to the girl. The healer, standing at a distance, hesitated momentarily, glancing around to confirm she was alone, after standing still for several seconds. She summoned the courage to approach. However, she ultimately stopped at a considerable distance from Lin Chen and Feng Chen, close enough for them to converse. Why are you following us? Feng Chen asked. The girl lowered her head, clearly anxious that I didn't know how to play before, so I'm not sure how to use equipment and skills, and I didn't know where to go. She dared to glance up at them, but quickly averted her gaze when Lin Chen looked her way. Feng Chen, upon hearing her words, was visibly puzzled, not sure how to use equipment and skills. What does that mean? In other words, this girl was a so-called novice, but how did a complete novice end up in a team with red-named players? Feng Chen scrutinized the girl's face, then shifted his gaze slightly downwards, and he began to piece it together. Just follow the quest prompts. The nearest main city from here is Baiwa City. Just follow the main group there that if you're scared, you can join another team, Feng Chen suggested gently. The girl remained silent. She had tried, but no team was willing to accept her. Most were only interested in her looks. After all, who would genuinely want a burden that couldn't contribute? Even though she resembled an ordinary healer, the current landscape of the hunter god revealed a clear trend. Healers were ubiquitous. Out of 100 women, approximately 70 were healers. Therefore, in the present day, every team was not lacking in healers. Despite healers being a sought-after role, finding a team was proving increasingly difficult. Feng Chen seemed to notice the girl's predicament. He turned to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what should we do? He felt incapable of making a decision, especially since their team already had Lin Chen as a healer. It was improbable for two healers to coexist in a fixed group. Such a composition would be too peculiar. Moreover, observing the girl's demeanor and her grip on the staff, it was apparent she spoke the truth. She genuinely did not know how to operate her skills. However, Lin Chen wore a slight smile and addressed the girl. GZ, you say you cannot operate your skills. The girl named GZ timidly nodded. MHM. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. It seemed this girl had experienced some turmoil in her past life. Explaining her current predicament. Can you heal? Lin Chen quietly inquired. That should not be difficult. The girl hesitated, then awkwardly nodded again. I can cast Healing Touch. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. That's good. Then you can join us. Upon finishing his words, Lin Chen promptly sent her a party invitation. The programmer initiated a team request, and GZ accepted with evident excitement. Having witnessed Lin Chen's prowess, she understood that forming a team with him would ensure her safety. However, Feng Chen felt a twinge of doubt at that moment. Two healers in one party. Soon enough, he dispelled his concerns. After all, what significance did such considerations hold when Lin Chen could effortlessly slay knights with 2 arrows? Unlike Lin Chen, GZ was only at level 16, yet her achievement of reaching such a level was impressive in itself. How had this girl arrived at this place? With her abilities, she seemed better suited to remain in the novice village. Feng Chen glanced at GZ's lovely face. Well, regardless of the circumstances, a beautiful visage could accomplish many things. The trio quickly gathered their belongings before setting off towards Baiwa City. The sky had plunged into night, and the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Apart from the distant roars of monsters, they could hardly hear the footsteps of other players in the hunting god realm. Nighttime in the wilderness was perilous, as most monsters became significantly more dangerous. Their attack power and speed increasing dramatically. Creatures that posed little threat during the day could easily claim a player's life come nightfall. Thus, most players opted to rest in safe zones. However, Lin Chen paid no heed. Striding forward through the darkness, should any monsters approach, there was no need for Lin Chen to intervene. Huang Dachui would swing his hammer and shout. 80. GZ, who had been nervously gripping her staff, gradually relaxed. Initially, she had been vigilant regarding Lin Chen's health, contemplating how she might cast a healing spell if their leader were injured, but now she realized such precautions were unnecessary, as monsters rarely came close to Lin Chen. She and Feng Chen walked alongside him, simply needing to keep pace at that moment. Feng Chen, intrigued, turned to the girl and asked, GZ, how did you acquire all this equipment? GZ's gear was predominantly level 15 and of commendable quality. Her staff and tunic were both blue items, which was beyond the means of a novice who could only cast healing spells. GZ offered a wry smile. It was given to me by Quang Lei. In exchange, I must accompany them. Quang Lei? The knight from earlier. Feng Chen acknowledged her statement and refrained from further inquiries. After nearly an hour of walking, Feng Chen and GZ found their stamina dwindling. Their pace had noticeably slowed, and they felt a profound fatigue, as if their legs were weighed down with lead. Lin Gu, I can't go on. Let's take a break, Feng Chen said, weakly supporting himself with his hands on his thighs. Standing at the front, Lin Chen's level had now matched Feng Chen's. Reaching level 20, he retrieved a parchment map and cast a glance towards the enormous, predominantly white city in the distance that we have arrived at Bai West City. Chapter 43. Entering the main city Bai West City, a grand human stronghold situated in the northern part of the Lost Coast. This city was immense. Merely the towering walls encircling it conveyed the message of an indomitable fortress. Standing resolutely at the foot of the mountains, with the vast inland sea behind it, the trio strolled beneath the towering ramparts. Feng Chen swallowed hard, lifting his gaze to the imposing walls that soared 50 or 60 meters high. The walls were formidable and sturdy, bearing the marks of time and scars of battle. From afar, NPC soldiers clad in gleaming armor could be seen, weapons at the ready, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Wow! Feng Chen murmured as the flickering flames from the torches and braziers illuminated the area. Casting a vibrant glow, the three slowly approached the expansive city gates, and as they peered inside, Lin Chen remained unfazed, while Feng Chen and Jizi's pupils dilated in astonishment within the protective walls. The architecture was meticulously arranged, featuring both classical Gothic designs and stone fortresses imbued with a martial aura as the moonlight mingled with the firelight, casting its radiance upon the structures of Bai West City. The golden glow danced against the gray stone bricks, making the towering edifices appear as dazzling jewels embedded in the dark earth, shrouded in mystery and majesty. I asked this Bai West City, even without fully entering. Feng Chen was thoroughly captivated merely by the glimpse from the entrance. The architecture, which could only be depicted in cinematic portrayals, now lay before him, evoking an overwhelming sensation of unreality. In contrast, Lin Chen displayed little reaction. It was merely a novice main city. Apart from the novice village, such a scale was among the most modest and impoverished in the hunting god realm. He had witnessed cities far more opulent, fantastical, and even exaggerated than Bai West City, such as the level 40 main city of Dom Federation, the level 60 main city of Eternal Void, and the level 80 main city of the God's Relics. Follow me, Lin Chen murmured, and then he stepped into Bai West City. The NPC soldiers flanking either side scrutinized them briefly before allowing the trio to pass without objection. The moment they entered the city, a series of notifications echoed in their minds. Congratulations, you have entered the main city. You have entered the safe zone. Ding. You have entered Bai West City. The main quest has been updated. Please proceed to the central task hall to receive your new quest. Ding. You may create and join a guild. Lin Chen disregarded the notifications ringing in his head, following the map's guidance as they moved forward. It was nighttime, and the expansive main street gradually blended into the shadows. During the day, this bustling thoroughfare would undoubtedly be alive with activity, and they could almost envision the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Flanking the street were an array of shops and buildings. From weapon shops to clothing boutiques, skill bookstores to general goods stalls, everything imaginable was available. The faint glow of lights flickered within these establishments. Feng Chen paused before a sign adorned with the images of weapons and shields. Peering into the shop, Lin Chen, without turning, remarked, in the hunting god realm, NPCs also require rest. If you need to purchase equipment, it's best to come during the day. Feng Chen blinked in surprise and quickly nodded. Oh. The trio continued to meander down the street, and as they ventured deeper, they began to observe players moving about in the night. Many wandered in small groups, evidently having accepted new quests, while others, like Lin Chen's group, had yet to locate the task hall. They must be the ones who arrived here earlier in the day. Jizi, walking at the back, cautiously inquired. Feng Chen shrugged, non-committal, after a few more minutes. The street became increasingly lively under the night sky, with players multiplying in number. In some areas, they had to squeeze through the crowd to proceed. At this moment, Feng Chen and Jizi began to glance around. Aside from the lodging area and NPC shops they had just seen, there were numerous special public buildings, such as the town hall, the spirit monument, and the cathedral. The town hall served as the political center of Bai West City. From Feng Chen's previous gaming experiences, he recalled that such grand structures often housed discussions among legislators regarding world affairs. If he were not mistaken, they would inevitably need to visit here one day to accept or hand over quests. Wow, they marveled as they arrived beneath the towering stone monument, resembling a child entering a grand garden for the first time. The spirit monument, a place honoring heroes who made outstanding contributions to various causes, bore the names and deeds of these individuals, bearing witness to their glory, a feature present in every main city, one that Lin Chen was quite familiar with. Finally, they approached the cathedral. Lin Chen paused at the entrance. Glancing back at the healer Jizi, he gestured towards the cathedral, speaking to her. The cathedral is our sanctuary as healers. Once you reach level 20 and complete your class transition quest, remember to come here to report. How Jizi was momentarily taken aback, and without considering whether he understood, he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. The church, a sanctum dedicated to the healer profession within the White Moon City, served as the venue for various exclusive tasks assigned to healers. Akin to the guilds of nurses, listening to the conversation between Lin Chen and Jizi, Feng Chen could not help but cast a glance at the church. The structure was adorned with exquisitely detailed murals and a solemn altar, exuding a sense of sanctity and reverence even from outside. After a brief moment of hesitation, Feng Chen inquired, Brother Lin, do you know what the exclusive building for us warriors is? In truth, Feng Chen wished to ask why Lin Chen possessed such knowledge. However, remembering Lin Chen's advice to refrain from asking unnecessary questions, he opted for a different query. Lin Chen beckoned the two to continue onward while softly responding, the warrior's exclusive building is called the Hero's Pavilion. After completing a task, the system will automatically inform each player. Even those with hidden professions will receive a prompt. Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully that a few minutes later, the trio finally came to a halt. A massive oval-shaped structure loomed before them, its vast hall seemingly capable of accommodating tens of thousands simultaneously. At that moment, the interior was already bustling with activity. Brother Lin, this place feels so familiar. Lin Chen remarked with a wry smile, let's go inside. This is the task hall. Chapter 44. Bug Quest. Lin Chen paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, relying on his vague recollection of a certain matter. He directly approached a counter where an NPC was stationed. Within the hall, countless small counters were lined up, manned by various NPCs resembling receptionists who stood quietly behind them, occasionally greeting passing players with warm smiles. At that moment, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the counter of a sweet-looking young girl. Welcome, esteemed chosen ones. How may I assist you? The girl promptly greeted them with a bright smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, I would like to accept the side quest. The girl politely nodded. Of course. May I ask what task you or your team wishes to undertake? As she spoke, the NPC turned to the side, and at that moment, Feng Chen and Jizi were astonished to see a large blackboard materialize behind the girl, covered with numerous notices. At a glance, there were at least 30. Are all these tasks? Feng Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Chen nodded, approached the notice board, and without a second thought, tore off one of the papers, declaring to the NPC, I would like to accept this task. The two behind him leaned in closer. Rapid leveling task type, side quest. Task description, reach level 20 in the shortest time possible. Task requirement, the level of the requester must not exceed 18. Upon reading the task description, Feng Chen was taken aback. He leaned in and whispered, Brother Lin, the requirement states that one must not exceed level 18, but aside from Jizi, both of us are already at level 20. However, Lin Chen did not respond, merely gazing calmly at the NPC ahead. The girl NPC smiled politely as she accepted the task notice from Lin Chen's hand, cheerfully saying, Certainly. Will it be accepted personally or on behalf of the team? Feng Chen paused, pondering the discrepancy in the task requirements. Personal, Lin Chen replied. He then glanced at Feng Chen, who immediately understood. I will also accept. All right, the NPC replied promptly, but soon her gaze shifted to Jizi at the back. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen interjected, She need not accept. It will just be the two of us. Jizi, who had initially intended to decline, readily nodded. I trust the captain's judgment. The girl NPC nodded, smiling at the two. Very well, you have both accepted the side quest rapid leveling. Please check your task panels. Thank you, Lin Chen replied. Without delay, he led Feng Chen and Jizi out of the task hall. Unlike the somewhat detached Jizi, Feng Chen was utterly perplexed. He longed to question the inconsistencies he had observed, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Chen guided them back along the same path. Indeed, they stood outside the task hall for less than 10 seconds before they found themselves once again in front of the girl NPC. The NPC blinked in surprise. Welcome. How may I assist you? Lin Chen replied calmly. We are here to submit a task. The NPC examined Lin Chen and Feng Chen with a hint of skepticism, blinking her eyes in puzzlement. After a few seconds of hesitation, she smiled and responded. Of course, you have indeed completed the requirements for the rapid leveling task. The task is now complete. As the girl spoke, an alert echoed simultaneously in Lin Chen and Feng Chen's minds. You have completed the side quest rapid leveling. The rewards have been issued to your inventory. Your completion time is 30 seconds, exceeding the average task duration by 99. and additional rewards have been granted to your inventory. A smile crested Lin Chen's lips. Just as I thought. This exploit-like task still exists. In my previous life, I heard of someone who, after delaying in the novice village, entered the main city at level 21. By a twist of fate, the first task he accepted was not the main quest, but this side quest called rapid leveling, which he discovered could indeed be claimed. Wow! Feng Chun exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. His voice barely above a whisper, Brother Lin, is this a bug? Has the game glitched? Observing Feng Chen's excitement, Lin Chen shook his head. This is not a bug. It is a matter of game mechanics. Feng Chen paused. Mechanics? Yes. Because players entering the main city typically have levels below 18, it is rare for someone like us to enter at level 20. Thus, the system mistakenly assumes that those entering the main city are around level 17 or 18. Lin Chen explained quietly. That is why the task description states requester's level must not exceed 18. Then, why were we able to accept it? Feng Chen still did not grasp the concept. Lin Chen opened his inventory to check the newly received task rewards. Smiling as he explained, in the realm of Godslayer, every player, upon their first entry into the main city, will have their first accepted task directly ignore the level restrictions. Do you understand? Feng Chen remained silent for a long moment before nodding. So, you mean we can accept such tasks but not those with higher level restrictions? Precisely. For example, if a task's level restriction is 30, we would be unable to accept it. That's enlightening. But isn't this still a kind of bug? Brother Lin, how do you know all this? Feng Chen could not help but asked, in his understanding. Everyone was entering the realm of Godslayer for the first time. Why did Lin Chen seem so knowledgeable about these matters? Let's go. It's time to collect the main quest. Lin Chen replied without answering, striding toward the center of the hall. Feng Chen swallowed hard, hastily following behind. Soon, the three arrived at the central area of the hall. There stood a figure hunched over, and as they drew closer, Feng Chen and Jizi were visibly taken aback. It was not a typical human, but rather a peculiar being resembling a gnome or dwarf. Short of stature, reaching only up to Jizi's chest, its skin appeared charred, large patches of crimson flesh adhered grotesquely to its body, despite having encountered various monsters in the realm of Godslayer. Feng Chen and Jizi instinctively took a step back upon facing this bizarre creature. Chapter 45, Class Change Quest. At that moment, the gnome-like figure lifted its head, its eyes gleaming with a sinister green glow. Good evening, esteemed chosen ones. May fortune favor you, and may the divine tremble before you. As he spoke, he extended his hand and struck a comical pose. He held his head high, with his right hand resting on his chest and his left hand raised aloft, his legs positioned one in front of the other. The forward leg slightly bent while the rear leg stood straight. Feng Chen and Jizi exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for how to respond. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He mirrored the eccentric individual's pose and softly said, Greetings, we are here to accept a quest. Upon witnessing Lin Chen reciprocate with a gesture of etiquette, the peculiar individual paused momentarily, then burst into an exuberant laugh. After a few seconds, he shook his head and declared, esteemed chosen ones, I shall promptly assign you the main quest. Yet, as he rummaged behind him for something, Lin Chen suddenly waved his hand, saying, Wait a moment, we are not here for the main quest. The odd individual blinked his glowing green eyes in surprise, not taking the main quest, but the only quests available here are the main quests. Players drifted in and out of the vicinity, some pausing briefly before departing. Each player or team would encounter the NPCs visible to them in this space, implying that the eccentric figure standing at the center of the hall was countless in number, allowing every player who arrived to converse with it simultaneously. Ordinary chosen ones rarely lingered before it for more than a minute, as they merely needed to acquire their quests before leaving. However, Lin Chen did not rush away. Instead, he smiled and said, We wish to accept the job change quest. Upon hearing this, the peculiar individual visibly faltered, retracting its neck slightly. Chosen one. The requirements for accepting the job change quest stipulate that each chosen individual must reach level 20 and have completed at least one quest prior to acceptance. While your level is indeed sufficient, it continued, glancing at the levels above Lin Chen and Feng Chen's heads, you still need to complete one quest first. I sincerely apologize. With that, it raised 3 glowing golden quest requests. Should the 3 extend their hands to accept them, the details of the main quest would appear in their task lists. After all, every player entering this hall typically received the golden request in the eccentric individual's grasp as their first task. Yet Lin Chen remained motionless, standing still as if disregarding the odd figure. Behind him, Feng Chen and Ji Zi were uncertain of what to do, remaining silently behind Lin Chen. After a full half-minute, the peculiar individual suddenly withdrew its hand. It grinned widely, chuckling. I see now. You two have just completed a quick leveling task. If that is the case, you can indeed accept the job change quest. Please hold on. The eccentric figure stuffed the 3 glowing golden requests back behind itself, fidgeted for a moment, and produced 2 purple requests instead. It raised these 2 requests, saying, I apologize, but there are only 2 available. As one of the chosen ones in your party has not met the acceptance requirements. Lin Chen understood that the peculiar individual was referring to Ji Zi, and without further ado, he reached out to take one of the purple requests being offered. Feng Chen hesitated for a moment before following suit, accepting the other. Thank you, Lin Chen said, unwilling to engage in further conversation with the eccentric figure. He led Feng Chen and Ji Zi out of the hall. The odd individual performed a standard gesture of courtesy towards the departing Lin Chen, then resumed its hunched posture, remaining silent, though its gaze lingered on Lin Chen, seemingly lost in thought. Upon exiting the task hall, a notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind, and suddenly, new visuals appeared before him. Ding! You have accepted the job change quest. Goblin Lair. Quest description. Proceed alone to rescue the girl trapped in the Goblin Lair. Completion requirements. Rescue at least 4 girls kidnapped by goblins, or eliminate 100 goblins. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon reading the quest prompt. A Goblin Lair. So the healer's job change quest was not about locusts. In his previous life as a warrior, his job change quest had involved exterminating a massive horde of locusts that threatened the village. It was during that quest that he first faced death and expended his revival tokens. He had not anticipated that this time, as a healer, the job change quest would be different as well, just as Lin Chen was contemplating the details of this so-called Goblin Lair quest. Feng Chen, standing nearby, voiced his confusion. Lin Ge, is the job change quest meant for only one person? Lin Chen closed the task panel in his view and nodded at Feng Chen. Yes, what is your quest? Locusts.is it about killing insects? Feng Chen asked, somewhat perplexed. Lin Chen affirmed with a nod, but he glanced at Feng Chen. Unlike his previous self, Feng Chen was equipped with pink gear and had decent defensive equipment, so his chances of completing the task were fairly high. However, to be safe, Lin Chen opened his backpack to check the 2 skill books inside. Level 12 skill, Shield Breaker. Level 15 skill, Piercing Thrust. How fortuitous, they were both warrior skills. Feng Chen, let me trade with you. With that, Lin Chen sent a trade request to Feng Chen. Feng Chen, somewhat puzzled, accepted the request, and soon, Lin Chen tossed the 2 skill books over. Upon seeing the 2 skills, Feng Chen's eyes sparkled. These were exactly what he needed. Lin Ge, I can't use these. You should keep them. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Lin Ge. Feng Chen said earnestly. After completing this exchange, Lin Chen turned his attention to the somewhat bewildered Ji Zi, a girl with a strikingly beautiful face who attracted many gazes, even as they stood at the entrance of the hall. Noticing that someone was preparing to approach Ji Zi, Lin Chen called out, Ji Zi, you should head to the church and wait for me there. It's safer. I will come to find you as soon as I finish my tasks. Ji Zi snapped back to reality and nodded eagerly. Okay. After briefly instructing Feng Chen, Lin Chen disbanded the team. He then walked alone to a blacksmith shop. Feng Chen was unsure of Lin Chen's intentions and waited for a while. It was not until over 10 minutes later that Lin Chen emerged from the blacksmith shop. Lin Ge, didn't you say not to disturb NPCs at night? Since we're entering a dungeon, I need to buy some supplies. Lin Chen glanced at the rusty iron swords filling his backpack and then at the repaired crescent moon bow. Let's go. With that, he and Feng Chen made their way towards the quest portal in Bayou City. Chapter 46. Quest portal. After some time had passed, Feng Chen, following closely behind Lin Chen, observed that even though night had fallen and they had distanced themselves from the task hall, the number of passers-by around them had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to increase. At this moment, they began to notice players pausing in their tracks, murmuring among themselves while watching ahead with keen interest. Continuing onward, a towering wall appeared before them, rising at least 20 meters high. While this wall paled in comparison to the massive walls surrounding Bayou City, the palpable aura of energy emanating from it sent tingles down Feng Chen's spine. That we have arrived. Ahead lies one of the portals designated for job change quests. Lin Chen said, halting his steps. Though, Feng Chen replied, his voice tinged with a W. As he faced the towering wall, a strong scent of blood wafted towards him from beyond it. The sky on the other side of the wall appeared grim and oppressive, instilling a sense of unease. His gaze shifted down from the top of the wall, where a massive, swirling vortex of energy was continuously in motion. He understood that this portal was the key to their quest location. This was not Feng Chen's first encounter with a portal. He recalled departing from the novice village, where everyone had stepped into the portal behind the village chief to enter the realm of hunting gods. Yet, he had never seen a portal of such immense scale, one that seemed capable of swallowing everything within its grasp. At this moment, the portal appeared to merge with the towering wall, as if the surrounding environment had been scorched by raging flames. The closer one drew, the more pronounced the stench of blood and the acrid scent of charred remains became. Before the portal stood a throng of people, densely packed, easily numbering in the thousands. The flickering flames of torches barely illuminated the vicinity, yet the cacophony of the crowd grew ever louder. Among these individuals, some donned resplendent armor, exuding confidence. Others appeared visibly anxious, engaging in fervent discussions with their companions. While a few stood silently to the side, seemingly lost in contemplation, Feng Chen and Lin Chen found themselves at the rear of the crowd, surrounded by a diverse array of individuals, young and old. Male and female, yet without exception, every person present was a player, what the NPCs referred to as the Chosen Ones. Why are there so many people here, Lin Ge? Feng Chen inquired as he squeezed forward alongside Lin Chen. The closer they approached the portal, the denser the crowd became. After a laborious 2 minutes, he finally arrived directly in front of the portal with Lin Chen. It's normal. Everyone has already entered the main city during the day. And by now, most have completed the main storyline quests. Everyone is generally at level 20, having all accepted the job change quest. Lin Chen replied in a hushed tone. He glanced at the ladder rankings, noting that someone had already reached level 25, far ahead of the rest. However, upon checking the battle power leaderboard, Lin Chen remained in the top position. But why aren't they going in? Feng Chen asked. Even for a job change quest, the level of danger is serious. Moreover, the quest requires individual entry. No one is willing to recklessly charge in. They must be waiting for others of their same class to emerge from within to inquire about their experiences and overcoming the challenge. Then what about us? Feng Chen hesitated. No need to worry. You can definitely complete it. Just go in, Lin Chen urged, stepping forward without hesitation. At that moment, several individuals drew closer, for they had suddenly realized that Lin Chen, preparing to enter the portal, was a healer. Hey, ladies, there's a healer about to go in, a voice called out from somewhere in the crowd, and instantly, a throng of women surged toward him. It's a man. A healing dad. I've waited so long, from day to night, for a healer to finally enter. It's truly a rare sight. Wait, this name sounds familiar. Huh, now that you mention it, I feel it too. Goodness, isn't he the programmer deity ranked first on the battle power leaderboard? The programmer deity? Upon hearing this, the murmurs spread among the healers, and soon everyone gathered around, initially drawn by the prospect of a healer being the first to enter, hoping he would return with strategies. As healers were not combat classes and no one wished to take the risk of being the vanguard, the Goblin Nest, a name that immediately evoked a sense of danger. Many present had encountered goblins before, and their very appearance was enough to repulse these healers. Facing such monsters alone was something they could not muster the courage to do. Yet now, the first-ranked healer, the programmer deity, stood before them, seemingly ready to enter. This was excellent news for all the gathered healers. If he ventured in, he was certain to conquer it and emerge with a comprehensive strategy. Go, deity. You can do it, programmer deity. We hope you return soon. Programmer deity, you're so handsome. Can we be friends afterward? Handsome? He's simply stunning. Being the first on the battle power leaderboard as a healer is a tremendous honor for us. The surrounding healers cheered, creating a buzz akin to a fan meeting for an idol. Feng Chen, standing behind Lin Chen, was taken aback by this fervent atmosphere. He found himself pushed aside by several women, revealing his astonishment. Wow, Lin Gu is quite popular. Admiration was indeed a part of many women's nature, especially considering Lin Chen's status as the top-ranked player sharing their class. Even Lin Chen, the focus of this attention, had never encountered such a scene. The healers swarmed him like fervent fans, prompting him to take a few steps back in surprise. What is happening? Some healers were nearly reaching out to embrace his arm. Lin Chen quickly retreated a significant step, but in doing so, he inadvertently stepped into the portal. You have entered the portal. Please select your destination. Detected that you have a task to complete. Would you like to proceed to the Goblin Nest? You have confirmed. Proceeding to Goblin Nest. Detected that you are a second cycle player. Initiating special event. Chapter 47. Goblin Nest. The light in Lin Chen's vision began to fade. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself deep within a shadowy forest. Encircled by dense trees and twisted vines, behind him, the radiance of the portal gradually dissipated as he fully materialized. A system prompt echoed in his mind. You have entered the instance. Goblin Nest. Task initiated. Relevant task items have been allocated to your inventory. Please rescue at least 4 imprisoned maidens or eliminate 100 goblins. Maidens rescued. 0. Goblin slaying. 0 to AS. The prompt concluded. Lin Chen instinctively took a step forward, only to be met with an overwhelming stench. The odor was repugnant, reminiscent of months-old kitchen refuse combined with the scent of decaying corpses, accompanied by an eerie, high-pitched screech from an unknown source that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the difficulty level of a healer's job change task? It seems rather formidable, Lin Chen mused quietly. Ahead loomed a massive cave, its entrance resembling a grotesque bulge, constructed from stones and dead branches. Starkly contrasting with the surrounding nature, Lin Chen summoned his undead minions, quietly calling out, Huang Dezhu, roaring brothered, as he spoke. 2 spectral forms materialized from his body, swirling mist settling on the ground before coalescing into Huang Dezhu. Wielding a massive hammer, and roaring brother, shouldering a gigantic cleaver. Master, they chorused. Yet, in the next instant, perhaps influenced by the omnipresent aura within the instance, the 2 undead instantly assumed a battle-ready stance. Follow me, Lin Chen instructed. Drawing his moonlit bow and moving forward, the entrance to the nest was concealed behind drooping leaves, easily overlooked unless one searched diligently. Master, why don't we take the lead? Roaring brother suggested softly. Lin Chen shook his head. Pulling aside the foliage on either side of the entrance. As he stepped into the nest, darkness enveloped him. He retrieved a torch from his inventory and ignited it. The flame illuminated the stone walls, revealing ancient totems and mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, seemingly warning any who dared to approach. Having walked only a few paces, the echoes grew louder. Oa, Hachi, the piercing sounds reverberated within the cavern. Lin Chen remained unfazed, and he, along with his 2 undead companions, fully entered the cavern. This vast cave was far more extensive and intricate than the initial novice dungeon of the Spider Cave. As they ventured deeper, the ground was littered with animal bones, and occasionally wooden stakes protruded from the earth, each topped with human skulls. After a few more steps, Lin Chen came upon a massive iron cauldron. Steam rose from within, and the bottom appeared to have recently been heated. As he leaned closer, he was horrified to find what appeared to be small humanoid forms floating in the broth. Lin Chen felt a wave of disorientation. Under such an atmosphere, how many women could withstand it? From the moment he stepped into the nest, he had begun to feel sympathy for the healers who would soon enter. Aware that regardless of the dungeon's difficulty, the horrifying sights and pervasive stench would surely deter many. Suddenly, a low, ominous warning echoed from the side. Alu. Lin Chen regained his senses and glanced towards the front right, where, beneath a stone staircase, a creature emerged, its body glistening with an unsettling green hue. It was a diminutive and misshapen being, its skin exhibiting a deep green color in the flickering firelight, while decayed leaves and moss sprouted from its lower abdomen. Resembling grotesque patches of psoriasis, as the torchlight flickered, the goblin's face was revealed, marred by a multitude of sinister wrinkles, its jagged teeth sharp and uneven, akin to a row of menacing blades. Sparse, greasy hair clung to its scalp, and the creature was clad in tattered, threadbare garments, which had been ravaged by time and filth, leaving only a few ragged scraps draped over its frail form. At that moment, a line of text appeared above the goblin's head. Ordinary goblin level, 18. Health points, 1000. Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 20. Magical defense, 15. Upon reading these descriptions, Lin Chen paused momentarily. How weak. Indeed, even among level 15 monsters, such attributes were considered inferior. Yet, it was unmistakably an 18-level creature, and its base stats were astonishingly low. Not only was its attack power alarmingly feeble, but it also possessed a mere 1000 health points. Before Lin Chen could further assess the situation, the goblin suddenly raised its stone dagger and, with a shriek, charged at him. Lin Chen swiftly switched to his crescent moon bow, and a rusted iron sword materialized in his grasp. He allowed the goblin to strike him, then effortlessly swung his sword. 1624. A critical hit, a single blow to demise. Prior to entering White Moon City, Lin Chen had traversed the path alongside Feng Chun and GZ, vanquishing numerous monsters along the way, which resulted in their arrival at the main city under the cover of night. During this time, Lin Chen had also accumulated an impressive attack power of 812 points. With the rusted iron sword in hand, a critical hit would yield over 1,600 damage against such weak foes. Lin Chen could dispatch them with a single strike. The goblin let out a wretched cry as it collapsed to the ground, writhing for a moment before becoming still. In that instant, Lin Chen suddenly heard a faint scream emanating from a distance. Almost simultaneously, he and the two undead behind him raised their heads in unison, turning towards the direction from which the goblin had appeared. My lord, it sounds like a human voice, Huang Dachui murmured. Lin Chen nodded and quickly advanced. After navigating several winding passages, he stumbled upon a wooden cage resembling a prison, within which curled a nearly naked girl. Lin Chen was taken aback, and as he extended the torch towards her, she immediately turned her head away, her body trembling violently as if gripped by terror. What is happening? Lin Chen paused, staring incredulously at the girl before him, lowering his voice. Are you truly human? Chapter 48. The rescued maiden. He recalled his previous life. The first time he entered the job transition quest known as the Plague of Locusts. The NPCs in the so-called village were unlike those in other locations. They were all artificial constructs, programmed to live according to a predetermined system. Although he could communicate with them smoothly, it was evident they were not living beings, devoid of flesh and blood, not just in the transition quest, but in many subsequent missions. The vast majority of NPCs were emotionless entities in the entire hunting god realm. Only the NPCs within the main city were the true natives, appearing after the realm's arrival. And only they possessed life and emotions. Yet now, Lin Chen was certain beyond a doubt that the trembling girl before him was a living, breathing woman. But how could this be possible? Hey, are you all right? Lin Chen whispered, I am here to rescue you. Upon hearing his voice, the girl froze momentarily. Incredulity etched on her face as she turned to look at him, a long-abandoned emotion slowly resurfacing in her eyes. Hope. The girl, disregarding her tattered clothing, grasped the bars of the cage, releasing a hoarse cry. Her entire body unfolded, and in the flickering torchlight, Lin Chen could clearly see numerous wounds covering her frail form. Blood clots adorned some of the injuries, while fresh wounds oozed crimson fluid. At that moment, the girl shook the cage violently, but despite its lack of sturdiness, she had long since lost much of her strength. Even shaking it with a creaking sound could not break it apart. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Dachui. Huang Dachui understood immediately, stepping forward to pry the wooden cage apart with his bare hands, splintering it into pieces, causing the girl to tumble to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Chen retrieved a novice robe he had worn upon entering the beginner village and draped it over the girl. The moment the fabric touched her skin, it became ensnared by her blood. Lin Chen carefully lifted her into his arms, feeling as though he were cradling a mere scarecrow, as she was exceptionally light. Even in his embrace, the girl continued to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, a notification chimed in his mind. Rescued maiden. 14. Lin Chen's heart sank. Indeed, this girl was meant to be saved by him. But why? Aside from the spider cave in the beginner village, this was his second instance of entering a quest. Logically, such transition quests, regardless of their difficulty, should not present the current situation. At least, the girl in his arms ought to be a thoroughly artificial NPC, devoid of consciousness and emotion. Yet now, the warmth in his embrace felt so genuine, her weak breaths and her body trembling with anxiety were so palpably real. What, then, was the source of this anomaly? Could it be related to my identity as a second-round player? Lin Chen murmured to himself, recalling that upon entering the instance, aside from the cacophony of numerous healers, had he perhaps overlooked something significant? Was it possible he had triggered some special event akin to a second-round player, just like in the spider cave? Shaking his head, he felt utterly perplexed, completely at a loss, even with a second chance at life. His understanding of the hunting god realm remained all too limited. Never mind, he thought, dismissing the thoughts. Lin Chen carefully handed the girl to Huang Dachui, who stood to the side, initially vigilant. Huang Dachui appeared somewhat flustered when the girl was passed to him. My lord. I've got her. Lin Chen relinquished the girl into Huang Dachui's embrace. Having done so, he produced a vial of low-quality life potion from his backpack and poured it into the girl's mouth. Upon consuming the potion, her complexion visibly improved. Moreover, her wounds began to cease bleeding. Yet, the life potion was of the lowest grade, and its restorative effects were limited. If only we had a healer, Lin Chen muttered. But in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something. Am I not one? He slapped his forehead. The next instant, he waved his hand at the girl. Activating the healing skill, healing touch. A radiant beam erupted from the girl. And beneath the luminous glow, the scars on her body began to heal rapidly. Not only that, the swelling and bruises on her skin visibly diminished. The girl ceased trembling, her breathing steadied, and she lay down in Huang Dachui's arms. Falling into a peaceful slumber, my lord. I'm now the one trembling with anxiety. Huang Dachui, the undead, found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Lin Chen waved his hand. Dachui, take her outside and wait for me. Huh? Dachui was taken aback. My lord, but I wish to remain by your side. Standing up, Lin Chen replied. Do you think I need that? Raging brother, let us proceed forward. Yes, Raging brother cast a sympathetic glance at Huang Dachui before following Lin Chen closely. Huang Dachui glanced nervously at the girl in his arms, finally exhaling a sigh. With that, he carefully cradled the girl and quietly exited the cave. The torch began to dim at this point. As they ventured deeper, a cold, damp air rushed forth to greet them. In the dim light, the narrow passage ahead twisted and turned, occasionally ascending and descending, as if it had no end in sight. The walls surrounding the cavern were encrusted with greasy moss and indistinct claw marks, leading Lin Chen to envision the goblins thriving and multiplying in this very place. From the depths emerged faint groans and eerie cries, prompting Lin Chen to hasten forward. The tunnel's end lay a spacious chamber, at the heart of which stood a crude altar fashioned from piled stones. Arrayed upon it were peculiar artifacts and withered flora, while tattered weapons and torn garments were strewn about. Above the altar knelt a young girl, her condition evidently superior to that of the previous one, yet her plight was even more harrowing. Indeed, the girl was entirely unclothed, trembling violently, her skin marred by gruesome wounds, and she was forced to kneel upon the altar with her hands shackled. Several goblins were pouring the blood of some beast over her, seemingly engaged in a sinister ritual. A goblin, towering as tall as an average man, donned a crown-like headdress and clutched a wooden staff, intoning incantations. Surrounding the altar were at least 20 goblins, each wielding stone knives and wooden spears, bouncing about in jubilant excitement, their throaty cries akin to the strangled croaks of a duck. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen could not help but furrow his brow. At that moment, the priest-like goblin abruptly halted. Having detected Lin Chen's presence, "Hallo," the priest exclaimed, pointing his staff menacingly at Lin Chen. In the next instant, all the goblins turned in unison to regard him. In the dimness, 30 pairs of glistening green eyes bore down on him like piercing laser beams, a sight most unnerving. Yet, Lin Chen merely offered a cold smile. Roar, go forth and let out a bellow, he commanded. Understood. Chapter 49. Goblin archers. Upon his arrival, Lin Chen could distinctly see gigantic braziers encircling the altar. A cursory glance revealed 7 massive braziers ablaze, situated directly above the goblins surrounding the altar, who were cheering with fervor. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the braziers, noting that above them were perforated openings. Flames leapt from the braziers, with thick smoke billowing upward into the cavities. While an ordinary person might ponder the reason for such conspicuous braziers, Lin Chen, being a seasoned player aware of the intricacies of the game, understood that the presence of these braziers served a specific purpose for the players. These braziers were designed for players to utilize. If a player struck them with their skills, the flames and tar would cascade down. And with sufficient accuracy, the simultaneous collapse of these braziers could annihilate the throng of goblins gathered below in mere moments. However, Lin Chen saw no need for such tactics. He could not squander such a splendid opportunity. As Roar charged ahead, the surrounding goblins surged forward, many leaping onto Roar's towering frame. Yet, the colossal undead paid them no heed, resembling a tank laden with soldiers. Within 5 short seconds, Roar had reached the center of the arena. The 2-meter-tall undead unit let out a thunderous roar. Roar. As his skill activated, the nearby goblins froze in place, clutching their heads and swaying dizzily. Each goblin possessed a mere 1,000 health points, and after sustaining magical damage from that bellow, the majority found themselves with just over 800 points remaining. Lin Chen even switched to his moonlit bow. The attack power of his rusty iron sword was sufficient to fell them with a single strike. At that moment, Lin Chen approached with deliberate steps, the rusty sword in hand. One goblin, recovering from its dazed state, was met with the shadow of a demon approaching quietly, the rusted sword poised to deliver a fatal blow. 1626. A critical hit severed the goblin's head before it could comprehend, leaving its vision blurred. As the demon wielding the iron sword stepped over its lifeless body, Lin Chen continued toward the altar. With an indifferent swing of his sword, each strike resulted in the immediate demise of a goblin. Their cries of despair stifled before they could fully escape their throats, as Lin Chen swiftly transitioned to the next target. The goblin priest, situated some distance from the altar, was left utterly bewildered. Towering a third taller than ordinary goblins, the priest could not fathom the events unfolding before him. From whence had this man emerged? How could he slay his kin with but a single stroke? Yugara. Uki. The goblin priest sensed impending doom and emitted an unintelligible growl toward Lin Chen, beginning to retreat. Although reluctant to abandon, the girl slumped unconscious on the altar. The threat to its life left it with no other choice. After a moment's hesitation, it cast aside its staff and bolted deeper into the cavern. As Lin Chen plunged his sword into the last goblin, every creature in the vicinity fell lifeless. His task notification updated accordingly. Goblin slain. 28100. Ignoring this information, Lin Chen sheathed his sword and approached the altar. The girl lying upon it, while in better condition than the previous one, was still in a dismal state. Her injuries, though not severe, were appalling, and her skin was coated in some foul-smelling animal blood. The girl momentarily blinked in confusion, turning her head to meet Lin Chen's gaze, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotional turmoil, appearing almost dazed. "Who are you?" After a 5-second pause, the girl spoke. Though prepared for such an interaction, Lin Chen could not suppress a frown upon hearing her address him. As he had anticipated, the dissonance in her demeanor was something he could not sense from NPCs within the game. This girl was undeniably a living, breathing individual. Lin Chen remained silent, extending a healing touch toward her. Light enveloped her, and her wounds began to mend rapidly. Yet her eyes still bore traces of confusion. If these girls were indeed living beings, then the healer's restorative skill could only alleviate physical injuries, leaving Lin Chen powerless against the turmoil of the mind. Roar. Take her outside to find Decue. Roar, akin to Huang Decue, expressed a desire to remain, yet their personalities diverged. After a brief contemplation, this undead being did not hesitate, shouldering the dazed girl without delay. Just as Roar prepared to exit, Lin Chen recalled something. Wait. Observing Roar carrying the girl, Lin Chen sighed. Never mind. Stay with me a little longer. Roar nodded in affirmation. As you command. With that, he carefully cradled the girl, following Lin Chen closely. In the dim depths of the cavern, Lin Chen maintained a stoic expression as he advanced deeper into the goblin lair. The flickering light from his torch barely illuminated the narrow passage, the chill of the air mingling with a nauseating stench wafting towards him. It seemed the recent escape of the goblin priest had stirred something, as Lin Chen could hear low growls emanating from not too far ahead. However, he made no further indication, firmly grasping the rusted iron sword, its corroded blade gleaming coldly in the shadows behind him. Roar found himself obstructed by a narrow passageway. The massive undead unit, towering over 2 meters and carrying a girl on his shoulder, found it impossible to pass through the opening, had it been Roar alone. Lin Chen could have summoned him back and waited for a more spacious area to release him. However, with the girl in tow, such a strategy was unfeasible. Wait here, I'll be right back. Roar nodded in agreement. As Lin Chen stepped into the passage, a bone arrow whizzed past, prompting him to instinctively shift his body aside as the arrow lodged itself in the wall. Lin Chen silently assessed the situation ahead. Illuminated by firelight, he could see several goblins armed with bone bows, their icy glares fixated upon him. Goblin archers level, 20 health, 1000 attack power, 160 physical defense, 10 magical defense. 10 Chapter 50, Massacre. Archers? Lin Chen was taken aback, then murmured to himself. A level 20 monster, yet it possesses only 1000 health points. However, its attack power has indeed increased significantly. High attack and low defense. Quite reasonable. Before Lin Chen could take any further action, another arrow, fashioned from bone, hurtled menacingly towards him. This time, however, Lin Chen made no effort to evade. Considering his current armor rating of 116, such an arrow could only inflict a mere 44 points of damage. Humph! The bone arrow struck his chest and ricocheted off. Lin Chen glanced upward, and as anticipated, a line of text gradually materialized. -40. Well, the attack didn't fully hit, only causing a reduction of 40 health points. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation, sheathed his rusty iron sword, and instead drew the moon-chasing bow. His attack power surged from 778 to an impressive 943. Without uttering a word, he released an energy arrow with precision. Zing! The tremendous force pierced through one of the goblin archers. Not only that, but the arrow also propelled the goblin backward, pinning it firmly against the wall. 1880. 3 goblin archers had been stationed ahead. But at this moment, the other 2 stood in stunned silence, turning to glance at their fallen comrade, now dead and impaled against the wall, then exchanged bewildered looks with one another in the next instant. Without a hint of hesitation, they turned and fled. This scene once again narrowed Lin Chen's eyes that it seemed that the imprisoned NPCs were not merely living beings. Even the monsters within possessed their own thoughts. Much like Lin Chen quietly remarked, just like that spider queen. He recalled the cursed dungeon boss he had slain in the novice dungeon spider cave. After pondering for a moment, he turned back to confirm that the roaring goblin was still in place before discarding the torch in his hand. He was prepared for a swift resolution. Lin Chen touched his nose. The foul stench was growing more pungent. His footsteps echoed resolutely throughout the cavern, and goblins from the shadows rushed forth, one after another. Collapsing before him, some stabbed to death by his rusty iron sword, while others were completely pierced by the energy arrows of the moon-chasing bow. Their wails reverberated through the cave, akin to the lamentations of hellish demons. Goblin slain. 51100. A few minutes later, Lin Chen found himself in a more spacious area, yet the sight before him made him furrow his brow. He beheld 2 human maidens, held captive by the goblins. However, as Lin Chen's pupils widened in realization, he saw not merely 2 maidens. This was an expansive open area, reminiscent of a grand hall. On either side of the room stood a dozen women. Indeed, including the 2 in the center, there were a total of 16 women. Their skin was parched and cracked, their bodies exposed under the dim light. Iron chains, rusted and cruel, encircled their necks, causing their skin to turn red and purple where they were constricted. The women appeared as if they were wild beasts in captivity, utterly immobilized. With Lin Chen's arrival, nearly 50 goblins had already taken up positions in the vast open space before him, weapons in hand, stone knives, rocks, wooden spears, bone bows, and shovels. Though they glared menacingly, not a single goblin dared to charge forward. The recent display of Lin Chen's terrifying prowess had left the retreating goblin shaman warning all present upon catching sight of the inscription above the goblin lord's head. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Another curse. Much like the second encounter in the spider dungeon outside the novice village, this boss was similarly labeled as a so-called cursed being. Yet, what exactly constituted a curse? And what force had inflicted such a fate upon them? However, before Lin Chen could ponder further, the massive stone club wielded by the goblin lord began to strike the ground rhythmically, producing a series of ominous thuds as if to serve as a warning. Its gaze seemed to scrutinize Lin Chen intently. Chosen one. The 3 words flowed from its mouth with effortless fluency. Lin Chen sheathed his iron sword and swiftly drew the Jumoon bow, unhesitatingly nocking an arrow and aiming directly at the boss. There was no need to contemplate the rationality of this situation, nor to engage in dialogue with these articulate monsters. The goblin before him was a creature that he must eliminate. Even if the quest prompt had already indicated completion, rescued maiden, 24. Goblin slain, 100100, completed. Fulfilling just one of these conditions would allow him to leave the lair. A portal must surely be opening at the entrance, and stepping into it would transport him back to Baiwei City. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen released the string. Whoosh! The energy arrow soared through the air, striking the goblin lord squarely on the shoulder. 1005 units under the curse's influence could not suffer critical hits. Yet Lin Chen's current attack power, bolstered by the Jumoon bow, exceeded 1,000. Additionally, a surge of fiery damage erupted from above the boss's head as the effect of the embedded ruby activated. But this damage was merely a trifling annoyance, causing only a trickle of health to diminish. The goblin lord appeared momentarily stunned by the arrow, raising its towering stone club before letting out a fearsome howl. Roar! The tremendous sound wave swept through the chamber, causing the women shackled by iron chains along the walls to sway precariously, unable to fall due to their restraints, resembling withered trees buffeted by a fierce wind. On the brink of losing vitality, the howl subsided. The goblin lord leapt violently, aiming to smash down upon Lin Chen, when the stone club crashed into the spot where Lin Chen had just stood. A deafening noise erupted, sending dust swirling through the air. Yet, the goblin lord had missed its target. Whirling around, it discovered Lin Chen standing a short distance away, coolly aiming the Jumoon bow at its eyes. Get lost! The goblin lord bellowed, raising its club high, the ferocious winds generated by its movement disrupting Lin Chen's intended shot. Moreover, this hulking boss charged forward, colliding forcefully with Lin Chen's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Lin Chen hurtling backward. Crashing against the rear wall, as chunks of debris rained down from the shattered cavern's edge, Lin Chen glanced at his health bar. 600 points had vanished. Indeed, although a normal attack only dealt 230 damage. The combination of the shoulder charge and the subsequent impact against the wall had cost him nearly a fifth of his health. Lin Chen suddenly chuckled. How peculiar. He gradually rose from the rubble. His armor boasting over 100 points of defense, yet still sustaining such significant damage from a single hit. What then, of the ordinary healers outside? Setting aside this creature's bug-level existence, could any healer truly navigate such an exaggerated dungeon? Even if they managed to rescue 4 maidens or slay 100 goblins, could they escape from this creature's grasp? It was a ludicrous notion. This beast was beyond their ability to confront. Lin Chen shook off the debris from his body, preparing to draw the Zhumun Bao once more. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Chen's resolve, the Goblin Lord charged at him again, this time with equal ferocity. Swinging its stone club down toward Lin Chen's head, Lin Chen had no choice but to retract his bow and retreat. But before he could find an opportunity to aim, the Goblin Lord began wildly flailing its club, creating a tempestuous wind. During this tumult, the Goblin Lord even opened its grotesque maw, spewing forth a putrid, corrosive liquid. Lin Chen narrowly dodged, observing as the liquid splashed against the walls, directly eroding the stone. Was ranged combat no longer viable? Finding himself unable to use his bow, Lin Chen resolved to abandon it. You forced my hand. The Zhumun Bao vanished, replaced by a pitch-black broadsword, the level 10 blue-grade Haima broadsword. Simultaneously, the King's domain activated once more. Although the mist did not envelop the area again, within the domain, Lin Chen's attack and movement speeds increased by a staggering 100%. Whoosh! Lin Chen ducked to evade the whistling stone club, simultaneously lifting his sword to thrust it into the Goblin Lord's armpit. Yet, before the boss could emit a cry of distress, Lin Chen swiftly maneuvered behind it, feeling an astonishing lightness in his steps. The weight of the broadsword lighter than even his usual rusty iron sword. Slash! Lin Chen's weapon plunged forcefully into the Goblin Lord's back. 2 strikes. The damage was immediately evident. 870. 870. The Haimu broadsword lacked ornate attributes. Yet it provided a substantial boost of 100 attack power to its wielder. Lin Chen's current attack power displayed 940 points, after accounting for the Goblin Lord's 70 points of armor. He required just 2 more strikes. The Goblin Lord's health now hovered just above 1,300 points, and Lin Chen was not mistaken. He needed merely 2 more blows. However, the boss denied him the chance to continue his assault. Thrashing wildly, its stone club swinging erratically, transforming the vicinity into an impenetrable zone. Within a 2-meter radius, Lin Chen could not approach, and amidst the chaos, he was struck by the flailing club twice. Why? Why must you come to kill me? The Goblin Lord roared in confusion and rage, flailing its weapon while howling in despair. Before Lin Chen could retreat to safety, the boss suddenly accelerated, its colossal stone club striking Lin Chen's head with a peculiar force. 500. The blow had resulted in a critical hit. Although some damage was mitigated by his armor, Lin Chen had no choice but to retreat quickly. His health bar was now half. Yet Lin Chen remained unperturbed. He cast a healing touch upon himself, restoring some health before charging forward again. The Goblin Lord raised its stone club high, preparing to strike, but Lin Chen abruptly halted, within his King's domain. His speed had escalated dramatically, allowing for greater control. The massive club crashed down, resonating with a thunderous boom. The Goblin Lord sensed impending doom, looking up just in time to see Lin Chen standing atop its stone club. Drawing back an arrow, the energy arrow aimed squarely at its eyes. Chapter 52. Quest completed. No. Just as the Goblin Lord began to utter something, Lin Chen released the arrow. At such a short distance. The arrow flew without a sound, embedding itself in the Goblin Lord's forehead. Goblin Lord's health, 270,4000. In an instant, the boss's health bar dwindled to a mere sliver. This amount of health could be obliterated by an ordinary level 20 player with a single skill. Without hesitation, Lin Chen switched weapons, wielding the Haima broadsword and executing a decisive downward slash. Wait. As the blade neared the Goblin Lord by mere centimeters, the enormous creature suddenly knelt before him. Indeed, Lin Chen was once more taken aback by this absurd and bizarre scene. Was this truly happening? A boss or monster within a dungeon was pleading for mercy from a player in his previous life. Amidst the trials of the hunting god's domain, he had never encountered anything of the sort, yet here was the trembling Goblin Lord, lowering its grotesque head in abject terror. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The Goblin Lord spoke in a language unmistakably human, albeit with a stutter, yet Lin Chen could comprehend it with remarkable clarity. How intriguing. You are the second sentient creature I have encountered in the Godslayer realm. Though compared to the previous spider, your speech may be halting, yet you seem to possess a greater depth of emotion at this juncture. Lin Chen glanced, perhaps inadvertently, at the goblin who remained prostrate with its head lowered. Indeed, he could perceive a potent emotional resonance emanating from this creature. It was engulfed in fear. The Goblin Lord buried its head low, chuckling nervously, its corpulent body subtly shifting backwards. That esteemed chosen one. Might you consider granting me my freedom? It cautiously lifted its gaze to meet Lin Chen's, pleadingly repeating, "Let me go." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The Goblin Lord continued, "You have completed your task. Could you not release me?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen found himself intrigued by the notion that this creature was aware of its task's completion. Indeed, he had fulfilled the requirement by vanquishing 100 goblins. But how did this Goblin Lord come to know of it? Mistaking Lin Chen's contemplation for hesitation, the Goblin Lord seized the moment. "That I do not wish to die," it implored, "that if you allow me to leave, all the women here shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised his gaze to survey the surrounding devastation. Iron chains still bound 16 women, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Suffering from the aftermath of the recent battle between Lin Chen and the Goblin Lord, a chill of resolve crept into Lin Chen's eyes. Yes, had it not been for this goblin's reminder, he might have forgotten that 16 women were still imprisoned here. He retracted his royal domain, causing the surrounding malaise to dissipate. The Goblin Lord visibly brightened, seemingly believing it had discerned Lin Chen's inclinations, and continued, "Have you agreed? May I leave now?" The Goblin Lord slowly rose, declaring, "The women here are all yours." As it began to shuffle away, it exhibited a keen intelligence, fully aware that it stood no chance against Lin Chen. A mere flick of Lin Chen's blade would spell its demise. Yet, it felt fortunate to have bartered the lives of all these human women for its own survival. Lin Chen appeared to have accepted its proposal. The goblin turned to leave, hesitating for a moment on whether to retrieve its stone club, but seeing it crushed beneath Lin Chen's foot, it shook its head and abandoned the thought that it was a pity for those human women. Yet it consoled itself with the notion that survival would allow for a resurgence. Human women. A raid on any human village would yield countless women, whom it could then use as breeding tools to spawn more goblins, establishing a new goblin nest in no time. However, just as the Goblin Lord neared the entrance of the chamber, Lin Chen's somber voice resonated from behind. "Hey!" The Goblin Lord halted, a flicker of malice crossing its visage. Yet it maintained a facade of cheer as it turned around. "Esteemed chosen one, you seem to have left something unsaid." Suddenly, the Goblin Lord noticed Lin Chen drawing back his bow, poised to shoot. "Wait, something feels amiss," it thought, sensing an alarming energy flowing rapidly from its body. Looking down, it saw an energy arrow, gradually dissolving into glimmers of starlight, embedded in its rotund belly. The Goblin Lord's head shot up. But it was too late to question why Lin Chen sought its demise. An overwhelming sense of helplessness swept over it, draining its strength until it collapsed. Goblin Lord's health, 04000. Lin Chen wielded his black wooden broadsword, severing the chains binding the women. With each resounding clang, they slumped to the ground. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, for the state of these women was evidently dire. They sat listlessly, as if devoid of souls. The notifications displayed: Rescued Maiden, 44. Rescued Maiden, 64. Rescued Maiden, 104. Rescued Maiden, 164. Indeed, as the chains fell away from all the maidens, Lin Chen observed the notifications still flickering. Yet this time, he paid little heed to them. Feeling a sense of distaste, "You have leveled up." Lin Chen reached level 21. However, his focus remained fixed on the maidens before him. They were unmistakably living beings, trembling together, even though he had bestowed upon them the healing touch. They still resembled mere shells of their former selves. Among them, two relatively attractive maidens retained a semblance of lucidity. They gazed at Lin Chen in confusion, as if wishing to speak, yet their mouths opened only to emit a faint, hoarse sound. Lin Chen's expression hardened as he called out, "Huang Dazhuai, roaring brother, tend to the maidens in your arms and come to me." In his mind, Lin Chen quickly received responses from Huang Dazhuai and roaring brother. Understood. Moments later, a notification chimed in his mind. "You have completed the class transfer quest. Goblin Nest. Please report to the church in any major city to claim your reward." It has been detected that you are a second cycle player. Rewards for the second cycle have been added to your inventory. Chapter 53. The leggings of the demon summoner. In less than half a minute, Huang Dazhuai and Roaring Brother rushed to Lin Chen's side, albeit with a hint of panic. Yet, upon witnessing the surrounding devastation, both seemed momentarily dazed, standing still until Lin Chen's quiet reminder roused them from their stupor. My lord, have these women perished? Huang Dazhuai asked cautiously. Lin Chen shook his head. Not yet. You and Roaring Brother must carefully escort them out. They exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, approaching with utmost caution. Although the maidens had received healing, their minds had suffered severe trauma. Among the 16 present, hardly anyone could utter a word. Their plight was far worse than that of the first two maidens they had encountered. As time passed, Huang Dazhuai and Roaring Brother began to assist the maidens in leaving the cavern slowly. However, Lin Chen remained still, for a black treasure chest had suddenly materialized before him. Had the rewards for defeating the boss finally arrived? The chest, a deep shade of black, and considerably larger than the previous Spider Dungeon's reward, emanated an unusual aura as Lin Chen approached. The maidens continued to be escorted out in waves by Huang Dazhuai and Roaring Brother while Lin Chen moved closer to the chest. Gently placing his hand upon it. In an instant, the chest burst open, and an array of shimmering equipment clattered to the ground. Lin Chen's eyebrows arched in interest as he scrutinized the items. One piece gleamed with a pink hue. Leggings of the Demon Summoner. Equipment type. Pants. Level requirement. 20. Class requirement. Intelligence-based classes. Health 400. Physical defense 60. Magical defense 80. Intelligence 10. Stamina 10. Mana recovery rate 8. Socketable. 2. Chance to reduce the first instance of magical damage by 15. Cooldown of 30 minutes. Upon seeing this pink garment, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. It was perfectly suited for him. After all, he was currently clad in the level 15 green serpent spirit leggings. However, this was a different matter entirely. Transitioning from green to pink was akin to upgrading from a mere firearm to a formidable cannon. Without hesitation, he donned the new leggings, and as he surveyed the remaining equipment and items scattered on the ground, he found that most were simply level 20 blue gear. The majority of the items are primarily weapons from other professions, though there are also 1 or 2 accessories that Lin Chen can utilize. He carefully selects among them, adorning himself from head to toe. With the Moonlit Bow in hand, he now possesses 4 pink items: the Moonlit Bow, the 4 Spirits Armor, the Arcane Leggings, and the newly acquired Demon Summoner's Greaves. After donning his gear, Lin Chen glanced once more at the ground. However, when his eyes fell upon another object, they widened in astonishment. When did my luck become so fortuitous? He exclaimed, for there lay a skill book before him. This particular tome was titled Heaven's Corridor. Lin Chen had never anticipated discovering such a skill book. It was the pivotal divine skill that rendered healers exceedingly sought after. For a healer, acquiring this skill represents a significant turning point. Despite being merely a level 12 skill, it is, in truth, invaluable and rare. Lin Chen recalled that in his previous life, a single copy of Heaven's Corridor could fetch an astronomical price, making it one of the rarest skills in the realm of the hunter gods. Yet, here it was, right before him, that he picked up this coveted tome, which would make any healer envious, and fell into contemplation. Should he learn it immediately? While the prospect of possessing a so-called resurrection ability was undeniably alluring, there remained a substantial distinction between this and true resurrection. This skill could only revive individuals on the brink of death. Beyond that, it offered no other capabilities. If a player did not receive healing from Heaven's Corridor while in a dying state, they would perish, rendering the skill utterly useless thereafter. Furthermore, the most crucial drawback was that this skill could not be used on oneself. This perilous aspect led Lin Chen into deep thought. Perhaps I should hold on to it for now. That he placed it into his backpack. However, as he did so, he noticed 3 unopened gift packages within his bag. The first was a reward for completing the fast leveling quest, which he and Feng Chenjizi had accomplished using a near-exploitative method in a mere 30 seconds. This quest's rewards were contingent upon completion time. The shorter the duration, the better the reward. The second was the reward for completing the second chapter. Lin Chen glanced around. The girls trapped in this place were gradually being relocated, leaving only 2 or 3 feeble maidens slumped on the ground. After some consideration, Lin Chen opened the first gift package. A burst of light emanated as the package unfurled. Upon witnessing the new items gradually appearing in his backpack, Lin Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Most of the contents were low-level health and mana potions, alongside a few miscellaneous items and stamina-restoring consumables, with no practical equipment in sight. Just when he was feeling somewhat resigned, the last item revealed itself, the Shadow Veil Mask. Oh, Lin Chen focused intently. A special item. A facial accessory that does not occupy an equipment slot. It conceals one's attributes upon use, rendering them invisible to other players. Upon reading this description, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Muttering the name of the mask, Shadow Veil Mask, was there truly such an item in the realm of the hunter gods? The ability to hide one's attributes. Without hesitation, Lin Chen donned the mask. In the next moment, he clearly observed that the name above his head seemed to change color, becoming transparent if he was not mistaken. This indicated that from this moment forth, his attributes would be imperceptible to other players. This was fortuitous indeed, as being overly conspicuous as a healer was hardly advantageous. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and promptly opened the second gift package. This was yet another reward from the second chapter. Following the one obtained in the spider cave, he recalled that the last package had yielded an outrageous item, the attribute conversion potion. Now, the package was opened as anticipated. This second chapter gift contained some rather intriguing items. Team Teleportation Tokens 5. Taunt Puppet 1. An attribute increase potion 1. Meanwhile, at Biowest City, before the massive teleportation gate, even though it was already deep into the night, a steady stream of people continued to converge. Most of these individuals gazed expectantly at the gate, hoping to see someone emerge. As time passed, a few figures began to trickle out. Someone's coming out. Quick, let us see what profession they are. The crowd surged forward, seemingly caught in a repetitive cycle of anticipation. Among those emerging from the teleportation gate was a fighter, his body marred by numerous scars. Upon seeing this individual and his profession, the majority of the onlookers instantly lost interest. The only ones remaining nearby were fellow fighters. Hey, brother, how did it go? One asked eagerly. The others looked on with anticipatory expressions. The exhausted fighter coughed, his health bar nearly depleted, his breath wavering as if he might succumb to death at any moment. After a brief pause, he finally nodded, saying, I completed it. The task was a bit challenging. When you go in, don't kill the guiding little demon right away. It will assist you in collecting spirit stones. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. I initially thought that little demon was just a regular monster, and I killed it with one punch, nearly leading to my own demise at the hands of those spirit stone guardians. As he continued to grumble, the other fighters listened intently, many even pulling out notebooks to record the information with utmost seriousness. So, was there a boss? Someone inquired. The fighter who had completed the quest appeared somewhat puzzled. Shaking his head, strangely enough, there seems to be no boss for the class transition quest. I merely harvested 50 spirit stones amidst the interference of the guardians, and that counted as my success. No boss. That's fantastic. The fighters began to chatter excitedly, many of their faces alight with determination. After grasping the key points and precautions of the task, numerous fighters began to enter the teleportation gate one after another. Witnessing this scene, the remaining players felt a twinge of anxiety. The fighters had already completed their class transition quest, and aside from the knights and hunters who had finished theirs during the day, 5 of the 8 ordinary professions remained unrepresented. Just as some players nervously wiped their palms, the teleportation gate lit up once more. Someone's coming out. The crowd surged forward again, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Emerging this time was a warrior. Compared to the fighter who had just exited, this warrior appeared in significantly better condition. His health bar still more than half full, and he seemed to be adorned with newly acquired equipment from the dungeon. Oh, great one. Could you share your strategy with us? Big brother, any tips? However, the warrior ignored the enthusiastic crowd, pushing past the other warriors to find a secluded corner. Hey, who's that, trying to act all aloof? The onlookers were momentarily at a loss, exchanging glances of confusion, but the next moment, someone shouted, another warrior is coming out. The crowd, previously disappointed, surged forward once more, treating the new arrival like a savior. The warrior who had initially glanced back at the crowd scoffed coldly and, without hesitation, stepped into a corner. There, a woman had been waiting expectantly. Tiangu, you're back? She asked, straightening her posture and scrutinizing the man from head to toe. Are you hurt? Do you need me to heal you? The warrior, known as Debishan, shook his head. It's nothing, just some pesky locust. There's no need for concern. After a brief pause, he looked at the woman and softly inquired, but what about you, Yuding? Did you see any healers successfully complete the quest? The woman shook her head, her gaze drifting toward the distant teleportation gate. No, but I heard a healer entered, yet so far, They have not emerged. Dabisha nodded. Should we continue to wait? The woman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No need. Tian good out, it's too late. Let's find a place to rest and replenish our strength. Dubu Tian nodded in agreement. Let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second warrior, surrounded by a throng of people, felt utterly flustered and at a loss that a multitude of players from the same profession were practically glued to him, rendering him immobile. Oh dear, don't crowd me. Master, could you please share some strategies? Feng Chun, the master of the turbulent wine. I'm a girl, a female warrior. Can we chat? We could add each other as friends. This warrior was none other than Feng Chen, yet he had never encountered such a scenario before. Previously, he had envied Lin Chen for being encircled by a swarm of players, but now it was his turn. Feng Chen glanced at his friend list. Beside Lin Chen's name was a note, in a dungeon. It seemed Lin Gu had not yet emerged. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Chen reluctantly raised his hand. Please, don't crowd me. I'll share the strategy. Upon hearing this, the warriors erupted into exuberant gestures. As the crowd stepped back a bit, Feng Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a moment to collect his thoughts about the recent dungeon events and began to speak. Firstly, the locusts are divided into 4 waves. The first wave has the fewest numbers. Please do not exhaust your mana. Just use basic attacks. The locusts won't harm you. Secondly, when the second wave arrives, the NPCs will come to assist you. Remember, keep the NPCs at the granary doors and prevent them from wandering off. Your task is to clear the main path of any locusts flying in. At this point, you may use skills, but be cautious not to deplete your mana too much if you have limited blue potions. As the crowd grew larger, Feng Chen raised his voice. Thirdly, you can use the quest items in your backpack now, but don't use them carelessly. Ignite them at the right moment. Once ignited, the locusts will be attracted by the scent. And at that point, ensure you unleash all your skills without holding back. Finally, the fourth wave of locusts is the largest. The best strategy is to retreat into the granary with all the NPCs and block the entrance to fend off the locusts. If you follow my advice from the first 3 points, by this time, there will only be the remaining numbers from the fourth and second waves. You should be able to hold out for about 10 minutes. Having said that, Feng Chen clapped his hands, signifying he had imparted all his knowledge. The crowd displayed exaggerated expressions. What a detailed strategy. Indeed, Feng Chen's guidance was comprehensive, addressing every wave and decision. However, amidst the astonishment, someone raised their hand. Master, is there a boss? Feng Chen shook his head. A boss? No. Chapter 55. Departure inside the goblin nest. Lin Chen had emerged from the cave. As his footsteps returned to the exit, a colossal portal appeared where he had just arrived. Now, by entering it, Lin Chen could return to Baiwei City. However, in front of this portal, alongside the 2 girls he had rescued, a total of 18 girls were gathered, seated together, with Huang Daju and Roar Brother by their side. Upon seeing Lin Chen exit the cave, everyone present was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Lin Chen wore a mask, concealing his face except for his deep-set eyes. Master, Huang Daju and Roar Brother quickly bowed their heads, recognizing their master not by his appearance but by instinct. As these 2 undead units moved, 5 of the girls slowly rose from the ground, their bodies appearing extremely weak, draped in the garments Lin Chen had provided. Are you the chosen one from earlier? One girl stepped forward, her fear still evident, yet her condition appeared significantly improved compared to before. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded. That would be the case. And you? The 5 girls exchanged glances, and the one who had spoken continued. We are ordinary villagers from the settlement, captured by the goblins. As she spoke, she instinctively clutched the oversized clothing around her, her body trembling imperceptibly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and asked, when were you abducted? Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged confused looks. They were about to speak, but the next moment, bewilderment washed over all their faces. Yes, when were we taken by the goblins? Or rather, how did they find themselves here? The girls' expressions of confusion deepened. It was as if they had forgotten something profoundly significant. And no matter how hard they tried to recall, the memories eluded them. The girl spoke in fragments, her gaze gradually turning vacant. I don't remember. It was as if I opened my eyes and found myself in the cave. How was I captured? How long have I been here? Not only her, but the others behind her also appeared flustered. Some even pinched their arms, believing this to be a dream. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen slowly furrowed his brows. The girls were repeatedly attempting to express something, yet each time the words hovered on the brink of being voiced. They swallowed them back. It seemed their memories had mysteriously fractured. They could only recall their past lives in the village and their current predicament. They asked for how they ended up in the goblin nest or when they had arrived. There was a complete blank. The leading girl abruptly sank to her knees, clutching her head in an attempt to think, but the rapidity of her thoughts caused her oversized robe to slip down, revealing a back marred with wounds. Lin Chen understood that he could not press further. He merely pointed towards the portal, attempting to redirect their attention. Stop thinking about it. The priority is to enter the portal and leave this place quickly. As Lin Chen finished speaking, a countdown appeared above the portal that if he did not step through before the countdown concluded, the dungeon would forcibly expel him. The girls turned, gazing blankly at the direction Lin Chen indicated. Enter. What door? The girls exclaimed. What door? Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Lin Chen was taken aback. What did this mean? Such a vast portal was hovering beside them, shimmering with pure white light. They could easily step forward and enter it. Yet, not just one or two, but all the girls present seemed unable to see this portal. You can't see this portal? Lin Chen asked softly. The girls shook their heads repeatedly, clearly unable to comprehend. Noticing their bewilderment, Lin Chen's brow furrowed beneath his mask. Could it be that these NPCs, despite being human, were unable to see or use the portal? Only players, only the so-called chosen ones could. This notion made sense. After all, in his previous life, even upon reaching level 80, he had never encountered living beings within a dungeon. In his recollection, all NPCs in dungeons were devoid of emotions, and even if there were any, they functioned solely according to the system, much like the NPCs who assisted players in fending off locusts during the Locust Disaster quest. They were merely entities that could understand player commands. But if they could not escape through the portal, what would happen to them? These girls were battered and weary. If there was no village nearby, leaving them unchecked would mean their survival was limited. At that moment, the countdown above the portal had less than 10 seconds remaining, and each passing second echoed loudly in his ears. 9, 8, 7. Pausing. Lin Chen let out a deep sigh. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved the last of his inferior life potions, placing them at his feet. I can't assist you any further. Take these potions. They may save your lives when necessary. Lin Chen paused again, discarding a few items he no longer needed, along with some low-level weapons and armor for self-defense. This was all he could do. Having completed these gestures, the countdown above the portal came to an end. The countdown concluded, and he was forcefully transmitted away. A sudden alert resounded, and the portal abruptly surged in size, enveloping Lin Chen's body in a blinding white light. In an instant, both Lin Chen and Huang Dazhu, the two specters, vanished. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, at the very moment he departed from this realm, the entire world suddenly froze. The sunlight became suspended in the air, refracting into interwoven rays. The wind ceased its gentle caress, and the leaves halted their dance. Those that were destined to fall were now suspended midair, each maintaining the elegance of their descent. Eerily poised, the actions of the maidens present were likewise captured in the most peculiar of moments. Their expressions varied. Some appeared to be speaking, mouths agape, while others furrowed their brows, and many shielded their eyes with outstretched hands, seemingly attempting to evade the harsh light. Everything, in that instant, was brought to a standstill. Chapter 56. The cathedral outside the portal. Feng Chen had been waiting for a considerable time, yet Lin Chen had yet to emerge. He anxiously glanced at the clock, realizing that half an hour had elapsed since Lin Chen entered. Was the milkmaid's class transition quest truly so arduous? Even someone of Lin Chen's caliber should not be delayed for this long. Should they? As time wore on, others began to emerge from the portal, predominantly warriors and fighters. Observing these individuals stepping out, the crowd no longer surged forward as before. Instead, they awaited the appearance of uncharted classes, such as healers. A few minutes later, another gasp of surprise echoed through the crowd. Someone else had emerged. People squinted to see a figure stepping through the portal, wielding a massive black sword. They scrutinized the newcomer with widened eyes. The individual donned a dazzlingly colorful armor, seemingly designed for an intelligence-based class, yet curiously grasped a warrior's greatsword. What baffled them most was the mask adorning this person's face, another warrior, oddly. The nickname above their head was obscured. How much longer must they wait for that brilliant programmer to appear? The crowd buzzed with speculation, quickly losing interest in the masked figure, as most were now focused on the emergence of their respective class pioneers. Especially the healers, who were the most eager. Noticing the lack of approach, the masked figure sighed in relief, choosing to silently walk in a particular direction. Meanwhile, Feng Chen, who had been waiting from a distance, suddenly displayed a look of confusion. He too possessed a mask identical to the one worn by the individual. Hastily, he glanced into his backpack to confirm the presence of the matching mask. Was that part of the quest reward? He pushed through the throng of players clamoring to add him as a friend and quickly pursued the masked figure. Lin Chen halted in his tracks. Turning to regard the individual named Feng Chen. Lin Chen replied softly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's familiar voice, Feng Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He first assessed Lin Chen's equipment, then scrutinized his status. Lin Gu, why did you take so long to come out? Was the healer's quest really that difficult? However, before Feng Chen could finish his inquiry, Lin Chen interrupted. I'm fine. What about you? Why didn't you head to the Warriors Heroes Hall to complete your class transition? Oh, I was waiting for you. He paused, as if recalling something significant, and promptly asked, by the way, Lin Gu, what exactly happened in there? Why can't I find your name on the ladder rankings? Afterward, Feng Chen verified the names on the ladder's combat power rankings. As players leveled up, a variety of individuals began to ascend the rankings. Previously, Lin Chen held the top spot, but now, it had been claimed by another. The name that now adorned the first position was Liang Yunmuyi. Liang Yunmuyi? Who was that? Combat Power Ranking 1. Liang Yunmuyi. Novice Village Code 10325. Class Assassin. Current Main City Yulin City. Combat Power Ranking 2. Jusher Xiu Luo. Novice Village Code 354677. Class Rune Master. Hidden Class. Current Main City Longmai City. Combat Power Ranking 3. Wu Qingxian. Novice Village Code 26650. Class Warrior. Current Main City Jinsha City. Feng Chen scrutinized the rankings several times, realizing not only was Lin Chen absent from the top 3, but his name was nowhere to be found among the 50 listed classes. The only player from their city, Bayou City, was a warrior named Dubu Tian, ranked 48th. But how could this be? Just before entering the portal, Feng Chen had specifically checked to confirm Lin Chen was still at the top of the rankings. Yet now, in just over half an hour, he had been pushed out of the top 50. However, just as Feng Chen prepared to turn to the next page, Lin Chen interjected, "It's normal not to find me. The Shadow Veil mask in our inventory can conceal our attributes. The latter likely cannot locate my name due to its influence." As Lin Chen pointed to the mask on his face while speaking. Feng Chen, in disbelief, glanced at the mask in his own backpack, murmuring, "No way, it has that function." Saying this, Feng Chen took out the mask and donned it, mimicking Lin Chen's actions. Indeed, at the moment he placed the mask upon his face, he felt an unusual sensation. He could see his name above his head becoming somewhat transparent. "Wow, this is incredible," Feng Chen exclaimed excitedly, clearly taken aback by the discovery of such a unique item. Lin Chen, slightly exasperated, turned back and gestured toward the right path, saying to Feng Chen, "All right, I need to head to the cathedral now. You should go to the Heroes Hall to submit your class transition task." Following Lin Chen's indication, Feng Chen spotted a grand edifice at the end of the road. Warriors who had completed their transition quests began to filter into the building. Then Lin Gu. "I'll find you at the cathedral after I finish my task," Feng Chen promptly replied. Lin Chen shook his head. "After you complete it, wait for me at the center of the task hall, where the gnome is." "Understood." With that, Feng Chen jogged away. Once Feng Chen had departed, Lin Chen did not linger. A little over 10 minutes later, he stood at the entrance of the cathedral. As the first to successfully complete the Goblin Nest quest in Bayou City. The interior was sparsely populated with healers, only a few meandering about the vast hall. Among them was their regular party member, the healer, GZ. "Captain." GZ rushed over, greeting Lin Chen warmly. As he watched the young woman approach, Lin Chen found himself momentarily distracted, struggling to reconcile the image of GZ with that of the formidable healer who had once ranked in the top 20 for combat power in his previous life. Lin Chen nodded, "Please wait for me a moment." Once he had reformed his party with GZ, Lin Chen swiftly approached an NPC in the hall. Upon noticing his arrival, the nun-like NPC immediately bowed slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Honored Chosen One, how may I assist you?" Without beating around the bush, Lin Chen stated, "I'm here to submit my class transition quest." The nun's eyes flickered with a hint of light, yet she hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly once more. "Honored Chosen One, please follow me." Lin Chen paused, instinctively exchanging a glance with GZ. In her puzzled gaze, he could not help but furrow his brow, sensing a stark contrast to the events of his previous life. He recalled that any class transitioning would not encounter such a scenario. Typically, after submitting the quest, the NPC would directly channel a force into the player, bestowing them with new abilities that IT was a swift and seamless process, likely taking no more than a minute without any unnecessary delays. Yet now, the NPC responsible for the class transition stood with an inviting posture, leaving Lin Chen uncertain of what to do next. Stunned for a good 10 seconds, Lin Chen finally turned to reassure GZ, "Please wait a moment." "Okay, Captain," GZ replied eagerly. Lin Chen slowly turned back to the NPC, "Please, lead the way." Chapter 57. The Sage when Lin Chen was a warrior. He had once entered a church. Although he did not belong to the healers, there were still numerous quests and tasks available within the church. However, he had never realized that within the church lay such a labyrinthine network of passages and rooms. Shouldn't a church, like other buildings, consist of just a single hall, all NPCs gathered in the hall, receiving and delivering quests within its confines? Lin Chen had never heard of such a structure containing additional accessible areas. Could it be that the Heroes' Hall for Warriors was similarly constructed? Pondering this, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave as he glanced around. He followed the nun leading the way, traversing one passage after another, opening door after door. Throughout this journey, he attempted to engage the nun in conversation, but regardless of what he asked, she remained unresponsive, walking calmly at a measured pace. Observing the nun's demeanor, Lin Chen ultimately relinquished his efforts. And as time passed, he found himself stopping alongside her in front of a grand set of double doors. "Chosen one, we have arrived," the nun announced, pulling the doors open and stepping aside. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from her to the interior beyond the doors. On the other side lay a vast chamber adorned in a style reminiscent of classical European design, filled with various medieval artifacts. In the center stood an elderly man clad in a monk's robe, his hands clasped behind his back. Before him was a raised lectern, upon which rested two books, one white and one black. Lin Chen gazed vacantly at the room for a moment before stepping inside. At that instant, a smile spread across the face of the elderly man, who had been standing at the center of the room. "Esteemed Chosen One, greetings to you." Lin Chen halted his steps as the nun quietly closed the door behind him, leaving only him and the elderly man within the chamber. "Are you the class change NPC?" Lin Chen inquired cautiously. He had never encountered a class change NPC stationed in such a specific room, and the man's demeanor and posture were distinctly different from other NPCs. Although the NPCs in the main city were indeed the indigenous inhabitants that had emerged alongside the hunting goddess domain, Lin Chen had seldom encountered such a situation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, the elderly man appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "NPC, you say? Indeed, I am responsible for facilitating the class change for healers. But unlike others, I specifically cater to second cycle chosen ones." Lin Chen's mind briefly wandered upon hearing the term second cycle. "What did you say?" he asked, narrowing his eyes as he whispered, "You know about the second cycle?" The elderly man did not deny it, maintaining a gentle smile, before gesturing toward the two books on the lectern. "Very well, Chosen One, please select your new vocation." Lin Chen followed the man's finger, his gaze falling upon the white and black covers of the books. The elderly man continued, "Do you wish to become a sage, or would you prefer to be a cleric?" However, Lin Chen did not focus too much on the books. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the elderly man. "Searching for vital information, you mentioned that you specifically cater to second cycle chosen ones." Lin Chen emphasized the word specifically. The man nodded silently, seemingly grasping something significant. Lin Chen pressed on, "Are you implying that, aside from myself, there are other second cycle players in the hunting god's domain?" He had never anticipated that an elderly man would speak of specifically catering, as if suggesting that there was more than one such NPC present in the hunting god's domain. Or perhaps that the domain had detected Lin Chen's uniqueness and established a dedicated NPC for him. Yet, despite Lin Chen's inquiries, the elderly man remained silent, merely smiling at him. Sighing, Lin Chen conceded, "All right. Let us proceed with selecting a vocation." Upon hearing this, the elderly man's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Chosen One, which vocation do you wish to choose, the sage or the cleric?" Lin Chen replied softly, "Then I would appreciate your explanation." As he spoke, he continued to scrutinize the elderly man's every move. Unfortunately, the old man seemed resolute in not revisiting the topic of the second cycle, instead diligently explaining, "The sage specializes in healing and support, enhancing allies or oneself with buffs that increase intelligence, strength, physical and magical attack power, and stamina, while also restoring health, a truly indispensable role within any team." Its second-class vocation is the Universalist. He held up the white book. Conversely, the cleric focuses on maximizing personal damage, wielding powerful judgment skills to inflict significant harm upon foes, possessing damage output capabilities that rival other vocations, alongside commendable self-preservation abilities, while their support capabilities are considerably diminished. They maintain a balance between offense and defense, with their second-class vocation being the arbiter. At this point, he displayed the black book. With that, the elderly man fell silent, patiently awaiting Lin Chen's decision. Lin Chen sighed. Slowly advancing to stand before the elderly man, his gaze fixed on the two books in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he made his choice. I have decided. With that, Lin Chen reached for the pure white book. Upon seeing the book in Lin Chen's grasp, the elderly man appeared slightly taken aback. Oh, are you certain you wish to become a sage? Lin Chen nodded. At present, he possessed a bug that stacked attack power, rendering any concern for his damage output unnecessary. Rather, he needed to focus on his sustain and survival. The sage was precisely the vocation tailored for support and endurance, having been a warrior in his previous life. Lin Chen understood the vital role of a healer. Behind every formidable damage dealer, there was invariably a dedicated healer, with the healer, often referred to as the binding healer, providing support, unless the damage output was drastically disparate. They were nearly invulnerable without the healer's intervention. Thus, Lin Chen deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with the trivial damage output of the cleric. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed. Subsequently, the elderly man placed the black book aside and raised the white class change book high. He began to chant incantations, and moments later, a radiant light descended from the ceiling, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. He felt as though his body was ablaze, an inexplicable pain washing over him. What is happening? Lin Chen barely had time to shout before the sensation of pain abruptly vanished. He found himself bathed in light, bewilderment etched on his face. After a brief interval, the light dissipated completely. Lin Chen extended his hand to examine his palm. Bewildered, yes, it done. This process differed entirely from the class change he had experienced in his previous life, leaving Lin Chen utterly perplexed. The elderly man wore a benevolent expression, nodding with a smile. Esteemed Chosen One, congratulations on successfully changing your class. You are now a sage. May you find success in all your future endeavors, instilling awe in the divine. Chapter 58. The initial encounter with a hidden class, instilling awe in the divine. Lin Chen murmured, echoing this phrase, one commonly uttered by NPCs throughout the hunting god's domain. They hoped that the chosen ones who appeared would aid them in vanquishing or hunting the divine beings, achieving great feats that would elicit fear even from the exalted gods. It seemed entirely reasonable for such words to emanate from the lips of the elderly man, as he too was an NPC. Nevertheless, Lin Chen continued to gaze intently into the man's eyes until the door to the chamber opened once more. The nun who had escorted Lin Chen here gave a slight bow. I apologize for interrupting, my lord. I have come to escort the chosen one away. Having spoken, she took a step back and gestured invitingly towards Lin Chen. He let out a soft murmur, casting a fleeting glance at the elderly man beside him, before silently making his way towards the direction of the nun. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, at the very moment his foot stepped out the door, he suddenly heard the old man utter a statement. Time is running short. I hope you are the one who can save all of this. The voice was so faint that, had it not been for the surrounding stillness, Lin Chen might not have caught it at all. Lin Chen abruptly turned back, only to find the door had already closed. Noticing that Lin Chen had paused, the nun turned her head, remaining silent, merely waiting for him to continue following her. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, hesitating for a few seconds before resuming his steps behind the nun. Upon returning to the hall, the church was still relatively empty. Jizi, who had been waiting in a corner, hurriedly rose upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival. Captain, she was just about to approach, but noticed that Lin Chen was still conversing with that NPC. Witnessing this, Jizi could only slowly step back. Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat flustered and awkward girl beside him, offering a reassuring wave of his hand before turning his attention back to the nun in front of him. So, does that mean the question I just asked is beyond your authority to answer? Lin Chen inquired softly. The nun responsible for job changes shook her head regretfully. I apologize, chosen one. There is no one here, save for the bishop, who can address your queries. When might I see that bishop again? I am afraid I do not know. Lin Chen was about to ask something more, but the nun maintained her unyielding demeanor and expression, which led him to abandon his inquiries. It seemed he could elicit no valuable information from the NPC before him. He remained puzzled by the elderly man's words about time running short. How could an NPC be aware of the circumstances surrounding the second round? All these matters weighed heavily on Lin Chen's mind as he pondered for a moment before sighing. Well, since I am now a sage, do you have any skill books available for sages? Lin Chen asked. The nun's expression shifted to one of piety, and she promptly nodded in response. Certainly, esteemed chosen one. I have skill books for sages available for sale. Feel free to browse. Following her words, a page suddenly materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. Various skill books were displayed, and he glanced around. Most appeared to be of lower tier. Skill books could be obtained through player transactions, defeating monsters, or purchased from job change NPCs in major cities. However, some powerful and practical skills were not available for purchase at NPCs. Acquiring them required significant effort against monsters. Nonetheless, at level 21, Lin Chen could only learn 2 sage skills, leaving him with little choice. After a few moments of contemplation, he used the currency in his inventory to purchase 2 low-level skills, Bathe in Holy Light and Blessing of Sound. The first skill summoned a beam of holy light, temporarily increasing his or his allies' maximum health. Currently, at level 21 and benefiting from 4 pieces of pink equipment, Lin Chen's total health amounted to 400 points, significantly higher than that of knights at the same level. Based on the skill's description and his intelligence bonus, he could gain an additional 400 points within 5 minutes. The other skill was also supportive, releasing a wave of sound that granted a triad of enhancements to strength, intelligence, and agility to himself or allies within its radius for 10 minutes. However, given their relatively low levels, the enhancements were modest. Lin Chen did not hesitate for long and promptly learned both skills. Having completed this, Lin Chen chose not to waste further time with the nun. He cast her a meaningful glance before heading towards GZ. GZ appeared somewhat anxious, rubbing her hands together with a smile. Captain, what shall we do next? Lin Chen surveyed the darkened sky outside the church before quietly asking, Do you need to rest? GZ paused, then shook her head. I don't know. Captain, if there's a task to undertake, I can follow along. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. Then let us return to the mission hall. With that, he set off towards the night outside, with GZ quickly trailing behind. After some time, they arrived at the enormous mission hall they had visited earlier. The flow of people had begun to dwindle, now at least half of what it was before. Nevertheless, the cacophony remained painfully loud. Feng Chun, waiting at the entrance, appeared impatient and brightened upon seeing Lin Chen and GZ approach. Linga, sister. Lin Chen nodded at Feng Chun. Let us hurry and collect the main quest. All right, the two responded. However, just as he was about to lead them to the center of the hall, his attention was suddenly drawn to a group of 6 individuals exiting towards the door. They seemed to be a fixed party with a perfect composition: 1 knight, 1 healer, 2 warriors, 1 hunter, and intriguingly, someone who did not belong to any of the 8 major professions, a hidden class. Lin Chen was taken aback. Leading this team was the captain, who was the one with the hidden class. Observing the man, Lin Chen felt a flicker of recognition. If memory served him correctly, he was a shaman. The man strode confidently ahead, flanked closely by a woman with strikingly long legs, a hunter wielding an eye-catching bow. Upon seeing her, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was she Hong Shi? He let out a cold laugh. Not expecting to encounter her here. Chapter 59. Enemies on a narrow path. At this moment, Shi Hong Shi wore a smile on her face. Her companions gathered around her and the shaman, each displaying varying degrees of flattery. Captain, you're truly impressive. Not only the first to complete the job change in Baiwest City, but also a hidden class. The vice captain is no slouch either. She's the first hunter to finish her job change and just acquired a level 20 pink bow. Indeed, the captain and vice captain are a match made in heaven. Not only powerful, but also a handsome pair. Where can one find such a sight? Hearing these praises, the shaman offered no reply, merely walking towards the hall's exit with a slight smile. The female hunter, however, rolled her eyes at the comments, playfully scolding, Stop flattering. Our Haigu is a hidden class with limitless potential. How could I ever match him? As she spoke, the woman named Shi Hong Shi deliberately turned her head away. Indeed, after her remarks, the shaman, Haigu, reached out and pulled Shi Hong Shi into his embrace. Little tomato, what are you saying? You should know, I have always loved eating fruits, especially tomatoes. As he spoke, his hand subtly moved downwards, discreetly pinching Shi Hong Shi's backside. Though she feigned indignation, a hint of pride glimmered in her eyes. However, the knight behind them scratched his head, saying, Captain, tomatoes are not fruits. They seem to be vegetables. Nonsense. A nearby warrior rolled his eyes. The captain says it's a fruit, so it is. Oh, yes, fruit. They laughed as they walked towards the entrance, attracting many curious gazes along the way. After all, no one had truly seen a hidden class before. And with one present, it naturally drew a crowd. Moreover, the hunter named Shihong Shi, with her long legs, was particularly eye-catching. Despite the darkness outside, the hall was brightly lit, making her legs almost dazzling at this point. The group reached the entrance, seemingly having just accepted a task within the hall and preparing to leave. The shaman, Haigu, ignored the stares of those around him and was about to depart when Shihong Shi suddenly halted. "What's the matter, little tomato?" Haigu inquired. The female hunter cast a suspicious glance behind her. Just moments ago, 2 men and a woman had brushed past them, although 2 of the men wore masks. She still sensed something was amiss. "Wait," Shihong Shi suddenly turned around, her voice sharp. "The one wearing the mask. You wait." Lin Chen came to a halt, the corners of his mouth curving coldly beneath his mask. He had no intention of engaging with her, yet here she was, seeking him out. He turned around, casting a detached glance at the 6 individuals before him. "What is it?" Lin Chen inquired in a low voice. Upon hearing his words, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. "It really is you." Perhaps due to the darkness or the lighting, she struggled to discern the nickname hovering above the man's head. But his voice was unmistakable. The masked figure was indeed the so-called programmer, the very man who had once taken her life. Xiang Jiao showed no restraint in her murderous intent, stepping forward with determination. Although she had been wary of Lin Chen's almost exaggerated abilities, she was now a different person compared to earlier in the day. Having reached level 22 and successfully completed her job change to become an authentic windcatcher, she felt emboldened. Furthermore, she wielded a pink level 20 bow. Even if this man still possessed some strange trump card, she felt no fear with her hidden class backing her up. "Isn't it ironic how fate brings us together? I thought I wouldn't see you so soon. Yet here we are less than 10 hours later," Xiang Jiao remarked, her expression dark and her tone laced with menace. Lin Chen remained silent, while Feng Chen beside him wore a puzzled expression as he glanced between Lin Chen and Xiang Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Chen stepped forward to mediate. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here?" In Feng Chen's understanding, the imposing woman before him was likely akin to a red-name player. After all, Lin Chen had nearly wiped out a red-name team, and based on his understanding of Lin Chen, if there was a conflict, it was likely this woman's fault. Nonetheless, this was not the wilderness. And with 6 opponents eyeing them, one of whom possessed a hidden class, escalating the situation could prove detrimental to Lin Chen. However, before Feng Chen could continue, Xiang Jiao barked, "Who do you think you are?" Get lost. After her words, the conciliatory expression on Feng Chen's face began to fade, his tone growing increasingly frigid. "Miss, I would advise you to watch your tone." That moment, he too had completed his job change and was a bona fide berserker. Yet, Xiang Jiao ignored him, her gaze fixed solely on Lin Chen. Meanwhile, her teammates moved closer. "Little tomato, are you saying that this masked man is the one who made you use a resurrection coin?" Wu Yiheizhi's voice grew increasingly stern as he wrapped an arm around Xiang Jiao's waist, his eyes scrutinizing Lin Chen. "Yes, Heige, it's him. I initially thought you were joking, but this guy truly is a dad." Xiang Jiao pressed against the shaman, her tone one of distress. Heige inhaled the scent of Xiang Jiao's hair with a smile. "Don't worry, little tomato. I promise that if anyone wrongs you, I'll be the first to take action. But it's odd. Why can't I access his attribute panel?" Soon, all eyes turned to the masks worn by Lin Chen and Feng Chen. Could it be a function of the mask? Heige shrugged, paying it no mind as he raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. "Hey, you heard what we said, right? We haven't wronged you, have we?" His tone was icy, his words laced with provocation. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Feng Chen subtly retreated to Lin Chen's side, alongside GZ, both awaiting Lin Chen's response. Lin Chen examined the shaman, recalling that the shaman class was one of the most troublesome in the hunting godlands. Capable of summoning minions like beastmasters and necromancers, they were also adept at using poison, with skills revolving around harvesting, bleeding, negative statuses, and curses. If healers were the most reassuring support class, shamans, specializing in debuffs, were undoubtedly their antithesis. "It was I. I did indeed kill that woman beside you once," Lin Chen stated frankly, leaving the shaman momentarily speechless. "You mean to say that you won't even feign ignorance?" The shaman hesitated, then continued. "Well, you have 2 choices. Either come and kneel before little tomato to let her vent her frustration, or..." He paused, as Xiang Jiao urgently tugged at his clothing. "Heige, Don't let him off so easily. The shaman chuckled, patting her hand gently. I haven't finished speaking yet. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Chen, enunciating each word. Or, you can forfeit your life. With that, the shaman raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Lin Chen. The surroundings fell silent, the crowd growing larger, yet no one dared to speak. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. It was then that he stirred, letting out a dismissive chuckle. Interesting. Feel free to give it a try. Chapter 60. Duel. According to the rules of the Hunting Godlands, players could not engage in combat within safe zones. But that did not mean it was entirely impossible, though. Are you suggesting we commence a duel right here? The shaman, Page, squinted slightly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Oh, you are familiar with dueling? The shaman grew wary, aware that his team consisted of 6 members, with him being an authentic hidden class, unlike the regular 8 classes. Hidden classes boasted more exaggerated attribute growth and skill adaptability. Moreover, shamans were the nemesis of healers. Yet, despite this, the dad dared to confront him, indicating either a lack of knowledge or absolute confidence. Lin Chen's lips curled upward. Feel free. If you wish, I wouldn't mind challenging your entire fixed team to a duel. As soon as the words left his mouth, the area fell into a stunned silence. After several seconds, the opposing team regained their composure, and a warrior burst into laughter. Deputy Captain, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this really the guy? The warrior scoffed, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. Yet, no one acknowledged him, leaving him feeling awkward as he cleared his throat. In front of the team, the shaman's expression grew increasingly wary. He managed a subtle smile, about to say something when Lin Chen interjected. Will you accept or not? If not, kindly refrain from bothering me. With that, Lin Chen slowly turned to leave that moment. Xiang Jiao was visibly agitated, clutching Hage's sleeve tightly. Hage, we can't just let him walk away. Seeing Hage hesitating, she became anxious. Hage, please help me kill him. I'll do anything you ask. The crowd continued to gather, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing someone audacious enough to challenge an entire team to a duel. However, they were taken aback to find the masked man seemingly in control, while the team hesitated. Feeling the pressure, Hage coldly declared, no need, it's just between you and me. This declaration ignited excitement among the onlookers, who ceased to care about any tasks at hand and began discussing the unfolding drama. Amidst the commotion, Zizi felt increasingly anxious, inching closer to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with worry. Beside her, Feng Chen, also masked, appeared dazed. Unlike Zizi, he attempted several times to stand beside Lin Chen, only to be halted each time by Lin Chen's gestures. Lingo? Feng Chen called out softly. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, but he made no further acknowledgement. Slowly, he raised his hand, extending a duel invitation to the shaman and the 5 others surrounding him. The programmer has issued you a duel invitation, not just Hage. But the others also received the notification, momentarily taken aback. This dad was serious. Was it truly permissible in the Hunting Godlands to take on 6 at once? But was that even reasonable? It is not the time to entangle in unreasonable disputes, but rather to deliberate whether to accept the duel invitation. That if all 6 accept, will they truly confront a lone guardian? Yet, should they acquiesce? Even if victorious, the news would hardly be glorious. Conversely, declining might suggest that 6 individuals cower before one before they could ponder further. However, Shihong decisively chose to confirm acceptance. Brother Hai, since he seeks death, let us accept and eliminate him. Shihong declared coldly. The shaman hesitated, seemingly contemplating the absurdity of the situation. He scrutinized the guardian before him, pondering whether this individual had lost his senses, daring to take on 6 alone. After a moment's pause, the shaman sighed, his gaze gradually turning frigid. In that case, do not blame us. Not just he, but the rest of the team also clicked to confirm. In the next instant, a beam of light cascaded from above, slowly expanding outward, forming a translucent arena, while an invisible force pushed the surrounding spectators further away. At that moment, a designated area, shrouded in mysterious power, materialized at the entrance of the mission hall. It was the first time people had witnessed such a spectacle, prompting a flurry of discussions. Within the arena, Lin Chen stood at one end, while the shaman and Shihong, along with the other 4, stood at the opposite end. Tensions palpable. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Chen's face as he silently drew the Zhuyu bow. However, before combat could commence, the newly formed arena suddenly transformed into a cascade of starlight, akin to a massive soap bubble bursting. Not only the onlookers, but even Lin Chen paused momentarily. What was happening? Shi Hong abruptly pointed a finger at Lin Chen. What have you done? Afraid to strike at the last moment, ignoring her aggressive demeanor, Lin Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure approaching leisurely. Ah, dear esteemed chosen ones, why the haste to draw swords? The voice belonged to a man, sharp and slightly gravelly. The crowd turned to find an NPC standing in the center of the arena. Upon seeing him, they were momentarily stunned. Was this not the NPC responsible for issuing tasks in the hall? How had he appeared here? Lin Chen, recognizing the NPC, recalled something and stowed the Zhu Yu Bao away. As if nothing had transpired, he turned to Feng Chen and Ji Zi, saying, "Let us go." Upon witnessing Lin Chen's departure, Shi Hong shouted, "Stop!" Yet Lin Chen seemed oblivious, continuing toward the center of the hall. Shi Hong attempted to pursue but was obstructed by the NPC. "Ah, esteemed chosen one, if you wish to duel with that individual, please wait a moment," the NPC said softly. Wait for what?" Shi Hong pressed. The NPC smiled faintly. "You have all completed the first main quest to enter the main city. Yet that chosen one has not. According to the rules, both parties must complete the first main quest to engage in a duel within the safe zone." After speaking, the NPC bowed slightly to the crowd and departed. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. What? He hasn't finished the main quest? How is that possible? Didn't he already complete his class transition? They all pondered. Furthermore, his level matched the captain's at 22. How could he have neglected the main quest? The team murmured behind him, while the shaman's gaze remained coldly fixed on Lin Chen's retreating figure. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled ominously. "Let us follow him, since he has not completed the main quest. We shall accompany him to the task location. That way, we can forego the duel and simply eliminate him in the wild." Chapter 61. Stamina. Lin Chen led Feng Chen and Ji Zi to the diminutive NPC at the center of the hall. The small NPC immediately brightened, performing a familiar gesture of respect and addressing the trio. "Esteemed chosen ones, how may I assist you?" Lin Chen offered no further commentary, extending his hand to the NPC. 3 main quest commissions. The gnome's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly rummaged behind him. Moments later, he presented 3 shimmering golden commissions. "Esteemed chosen ones, please exercise caution. May you encounter no misfortune, and may the divine tremble," he said, bowing his head with sincerity. Accepting the commissions, Lin Chen swiftly stored them in his backpack and nodded to the gnome before departing. The gnome raised his head to watch Lin Chen's retreating form, as if wanting to say something. But after a moment's hesitation, he remained silent. Feng Chen and Ji Zi hurriedly followed behind, though Feng Chen cast a curious glance at the golden commission. "Brother Lin, aren't you going to take a look?" As he spoke, Feng Chen glanced at the task description. Main quest: proceed to the survivor's refuge and locate the expedition leader. Assist the expedition team in eliminating the servants of the gods. A simple description, yet it sent a chill down Feng Chen's spine. Eliminate the servants of the gods? He was aware of the background surrounding the so-called god-hunting grounds. The players, the so-called chosen ones, were primarily tasked with slaughtering deities, yet he had never anticipated that the first main quest upon entering the main city would plunge them into this vortex of divine hunting, as if they would soon encounter the so-called gods. To view the gods as enemies, how absurd. Lin Chen led the way, his tone remarkably calm. "It is getting late. If you feel fatigued, you may rest for the night." Hearing this, Feng Chen and Ji Zi glanced at their stamina levels. Both were nearly depleted. In the god-hunting grounds, stamina was of paramount importance, sometimes even surpassing strength and intelligence in significance. A player's health, stamina, hunger, and fatigue were all linked to this metric. Should their stamina be exhausted, they would experience fatigue and lose numerous physical capabilities. Furthermore, if stamina reached 0, defeating monsters would not yield experience, rendering stamina equivalent to a fatigue value in certain respects. The only methods to restore stamina, aside from gradual recovery and consuming stamina potions, were eating and sleeping. Even leveling up would not fully replenish stamina like other attributes. A good night's rest could restore them to full capacity. Even if their stamina was at 0. Brother, your words remind me. While our stamina is not entirely depleted, it is certainly low. Feng Chen scratched his head, continuing to inquire. How should we rest? They had now reached the exterior of the task hall, and the surrounding darkness enveloped them. Without the faint reflections of equipment from passers-by, they would struggle to see each other's faces. Lin Chen pointed toward the distance. Every main city has an inn. With money, you can secure a night's lodging. How much does it cost? Feng Chen pondered momentarily. He glanced at his account balance, which held only 2 silver coins. It varies by room, much like our previous world. A night in a thatched hut costs merely 10 copper coins. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. That should suffice, Feng Chen chuckled. And you? Lin Chen turned to Zizi. The girl, lacking her own opinion, glanced at Lin Chen and Feng Chen, nodding hastily. Me? I will follow the captain's lead. Lin Chen acknowledged her with a sound. In that case, let us rest for the night and discuss matters in the morning. With that, the three made their way toward the inn. Just as they departed, the shaman and Shihong's group emerged from the hall. Eyeing Lin Chen's retreating figure, the shaman smirked. Let us also seek some rest. He then turned to Shihong, cradled in his arms. Little tomato, having brought you this far, is it not time for you to show your gratitude? Shihong paused, her face flushing. Brother, hi, why the rush? That guardian is not dead yet. The shaman playfully pinched Shihong's rear. Whether that fellow lives or dies is merely a matter of time. What? Little tomato, do you wish to backtrack? Upon witnessing the audacity of the shaman, the gazes of those behind him fixated intently on his hands. The shaman's fingers meandered back and forth across the contours of the tomato's posterior, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. However, in the next instant, the tomato swiftly turned her head and shot them a glare, prompting the others to hastily avert their eyes as if nothing had transpired. Subsequently, she turned to face the shaman, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Well then, Haigu, you must ensure that the nanny dies. Upon hearing the woman's agreement, the shaman grinned broadly. Rest assured, his demise is guaranteed. The following morning, Feng Chen emerged from the inn. Stifling a yawn, he gazed incredulously at his status bar, rubbing his hands together in disbelief that it felt unreal. After a single night's rest, all traces of fatigue had vanished. His stamina was now at its peak, and he felt as if he were floating, invigorated and refreshed. Shortly thereafter, the young girl Zizi also stepped outside the INAS. She stretched her limbs in the morning sunlight. Her exquisite figure was laid bare, leaving Feng Chen momentarily taken aback. Had the girl who had been by his side all along possessed such allure under the dawn's light? Good morning, Feng Ge. Zizi greeted softly, a smile gracing her lips. Feng Chen chuckled. Morning, sis. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen emerged from the inn as well. Brother, Captain, the two greeted in unison, having awaited this moment eagerly. Lin Chen nodded. Let us go. The trio prepared to set off, but after only a few steps, Feng Chen noticed 6 or 7 individuals exiting the inn behind them. Turning around, he was startled to find it was the very team that had clashed with Lin Chen the day prior. They followed closely behind, their eyes glinting with unmistakable malice. Brother, Feng Chen whispered a warning. However, Lin Chen appeared unfazed. If they seek death so ardently, let them follow. Chapter 62. Ambush. After some time, the trio arrived at another gate of Bayou City. In stark contrast to the entrance facing the Lost Coast, this gate appeared dilapidated, its walls marred by scars and fissures, devoid of any NPCs, with only wandering players in sight. Yet even the players' movements began to slow, as the majority were newcomers to this place, evidently bewildered. Brother, why does this place feel so strange? Unconsciously, Feng Chen gripped his broadsword tightly as he spoke. Sure enough, the moment they stepped beyond the city gates, a warning echoed in their minds. You have entered a dangerous zone. A dangerous zone signifies that all monsters encountered possess extreme aggression, and players may also face attacks from others. Damn, Feng Chen muttered under his breath. Casting a wary glance over his shoulder, he recalled that a team had been tailing them. However, when he scanned behind, neither he nor Zizi could spot the group, led by the shaman. After searching the vicinity, they finally exhaled in relief. Lin Chen, however, remained largely unaffected. He merely turned and said softly, "Stay close." Before heading straight for the quest location, as they walked for some time, they noticed many players converging on the quest site. These players were predominantly above level 20, most having received the first main quest from the central city but yet to complete their class transitions. It was indeed rare to see someone like Lin Chen and Feng Chen, who had already transitioned, still present here. As time passed, about 10 minutes later, an unusual occurrence unfolded. Be careful, a mage shouted, causing the crowd to tremble. In the distance, a colossal figure emerged into view. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic humanoid monster composed entirely of stone, towering at a height of 5 to 6 meters. No one could ascertain its origin, yet by the time the crowd processed this sight, the stone giant had already swung its massive arm and struck a nearby warrior with tremendous force. Boom! Dust erupted, and the warrior's health bar plummeted by half. Before he could rise, the stone giant swung again. A deep thud resounded, and the unfortunate warrior teetered on the brink of death. This scene unfolded in mere seconds, and only after witnessing the warrior collapse did the crowd erupt into frenzied shouts. "It's a wild boss. Quickly, come and fight the boss." In an instant, various teams and individuals rushed toward the commotion, many knights leading the charge, shields raised. Hearing the shouts and sounds of battle, Feng Chun glanced back. A boss? Already encountering a wild boss. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Feng Chun spotted the massive stone creature surrounded by a throng of players unleashing their skills, a dazzling display of lights erupting around it. "Brother, should we go take a look?" Feng Chun turned to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen shook his head. "There's no need. We have other matters to attend to." Feng Chun was taken aback. Other matters? Clearly, he did not grasp Lin Chen's meaning. But just as he was about to inquire further, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, as if a thread had been pulled taut between his right and left brain. Feng Chen instinctively turned around, only to see an energy arrow whistling toward Lin Chen's head. The distance between them was less than a meter, yet by the time he reacted, it was too late. The arrow's piercing sound and its green luminescence sent a chill down Feng Chen's spine. It was the hunter's skill, Scorpion Tail. In a split second, Lin Chen tilted his head back. Whoosh, with a sharp crack, the arrow that should have struck Lin Chen's temple narrowly grazed his forehead, flying off into the distance. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that Feng Chun could scarcely comprehend it. "Brother," he exclaimed, stepping forward. But before he could steady himself, Lin Chen pushed him aside. At that moment, a fireball hurled toward them, launched by a mage. As Feng Chen stumbled backward from Lin Chen's shove, he felt a wave of heat surge past him. He turned to see a fireball the size of a basketball zooming by, ultimately exploding against the ground nearby, igniting the surrounding underbrush in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had evaded two skills. The trio simultaneously turned their gaze to a short distance away. There, the team led by the shaman was watching them with sinister smiles. Feng Chen hurriedly rose to his feet, his expression darkening. "It's them," as the other players around them were drawn in by the wild boss. None were aware of the impending player conflict. Feng Chen's gaze locked onto the figure of the tomato, poised to release another arrow, and the mage behind her, who still held a flickering flame in her palm. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint of malice. Yet, the tomato smirked cruelly. "How did you miss? Li, how could you fail?" The mage shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. This is my first miss so far. Can skills really be dodged?" As they conversed, the shaman stepped forward with a smile reminiscent of the previous night. Though his tone was even colder. He addressed Feng Chen, who stood protectively in front of Lin Chen. "Warrior, this matter does not concern you. I only seek the head of that nanny behind you." Upon hearing this, Feng Chen let out a cold laugh, gripping his sword with both hands as he activated his Berserker class skill at level 20. Berserk temporarily increases attack power by 50 points, critical hit chance 5, attacks cannot be interrupted, and all other skills are enhanced during this state. Seeing Feng Chen's demeanor, the surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. Yet before the shaman and his companions could respond, Feng Chun was abruptly pulled back by one of his allies. "Step back," Lin Chen spoke in a low voice. Feng Chun instinctively dispelled his berserk state and cast a puzzled glance at Lin Chen, who had already approached him. However, he failed to notice that, at that very moment, the temperature around them had suddenly plummeted by several degrees. Not only that, but a familiar dark green mist had abruptly materialized. The King's Domain. Activate. Chapter 63. I am Huang Dazhuai. The mist spread with astonishing speed, enveloping Lin Chen and every member of the opposing team within mere seconds. Lin Chen drew the Zhuyu Bao, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes behind the mask as he knocked an arrow. The thick fog obscured their vision, leaving the shaman and tomato only able to discern the vague outline of Lin Chen's figure. But they would need to approach closer to see clearly. What on earth is happening? A warrior waved his hand, sensing the strangeness of the mist. Why is it foggy? Not only he, but the others were equally bewildered. A sense of unease hanging over them all, for at that moment, they could feel themselves being targeted by something. Knight. The shaman suddenly snapped back to reality, issuing a low shout. The knight in their ranks stepped forward, facing Lin Chen directly, and slammed his iron shield onto the ground, producing a dull thud. The knight activated his level 5 skill, Unyielding, and level 10 skill, Bronze Sacred Shield. They were unsure how that unsettling sensation had arisen. But if the mist was conjured by a healer, they had to be cautious. Tomato tugged at the shaman's sleeve. The shaman coldly snorted. "It's nothing. This mist is likely the result of some special item." Merely a trick. Having said that, he was about to unleash certain skills when a sudden sound of air being sliced echoed from afar. Whoosh! The noise suggested that someone had shot an arrow in their direction. Indeed, it was an energy arrow, semi-transparent, not a fire arrow shot by a hunter, nor a scorpion tail, but merely a standard attack. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable arrow effortlessly dispersed the fog in its wake, simultaneously creating an exaggerated sonic boom. The knight immediately sensed something was amiss. Hastily stepping forward with his shield raised at a tremendous force surged through his shield, followed by a resounding crash akin to a bell tolling. Bang! The immense force sent the knight stumbling back several steps, colliding directly with the shaman behind him. Had the shaman not reached out to steady him, he would have surely fallen to the ground from the impact. What the hell? The shaman was momentarily dazed, as he had not witnessed what had transpired in front of the knight, and his expression changed instantly. The knight quickly regained his footing. I'm fine. He continued to move forward a few steps. But those few steps ignited doubts in his mind. What just happened? Who shot that arrow? Moreover, judging by the damage description, that arrow had dealt a critical hit. Could it be that some wild boss nearby had targeted him? No, he distinctly felt that the arrow had flown from directly ahead of him. Yet there was only one person there. The healer? Impossible. His hands still throbbed from the earlier impact, though the attack had triggered his shield's block. The overflow damage had been too great for the block to absorb fully. His health bar had already dropped by 1,400 points. Damn. The knight felt his legs weaken. But how could this be possible? He knew his equipment provided substantial armor, and the shield he wielded was an 18-level blue item, which could immunize up to 400 points of physical damage if the block was triggered. This meant that after the critical hit, the total damage exceeded 2,000. Yet, as a knight, his health was merely 2,800, and even with the block, that single arrow had taken half his health away. Something is off. This mist must be conjured by some wild boss. I need to inform the captain and the others that aside from that healer, there is an unknown wild boss lurking here, the knight thought to himself. Utterly unwilling to believe that the arrow had been shot by the healer, before he could relay this discovery to the others, another whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh! The knight felt a chill run down his spine. He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward recklessly. Damn it! If only he had completed his advancement quest to become a holy knight or an avenger. He would have had more means to defend against these unknown cold arrows. Clang! Another loud noise erupted, but this time, it was not the dull sound from before. Instead, it rang out with a sharp clarity. As if something had shattered, the knight glanced down at his hands in confusion. Strange, I should have been holding something. Why are they empty now? Wait, where's my shield? The knight pondered. He stared blankly at his empty hands. Yes, the shield was destroyed. Simultaneously, his health bar plummeted once more by 1,200 points. 2 arrows. It took only 2 arrows to not only leave him with a mere 200 health points, but also obliterate his 18-level blue shield. Compelled by an unseen force, he turned to glance at the shaman and tomato behind him, eager to report this bizarre occurrence, and he desperately needed the healer in their party to restore his health. He was on the brink of death, the pain and weakness overwhelming him, his entire body aflame with agony. Yet, when he turned back, he found a skeletal figure wielding a massive hammer standing right behind him. The knight, not particularly tall at only 1.7 meters, had to look up to meet the gaze of this towering figure, which stood a full head taller, emanating an aura of darkness and regarding him with a disdainful expression. What are you, a wild boss? The knight muttered. In response, the skeleton suddenly grinned widely. I am Huang Dazhuai. The knight was taken aback. Huang Dazhuai, memories of his youth began to surface, recalling a New Year's Eve dinner long ago, where a sketch comedian named Huang something appeared on television, wielding a remodeling hammer and delivering humorous lines like 44, 44, 44, or 80. The skeleton suddenly murmured. The knight's eyes brightened. Yes, that was it. Yet, he felt a chill creep down his spine as he slowly raised his gaze. Realizing that the skeleton was not reciting lines, but rather raising the hammer, aiming for his head, and the knight's words had yet to escape his lips when the dark surface of the hammer filled his vision. Chapter 64. The shaman's tactics boom. The shaman and tomato were startled by a deafening roar, and instinctively, everyone turned their attention to the front. There, in the place where their knight had stood, the thick mist obscured their view, the dark green haze preventing them from seeing what transpired. even though the knight had been merely 2 meters away moments ago. "Hey, knight," a warrior in the team called out, his voice tinged with confusion. No response. Something feels off, the warrior thought, raising his great sword and stepping forward, muttering, "Are you deaf?" However, just as he prepared to advance, the shaman grasped his arm firmly. The warrior turned, noticing the shaman's furrowed brow. "Captain?" he questioned, puzzled. The shaman's expression was a mix of concern and determination, glancing back at Tomato, who also appeared visibly anxious. The omnipresent mist not only obscured their sight, but also prevented them from ascertaining the status of their teammates. This was not their first venture into this place. The previous evening, everyone in the team had accepted the main quest to reach the survivor's refuge, and this was their second time traversing this path. "Step back a little, let me deal with him," the shaman spoke in a low voice. Although he was unaware of the knight's condition, the thick fog before him, as well as the sudden roaring sound, surely had something to do with that cursed caregiver. He felt a pang of regret. Upon hearing the tomato's description, he had dismissed the notion that this caregiver single-handedly vanquished a wilderness boss and indirectly annihilated 2 teams. Despite their levels being merely around 10 at the time, it had sounded utterly ludicrous, and he had not taken such claims to heart. However, the situation now seemed far more complicated than he had anticipated. With this thought in mind, the shaman hesitated no longer. He swiftly raised his arm, and in the next moment, he unleashed the plague bat skill. The plague bat summoned 5 bats, carriers of disease, that soared toward the enemy, infecting any foes in their flight path and those they collided with. Under the plague status, the target would initially suffer gradual damage, which would increase over time, potentially inflicting up to 500 points of toxic damage. Subsequently, 5 bats, exuding deep green gas, erupted from around the shaman, flapping their wings as they darted forward. A chilling cry escaped these unknown bats as one of them plunged into the fog. What followed was a 10-second silence. The shaman narrowed his eyes, entirely oblivious as to whether his skill had struck true or if it had even captured its target. His bats seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him with no feedback whatsoever. "Hi G, have you located that caregiver yet?" the anxious tomato inquired beside him. The shaman remained silent, preparing to release another skill. "Fear not, he cannot escape." He then activated another ability, corpse rats. At least 20 pallid rats emerged from all directions, scattering wildly the moment they appeared, surging in every conceivable direction. The corpse rat skill summoned a horde of rodents that feasted upon corpses. These rats would attack all nearby enemies, granting the shaman sight of their surroundings that as they attacked. The rats would cause putrid explosions, dealing a total of 120 intelligence damage and inflicting a weakened healing status. Each rat appeared akin to the shaman's eyes, careening through the fog in search of every possible foothold. Yet, as time passed, the shaman felt an eerie sensation creeping in. His astonishment, the once numerous rats began to dwindle at an alarming rate. Within less than half a minute, only a sparse few remained. Someone was swiftly clearing these rats, but the speed of this elimination was far beyond what a single individual could achieve. It would require at least 3. In that instant, the last rat caught sight of a figure. "Found you." The shaman's eyes widened as he roared to the surrounding crowd. 9 o'clock direction, unleash your skills. In response, except for the warriors, the rest of the group hurled their skills without hesitation. Arrows filled the sky, fireballs and ice shards rained down, and even the healer's incantations shimmered as they bombarded a singular point. The chaos persisted for a full minute, during which every participant nearly depleted half of their mana, the cacophony of sound echoing throughout. "Captain, what is happening?" a teammate asked, fear lingering in their voice. They were oblivious to the ominous sensation enveloping them, unaware of the whereabouts of that enigmatic caregiver. The pressing question remained: why was a caregiver creating such a tumult? Most troubling of all was the absence of their knight. The shaman slowly raised his hand, causing the team's ranged attacks to cease. The fog seemed to weaken. He glanced around. The murky green mist indeed appeared to be dissipating, as if a fierce wind had swept through, carrying it away. "Humph. It seems this fog was indeed conjured by that caregiver," the shaman scoffed, in his mind. After enduring those recent skills, not even a caregiver, let alone a knight clad in pink armor, could withstand the onslaught. With this conviction, the shaman prepared to approach and ascertain whether the caregiver had perished. If he was on the brink of death, the shaman would not hesitate to sit before him, coldly witnessing his final moments. However, in that very instant, while the fog receded, an even denser aura of death descended from an unknown source. "Stop!" The shaman sensed impending doom. Cold sweat dripped from his body as he could only stare ahead. Less than 3 meters away, their knight lay collapsed on the ground, teetering on the edge of death, surrounded by the shattered remnants of an 18-level blue shield. Above the knight floated a line of text, indicating the need for resurrection coins or a heavenly corridor. Yet, their healer could not possibly possess such a rare skill, and the knight himself had no spare resurrection coins to utilize. The other teammates gaped in horror as they rushed forward to assess the knight's condition. But only the shaman and the tomato remained unmoved. Behind the knight stood a shadowy figure, wielding a massive hammer in both hands. Hey, the figure seemed to smirk, even raising an eyebrow at them. What manner of being is that? They thought, but before they could ponder further, a chill ran down their spines. The shaman's eyes narrowed instinctively as he turned around at a towering figure, over 2 meters tall. Loomed behind him, wielding a gigantic cleaver that was taller than a person, resting upon his shoulder. As the shaman turned to face him, the colossal specter, shrouded in eerie black mist, merely glanced at him. That fleeting gaze sent chills through the shaman's very being. In the next moment, the massive shadow plunged the gigantic blade into the ground, simultaneously tilting his head back toward the sky. Roar! Yes, the specter was howling. Chapter 65. Annihilation of the team. The skill-furious howl unleashed by the roaring brother affected all 5 present, including the shaman. They were instantly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground as the healer vomited violently. The woman even spat out a mouthful of blood. In the midst of her disoriented vision, she felt a semi-transparent energy arrow pierce her shoulder. Before the healer could react, another arrow struck her, embedding itself at a perfectly opposite angle in her other shoulder. Just 2 arrows, merely 2 arrows, caused her previous dizziness to vanish, replaced instead by an overwhelming sensation of weakness. She felt her body and limbs slipping from her control, collapsing limply to the ground, devoid of any strength to speak. Indeed, she was in a state of death's embrace. Yet, she would never comprehend why, after being struck by just 2 arrows, she had fallen into such a dire condition. Especially given her role as a healer, the most crucial member of their team. Without even a single drop of healing provided, she had instead succumbed to the ground. The shaman sensed something amiss. Shaking his head, he swiftly turned to the healer beside him. Hey, what's wrong with you? But before he could finish, a howling wind erupted, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the towering figure with the hammer charging forward, joining forces with the colossal specter wielding a cleaver to strike at the nearby warrior. Crack! Boom! The warrior had barely recovered from the previous dizziness when he was suddenly besieged from both sides. 460. 455. That his health plummeted by nearly half. Sensing the peril, he prepared to unleash his skill, only to find his speed significantly hampered, feeling akin to a rusted cog, severely restricted in movement. Meanwhile, the 2 specters remained unaffected, their attack speed astonishingly swift. 80. The hammer swung again, and he could barely react, taking the full brunt of the blow, which sent him staggering back. The cleaver followed suit. 462. 450. It was over. The warrior finally let out a desperate scream. Just as an energy arrow shot forth from the lingering fog, thud, the arrow struck precisely at his lower abdomen. The warrior felt as if something within him had been abruptly extracted, akin to his very soul dissipating into the ether. By the heavens, what have I done? He managed to utter a curse before, in the blink of an eye, he lost all bodily functions, rendered speechless and teetering on the brink of death. The transition from vitality to demise was alarmingly swift, occurring within mere seconds, leaving everyone around in stunned silence. Little tomato, cover me, the shaman shouted, simultaneously moving his body with fervor, arms thrust forward as a skill silently activated. I am a hidden class, and I have successfully transitioned. His ferocious demeanor was unmistakably etched on his face. Behold, I am now a master of the undead. You, a mere healer, may have conjured this spectral unit from the depths, but you are no match for me. The shaman is indeed your natural adversary. With that, he swung his arms with force. The level 20 skill, Necromantic Curse, was unleashed. A circular field of light rapidly expanded around him, growing larger and dissipating the fog along its path, revealing Lin Chen's form in its violet radiance. I've found you. The shaman intently fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, who stood in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his face. The shaman's expression momentarily faltered, but in an instant, it transformed into one of malevolence, the corners of his mouth curling upward. How audacious to stand defiantly within my domain. You seek your own demise. Indeed. In the next moment, tendrils of mysterious energy erupted from the ground beneath Lin Chen. Swiftly crawling up his legs and coiling around his abdomen, sharp spikes emerged from the tips of these tendrils, thrusting towards Lin Chen with savage intent. Yet, he paid them no heed, allowing them to pierce his flesh. 20, 19, 16 for 10 seconds, the spike struck him thrice, inflicting a mere fraction of damage, less than 60 points in total. Lin Chen gazed down at the tendrils, casually waving his hand to disperse them. However, new entities soon emerged from the ground. This time not tendrils but swarms of insect-like creatures, scuttling rapidly up his legs. Almost immediately, numbers began to appear above Lin Chen's head. -2, -1, -2, -1, -2, -1, and after a brief span, Lin Chen glanced at his health bar, which had barely shifted. Frowning, he acknowledged that this was his first encounter with a hidden class such as the shaman. Though perhaps lacking in a suitable weapon, the sheer annoyance of these skills was undeniable. Like a toad on my foot, not biting but utterly repulsive. Yet the shaman was utterly bewildered. How could his skills inflict such paltry damage? Even with Lin Chen's purportedly high magical defense of over 80 points. It was inconceivable that only this meager damage could be dealt. That he was at a loss. Lin Chen, seemingly perceiving the shaman's thoughts, chuckled lightly. Though, considering the shaman's characteristics, you must be an intelligence-based class, correct? I neglected to mention that my magic resistance stands at 200 points. Given your level of 22 and the rarity of weapons for hidden classes, your spell power should be around 300. Am I mistaken? With that, Lin Chen approached step by step, appearing to the shaman like a malevolent specter. You possess 200 magic resistance. The shaman's complexion paled. What nonsense. Even as a healer, how could you possibly have such high resistance? Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Aside from the bow in my hand, I also possess 3 pieces of pink equipment, along with the level 20 skill blessing of the sage. So, to be precise, my magic resistance is currently 235 points. You cannot breach my defenses. What? The shaman could hardly believe his ears, due to Lin Chen's mask. He had been unable to discern his attributes from the very beginning, oblivious to the fact that this healer had already undergone a job change. Sage. In that moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the tomato behind him. Little tomato, physical damage. Indeed, he surmised that if his intelligence-based class could not deal sufficient damage, perhaps the hunter's physical output could prove effective. After all, the bow in the tomato's hands was a genuine level 20 pink weapon, one they had labored significantly to acquire. Once equipped, it could augment damage by 200 points, not to mention various other attributes and enhancements. If she could land a few shots, he could coordinate with her to evade the 2 undead and engage Lin Chen in a tactical draw. Before the shaman could speak, the tomato had already prepared herself, drawing back her bow as a wind catcher, readying the level 20 skill rain of arrows. You shall perish. The expression on the woman's face was vicious. Yet Lin Chen did not grant her the opportunity to release her skill. An energy arrow struck directly at the tomato's chest. Within the king's domain, his movement and attack speed had doubled. There was no way he could be slower than the tomato, who was hindered by reduced attack speed. Ugh! The tomato felt as if this arrow had nearly brought her to the brink of death, prompting her to cancel her skill. Glancing at her health bar, she saw 300 points remaining. A wave of profound terror surged through her, reminiscent of the last encounter. This man was on an entirely different level. At that moment, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother had dealt with the remaining foes and now stood menacingly beside her and the shaman. A team, with 2 fixed parties having completed their job changes, was on the verge of collapse. It's over. I'm going to die. The tomato had completely lost her capacity for rational thought, an icy dread enveloping her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She had no revival coins left. If she perished here, there would be no salvation. In a moment of desperation, she lifted her gaze to Lin Chen, mustering a forced, unattractive smile as she tremulously called out, "Brother, could you please spare my life?" Her voice quivered, yet she feigned seduction. If you don't kill me, I promise I will do anything you wish. Chapter 66. The dying tomato. The tomato's complexion was ghastly, pale, with overwhelming fear. Her long legs shaking uncontrollably, resembling 2 unsteady chopsticks, devoid of any elegance. Nevertheless, an idea seemed to dawn upon her, and she hastily continued, "Brother, as long as you spare me, I truly can promise you anything. I will do whatever you desire." She even took a step forward, attempting to grasp Lin Chen's hand. Yet Lin Chen merely retreated a step, a cold smile gracing his features as he spoke with interest. "Oh, you can promise me anything?" Upon hearing this, the tomato's eyes sparkled with hope. "There's a chance. It seems this healer is cut from the same cloth as the shaman. In that case, I must leverage my advantages to secure my survival. Even if this person is someone I utterly despise." She was acutely aware of her advantages. With that thought, the tomato instinctively adjusted her shin guards, attempting to accentuate her alluring long legs. Yes, I can do anything. Anything at all." The tomato smiled, striving to appear more enchanting. However, the next moment, Lin Chen's words left her utterly stunned, her smile freezing in place. "Then promise me this. To die." Those words struck her hard, like a dagger. The woman deflated like a punctured balloon, staggering backward until she collided with roaring brother behind her, as if crashing into a wall. The tomato's expression turned vacant as she glanced back at the imposing figure of the Reaper. Recalling that this undead had once been the leader of bandits in the abandoned village near Lost Coast. Yet now, he fought for Lin Chen. "No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die." The tomato had utterly lost its capacity for thought and simply plopped down onto the ground. Yet during her mumbling, the witch doctor was far from idle. He erupted with a frenzied barrage of skills directed at Lin Chen. The blue bar above his head depleting rapidly. In the midst of this chaos, he even downed an entire bottle of mana potion. The witch doctor's arsenal included skills such as venomous throwing knives, voodoo traps, and corrosive light, all designed to induce weakness. Following that, his secondary class, the Master of Malevolence, unleashed acid rain and curses in quick succession. He unleashed every skill at his disposal. And if Lin Chen were to endure this relentless onslaught, he would not emerge unscathed. However, Lin Chen remained motionless, allowing the skills to strike him without resistance. "I see you're truly seeking death," the witch doctor bellowed. Indeed, Lin Chen's health bar began to decline as the witch doctor had anticipated. Yet due to Lin Chen's substantial health pool, one could not fathom how this wretched healer possessed such high magic resistance while boasting a staggering 3,400 health points. Nevertheless, the witch doctor was undeterred. He resolved to keep casting spells, convinced that persistence would lead to Lin Chen's demise. As he contemplated this, he opened another mana potion and consumed it. After a second wave of chaotic spells, Lin Chen's health had indeed fallen to a third. Just as the witch doctor prepared to continue his assault, he realized his mana had been utterly depleted. Attempting to drink another potion, he discovered that his supply had run dry. At that moment, Lin Chen subtly waved his arm. The skills Healing Touch, Revitalizing Wind, and Holy Light were unleashed in the span of mere seconds. Meanwhile, the young girl Jizi, standing a short distance behind Lin Chen, also recognized the situation and provided him with a surge of healing. In the next instant, Lin Chen's health was completely restored. The witch doctor's spellcasting faltered. He shivered, momentarily forgetting his next move. No, this is impossible. It defies logic. He suddenly realized something, lifting his head to point an accusatory finger at Lin Chen, cursing vehemently. You cheating scoundrel. How could someone like you exist in this realm? Something is amiss. You're cheating." His worldview, which had just been established, crumbled upon witnessing Lin Chen, and he could only continue to scream in frustration. In the midst of this, he turned back to glare at the tomato, redirecting his ire towards the prostrate woman. "And you wretched harlot, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could a rare hidden class like mine have to wade through this mess? It's all you're doing." The previously dazed eyes of the tomato now sparked with a newfound venom as she pointed an accusing finger at the witch doctor, shouting back, "Zhang Hai, you shameless dog, did I let you sleep with me for nothing? You swore to me that everything would be under your control, and yet you turned out to be nothing but trash. Unable to defeat others, and now you come to vent your anger at me." The witch doctor named Zhang Hai was momentarily stunned by the tomato's outburst, preparing to retort, when the tomato shouted again. "You call yourself a noble hidden class, yet you're nothing but a pathetic weakling. Your skills in bed are subpar, and you can't even handle a healer. You dare to claim you're the nemesis of healers? I spit on that." This woman had transformed into a shrieking harpy, completely losing her composure. All around, her sharp voice echoed. However, Lin Chen had lost interest in the unfolding drama that he waved to Huang Dechui and Roaring Brother, who understood the signal and raised their weapons. The next moment, the air was filled with their heart-wrenching wails. Then, silence enveloped the area. Lin Chen turned away, dispelling the king's domain. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the surroundings in their entirety. Feng Chun and Jizi approached, And at that moment, Lin Chen turned to look behind him. As he had anticipated, among the two figures behind him, one was on the brink of death, while the other had vanished entirely. The one near death was the hunter, the tomato, while the witch doctor who should have been at her side was nowhere to be found. Humph! Lin Chen let out a cold snort. Surprised that the scoundrel had retained a resurrection coin without using it made sense, considering that this class, with its inherently superior growth rate and foundation compared to others, would logically save a resurrection coin. At that moment, 5 mortally wounded individuals lay sprawled around them, none of whom had the chance to resurrect. They could only await their demise. Bro, Captain, Feng Chen and GZ called out, moving to Lin Chen's side. They surveyed the scene. Although they had long been aware of Lin Chen's prowess, seeing it again was still astonishing. Was this truly something a healer could achieve? It bore no difference from a boss-level monster. No, even a boss of that level couldn't inflict the damage that took down a level 20 player in 2 shots. As the mist fully cleared, the distant sounds of battle reached their ears. Turning back, they saw that the massive outdoor boss, the stone giant, was still standing. What the heck? It's still alive, Feng Chen exclaimed, glancing at the boss's health bar, which still showed nearly 2,000 health points, despite incessant attacks from surrounding players. The boss had entered its second phase. Its health was dwindling, yet it seemed to possess some area attack that made even ranged classes hesitant to remain stationary. They could only keep moving, wasting their best opportunities to strike. The knights nearby were sparse, and as the boss rampaged, its damage output was astonishingly high. Even they dared not engage it head-on. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Just as Feng Chen was about to speak, Lin Chen stepped forward, adjusting his stance to draw his bow, aiming carefully. This distance should be just right, Lin Chen stated calmly. Then, he released the energy arrow, which shot forth in an instant. Whoosh! Moments later, the boss abruptly halted its movements, and a strange line of text appeared above its head, marked with an exclamation point. 2002, with a resounding crash, the stone giant exploded into a shower of rubble, scattering across the ground. Chapter 67. Will it awaken the player's souls? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Feng Chen and GZ stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard as they gazed at Lin Chen with bewilderment. At this moment, Lin Chen sheathed his moonlit bow, standing still as if awaiting something. Indeed, 2 seconds later, a notification popped up in their minds. Your team has slain the outdoor boss, earning experience bonus. Meanwhile, a unique message echoed solely in Lin Chen's mind. You delivered the final blow to the outdoor boss, receiving additional experience bonus. You have leveled up. Lin Chen noted with satisfaction that he had reached level 23. Not only him, but Feng Chen also attained level 23. While GZ, who had only been at level 17, had now progressed to level 18. In the distance, players who had been attacking the outdoor boss had also gained some experience, but they hadn't secured the final kill. And the rewards they received were far from commensurate with their strenuous efforts. Moreover, they found themselves unable to collect the equipment that had dropped on the ground. Who the hell is stealing the boss? Someone shouted angrily. Exactly. We formed a team to kill the boss, and now we've been robbed. Who's the bastard responsible? Show yourself. It was impossible for them to remain silent, after investing so much time. With their healer's mana bars having run dry multiple times, and their equipment nearly worn out from the boss's relentless assault, they bore numerous injuries and significant fatigue. Yet after all their toil, they had ultimately benefited someone else. The ground was strewn with loot, but they couldn't collect it. Due to the rules in the hunting goddess domain, equipment dropped from slain monsters remained in a protective state for 10 minutes, allowing only the players or teams that defeated the monster to pick them up. Others were barred from doing so, unless they waited for 10 minutes for the protective state to expire. The loot would remain unclaimed, and at that point, it would be free for all. The group began to encircle the dropped items, preparing to wait out the 10 minutes. Look at this gear here. A level 20 pink broadsword. Perfect for me as a warrior. I can't let anyone else take it. Let us wait 10 minutes. I doubt the rat who stole the boss will dare show up. Indeed, after 10 minutes, it will be ours. The cacophony of insults gradually diminished, and in their eyes, even without the prospect of acquiring superior experience bonuses, merely safeguarding their equipment was deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Observing the crowd encircling the gear like ravenous beasts protecting their prey, Feng Chen turned to glance at Lin Chen. Brother, he began, but Lin Chen offered no response, instead lifting his gaze to his own name. Indeed, Lin Chen sensed a looming trouble. His name was now marked in crimson. Damn it, Lin Chen muttered helplessly. Unlike before, this time, none of the members from the annihilated team bore red names, despite the fact that the shaman had utilized a resurrection coin. Lin Chen had still accrued a significant amount of sin value. The 3 words programmer appeared glaringly above his head in a vivid red. Captain, your name. GZ noticed the change in Lin Chen's nickname. Having previously encountered that group of red-named players herself, she had even been forced to join a team dedicated to slaying players for sport, thus she was particularly sensitive to the color red. Feng Chen also glanced up, his expression shifting slightly. Red-named player. It's fine, Lin Chen shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant. But brother, Feng Chen remained somewhat apprehensive. Did you not mention before that killing red-named players could yield rewards? What if someone targets you? Yet as he spoke, Feng Chen swallowed his words, realizing that Lin Chen, single-handedly, had obliterated a highly skilled team, one that even included a hidden class. His concerns were entirely unwarranted. Lin Chen shifted his gaze away from his nickname, now preoccupied with another matter. Yes, at this moment, the knight he had first slain had transitioned from a near-death state to lying lifeless in a pool of blood. It was then that Lin Chen bizarrely noticed a line of text hovering above the corpse. Would you like to awaken this soul? What was happening? Lin Chen had never anticipated witnessing such a line on a player's corpse. Was this not akin to his bug skill, necromantic resurrection? The ability to awaken the souls of slain monsters for his own use, much like Huang Deze and Roar Brother. Yet now he could clearly see that the initially deceased knight bore the same line of text above him. Is this real? Lin Chen opened his skill panel and noted that necromantic resurrection had changed. Necromantic resurrection. Maximum number of souls you can store. 3. After reaching level 20, Lin Chen had not examined this skill closely. And to his surprise, it had leveled up, allowing him to summon 1 additional soul. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The significant revelation was that he could actually awaken the corpse of a deceased player. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen beckoned to the 2 beside him. Xiao Feng, GZ, come over and shield me. Feng Chen and GZ exchanged a startled glance before hastily moving to stand behind Lin Chen. Shielding him, crouched on the ground, Lin Chen resembled someone seeking privacy in the wild, while the 2 stood guard to spare him embarrassment. Yet Lin Chen paid no heed to such trivialities. He took a deep breath and grasped the white soul floating above the knight's corpse. In the next moment, a new line of text appeared before him. Would you like to awaken? Yes. Moments later, a strange black mist began to emanate from beneath the knight's corpse, followed by a flicker of black light amidst the smoke. The white soul began to sway and transform, as a body emerged from the ground, leaving the original knight's corpse utterly vanished. Upon seeing the knight standing before him, Lin Chen instinctively took a step back. This is utterly absurd. Undead retainer, knight, unnamed, life points, 3,000 attack power, 643, base, 213, additional inheritance, for 30, spell attack, 165, base, 50. Additional inheritance, 115. Physical defense, 240, base, 150. Additional inheritance, 90. Spell defense, 215. Base, 112. Additional inheritance, 103. Skills. Upon reading these attributes, Lin Chen was left completely dumbfounded. Is this some kind of joke? Yes, players could not only be transformed into undead, but their attributes astonishingly inherited 50% of their original base stats. For instance, this knight originally possessed an attack power of 213, and now, as an undead, he had inherited an additional half of that, bringing it to over 600 points. Even more alarming was his combined defenses, which surpassed Lin Chen's own. The damage he could not withstand, this knight would effortlessly endure. Gulp. Lin Chen could distinctly hear the sound of his own swallowing. If these attributes were indeed genuine, then there was one more matter Lin Chen needed to verify. Could it be that you can even wear equipment? Lin Chen examined the detailed status of this undead entity. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. Players who became undead could wear equipment. Damn it. I'm invincible. Please name this retainer. A line of text appeared before him. Chapter 68. Shield Mountain. Lin Chen stared blankly at the words. Please name this retainer, he muttered to himself, feeling a flutter of unease. He had never heard of a player being revived through the skill of necromantic resurrection. Having dealt with so-called necromancers before, none had ever succeeded in resurrecting a player's corpse as an undead. But why was he able to? Was this skill a result of a bug? However, if that were the case, what would happen once he named this undead? Previously, naming the spider, Huang Dazue, and Roar brother had infused them with a semblance of a soul. But what about this knight? He was unlike other monsters. He had once been a living, breathing person. Would naming him also? With this thought, Lin Chen exhaled softly, then inscribed a name above the undead knight's head. Shield Mountain in the next instant. As the name appeared above the knight's head, Lin Chen distinctly sensed a flicker of movement in the undead's eyes. Moments later, a powerful aura of life surged forth from Shield Mountain. As if he had suddenly acquired a soul, clearly still dazed from the shock. After a considerable pause, he suddenly began to cough violently, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching, as if expelling every ounce of flesh and blood from within him. Including Lin Chen, the three surrounding him remained silent, each wearing a different expression as they beheld the newly awakened Shield Mountain. Though Feng Chen and GZ had encountered Lin Chen's undead retainers before, they had never witnessed the process of awakening firsthand. Now, witnessing this freshly resurrected knight before them, they felt as though Lin Chen had pulled him back from the depths of hell. That it's like. Feng Chen murmured, swallowing hard. They gazed at Lin Chen with growing fear yet also fervent excitement. After about 10 seconds, the undead Shield Mountain finally regained his composure, first glancing at his hands, which were enveloped in swirling black mist. Then, his attention turned to Lin Chen, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, confusion, and ultimately, reverence. Suddenly, Shield Mountain crouched down and knelt before Lin Chen. Master, he intoned, his posture even more formal than that of Huang Dazue and Roar brother. In response to Shield Mountain's gesture, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow to rise that as soon as the command left his lips, Shield Mountain straightened up, his physique noticeably altered. For instance, his height had increased significantly from his previous stature of around 1.7 meters. Following that, an aura of strength emanated from him. Lin Chen scrutinized this new companion, pondering for a moment before softly inquiring, "Do you still retain the memories of your previous self?" Lin Chen felt a particular concern regarding this matter. As unlike Huang Dazue and Roar brother, Shield Mountain had once been a living player. After being transformed into a wraith, Lin Chen pondered whether he still retained his former memories. Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Dunshan contemplated for a moment, as if earnestly delving into his recollections. After a brief pause, Dunshan solemnly nodded. My lord, I indeed remember my previous memories. He turned to survey the still living individuals around him, including the one referred to as Tomato, and added, I can recall everything about teaming up with them. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow once more, intrigued. Oh, what about the memories before arriving in the land of the hunter gods? For instance, back on Earth? Although the chosen ones in the land of the hunter gods hailed from countless worlds, with Earthlings comprising only a tiny fraction, as they ascended in levels and entered higher-tier main cities and regions, they would encounter a plethora of beings from other realms. Some possessed pointed ears, others bore sharp fangs, and some were even non-humanoid, sporting bizarre appearances. However, presently, they were situated in the Lost Coast, a region of merely around 20, where such low levels made the presence of beings from other worlds improbable. Naturally, Dunshan, too, originated from Earth. At that moment, Dunshan appeared somewhat unsettled, vigorously shaking his head, his expression conveying profound confusion. My lord, I can indeed recall everything from the past, including all that pertains to Earth, but he faltered, and Lin Chen sensed something amiss, prompting him to inquire, what just happened? Having just died, Dunshan was now in a state of complete death, so when he spoke of just now, could it imply that something transpired during his brief moment of death? After all, there was a few-minute vacuum period between his death and Lin Chen's summoning. My lord, Dunshan began, his voice distant, before you summoned me, I seem to have returned to Earth. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only Lin Chen, but even GZ and Feng Chen, who stood beside him, were taken aback. Yet Dunshan continued, clutching his head. But on Earth, there was no one, streets, buildings, squares, everything was desolate, as if the entire world had perished. I thought I was dreaming. I thought I had descended into hell, but it felt too real. That was my former home. I was still at work then. I remember everything there. It can't be mistaken. I truly returned. But why is there not a single person? Dunshan continued to reminisce. Yet within mere seconds, he appeared to endure immense anguish, his hands gripping his head tightly. Lin Chen swiftly interjected, enough of the recollections. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dunshan seemed to have received a command, quickly regaining his composure and standing still, awaiting further instructions. During this exchange, Huang Daju and Roar brother exchanged glances, cautiously approaching Dunshan, their expressions somewhat awkward. Dunshan glanced at them sideways, a polite smile gracing his face. Greetings, Huang Daju and Roar Brother promptly waved their hands. Greetings, Lord Dunshan. Although they were both wraiths, a clear hierarchy was discernible among them. These monsters or bosses that formed wraiths seemed to harbor great respect for the player's wraith. However, Lin Chen did not pay them any mind. Instead, falling into deep contemplation. Returning to Earth? What could that signify? Did Dunshan, like himself, experience a return to the day before his arrival in the land of the hunter gods after his complete death? No, Lin Chen quickly dismissed that notion. If Dunshan were akin to himself, he would not be able to claim that the entire world was devoid of life, given Dunshan's experience. It was far more plausible that he had genuinely returned to Earth at the current time point, where everyone had descended into the land of the hunter gods, making it entirely reasonable for Earth to be empty. Yet, could one truly return to Earth after death? Or did Earth still exist? It seemed there was much more for me to comprehend, Lin Chen murmured softly. Chapter 69. Wraiths capable of equipping gear. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen ceased to dwell on the possibility of returning to Earth after death. Compared to this obscure matter, he was far more intrigued by the skill of wraith resurrection. He had begun to grasp some characteristics of this bug skill. Unlike necromancers, Lin Chen's wraith resurrection not only allowed him to store and summon the souls of deceased monsters, but also to awaken fallen players. Once players became wraiths, they retained their previous memories and even inherited their original attributes, and furthermore, they could equip gear. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen abruptly opened his backpack and handed over a piece of equipment. Take a look and see if you can equip this. The item he offered to Dunshan was a shield, pink shield, Wall of Storms level, 12 class requirement, Night physical defense, 50 magical defense, 45 block rate, 10.0, 15.0 additional attribute. Damage from melee attacks reduced by 25. Special ability. Increases the effect of the knight's skill unyielding by 35. This shield had been obtained from defeating Roar Brother, and according to the class requirements, it could only be worn by knights. Would Dunshan be able to use it? In the next moment, as Dunshan took the Wall of Storms from Lin Chen and held it aloft, Lin Chen's breath quickened. Indeed, Dunshan could wear it, not only the shield, but he could don all knight equipment. He was akin to a true knight, one who could inherit half of his attributes. A pink item, Dunshan's eye sparkled, and he knelt immediately, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." As Dunshan equipped the Wall of Storms, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that Dunshan's defenses had increased by around 50 points. Presently, his physical defense alone approached 300, whereas Lin Chen, in his bare state, barely reached 180. Dunshan was nearly doubling his defenses. With this, Lin Chen no longer worried about his low defense despite high attack. Meanwhile, Feng Chun and the others, witnessing the scene, were rendered speechless. It seemed they wished to say something to Lin Chen, yet hesitated. The events unfolding before them were too extraordinary, although they had only been in the land of the hunter gods for 2 days. What was transpiring could not simply be explained in a few brief words. "Captain, aren't you a healer?" Jizi finally mustered the courage to ask softly. Lin Chen turned his head. "Yes, what's the matter?" Jizi swallowed hard. "If I reach level 22, can I summon these beings as well?" Lin Chen paused, then shook his head helplessly. "No, this is something only I can do." Upon hearing this, Jizi nodded thoughtfully, visibly relieved. After all, in her mind, she could not wield such an exaggerated skill and preferred to remain a quiet healer. As time passed, the other dying individuals gradually succumbed, and when the tall beauty, Tomato, lay completely motionless, Lin Chen merely cast a cold glance at her. At that moment, a line of text appeared above her corpse, asking whether to awaken her soul. However, Lin Chen could hardly be bothered. Even compared to the players' souls, Huang Daju and Roar Brothers' positions were far too insignificant, and he held no interest in this woman whatsoever. "You two, return for now," Lin Chen waved his hand. And Huang Daju and Roar Brother instantly transformed into wisps of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Yet, Dunshan remained, standing quietly at Lin Chen's side with shield in hand. Lin Chen beckoned to Dunshan again, tossing a rusty iron sword and an accessory called the Lucky Ring. "Put these two on to at your command." Dunshan respectfully accepted the rusty sword and ring, without a hint of protest, and promptly donned them. Lin Chen nodded, then continued onward, followed closely by the others. In the distance, a group of people lingered at the site where the wild boss had perished, the ground strewn with equipment, including a level 20 pink greatsword, all lying quietly, radiating a unique glow. Soon, in 2 minutes, these items will become unclaimed. "I'm telling you, that greatsword is mine." "Shut your mouth," I nearly got killed by the boss while you were just sitting there observing. What right do you have to say such things? Silence, silence. At first, I was slain by the boss, and were it not for my resurrection coin, I would have been dead for sure. They claim that this sword belongs to me. You all may quarrel over it. I am intent on acquiring this blue belt. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes fixated on the scattered loot upon the ground. However, soon enough, several figures emerged from the distance. Capturing the attention of the onlookers, these individuals drew closer. An unsettling realization dawned upon them. Wait, is that a red name? The throng encircling the equipment instinctively rose to their feet, many retreating a few paces. Their expressions tinged with wariness. The foremost figure bore a crimson name above his head, yet curiously, despite their scrutiny, the letters were nearly illegible, as though obscured by some alteration. All that could be discerned was a masked visage, with eyes that glinted like venomous serpents. Accompanying this masked man were three others, two men and a woman, one of whom also wore a mask, wielding a broadsword that marked him as a warrior. The other was a strikingly developed young lady, whose presence drew the gaze of many, lingering particularly upon her bosom. The last individual, however, was peculiar. He bore no name above his head, an astonishing anomaly. Regardless of the equipment the two men possessed that allowed them to conceal their identities and attributes. He, armed with a shield and a rusted iron sword, remained an enigma. What could this mean? Some in the crowd were perplexed by the unfolding scene, their eyes fixated on the masked figure. He approached the scattered equipment, squatting down to collect each item with methodical precision. Within mere seconds, he had gathered every piece and stowed them away in his backpack, leaving not a single item behind. After completing this task, he and his companions nonchalantly prepared to depart. What the hell? The crowd snapped back to reality, erupting in shouts. Stop right there. Two warriors brandished their broadswords. Who do you think you are, swaggering about like that? Yet before they could finish their retort, the masked man turned slightly, his eyes, visible through the mask, radiating a palpable murderous intent. The bravado of the warriors faltered, their voices trailing off as they hesitated to continue. Chapter 70. Murder and Theft. Lin Chen turned, wordlessly continuing on his path. The name above his head had turned crimson, indicating that he had participated in the systematic slaughter of an entire party. Although slaying a player with a red name could yield rewards, the current state of those present suggested no one was eager to risk their lives against such a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, that pink broadsword beckoned irresistibly, a level 20 broadsword far superior to the tattered weapons they wielded. Indeed, as these thoughts percolated in their minds, many stepped forward to obstruct Lin Chen's path. The warriors were particularly assertive. Friend, do tell, was it you who claimed the boss's head? One warrior positioned himself directly in front of Lin Chen, a mere 2 meters away, arms crossed and a scowl etched upon his face. Lin Chen regarded him coolly before halting his progress. Yes, upon hearing Lin Chen's admission, the warrior scoffed derisively. Oh, you certainly lack courtesy. Do you have any idea how long we labored to defeat that boss? The effort we expended? He stepped forward, his broadsword now resting ominously on the ground. Yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, merely shrugging. And, the warrior echoed, lowering his voice. How about this? You keep the other equipment, but leave that pink sword behind. And I will let you walk away. As he spoke, he pointed to the crimson name above Lin Chen's head, as if to remind him of his status. You are a red-named player. I may not know how you achieved your kills. But if you refuse, I won't hesitate to summon my comrades and have you butchered. He emphasized the word butchered, hoping to intimidate Lin Chen into submission. Yet Lin Chen remained unmoved. The atmosphere grew tense. And just as the warrior's expression began to twist with frustration, the man clad in black mist, holding a shield, stepped forward. The warrior hesitated, having noticed the knight's ominous aura. The knight positioned himself before Lin Chen, blocking the warrior's advance. In that instant, the warrior, incensed by Lin Chen and the knight's demeanor, found himself in a precarious position, the eyes of the crowd upon him, yet he hesitated to strike first, resulting in a stalemate. The warrior's eyes darted, and suddenly he raised his hands in feigned surrender, stepping aside. Well, since my companions have chosen not to intervene, it would seem rather foolish for me to take the lead. Go ahead. I could never hope to take on all 4 of you alone. With that, he genuinely stepped aside, smirking as he watched Lin Chen and his companions prepare to walk past him. This caused unrest among the onlookers. The many had come to witness the spectacle. The thought of allowing Lin Chen to depart with a pink broadsword and a trove of equipment after their arduous efforts was intolerable. No, he cannot leave. Stand there. Don't move. Finally, a ripple of agitation surged through the crowd, drawing various individuals closer. Seeing the throng converge, the warrior revealed a sinister smile and approached once more. It seems you have no choice but to relinquish your loot. There are 13 of us here, and with you only 4, do you truly believe you can swagger away with the spoils? As he spoke, he audaciously placed a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, showing no regard for personal boundaries. However, before he could utter another word, Lin Chen interjected, "Tell me, how much physical attack power do you possess?" At this question, the warrior was momentarily taken aback, yet he readily divulged, gesturing to his broadsword, I'm level 21, with all my attribute points allocated to strength. My base attack power is 222, and with my level 18 blue weapon, my total attack is 386. What? Do you intend to let me strike you a few times?" Yet as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen shook his head and turned to the crowd. "Does anyone here possess an attack power greater than his?" The inquiry left the crowd in confusion, though one individual scoffed. "What? Are you contemplating your demise? Rest assured, if you continue to swagger away, we won't hesitate to give you a few more holes." Lin Chen sighed, glancing at the shield-bearing knight beside him. "Shield Knight, it's your turn." The knight understood immediately. In the next moment, he advanced to the center of the crowd, raising his shield before him. Lin Chen pushed aside the hand resting on his shoulder, pointing at the knight. "You may all attack at once. Should you succeed in killing him, not only the pink broadsword, but all my equipment shall be yours." As he spoke, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, activating the level 20 skill, Blessings Sound. This ability unleashed a wave of sound, enhancing the strength, intelligence, and agility of himself and his allies within its radius for 10 minutes. With an intelligence of 77 points, Lin Chen could grant an additional 8 points to all within range. One should not underestimate the significance of that 8-point boost. With the knight's base armor exceeding 300, this would enhance his defenses by an additional 24 points. Yet the crowd remained oblivious to the underlying strategy, and some began to laugh derisively. "A knight to withstand all of our attacks? Oh, has he begun to betray his allies?" They wondered what scheme Lin Chen was concocting. "Who cares? Let us take down that knight first, then we'll deal with him." When a red-named player dies, their equipment is bound to drop. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the warrior, intrigued from the onset, inquired, "Is what you say truly the case?" Lin Chen noncommittally nodded. The warrior chuckled, "Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess." With that, he unsheathed his broadsword and struck fiercely at the top of Shield Mountain's head. Clang! A peculiar sound reverberated, a tremendous tremor rippling through the vicinity, causing the warrior to feel his hands tremble slightly, prompting him to take a step back. Before him, words materialized above Shield Mountain's head. -42. In that instant, the warrior's pupils widened in disbelief, and he almost instinctively uttered a few words. "You must be joking." Chapter 71. Undead. Critical hit. He felt as though he were imagining things. After delivering the blow, he momentarily forgot what to do next. After a brief pause, he regained his senses. What's going on? The sensation in his hands was alarmingly real, and the vivid red damage numbers floating above were startling. Just as the warrior was grappling with confusion, another individual approached briskly, executing a swift strike. However, this time, Shield Mountain turned and blocked the attack with his shield. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and, in stark contrast to the previous strike, no damage numbers appeared this time. A successful block. At that moment, the crowd began to exhibit expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixated on Shield Mountain. Many even took a step back. If the first strike was perplexing, the second was even more bizarre. The first warrior, momentarily dazed, exchanged glances with another individual beside him, and they simultaneously raised their swords to strike. Shield Mountain remained motionless, allowing the two warriors' swords to collide with him. Clang, clang, -40. Blocked. Indeed, despite the continuous onslaught, the knight's health bar scarcely budged. "This knight is peculiar. Let us all attack together." One called out. "What nonsense! Let us just cut down this red-named scoundrel." After this declaration, a rogue stealthily circled around Shield Mountain, aiming for Lin Chen. But just as the rogue's dagger was about to reach Lin Chen, Shield Mountain suddenly pivoted, his eyes widening as he barked at the rogue. "Hey, you!" Following his command, the knight activated his taunt skill. In an astonishing turn of events, the rogue, who had been poised to strike Lin Chen, inexplicably turned and thrust his dagger at Shield Mountain. The dagger struck the shield once more. Clang! The block was not triggered, and damage numbers promptly appeared. -42. The murmurs among the onlookers grew louder. Bewildered looks exchanged as they grappled with what to do next. What was this knight's situation? It was well known that just moments ago, They had battled a wild stone boss, and no one had ever heard of dealing such minimal damage. Yet here stood this knight, shrouded in black mist, seemingly possessing defense surpassing that of the wild boss. Should we continue? Lin Chen surveyed the area. The most active warrior's eyes flickered as he prepared to speak, but in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger emanated from Lin Chen, sending chills down his spine. He felt as if he were on the brink of a perilous abyss. Whirling around, he found himself staring directly into Lin Chen's eyes beneath the mask. What do you intend to do next? Lin Chen's voice was low, tinged with displeasure, as if harboring murderous intent. The name above his head glowed even more crimson. The warrior hesitated, a faint gasp escaping his lips, yet he refrained from uttering more. Let us go. Lin Chen frowned, gesturing to Feng Chun and the others. They began to navigate through the crowd, preparing to depart. Just as Lin Chen took a few steps, the warrior shouted once more. Hey, who said you could leave? However, Lin Chen did not halt. He did not even glance back, but rather he sternly commanded Shield Mountain, attack. At this command, Shield Mountain sprang into action, moving his shield aside and lifting the rusted iron sword, which emitted a low hum. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the sword fiercely at the warrior. The warrior was taken aback, quickly raising his defenses. A skillful parry against physical attacks would mitigate some of the damage. The rusted iron sword struck the warrior's broadsword with a resounding clang that a tremendous force surged from Shield Mountain's rusted sword, and the warrior felt as if he had been struck by a siege weapon, staggering backwards as pain radiated from his hands. Yet, this was not the primary concern. What truly alarmed him were the numbers that appeared above his head. 463. The warrior's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at that moment. He had anticipated steadying himself after retreating 3 or 4 steps, but upon seeing that number, he instinctively retreated another 7 or 8 steps. With subpar armor, his defense stood at just over 150 points. And even with a skillful parry, he had still suffered 463 points of damage. This implied this rusted sword had dealt over 600 points of damage. Desperately, the warrior waved his hands. Brother, let's not fight. You can take my equipment. But Shield Mountain did not relent. As long as Lin Chen did not issue a command, he would not cease his assault. Damn it. I concede. The warrior quickly retreated. Yet, the knight was astonishingly swift, unable to evade. He was struck by Shield Mountain once more, but this time the damage was not 463, but rather, 920. Yes, the number was followed by an exclamation mark. Critical hit. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing at the knight wielding the rusted iron sword as if they had seen a ghost. This fellow had actually landed a critical hit. At that point, the warrior's health bar had dipped below half. If he endured a few more strikes, he would surely perish. He shouted desperately to those around him. Help! Are you all just watching? But no one stepped forward. Had this knight merely been tough, they might have considered aiding him. However, a single strike dealing nearly 1,000 damage. Who would dare intervene? Clearly, anyone who did would meet their demise. Seeing no one come to his aid, the warrior's face paled, and he quickly raised his fists in surrender. Brother, I was wrong. Tell your friend to stop. Yet Lin Chen uttered not a word, concealed beneath the mask. No one could discern his expression at that moment. Shield Mountain advanced once more, thrusting the rusted iron sword without flourish. The warrior, unable to evade, was struck again. 918. Another critical hit. At this juncture, Lin Chen could no longer suppress the grin forming on his lips. He had gambled correctly. Not only he, but even the undead he summoned could trigger critical hits with the rusted iron sword. He pondered whether Shield Mountain would gain increased attack power after delivering a critical kill. At this point, the warrior had slumped to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist, his health bar nearly empty. A wave of debilitating weakness washed over him. Should the knight strike once more? Regardless of whether it was a critical hit, he would be on the brink of death. Shield Mountain raised the rusted iron sword, poised to strike. Lin Chen called out to him, enough. Chapter 72. Survivor Gathering placed the iron sword halted mere centimeters from the warrior's brow. Gradually, it was withdrawn. The warrior felt as though the sword being lifted was not merely a rusted blade, but a mountain suspended above him, capable of claiming his life at any moment. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as he gulped nervously. Rendered speechless, he sensed that uttering even a single word could seal his fate. That I am sorry. Please don't kill me. As his health bar turned crimson, he felt the specter of death looming ever closer. This sensation was no mere figment of his imagination. If he fell into the clutches of death, he would likely meet his end. Observing the warrior's state, Lin Chen gestured for Shield Mountain to return. As Shield Mountain respectfully approached Lin Chen, he cast a fleeting glance at the surrounding crowd, then turned to leave without further comment. This time, no one dared to impede their departure, merely watching as Lin Chen and his companions receded into the distance. Some contemplated reaching out to obstruct them, but the recent display had instilled a sense of fear, causing them to eye Shield Mountain warily. Was this knight truly a player, or could he be a wild boss in disguise? In the end, no one dared to step forward. As Lin Chen's silhouette grew fainter in the distance, not a single word was uttered. The soldier, trembling all over, finally exhaled in relief and slumped to the ground. Yet, no one noticed the expression concealed beneath Lin Chen's mask. He appeared somewhat fervent, as if he had discovered the gateway to a new world. If the undead transformed from players like Shield Mountain could activate bugs, that would indeed be fascinating. Yes, Lin Chen had never anticipated that he would ever feel such excitement due to an undead subordinate. If the player undead he summoned wielded a lucky ring and a rusty iron sword, to whom would the increased attack power be attributed? To Shield Mountain, or to himself? Initially, Lin Chen had intended for Shield Mountain to eliminate the soldier for an experiment, but upon realizing his name had turned crimson, he thought better of it. Continuing to kill would only escalate his notoriety, complicating the process of shedding his red name status. Moreover, he wished to avoid drawing too much attention, thus he decided against it. Given this, he needed to hasten his search for monsters to conduct his experiment. With this thought, he remained silent, hastening his pace. Apart from Shield Mountain, Feng Chen and GZ had no inkling of Lin Chen's intentions. Yet they followed closely behind, hesitant to inquire further. As time swiftly elapsed, nearly 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at a vast human settlement. According to the mission prompt, this was the so-called survivors' gathering place. However, upon arrival, Feng Chen and GZ clearly felt a sense of unease. The young girl had to cover her mouth and nose. Indeed, a nauseating stench wafted through the air, permeating the surroundings filled with players, most of whom wore expressions akin to GZ's. The dilapidated gathering place was shrouded in a thick layer of gray haze, casting a dim light over the area. Crumbling stone structures littered the landscape, intermingled with rusted wooden equipment and broken vehicles. The weathered stone walls were adorned with creeping vines and moss, and tattered tents sagged under their own weight. The air was thick not only with the repugnant odor but also with dampness and decay, occasionally punctuated by the faint scent of gunpowder. What place is this? Is this the gathering spot indicated by the main quest? Feng Chen inquired, pinching his nose and speaking in a hushed tone. It must be, Lin Chen replied. The two followed Lin Chen past one dilapidated tent after another, observing NPCs who seemed utterly soulless, clutching rotting and moldy food with vacant eyes, resembling mummies. It was worth noting that this location was merely a short journey from Baiwei City, and to see these people in such a state left Feng Chen and GZ astonished. As they ventured deeper, they even witnessed players clashing with NPCs. Hey, don't touch me with your filthy hands. A well-groomed healer pushed away a begging survivor, frowning in displeasure as she wiped her clothing. Get lost. They could even see a warrior resorting to violence against the NPCs. However, Lin Chen remained oblivious to the chaos around him. Striding purposefully, when an NPC approached them seeking assistance, he did not hesitate to toss a few copper coins. Noble chosen one, may fortune favor you, and may the gods tremble. The NPCs who received the coins immediately knelt, bowing their heads in reverence to Lin Chen's retreating figure. Everything around was exceedingly bizarre. Feng Chen, walking behind Lin Chen and glancing around, could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, "Brother, what is happening here?" Although it was their first time in this place, he knew Lin Chen was equally uninformed. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Lin Chen knew something. Lin Chen seemed to possess some knowledge. As he began to explain, "This is my first visit to Baiwei City, so I am unfamiliar with its structure and quests. However, if I am not mistaken, we are not far from the battlefield. There are several similar survivor gathering places in the hunting goddess domain, established jointly by travelers and the human resistance on this desolate ground. They have constructed rudimentary shelters with the remnants of resources to fend off invasions." Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully and pressed further. "Invasions? What are we defending against? The followers of the gods," Lin Chen replied coolly. The weight of those words struck Feng Chen like a thunderbolt. "The followers of the gods?" he echoed instinctively. Before he could utter another word, Lin Chen had already come to a halt. "We've arrived," Lin Chen announced flatly. At that moment, Feng Chen and GZ looked up. They had reached their destination. Ahead of them stood an NPC, no longer resembling a destitute survivor, but rather a soldier clad in armor. He wielded a sharp blade, and although his heavy armor was battered and worn, it gleamed under the rays of several suns. A multitude of players surrounded him, many approaching to converse with the soldier. At this moment, he turned to Lin Chen, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "You are," he began, "noble chosen ones. You have finally arrived." Chapter 73. The Divine Envoy. Although it was Lin Chen's second time entering the hunting god's domain, the location of his arrival this time was called the Lost Coast. Each arrival point presents different NPCs and main quests. For instance, this officer named Melon was someone Lin Chen had never encountered before. After scrutinizing the NPC, Lin Chen nodded and got straight to the point. "What is the task?" Without hesitation, Melon quickly retrieved a small, glistening stone from within his cloak and addressed Lin Chen and his companions. "If you head north from here for 5 minutes, you will reach the battlefield where the first vanguard is resisting the divine envoys. I hope the 3 chosen ones can deliver this anti-magic stone to the soldiers of the vanguard." As he spoke, he handed 3 stones to Lin Chen and the others. Upon grasping the stone, they immediately felt a chill emanating from it. Looking down, they saw that the stone, about the size of an egg, was entirely green and covered in strange patterns, shimmering with various colors under the sunlight. "Anti-magic stone," Feng Chen muttered instinctively. "Indeed," Melon confirmed with a nod. "This stone can effectively prevent the divine envoys from using their magical shields. Once they lose their shields, the soldiers may be able to counterattack." With that, he looked up earnestly. "Noble chosen ones, we hope you will lend your aid to our frontline warriors." As Melon's words concluded, a prompt echoed in the minds of Lin Chen and his companions almost simultaneously. "Ding! You have accepted a new main quest." Quest description: proceed to the battlefield of the first vanguard and assist the soldiers in eliminating at least 20 divine envoys, with the instructions delivered. Melon promptly resumed conversing with other players. Lin Chen's trio exchanged glances before stowing away the stones. "Let us go," Lin Chen said as he set off towards the quest location. As they walked, the surroundings noticeably transformed. Human presence dwindled, replaced by the scars of battle. Corpses and dismembered bodies lay strewn about, the acrid scent of charred flesh assaulting their nostrils. Minutes later, they could even hear the tumult of combat and cries of struggle. Feng Chen gasped in astonishment. Before him lay a corpse sprawled upon the ground, its body resembling that of a human, standing at an imposing height of between 2 and 3 meters. The features of its face appeared particularly grotesque, as though they were jumbled and inverted. Above its forehead, for eyes slowly dripped crimson blood. So, the blood of these divine servants is also red. The chest of this divine envoy was pierced by 2 long spears and a broken sword. Yet the true cause of death seemed to be the wooden stake embedded in its heart. Raising his head, he could already discern the chaotic scene not far ahead. Numerous human soldiers were fiercely clashing with these creatures, wielding their swords in a desperate fight. However, the soldiers' height and strength paled in comparison to these divine envoys, requiring 3 to 4 soldiers to contend with just one. Yet, when their swords struck the skin of these beings, a strange luminescence would manifest, and the blades made no discernible impact. If he was not mistaken, this shield must be the magical barrier mentioned by Commander Melon moments ago. Gulp. The sound of Feng Chen swallowing was surprisingly clear amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Although he had long grown accustomed to this so-called god-hunting ground, he had never witnessed a scene quite like this. Even if one were to return to the ancient battlefields of close combat, the brutality would likely pale in comparison. Observing the pallor on Feng Chen and Zizi's faces, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Do not worry, it is not as perilous as you imagine. After all, this is a main quest, and if it were too difficult, it would lose its very purpose. With that, Lin Chen stepped into the fray. Suddenly, a divine envoy in the distance sensed something. Just a moment ago, it had torn a human soldier in half, and now it was charging rapidly toward Lin Chen. Its speed was so fierce it seemed to summon a whirlwind. "Brother, be careful," Feng Chen hurriedly warned. They then realized just how terrifying these so-called divine envoys were. Its movement was bizarre, employing both hands and feet like a 4-legged predator, and the distorted features of its face writhed grotesquely as it charged. Like an octopus, Zizi murmured, trembling behind Feng Chen. Indeed, Feng Chen also noted that this unknown creature could be referred to as a divine envoy. Were all the servants of the gods in this world such abominations, there was no time for further contemplation, as the divine envoy had already arrived before Lin Chen, emitting a piercing shriek as it swung its arms violently. The descent of its limbs was akin to that of a razor-sharp blade. Yet Lin Chen did not evade, enduring the full force of the blow. Swoosh! The blade's shadow swept past, and Lin Chen's health bar flickered. 60. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. His current physical defense stood at 183 points. If the damage from the attack was fully registered without a critical hit, it indicated that this creature's attack power was approximately 245 points. Lin Chen murmured, before he could fully process this. The Divine Envoy swung its arm once more, its speed prompting Lin Chen to raise an eyebrow. Sizzle. -61. Its attack power was formidable, and its speed was rapid, among monsters at level 22. This creature could be deemed a nightmare for beginners. However, this time, Lin Chen resolved not to grant the Divine Envoy any further opportunity to attack. He swiftly drew his rusted iron sword and slashed at the towering creature. The strike did not result in a critical hit. -840. Instinctively, Lin Chen glanced at the Divine Envoy's health bar. It suddenly plummeted by more than half, leaving it with less than 600 health points. Lin Chen felt assured. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered another blow, instantly slaying the Divine Envoy. Then he called out, "Come forth." In an instant, 3 specters, each surrounded by wisps of black mist, materialized. Chapter 74. Experiment successful in a heartbeat. Huang Dezhu, Roaring Brother, and Shield Mountain appeared by Lin Chen's side. Resembling phantoms, so stealthy that Feng Chun and GZ had not noticed their arrival. However, upon their appearance, they wasted no time and immediately bowed to Lin Chen. "Your Majesty," the 3 intoned in unison. With Shield Mountain even kneeling before him, Huang Dezhu and Roaring Brother exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit, kneeling as well. Faced with such a scene, Lin Chen did not express much. Instead, he extended his hand toward Feng Chun and GZ. "Brother?" Feng Chun was taken aback. "The stone," Lin Chen instructed. "You too, hand me the stone." The two quickly grasped what he meant, retrieving the broken magic stone given to them by Melon and tossing it to him. Lin Chen caught it and directly passed it to Shield Mountain and the others, along with his own broken magic stone. Each of the specters received one, leaving them puzzled about Lin Chen's intentions. At that moment, Lin Chen gestured to the surroundings and instructed Huang Dezhu and Roaring Brother. "Dezhu, Roaring Brother, you two take the stones and focus on depleting the monster's health. Cease when they reach 1200 health points. Then pass it to Shield Mountain." The 2 specters nodded in near unison and swiftly dashed into the battlefield. Lin Chen then addressed Shield Mountain, saying, "Shield Mountain, you two take a stone. But your task is to deliver the finishing blow with the rusted iron sword. Remember, do not perform any unnecessary actions, regardless of whether it results in a critical hit." Shield Mountain nodded vigorously. "Understood, Your Majesty." He then hastened forward. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Chen sat down, entirely unfazed by the chaos of the battlefield, and immediately opened his attribute panel. This series of actions left Feng Chun and GZ utterly bewildered. "Brother, that..." The two approached, clearly wanting to inquire, but Lin Chen gestured for them to remain silent. They exchanged glances, resigned to silently standing aside in the distance. The 3 specters had begun to encounter the omnipresent Divine Envoys on the battlefield. As Lin Chen had anticipated, the coordination between Huang Dezhu and Roaring Brother was flawless. They merely needed to execute the simplest of attacks, switching targets as necessary, leaving the rest to Shield Mountain. Lin Chen focused intently on his attribute panel, counting the seconds. At that moment, the number following his attack power began to fluctuate. Attack power, 867, 1. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Chen could hardly suppress a disbelieving chuckle. Indeed, although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it manifest before his eyes was an entirely different experience, leaving him somewhat incredulous. This was utterly outrageous. Lin Chen swallowed hard, barely concealing the grin that had spread across his face. Not only could he utilize a bug-like method to augment his own attack power, but the specters he summoned could also contribute to his accumulation. If that were the case, then a vivid image began to form in Lin Chen's mind, leaving him parched and wide-eyed with excitement. As time passed, the Divine Envoys on the battlefield began to sense something amiss. They started to withdraw from the human soldiers, redirecting their focus towards Shield Mountain and Huang Dezhu. However, regardless of how many there were, the trio handled the situation with ease, and as time progressed, their cooperation became increasingly seamless. Lin Chen could only watch as his attack power steadily increased. 868, 869, 870. Yet, as the number of Divine Envoys swelled, the trio found themselves slightly overwhelmed. Shield Mountain, with armor even more robust than Lin Chen's, fared better, but Huang Dezhu and Roaring Brother were not as fortunate. Their health was rapidly depleting, and should they endure a few more strikes, they would likely perish. Just then, a shower of white light descended upon them, and their lost health began to gradually recover. It was the healing spell of a healer. Huang Dezhu, and Roaring Brother turned to see Lin Chen extending his hand toward them. "Thank you, Your Majesty," they exclaimed, revitalized as if filled with newfound vigor, more motivated than before. In an instant, the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the other players navigating the turmoil were left in a state of confusion. Glancing around in bewilderment, just moments ago, they had been engaged in fierce combat with the divine envoys, who now suddenly lost interest in them, turning their attention to the enigmatic trio on the field. Who are those three? One wondered aloud. One individual remained poised with a sword, yet his blade had yet to descend, facing an empty space before him. I have no idea. Those monsters have all been drawn away by them. Another individual drew their bow and notched an arrow, yet the target had vanished, leaving the arrow poised but ineffective. They stood there, utterly bewildered, helplessly observing as the trio executed their roles with precision. Two individuals lured the monstrous tide, retreating while attacking, while the last, a knight wielding a shield and iron sword, merely delivered the finishing blows, their synergy as seamless as that of a single entity. During this spectacle, a player attempted to approach and discern the situation. But alas, the trio moved with such swiftness that they could not keep pace. This farce continued for a good 10 minutes, until no divine emissaries were visible in the surrounding area. What in the world? I've only slain one. Players gazed around at the multitude of corpses, their expressions frozen in shock. Meanwhile, the three orchestrators had achieved their objectives and departed as swiftly as they came. When the players sought to trace their whereabouts, they discovered the trio had vanished even more thoroughly than the monsters. At Lin Chen's location, the three undead led by Shield Mountain had been recalled. Presently, only Feng Chen and Ji remained by Lin Chen's side. The two exchanged glances, their throats dry as they regarded Lin Chen's back. They glanced at their task list, which indicated that the requirement to slay 20 divine emissaries had been fulfilled a mere 10 minutes prior. Now, simply by lingering, they had leveled up once more. Both Feng Chen and Lin Chen had reached level 23, while Ji, due to her lesser experience requirements, had ascended directly to level 20. They had accomplished their task without lifting a finger, merely standing still, and not only completed the mission but also amassed a significant amount of experience. Feng Chen observed Lin Chen's silhouette, swallowing hard, increasingly convinced that aligning with this man was an astute choice. However, the mist surrounding Lin Chen grew denser, to the point that he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 75, The Apostle Lin Chen, indifferent to the thoughts swirling in Feng Chen and Ji's minds, fixed his gaze upon his attribute panel for an extended period before finally shutting it with satisfaction. Comfortable, he murmured with a slight smile. He had achieved level 23, and the attack power gained through Shield Mountain had accumulated to a precise 900 points. A critical strike could inflict a staggering 1,800 points of damage. With one blow, barring bosses, no monster of the same level could possibly survive. As for players, it merely meant an additional strike. Let us return to submit our task, Lin Chen declared, rising and stretching, entirely disregarding the players ahead who were pulling their hair out and howling at the sky. Feng Chen, however, pointed out the area ahead with some concern. Brother, those people. Fear not, Lin Chen replied without turning around. The monsters will respawn in half an hour. As long as they are willing to wait, they need not worry about completing their tasks. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen nodded and quickly fell and stepped behind Lin Chen alongside Ji. Before long, the trio returned to the side of an officer named Melon. Upon seeing Lin Chen and his companions approach, Melon's demeanor noticeably shifted. He bowed deeply towards them, saying, "May the chosen ones be ever victorious." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen raised a hand to interrupt him, stating, "We have come to submit our task." Melon nodded slightly. Of course. The officer seemed to make some calculations on a note-like paper he held, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment, he rummaged through his pocket and produced 3 peculiar stones. Unlike the so-called demon-breaking stones, these stones possessed an irregular shape and a surface that was uneven, resembling chaotic runes. Glimmers of light danced along the grooves etched into their surfaces. Melon handed the stones over, saying, "Thank you, chosen ones, for your contributions to our first advance party. Here are some small tokens of our gratitude. I hope you will not disdain these 3 return stones. Simply infuse them with magic, and they will transport you back to White Moon City." Lin Chen accepted the stone with a stoic expression, while Feng Chen and Ji appeared somewhat astonished. "I know about this." Feng Chen interjected immediately. Such items are frequently utilized in RPG games, like return scrolls and the like. As he spoke, Feng Chen examined the return stone closely and continued to inquire, "By the way, is there any usage limitation on this stone?" "No," Melon replied, seemingly anticipating Feng Chen's question. As long as a chosen one activates the return stone and is not interrupted within 5 seconds, you can return to White Moon City at any time, but it is limited to that location. Understood. You've been a great help, Feng Chen said with a grin. A return stone with unlimited uses could sometimes serve as an excellent means of preserving one's life. At that moment, Ji unexpectedly asked, can this item be used in dungeons? At her question, not only Melon and Feng Chen, but even Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her. Hadn't this girl claimed she had never played games before and only knew how to use healing skills? Yet now she was asking such a pivotal question. It seemed Ji's ascent to the top 20 in combat prowess in her previous life was not without merit. She exhibited a remarkable growth rate and was adapting to the rules of the hunting godland. Melon nodded without hesitation. Except for specific dungeons, generally you can use it in most dungeons, but once used, the corresponding task for that dungeon will automatically fail, and you will need to accept it again. After Melon spoke, Ji politely expressed her thanks and placed the stone in her backpack. Suddenly, Melon sighed deeply. The three turned their gazes in unison, knowing this was Melon laying the groundwork for the next main storyline task. Indeed, after his sigh, Melon spoke with a heavy heart. Chosen ones, although you aided our advance party in halting the first wave of attacks from the divine emissaries, this merely treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. As long as the apostles exist, we shall never know peace. He looked earnestly at Lin Chen and the others, awaiting a response. As anticipated, Feng Chen, ever perceptive, inquired, apostles, what are those? Upon receiving this cue, Melon's expression darkened. Every deity is supported by countless divine emissaries, and among these emissaries arise powerful individuals we refer to as apostles. If you travel north from here, you will encounter a teleportation portal. Entering it will lead you to the apostles. Please, chosen ones, lend us your aid. His words were filled with sorrow, nearly bringing him to tears. However, upon hearing the words teleportation portal, Lin Chen's eyebrows perked up. A dungeon. Melon raised his gaze. Indeed. This task is a dungeon quest. So we recommend that the chosen ones reach level 25 before attempting it, and to try to form a fully equipped team. The three exchanged glances. Melon continued, may I ask if you wish to accept it? Only upon acceptance can you enter the dungeon. As Melon finished speaking, Feng Chen leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, brother, what do you think? We're following your lead. Given Lin Chen's capabilities, the requirement of level 25 or forming a full team seemed somewhat excessive. Feng Chen had long since developed an exaggerated perception of Lin Chen. At least in their current predicament, nothing seemed capable of challenging him. Though unsure how Lin Chen accomplished such feats, Feng Chen was more than willing to follow him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chen addressed Melon, I accept. Main storyline tasks offered no reason for refusal. Immediately, the trio heard the familiar notification chime in their minds. Ding. You have accepted the main storyline task. Eliminate the apostles. Enter the dungeon feast of the apostles and defeat the dungeon boss, the Star Caller. Upon seeing the words Star Caller resonate in his mind, Lin Chen's pupils widened. He recalled this creature from his memories of the previous life. It appeared that the tasks were starting to converge. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips. In his previous life, his starting point had been the ghostly wasteland, and due to differing starting points, the main storyline tasks had varied. However, as time progressed, players would gradually unify their quests, and this juncture might very well be the main storyline task known as the Feast of the Apostles. In his last life, he had also entered a similar dungeon and defeated a boss that was likewise called the Star Caller. Chapter 76, The Dungeon Teleportation Portal. Xiao Feng, Ji, Lin Chen called out. Feng Chen and Ji hurried to Lin Chen's side. Brother, what is it? Feng Chen inquired. Lin Chen spoke to Feng Chen, yet his gaze remained fixated on Ji. Xiao Feng, please escort Ji back to the main city using the return stone. Let her complete her class transition quest first, and once she is finished, return here and meet me at the entrance to the Apostles' dungeon. The two were momentarily taken aback by his words. However, before they could respond, Lin Chen continued, turning his full attention to the young girl. Ji, although we are both healers, I am uncertain if the class transition quests we undertake are entirely identical. Regardless, I feel compelled to offer you some guidance. Subsequently, Lin Chen distilled the critical points regarding the Goblin Nest dungeon into a few key pieces of advice for Ji, including how to swiftly rescue the captured girls and how to use skills to knock down the torches overhead to crush the goblins beneath. However, when it came to discussing the boss Goblin Lord, Lin Chen hesitated. After all, should Ji encounter that creature, her demise would be inevitable. Not even seasoned healers could withstand its onslaught for more than 2 minutes. Therefore, your primary objective is to rescue enough hostages that I do not expect you to slay 100 goblins, as you would be ill-equipped to handle the final boss, Lin Chen whispered, upon hearing such a detailed strategy. Jizi appeared somewhat anxious, her fair hands gripping her staff tightly, palms slick with perspiration. "Do you understand?" Lin Chen asked. "Why yes, I understand, Captain." Jizi nodded hastily. Lin Chen scrutinized her for a few seconds before initiating a trade with her. "Huh?" Jizi was taken aback. "Captain, this is, except," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Jizi, not daring to delay, promptly accepted the trade invitation. Lin Chen then organized the healing items from his inventory, placing various unnecessary trinkets into the trade window, all of which he gifted to Jizi. After all, he was a quintessential healer, possessing an abundance of items suitable for his role. Among these were a level 20 blue item dropped by the earlier defeated outdoor boss, the Stone Giant, along with other gear he had kept in his bag. While not the pinnacle of equipment, they represented a significant upgrade compared to what Jizi currently wore. "Thank you, Captain," Jizi said, staring at the sudden influx of items in her inventory, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, off you go," Lin Chen said, turning his attention back to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded in understanding, replying, "Then, brother, we shall take our leave. As soon as Jizi completes her class transition, we will return immediately." After a brief exchange, the two clasped their return stones, and with a flash of light, they vanished from sight. In the end, only Lin Chen remained. After standing alone for several seconds, Lin Chen suddenly turned to glance at Mei Long. The NPC had just finished conversing with other players and appeared somewhat flustered under Lin Chen's gaze. He looked around cautiously before inquiring, "Esteemed Chosen One, is there anything else you require?" Lin Chen locked eyes with him for a moment, then asked a rather cryptic question. "Mei Long, have you ever seen me?" The question lacked context, and even NPCs would struggle to comprehend its meaning. However, Lin Chen continued to observe Mei Long's facial expressions, hoping to glean some information. Indeed, after Lin Chen's inquiry, Mei Long's eyes subtly blinked. "Chosen One. To be candid, this is our first encounter," Mei Long replied. Nevertheless, despite his words, he lowered his gaze, having previously looked up at Lin Chen but now seeming reluctant to maintain eye contact. Lin Chen shrugged. "Perhaps I was mistaken. My apologies." With that, he turned and departed. Behind him, Mei Long's voice followed. "No problem, Chosen One. I wish you all the best. May fortune favor you, and may the gods be in awe." Lin Chen did not respond, his figure soon disappearing from view. Sometime later, Lin Chen arrived at the location of the portal mentioned by Mei Long. However, to his surprise, the moment he stepped into the area, a notification echoed in his mind. "You have entered a safe zone." Lin Chen shrugged and looked up. As expected, even in such a place, players were scattered all around. These individuals had arrived in the main city earlier the previous day, many of them still yet to complete their class transitions. Their levels ranging between 22 and 24. Currently, they paced restlessly in front of the portal, seemingly lost in thought. A cursory glance revealed nearly 100 players. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at other portals, this area felt somewhat desolate. The reason for their reluctance to enter the portal was that, among the nearly 100 players present, they could not even form a single party. "Damn it, how is it that there isn't a single healer here yet?" One knight grumbled, sitting on the ground and using a toothpick to pick his teeth. After a moment, he spat onto the ground. "Ugh, this is so frustrating. I need to start my class transition quest already. I'm wasting time." It was not just one person complaining. As Lin Chen drew closer, the voices of discontent grew louder. "Who says? I don't know why those girls level up so slowly. Not a single one has reached level 23 yet. It's ridiculous," someone sighed. Yet, another voice retorted, "Hey, Hunter, what are you talking about? Who are you looking down on?" The voice belonged to a woman. "I'm level 23 right now." People turned to look, but upon seeing her class, they could only shake their heads in resignation. "You're not a healer. Could you be clearer, shrimp steamer?" The individual who had spoken was momentarily at a loss for words, and instead of continuing the argument, he casually shifted his gaze elsewhere. However, when his eyes landed on Lin Chen, he paused. Lin Chen, clad in a mask and wielding a rusty iron sword, had a somewhat blurred nickname hovering above his head, making it impossible to discern his specific class. Yet, the man recognized the eclectic array of equipment Lin Chen wore. Although the mismatched ensemble attracted attention, it was unmistakably suited for intelligence-based classes, aside from mages. There were no other intelligence-type players present, and he could clearly ascertain that this individual was certainly not a mage. "Hey, buddy," What class are you? The man asked, raising an eyebrow at Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings before responding. Sage, sage, the man distinctly faltered, briefly contemplating the somewhat obscure term in his mind, before his eyes suddenly lit up. A healer. He initially intended to say healer, but seeing that the masked figure was clearly male, he tactfully changed his wording. A man choosing to be a healer. While there were no explicit rules mandating that healers must be female, the notion of a male healer was indeed a rarity in the minds of the average player. As soon as he uttered the words male healer, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Players began to cluster together, encircling Lin Chen. Wow, really? And already level 23. They had been waiting for a healer to join their party. Now that a transition male healer had appeared, it was an unexpected turn of events, and Lin Chen suddenly became the center of attention. Hey, brother, join my party. We just need you to complete our team. And we have 2 nights to keep you safe. Come on, your party has 2 nights. What about damage output? Are you planning to have this brother help you kill monsters? Another chimed in quickly. Dante listened to him. Come to my party. Our class configuration is perfect, 5 to 1. As soon as we fill up, we're off. Spare me. How many of your party members have even transitioned? Another player stepped forward. Come to me. We have 3 transitioned members already. You regretted. Faced with the incessant chatter of the crowd, Lin Chen had grown accustomed to the scene. It was not uncommon to witness a throng of players vying for the attention of healers outside the entrances of high-level dungeons. Despite the vast number of healers available, the early days of the Hunting God's domain saw a scarcity of those capable of tackling high-level instances, which rendered Lin Chen particularly sought after. However, he chose to disregard the surrounding commotion and quietly maneuvered through the crowd, seeking a spot to rest while waiting for others. Yet, barely minutes after settling down, his demeanor shifted abruptly. His eyes, concealed beneath a mask, betrayed a slight tremor, unnoticed by those around him. Nearby players continued to boast about their teams, much like a vendor hawking wares. Nevertheless, Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed on a pair of figures approaching from a distance, a warrior and a healer. The warrior, Dubu Tian, wore a smile as he occasionally turned to converse with the woman who clung to his arm. The healer, known as Yin Yuhan Ting, reciprocated with a radiant smile, playfully punching the man's shoulder as he spoke. Stop joking around. I'm ignoring you. She feigned annoyance. All right, I'll cease the jesting, Dubu Tian replied, feigning pain before adding with a grin, by the way. Yu Ting, you've now transitioned into a sage. We can easily complete the dungeon with just a few more players. Just a few. Yin Yuhan Ting knitted her brows slightly. Let us find some suitable classes. Just to be safe. However, Dubu Tian dismissed her concern. Have faith, Yu Ting. I am equipped with 3 rare items and a level 20 rare sword. With you by my side, we needn't worry about damage output. Before Yin Yuhan Ting could voice her thoughts, Dubu Tian wrapped his arm around her waist. Trust me, when have I ever led you into danger? Reluctantly, she nodded. I believe in you, Tian Gu. But I'm still a bit anxious. While your damage output is assured, I worry about my own healing speed. What do you mean, Yu Ting? Dubu Tian inquired with a slight smile. Either recruit a tanking knight or a healer to share the burden of healing, she suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Dubu Tian sighed. All right, I'll do as you wish. Thank you, Tian Gu. I'll leave the recruitment to you. Rest assured, it's all on me, he declared as the pair approached the portal. In front of them stood a gathering of around 100 players, animatedly discussing amongst themselves. Upon noticing the newcomers, they cast a cursory glance before erupting in exclamations upon seeing Yin Yuhan Ting's class. Another healer, and a transition one at that. Quick, recruit her. Consequently, many players replicated the earlier scene with Lin Chen, surrounding the new arrivals with fervor. Beautiful lady, join our team. But before the surrounding players could finish their invitations, Dubu Tian raised his hands high. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any other healers present? His words caused the surrounding chatter to diminish as people turned to the warrior named Dubu Tian. Uncertain of his intentions, one person furrowed their brow and asked, Don't you already have a healer? Dubu Tian grinned. While that may be true, we cannot predict the dangers this dungeon may hold. To be safe, I intend to invite another healer. Ensuring our success, he scanned the crowd and continued. Rather than fearfully navigating through disorganized groups, why not join my team? With 2 healers, we can ensure safety. His voice resonated with authority, completely ignoring the expressions of those nearby. Soon, all eyes unconsciously shifted towards the masked figure seated at a distance, the only other healer present besides Yin Yuhan Ting. Dubu Tian and Yin Yuhan Ting noticed the crowd's focus and instinctively turned to look. The figure was solitary, seated on a stone seat away from the throng. despite others approaching him to engage in conversation. He remained entirely unresponsive. His mask obscured his features, and the name above his head was unreadable, save for a hint of crimson.is that. A red-named player, a red-named healer, Dubution pondered, momentarily taken aback. Just as the atmosphere grew peculiar, the masked healer stood. Dubution instinctively called out, "Friend, care to join us?" After a prolonged silence, the masked figure responded, "Sure." His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of vocal cords strained or deliberately altered. Yet, Dubution paid no heed to this peculiarity. The key was that the individual was a healer, capable of alleviating some of Yin Yuan Ting's responsibilities. Chapter 78. The Feast of the Apostles Before long. The masked healer had joined their party. However, both Dubution and Yin Yuan Ting found it curious that even after joining, they could not discern the individual's nickname, as a peculiar blurring effect persisted. Likely due to some special item he possessed, they focused their gaze on the man, quickly fixating on his mask. After exchanging a knowing glance, they silently agreed. "Are there any idle knights around?" Dubution called out, raising his hands. Soon, 7 or 8 knights approached. "I'll do it." Dubution selected the most reliable-looking candidate from the group, then randomly chose a few others to form a rather unconventional temporary team. 1 knight, 1 warrior, 2 healers, a beast master, and a mage. The only source of damage output was the warrior. Dubution, as the last to join, a young mage, appeared barely of age, her face still bearing the innocence of youth. Although anyone present in this location was no ordinary player, this young mage's equipment left much to be desired. She seemed to be an avid gamer in the real world, possessing some unique gaming experience. Yet her luck appeared to be lacking. "All right, everyone step aside. We're preparing to enter the dungeon." Dubution addressed the crowd with a bow, raising his voice deliberately. "Let us refrain from complaining. It is better to wait for a healer. Now, please make way." Though the onlookers were brimming with frustration, they found themselves powerless, as they had previously invited the masked healer, who had declined their offer to join. "Damn it, a team with 2 healers is such a waste." One hunter spat bitterly. "Enough complaining. Let us just wait and see what unfolds when this team enters. Watching them become the unwitting victims will be amusing." Someone from the crowd remarked, prompting the others to calm down slightly. Although the dungeon named the Feast of the Apostles had been completed before, the majority of those gathered were unaware of any strategies. Thus, this team could be considered pioneers of sorts. With these thoughts in mind, the onlookers could only stand by and watch as the 6 individuals approached the portal. At this moment, Dubution stood right before the portal, close enough to reach out and touch the swirling energy. Yet, he turned and glanced back at the masked healer, concern etched on his face. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke up, "Hey, are you all right?" It was necessary to inquire, as the healer had exhibited unusual behavior since their arrival. Though obscured by the mask, Dubution could sense a gaze upon him, akin to a predator stalking its prey, making him feel like a sparrow being watched by a venomous snake. Turning back, he could only glimpse the masked healer's eyes, shrouded in an eerie chill. "I'm fine," Lin Chen replied in a low voice, sounding as if his vocal cords were strained or intentionally altered. Dubution paused for a few seconds before exchanging glances with Yin Yuan Ting. "You'd best truly be fine." Before averting his gaze, Dubution cast a glance at the weapon clutched in the hands of the caretaker, a rusted iron sword. How could a caretaker wield such a thing? Yet, there was no time to ponder these thoughts. At that moment, Dubution leaned forward, directly touching the surface of the portal. In the next instant, brilliance erupted, enveloping the 6 individuals in a radiant light. Within 5 seconds, their bodies vanished from the spot. "Your team has entered the portal. Please select a destination. It has been detected that your team has a mission to complete. Do you wish to proceed to the Feast of the Apostles? The captain has confirmed and is en route to the Feast of the Apostles." Ding! Special event activation detected due to the presence of a second-round player in the team. The blurry scenery before their eyes began to clear, the grotesque sky above dissipating, replaced by an exceptionally bright moon. Surrounding the moonlight, twinkling specks of light seemed to flicker. As their gaze descended, they were greeted by the sight of an entrance to a desolate ruin. Amidst the crumbling walls, wild grasses grew rampant and vines entwined, the air thick with a pungent odor reminiscent of sulfur. Debris from buildings lay strewn about, the ochre rubble mingling with swirling dust. Then, upon a collapsed ruin resembling a temple stele, the void stirred, as if a tear had been rent in the air, and simultaneously the 6 appeared within that emptiness. However, as soon as they manifested in this realm, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped them all. Cough, 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 cough. The young mage in the team covered her mouth and nose, coughing violently. The others quickly followed suit, shielding their faces. Attention, the air here is laden with dust. Be cautious not to inhale too much, Dubution urged as he surveyed the surroundings. After that, they squinted in the glaring moonlight, gazing forward. Ruins, ruins everywhere. Amidst the debris, they could already perceive something approaching. Oh! A sudden roar echoed from afar. Their eyes widened in unison as they spotted a divine envoy charging towards them with alarming speed, akin to a sandstorm amidst a cloud of yellow dust. Captain, the beast master in the team grew anxious, hastily conjuring a forest wolf. However, Dubution, the captain, merely chuckled softly. Relax, you all stay back and watch. I'll handle this, with a flick of his wrist. A resplendent broadsword materialized in his grasp. He glanced at Yin Yuhan Ting, and then at the still-standing masked caretaker at the rear of the group. Yuding, I'll be relying on you shortly. He said, Be careful. Yin Yuhan Ting replied as the divine envoy closed in. Dubution wasted no time and dashed forward. In that moment, the masked Lin Chen diverted his gaze from Dubution, directing it towards Yin Yuhan Ting, who was intently observing Dubution's retreating figure, her expression serious and filled with concern. The milky light in her hands pulsed gently, ready to heal Dubution should his health decline. Lin Chen felt a momentary haze. When had he also enjoyed such care? He let out a cold, soft hum. Just then, he heard a voice whisper near his ear. My lord, shall we make a move? Lin Chen was taken aback. Huang de Chue? Indeed, my lord. We stand ready at any moment, came the cheeky voice of Huang de Chue. Chapter 79. The arena, boss emerges just as Lin Chen found himself in a daze. The divine envoy charging towards them faltered, its health bar depleted. It staggered back and forth before collapsing with a thud. Dubution spat on the ground and shrugged. Odd, this one feels somewhat different from the other divine envoys outside the instance. Though he voiced this, he found it difficult to articulate what precisely felt different. As the corpse of the fallen divine envoy lay still, Dubution waved to the others behind him, signaling them to follow. Let us press on. Stay close and don't scatter. With that, he stepped forward. Aside from Yin Yuhan Ting and Lin Chen, the others appeared somewhat flustered, nodding repeatedly as they trailed closely behind. However, the young mage, while keeping pace with Dubution, would occasionally glance back at Lin Chen, the enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery, his face hidden behind the mask. Yet, as she drew nearer, she sensed his gaze scrutinizing her from beneath the mask. What are you doing? She exclaimed, instinctively clutching her collar and shrinking back. Quickly, Lin Chen's attention shifted away from the young mage. She, feeling somewhat self-conscious, unconsciously edged closer to Dubution. After several minutes of walking, they arrived at a space surrounded by numerous stone pillars, creating an open area reminiscent of an ancient outdoor arena, albeit long since desolate and in ruins. During this time, 7 or 8 divine envoys charged forth one after another. But they were unable to close the distance. Dubution single-handedly engaged them, dispatching each with a combination of skills and strikes, effectively slaying one with merely 3 attacks, calculating his prowess. Dubution wielded a level 20 pink broadsword with an attack power of at least 400 points, augmented by his assortment of obscure equipment, bringing it close to 450. Such high attack power was rare among physical classes of the same level, be they assassins or hunters. Yet, even Dubution began to sense something amiss. Gradually, he retreated, positioning himself beside Yin Yuhan Ting within the group. Captain, what's wrong? The beast master queried. Surprised. Dubution raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent, and lowered his voice. Listen. The others paused, mimicking Dubution's posture to keenly listen. The surrounding winds stirred the sand, creating a cacophony, yet upon closer inspection, they discerned the faint echoes of unknown creatures' roars intermingled with the howling wind. However, the sounds were indistinct, leaving them perplexed. Tian Gu, have you discovered something? Yin Yuhan Ting leaned closer to Dubution, whispering. I have a foreboding sense, Dubution replied. As he uttered those words, a rustling noise reached their ears, prompting them to widen their eyes and scan their surroundings rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly positioned themselves at the very center of the arena, though the area had long since crumbled into ruin. Remnants of spectator seats remained, and something seemed to be burrowing up from below. The rustling grew louder, emanating from all directions. Suddenly, a pale arm burst forth from one of the seats, followed by more arms pushing through the debris. Straining to reach the surface. 1, 2, 10, 20. Divine envoys emerged from the wreckage, shaking off the dust as they lowly roared towards the 6 individuals. Roar, a sound akin to a warning to AT that moment. Not only the others, but even Dubution stood utterly stunned, spinning around in bewilderment. His gaze met the sight of 50 to 60 divine envoys encircling them, their voices raised in a cacophony, gesturing animatedly, reminiscent of a fervent audience eagerly spectating a beast fight. Attention, attention, with a fierce shout, Debution announced his presence. Subsequently, apart from Lin Chen, the remaining 5 individuals huddled back to back, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, fearful that the monstrous entities would launch a simultaneous assault. In the face of such creatures, Debution could take down as many as he faced in one-on-one combat, and with the healer Yin Yuhanting's assurance of support, he even felt confident in confronting 3 divine envoys at once. However, the situation was starkly different now. There were over 50 divine envoys surrounding them, and should they charge together, death would be imminent. Yet, the anticipated chaotic rush did not occur. On the contrary, the frenzied divine envoys gathered around merely continued to roar, showing no intention of abandoning their positions, merely observing from a distance what was happening. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, 3 or 4 towering figures emerged from a distant corner in an instant. Debution and the others noticed the silhouettes approaching through the swirling dust. As the figures drew nearer, they finally recognized them. They were still divine envoys, but the leading figure stood an astonishing 5 meters tall. He towered over the others, his immense frame resembling that of a giant. The moment this colossal being appeared, the cacophony of chaotic roars abruptly ceased. At that moment, everyone caught sight of a line of characters hovering above the giant's head. Boss, Apostle of the Starcaller, Cursed, Health, 8,000. Attack Power, 500. Spell Attack Power, 280. Physical Defense, 150. Spell Defense, 150. Curse Aura, Immune to Critical Damage, Immune to Frost Damage, Fire Damage taken 5, Chance to inflict Cursed Damage upon attacking. Skills, Bone Spike, sharp bone spikes erupt from various parts of its body, dealing physical damage to nearby targets and potentially inflicting a curse effect. Indeed, without a doubt, this ghastly being was the so-called Apostle, the final boss of this dungeon, the Starcaller. However, no one had anticipated such an exaggerated physique for this boss. Merely standing there emanated an overwhelming pressure, causing onlookers to lift their gazes to the myriad of differently shaped eyeballs adorning the boss's face, rendering them speechless. The Starcaller slowly ambled to the forefront of the arena, taking a seat upon the stone platform. Seated regally, it resembled a monarch. The atmosphere suddenly grew peculiar. No one knew what would transpire next. Should they engage this being in combat, or should they await some opportune moment? The sound of someone swallowing hard echoed through the crowd. How on earth do we fight this creature? The knight spoke with a tremor in his voice. Look at the health bar above its head. It resembles a bloody barcode. Chapter 80. One-on-one. The knight's assessment was accurate. Not only did the Starcaller possess a staggering health pool, but its other attributes were equally alarming. With 500 attack power and 150 in both defenses, combined with its imposing height of over 5 meters, the sight of it significantly diminished the fighting spirit of the onlookers. Engaging this creature in combat, that would be sheer folly. We should have heeded the advice of that NPC named Melon, who suggested we come at level 25 and assemble a perfectly balanced team. The beast tamers began to tremble as they spoke. They found themselves in a predicament, their path here blocked by countless divine envoys, rendering them akin to fish in a barrel. Apart from Lin Chen, Debution, and Yin Yuhanting, the others were all only at level 22, their attributes woefully inadequate. Under such pressure, they felt their legs growing weak. Observing the state of the 5, Lin Chen discreetly took a few steps back, increasing the distance between himself and the others. Noticing Lin Chen's unusual behavior, Debution abruptly turned to him. Hey, what are you doing? He snapped coldly. Don't run off. If you trigger something. But before he could finish his warning, a strange sound emanated from ahead. Debution and the others turned their gazes in unison towards the Starcaller. At that moment, the colossal apostle seated upon the stone platform suddenly spread its arms wide. Then, it spoke in a voice that thundered, resonating in their hearts. Welcome, 6 challengers, to the arena. Do you wish to select a warrior for the duel? The sound was akin to a thunderclap, overwhelming the crowd. The mage girl among them clamped her hands over her mouth, while the others turned pale as ghosts. Is it speaking to us? The beast tamers clutched their ears, as if they had heard something unclean. Although some humanoid monsters in the wild could utter a few words of human language, they typically spoke preordained phrases and did not engage in interaction. Yet now, for the first time in a dungeon, they could clearly hear the boss seemingly addressing them directly. Selecting a warrior for the duel, what could that possibly mean? No one dared to respond. They sensed something was amiss with this dungeon, and the unfolding events exceeded their expectations. Seeing that no one replied, the Starcaller lowered its arms and continued. In that case, I shall select suitable warriors for you. With that, it waved its hand. In an instant, a divine envoy leaped down from the surrounding seats, advancing towards the group amidst the cheers of the other divine envoys. It extended its arm, pointing at the 6 individuals. The 5 exchanged bewildered glances, and after a moment, Debuchin stepped forward with a grim expression. What does this mean? One-on-one, he inquired in a cold tone, his gaze fixed upon the star caller. As expected, the boss nodded. Indeed. Each of the 6 present must engage in a one-on-one duel with my warrior. If 4 of you emerge victorious, you may all leave this place. It suddenly shifted its tone. However, if 3 of you are defeated, you shall not escape. With that, the warrior divine envoy gestured invitingly towards WTN. In that instant, Debuchin let out a cold snort, uttering not a single word further, and charged forward with his broadsword. With a roar, the warrior divine envoy transformed its hands into blades, launching an immediate attack. Unlike previous encounters with ordinary divine envoys, Debuchin felt the speed of this warrior was remarkably swift. His initial 2 strikes were deftly evaded, and the third was blocked by the creature's limbs. Debuchin's pupils constricted, reflecting the near-phantasmal attack patterns of the divine envoy. Suddenly, it performed a backflip, using its hands in place of feet, while its lower body morphed into spines. Descending sharply towards Debuchin's head, Debuchin stepped back, simultaneously executing a parry, resulting in a fierce clash with the spiked limbs. 200. The parry was shattered, and he still suffered 200 points of damage, needing to retreat several steps to dissipate the force. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, the divine envoy surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a specter. Gritting his teeth, Debuchin unleashed a skill, piercing thrust. He withdrew his broadsword, resting it upon his shoulder. And in the instant the divine envoy's body came into view, he thrust forward with explosive speed, akin to a cannonball being fired, the tremendous force causing the surrounding sand to swirl violently towards the tip of his sword. However, such a fierce attack only struck the divine envoy's arm, even though Debuchin had aimed for its chest. Swoosh, damaged sword, crimson characters erupted forth. 180. Although Debuchin's attack power was formidable, this strike failed to hit the vital spot. And given the divine envoy's solid defenses, it only reduced its health by less than 200 points. Glancing up at its health bar, it still displayed 1820 points. Damn. Debuchin's expression darkened. This opponent in the duel was not comparable to other divine envoys. Its base stats were significantly stronger, not only in attack and speed, but also in its combat techniques. There was no time for contemplation. The divine envoy charged again, its attack speed equally impressive. Debuchin took a deep breath, then swung his broad sword with ferocity, tracing a circle as the blade glimmered, unleashing an even more ferocious skill. The level 20 skill draw slash of the sword Saint class activated. A watery sheen suddenly flickered from Debuchin's wrist, silver radiance cascading down the blade. As he drew it in that instant, the air was filled with a chilling wind as he swung the sword in a circular motion, executing the move with such swiftness that even the divine envoy was caught off guard. Slash! Immediately, the air seemed to split in two, emitting a sharp sound akin to a gust of wind. In that instant, a decisive slash from the blade cleaved through the body of the divine envoy, and crimson numbers floated forth once more. 405. That indeed, disregarding the envoy's armor, this strike was undoubtedly maximized in damage. The immense kinetic energy rendering the envoy momentarily rigid. Without hesitation, Dubai-Tian advanced swiftly, unleashing a flurry of skills in a frenzy. Ghost Slash, Earth Splitter, Shield Breaker, Piercing Thrust. Ultimately, he even consumed a blue potion, invoking yet another skill of the Sword Saint. Moonlight Triple Slash. In that brief interlude, he had employed every skill at his disposal for the onslaught. Above the envoy's head, a series of consecutive crimson characters appeared, and as Dubai-Tian executed his final skill, the envoy finally fell silent in that fleeting moment. The envoy collapsed onto the ground. Dubai-Tian instinctively took a deep breath. Then, he cast a fierce glare at the boss, the Star Seeker. I have one, haven't I? In the distance, the Star Seeker extended a large hand and applauded. Of course, now let the next warrior step forth to engage in battle. With that, a second warrior envoy emerged. This one was larger than the one that had just perished beneath Dubai-Tian's sword, clearly a being of greater strength but lesser speed. Like its predecessor, this envoy bowed to the gathered crowd before gesturing invitingly. Observing this, Dubai-Tian appeared momentarily dazed, hastily stepping forward. I shall proceed. No, the Star Seeker interjected suddenly. Rules are rules. You have already triumphed and must allow others to partake. As these words fell, Dubai-Tian abruptly turned to gaze at the pallid faces in the crowd. No, more precisely, he was fixated on Yin Yuhan Ting, The timid healer was to confront such a formidable foe. What nonsense! Dubei Tian bellowed in anger. Yet it was too late. The warrior envoy pointed towards Yin Yuhanting. Adopting a stance of challenge. Chapter 81. A touching love story. At that moment, Dubei Tian sprang into action. He intended to intercede between the two combatants. However, as he took a half-step forward, a dozen or so envoys materialized around him, encircling him completely. Each of these envoys possessed strength akin to the one that had just met its end beneath his blade. If he was not mistaken, they were all classified as warrior envoys. Dubei Tian found himself in a perilous predicament. Should he advance further, the surrounding envoys would surely overwhelm him, leading to his certain demise. He had already expended considerable effort in defeating one, and facing a multitude would spell his doom within mere seconds. Yet, if he refrained from intervening, the warrior envoy in the center would engage Yin Yuhanting. Dubei Tian's anxiety escalated as he observed the scene before him. There, Yin Yuhanting was trembling slightly. Unconsciously turning to meet Dubei Tian's gaze, her lips pale, murmuring softly to herself, "Tian Gu, what should I do?" Yin Yuhanting's health was no less than Dubei Tian's, having recently transitioned into the class of sage. Her base attributes were commendable, yet she possessed almost no combat prowess. Her sole means of attack was a single light spell. Had she known that such a situation would arise one day, she might have chosen to become a different class. The holy teacher. At least that class possessed numerous offensive skills, enabling her to contend with the envoys in some capacity, but it was too late for such thoughts now. For the imposing figure of the warrior envoy had already assumed a battle-ready stance, poised to charge. Tian Gu, Tian Gu. Yin Yuhanting's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out. Moments later, amidst her feeble screams, the warrior envoy surged forward, its movement reminiscent of a speeding vehicle. In her panic, Yin Yuhanting finally regained her senses, instinctively casting a level 20 sage skill, Blessing of Sound, upon herself. Her three-dimensional attributes surged. But this was ultimately futile. She stood paralyzed, left to absorb the envoy's impending impact. Thud, the force of the collision sent the petite woman hurtling backward, a red character hovering above her head. 265. The healer's armor was not insubstantial, and the damage sustained was somewhat bearable. Observing the damage, Dubei Tian's previously anxious heart began to ease. He felt a flicker of hope that Yin Yuhanting might not necessarily lose. Though her offensive capabilities were limited, her defense was robust, and coupled with her substantial health pool of 3150, she might just outlast the creature. Yet before Dubei Tian could fully process this, Yin Yuhanting's body collided violently with a nearby stone column. Boom! A dull thud echoed once more, and yet another crimson number ascended from the debris. 1000. What is happening? Dubei Tian shouted in alarm. He had never encountered such a scenario. It seemed that colliding with an object resulted in a second instance of interactive damage. If that were the case, they were in dire straits. Why Yuting? Yuting, are you alright? Dubei Tian yelled hoarsely, his voice laden with urgency. In his line of sight, Yin Yuhanting remained motionless amidst the haze. But beyond the fog, the towering envoy was steadily closing in, advancing step by step with palpable menace. Yuting, stand up and heal yourself. Hurry. His cries were filled with desperation. It was fortunate that his hoarse shouts reached her. Within the mist, Yin Yuhanting began to rise slowly. The impact had seemingly induced a brief state of disorientation as she clutched her head and swayed, clearly struggling to regain her composure. She failed to notice the envoy had already approached. Why Yuting? Dubei Tian's voice, raw and frantic, broke through. Look out. Pay attention. Startled, Yin Yuhanting dared not lift her gaze, instinctively retreating. In the next instant, a sharp limb descended from above, slicing through the air and the fog, crashing down onto the ground with a resounding impact, sending debris flying. With one strike missing its mark, the envoy repeated its assault, raising another limb as it leaned forward like a man is poised to strike. Yin Yuhanting, quick on her feet, hastily cast a dark purple talisman. A level 5 skill, Silence Talisman. The talisman swiftly adhered to the envoy's forehead, halting its upward swing mid-action. With this brief window of opportunity, Yin Yuhanting dashed to the side, urgently casting healing spells upon herself. Healing Touch, Winds of Revival, and Shower of Holy Light were unleashed simultaneously, her previous wounds visibly mending at an accelerated pace. Witnessing the scene from a distance, Dubei Tian finally exhaled in relief. That's it. Yuting, don't panic. Take your time. From now on, try using the light spell to attack it. Dubei Tian endeavored to guide her. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Yin Yuhanting's legs were trembling uncontrollably at that moment. Both she and Dubei Tian were no strangers to death, having long since exhausted their supply of resurrection tokens. Should they perish here, the consequences would be dire. They could not die. She could not die. She had yet to find Lin Chen, that unfortunate soul, in this world that was undoubtedly a game developed by Lin Chen. The land of Godslayers. As long as she located Lin Chen, with his insights and experience in gaming, both she and her Tian Gu would thrive effortlessly. Thus, she could not die. She did not want to die. Seeing Yin Yuhanting in such a state, Dubei Tian sensed an impending crisis. He patiently continued to reassure her. Yu Ting, look at me and listen to what I say. Don't be afraid. You only need to follow my instructions, and you will undoubtedly win. Absolutely. I have never deceived you in all the time I have known you, right? Yet as she spoke, Yin Yuhanting still trembled slightly. But I might die. I really might die. Yu Ting. Dubei Tian's gaze darted between her and the envoy, realizing that the silence talisman would soon wear off. He needed to ignite her fighting spirit quickly. Yu Ting, don't worry. Remember, we've faced such trials before, haven't we? Upon hearing this, Yin Yuhanting faltered momentarily. Have we?